Hello friends, we are Soul Fiction. Welcome to our channel. In today's video, we'll explore an exciting video on what if Naruto is gifted with special power and Awakens the Scorch release. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Naruto exhaled deeply as he turned the corner, hiding behind a trash can which was tipped over. He heard someone coming quickly, and decided to hide inside the trash can, ironic considering he was commonly referred to as trash by the civilians and some shinobi of his home village of Konoha. He tried to be as quiet as possible as he heard rapid footsteps go by. After a few moments of silence, he exhaled, thanking Kami that he got away from the mobs. For as long as he could remember, they always gathered together on this day, Naruto's birthday, to hunt him down and try and kill the demon, as they called it. Today happened to be his 8th birthday, which he had spent in relative solitude, with the exception of his Gigi taking him out for a bowl of ramen at Tuchi's ramen stand, who had practically become his second family, although he didn't really have a first family. This year for his birthday, he had asked Gigi if he could enroll in the academy, which was where every shinobi hopeful enrolled for 4 years to learn everything they would need to know for life as a shinobi. "I don't really think you'd fit that life, Naruto-kun," Gigi had said, and Naruto had run off in anger, only to run into a drunken group of people, who yelled at him and began chasing him down in the streets like a common piece of trash. This was how he got stuck in his current predicament. Naruto peeked around the side of the trash can, only for a rogue civilian to be passing by who saw him and called out to the gathering mob of would-be vigilantes. Before Naruto could react, a man picked up the trash can, throwing it down the alley as it clattered against the stones. Naruto was thrown out of the metal death trap which crashed into his frail body, his arm giving a sickening crrk as it hit the wall, followed by his head. Naruto slumped to the ground as his vision flickered black, and he fell unconscious. Naruto blinked his eyes open, expecting to find death staring him in the face. While he wasn't correct, it was a different view than he expected. Leaky pipes dripping water that set ripples in the dingy water he was sitting in, moldy walls and surfaces that sent Naruto's nose crinkling at the slightest provocation, and a giant set of bars, which joined together as a gate in the center which a piece of paper that read, "Seal." All this and more was what met Naruto's first glance around what would become known as his mindscape. And tying it all together as the massive fox on the other side of the bars, crouching low, with a low growl coming from his throat that set Naruto's nerves on edge. "Hello," Naruto said, waving fearfully as the fox's growl grew louder. "My name is Naruto. What's yours, and do you know where we are?" Naruto asked innocently, averting direct line of sight with the fox, who simply glared at him, baring his teeth. "I know your name, boy. Now if you would be so kind as to remove this annoying piece of paper, or come closer, you look very cold in that water." The fox offered up, like bait as Naruto inched closer until the fox pounced, his claw barely missing Naruto's little body as it split his shirt in two. Naruto fell backwards, crawling through the water as he tried to escape the fox. "Oh, so close. Your idiocy leaves much to be desired, but I suppose it does serve its purpose," the fox said as he returned to crouching as a tail came forwards, inching across the watery floor, followed by another tail, and another, until 9 tails were inching ever closer to Naruto, who started to cry out and try and run, before he realized that he felt more at ease with dying to this giant demon than the villagers of Konoha. The fox seemed to notice his sudden change of heart as the tails converged, all touching Naruto's chest, just above his heart. The fox could feel his pitiful heartbeat through the thin layers of skin. He had planned to kill the boy, but now that he could see just how pitiful and ready to die Naruto was, he had second thoughts. "Why do you not run, boy? Do you no longer fear me? Is the mighty Kyuubi no Yoko not a thing to haunt the nightmares of the young any longer?" The fox, now self-identified as the Kyuubi, asked, his voice a growl which Naruto almost wet himself at. The Kyuubi, but I thought that you were." Naruto trailed off as he looked down, realizing that he was looking right into the Kyuubi's eyes, which were a strange wine red, surprisingly regal compared to the paintings of the village. "You thought what, that I was dead?" Kyuubi finished, his tails pulling away one by one as they curled around his snout until only his eyes were visible through the fur. "As if that sorry excuse of a human could kill me," The powerful Kyuubi. That's not to say that he didn't seal me into a newborn youth. Such a weak and squishy vessel for one such as myself. Kyuubi said as he sent a minor amount of ki at Naruto, just enough to make him quiver like a leaf as he tried desperately to stand. I'm sorry, Naruto said, looking downcast at his reflection in the water. He wanted to be a great and powerful shinobi, like Jiji, or his hero the Yondaime, but how could he inspire others to believe in him, when he didn't even believe in himself? This took the Kyuubi by surprise, something that happened maybe once in a lifetime. Sorry. That must be one of your pathetic human words like regret. Demons never have regrets, when we do something. We have every intention of following things through with no regards to what others think. Kyuubi said, his own vanity coming into play as he lifted his head minorly, as if looking down his nose at the most noble of humans. No, I'm sorry that you got stuck in a weak vessel, something outside of your control, Naruto said, walking up to the Kyuubi's cell as he stood just outside of the bar. Kyuubi raised an eyebrow, lifting a claw to Naruto's chest as he placed the tip against the blonde's skin. Naruto's gaze didn't waver, nor did he hesitate as he took another step forwards, and a drop of blood tinged Kyuubi's claw tip. Pity, another one of your pathetic human emotions. Though I suppose your statement and demonstration does bear some merit. It is nothing for a lion to kill a mouse, not enough 1,000 mice, but for a single lion to take down an elephant, it is revered by its pack. Kyuubi said, standing on his haunches as he dragged his bloody claw through the water as he carved out something in the stone. I will help you, boy. I will give you access to a lost power, and give you permission to use my Yuki whenever. However, I will not give it over freely. If you want it, you must temper and weather my influences when using it, just as the best blade must be forged by one's own hands. I will assist you until you achieve that horrendous title of Hokage, and then we will fight each other, to the death. And when my power consumes your weak human body, I will be revered across the elemental nations as ruler supreme. Kyuubi said, allowing the single blood drop to drip into the carved seal on the floor, before he bit his lip, allowing the blood to intermingle with Naruto's in the seal as Naruto felt his body awakening. As Naruto awakened, Kyuubi huffed, going back to sleep, mumbling under his breath, good luck, kid. Naruto opened his eyes, only to see a steak knife descending towards his head. He crossed his arms, trying to fend off the attack only for a ring of fire to sprout from the ground around him, shooting into the air around him, enveloping the wielder of the knife as he screamed in pain, his body twisting and contorting in the throes of death as the watching civilians stood still with shock and fear while Naruto cried, the screams echoing in his ears. Naruto kept crying, even Whing lifted up, and his body tingled. The sensations of the Shushin as he felt a hand rub his back, and a gentle voice whispered to him. It's okay now, Naruto-kun, don't worry, the villagers won't bother you anymore. I promise you, on my title as Hokage, they won't harm you ever again. The Sandaime whispered as he rocked Naruto, until the blonde's tears stopped, and his body went slack with sleep, although he still tightly clutched to the Hokage's robes, anchoring himself to the world and his dream while he slept. The Hokage looked down on him, smiling faintly as he looked to a picture, praying for forgiveness for letting the villagers do this year after year. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out an envelope, which contained Naruto's enrollment letter to the academy, his first semester starting in 1 week. Hello, my name is Death. What you don't seem to understand, Kyuubi, is that logic holds no power over the hand possessed by the Shinigami, Naruto. Naruto hit the ground with a grunt, his covers wrapping around his alarm clock as it fell of the nightstand, hitting him in the head. He groaned as he rubbed his head, the clock still ringing incessantly as it had went off moments earlier, waking Naruto up for his first day of school. Naruto had spent the past week trying to get a handle on his new fire powers, only to learn that he could barely start a small fire on his fingertip unless he concentrated with all his attention on his target. As such, he had spent several hours awake last night working on fixing this problem before falling into his bed around 3 o'clock in the morning, giving him only 3 hours of sleep for the day as he yawned, groping for his alarm clock. Only to leap to his feet as his clock had went off an hour later than Naruto had intended, putting him almost 10 minutes late for his first day. He grabbed the nearest clothes he could find, his trademark orange jacket along with a black undershirt and his also orange track pants. He grabbed his goggles from the corner of his couch as he ran out of the room, barely remembering to grab a cup of instant Ramen, filling the cup with water as he ran out the door, using the tiny flame conjured at his fingertip to warm the cup, and cook the ramen. He had to make a quick turn around as he realized he had forgotten his shoes. Meanwhile, Iruka Amino sighed as he looked at this year's group of students. A pink-haired girl and platinum blonde were butting heads, arguing over another student, Sasuke Uchiha. A raven-haired boy in the third row, stuck in the middle of the desk as Sakura, the pinky, and Ino, the blonde argued. Checking his roll sheet, Iruka found a boy sleeping on his desk, his partner eating a bag of chips as fragments of the chips were sent flying through the air around him. Shikamaru and Choji. Next to the pair was a bubbly girl with brunette hair done up in a stack that resembled a mountain, Amy Gakunjo, a daughter of a civilian council member. In the front row, two girls, or maybe boys, who were most definitely twins were playing cards with each other. A brunette boy with a feral look about him trying to get either one's attention as a tiny white puppy popped out of his jacket, Kiba, the feral boy, and Narissa and Farissa, the twins. Looking at his roll sheet, he saw someone had scrawled in a second name next to Kiba's, Akamaru. In the upper right corner, a boy practically covered by a giant overcoat was watching the rest of his classmates with little to no emotion discernible to Iruka. Shino Aburame. The seat next to him was occupied by a girl with short blue hair whose eyes flitted about, her index fingers pushing against one another as she seemed to be watching for something. Hinata Hyuga. That something happened when the door flew open, causing the twins to jump, Narissa bumping into Kiba who fell over, falling into Sakura's lap as she had a panic attack before punching Kiba in the head, yelling, "Pervert," carefully removing Akamaru first. However, Kiba's fall had knocked Sakura over, as she head-butted Sasuke, who fell into Ino, knocking the pair into the floor with Sasuke on top of Ino who passed out from hitting her head. Hinata giggled behind a hand at the line of students taken down like a row of dominoes, other students mirroring her giggles behind their hands, some just outright laughing. The whole situation was topped off by Akamaru looking around and yipping at his master. The whole room looked to see the instigator of the falls, only to see a boy with a pair of goggles on his head, and wild blonde hair. An eyesore of an orange jacket and track pants only added to his image, and his cerulean blue eyes topped it all off as he looked around shyly, tiptoeing up the stairs as if no one could see him as he took the last open seat next to Hinata. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto introduced himself. While Hinata just stared at him, blinking as she introduced herself as well, Shino following. "Excuse me, but could you come down here?" Iruka asked Naruto, who nodded, taking the walk of shame down the stairs to the teacher's desk, standing in front of it feeling like a disobedient child. "Who are you? I don't have you on my roll, and I won't accept someone who can't arrive on time," Iruka said as he crossed his arms, waiting for Naruto to make some excuse. Instead, Naruto asked for a moment as he began rummaging through his clothes. Pulled out 2 cans of paint, one red, the other yellow, 3 rubber bands, a peanut shell, an inch-long pencil, 1.75 in change, an apple which he took a bite of before cringing, a pack of cigarettes which Iruka confiscated, a pipe also confiscated, an orange book also confiscated, and finally a box of dog treats which Akamaru confiscated. Thinking for a second, he rolled up his pants leg, reaching up the pants leg as he pulled out the envelope containing his admittance letter to the academy, with details leading Naruto to this room, along with a list of supplies, all signed by the Hokage's signature. "Fine, go back to your seat, but know this, I won't tolerate any more tardiness, Mr. Uzumaki, do you understand?" Naruto nodded as he hurried back up the steps, leaving the pile of his belongings in front of Iruka's desk as Iruka got a tick mark before sitting in his seat, which somehow got repainted red at some point as he ordered the students to turn to page 93 in their textbooks. 10 hours later, Naruto stretched as he left the classroom, recollecting everything he dropped this morning. This caused him to be the last one to leave almost an hour later than everyone else as Iruka decided to lecture him on the values of punctuality. This led to Naruto making a new rule to apply to his life. If he couldn't pronounce it, it wasn't worth learning. That said, he was currently engrossed sorting through everything he'd learned today, including skills ranging from accuracy to the history of Konoha to sparring. He felt like he'd stumble across a hidden library filled with tons of books to read on any subject he wanted to learn about. However, Naruto would say that the worst part of the day was the test Iruka-sensei had given them to see where everyone stood on the many aspects of being a shinobi. Naruto got dead last in almost every respect, except stealth. He was second place in stealth, beating even Sasuke Uchiha. The only one to beat him was his deskmate, Shino Aburame, but Naruto didn't sweat it. He was just happy that he was good at something besides getting beat up. So, sitting down on a swing, he pulled a small book out of his jacket titled, The Must-Know Clans of Konoha. As he opened to the first page, focusing on absorbing the words as he read about each one of the prominent clans of Konoha, including some of their most famous members such as Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Tsunade Senju, all from the Senju clan, which had very few remaining members left. The next clan he read about was the Uchiha. Intrigued by his fellow classmate, Sasuke, he learned that they were once considered the rivals of the Senju, leading all the way back to the founding of Konoha by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The lattice members along with Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. Their more current rivals were the Hyuga, spawned over who had the more powerful dojutsu, the Uchiha having the Sharingan. The book didn't go into much detail about the Sharingan, most likely because it might be a clan secret kind of thing. Naruto turned the page to the Hyuga clan, only to hear a cry as he stood up quickly, dropping his book as he ran towards the cry. He rounded a tree to see a girl surrounded by 3 older boys, maybe 9 or 10. "You're a pretty one. How about you go somewhere with me, and we can have fun?" The boy in the middle, the leader most likely, said, grabbing the girl's forearm as he tried to pull her closer, only for the girl to protest and try and fight him. Instead, his 2 lackeys grabbed her from behind, binding her arms to her side as the leader got in her face. Naruto reacted, running at the boy as he tackled him to the ground, both boys rolling in the grass as they tried to get the upper hand. Naruto got on top, punching the boy across his cheek, but before he could hit him again, one of the other boys wrapped his arms around him, picking him up as he tried to wriggle loose. "Just stay out of this, demon boy," the leader said from the ground. The last boy came up, punching Naruto in the face, but Naruto shrugged it off. He was used to beatings and bleeding due to his previous experiences, so just to spite the boy, he spit the blood out, right in his face as he picked up his feet, kicking outwards as the boy stumbled backwards. Next, Naruto threw his head back, breaking the last bully's nose as he released him. Naruto hit the ground, his breath leaving his body as the bullies got back up, kicking Naruto in the side as he tried to curl up and protect his body. Reaching out, he grabbed one's ankle, and willed a tiny flame to blink into life at his fingertip as the boy's pants leg caught a flame, the boy dropping to the ground. Naruto used the momentary pause in the assault to get his hands under him as he rolled to the side, standing hesitantly as he put up his fists, prepared to continue the fight, despite the fact the right eye was almost swollen shut, and several cuts littered his cheek from the rocky ground. As the first boy came at him, Naruto stepped forwards, aiming to hit him as hard as he could once in the cheek as the boy crumpled to the ground, rubbing his cheek as he cried out at the pain as he spit out globules of blood. Naruto wiped his bleeding face with a sleeve, glaring at the last boy, who fell backwards as he ran away, his friends doing the same, screaming, "Run, it's the demon." "That's right, go away, and stay away," Naruto yelled, sticking out his tongue as he turned to the girl. Only for the girl to be being dragged away by an older male who glared at Naruto with pale eyes. "Stay away from that one, Hinata-sama. He's dangerous, and trouble," the man ordered as the girl was pulled away, only to smile and wave at Naruto, whose mind finally clicked as he realized that it was his classmate Hinata that he'd just saved. A strange sense of accomplishment welled up in him at saving someone who at least seemed to appreciate it on the surface. At the same time, he pulled out a sheet of paper, using his bloody nail to write on it. The title read, To-Do List of Improvement. 1. Learn more about clans of Konoha. 2. Improve taijutsu skills. 3. Make friends. He put a smiley face with his chibi face signature next to the third one. So black and white makes red. Surely there is no greater price than the life of your beloved, but I've never had to pay that price, Hinata. Naruto did it. He survived all these years until today, graduation day at the academy. He made it through 4 years of Mizuki Teme, 4 years of Sasuke Teme, and 4 years of endless practice and studying to maintain a mid-level grade in his classes, although he was still dead last in Shuriken and Kunai practice. a far cry to his third place in book smarts and second place in stealth. And he certainly couldn't pass a jutsu test, which was why he was dreading today. He could do the henge okay, and his kawarimi wasn't the best, but it would pass. No, what caught him every time was the clone jutsu, which he couldn't make a decent one to save his life, or pass finals, apparently. But more on that later. For now Naruto wanted to dwell on the happy things of his academy years. Such as how he'd managed to get Kyuubi to speak to him, and help him a minor degree more. Kyuubi thought his clone problem was probably something to do with his record-breaking chakra levels, whereas making a clone took such a tiny amount, it was like trying to separate a single drop of water from an ocean. In his off time, Naruto had read through a massive series of books on famous clans of each and every shinobi village, their bloodlines, and had actually discovered his own clan, the Uzumaki, who hailed from Uzushiogakure, which had fallen in the Second Shinobi War to the combined efforts of Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. They were famed for their fuinjutsu skills, and Naruto had added that to his list of self-improvement. Speaking of his list of self-improvement, he had made some progress on the first, second, and third things he had learned about several taijutsu styles, although none really fit him, so Naruto decided to develop his own style, something that would make the villagers acknowledge him surely. Also, he had added Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino, to some minor part, to his friends list along with Hinata. Speaking of the brunette, Naruto glanced to his side to see his female friend, and secret crush, looking away from him, as he turned back to glare at the back of Sasuke's head. Hinata glanced at him, blushing at the way his eyes caught the light. Ever since he had helped her with the bullies all those years ago, the Hyuga girl had held Naruto in high regards, developing a crush on the blonde, although he never seemed to notice. This may have been in some small part due to Hinata's inability to assert herself and Naruto's thick head. As for why she never noticed he harbored the same feelings for her, maybe she never thought Naruto would return her feelings and waved off the glances as figments of her imagination. But back to Naruto's inner turmoil, he had managed to pass the written portion of the finals, along with the weapons practice, and he almost had the taijutsu, but ultimately failed due to his lack of an actual style. So he had to pass the jutsu portion, and he'd have passed the finals, and be a fully fledged shinobi of Konoha. Of course, that meant he'd have to pull something out of his ass if he wanted to get past the clone jutsu. He heard his name called as he went to the front of the room, standing at attention in front of Iruka-sensei, his teacher, and Mizuki Teme, the teacher's assistant who had it in for Naruto. Holding the position for 10 seconds, he stood relaxed as he mentally prepped himself. Iruka raised his eyebrows. Since when has Naruto been able to sit still for more than 5 seconds, let alone stand at attention for 10 seconds? Iruka wondered as he called out the name of the first required jutsu. Okay Naruto, show us the henge. Iruka instructed, his pen at the ready at check or X the box next to each jutsu. Naruto nodded, channeling the necessary chakra as a puff of smoke surrounded him, and as it blew away a child like Naruto was standing there, along with a stuffed fox tucked under one arm and sucking the thumb of his other hand as most of the female inhabitants of the room mentally awed, Hinata resisting the urge to run down and squeeze the chibi version of Naruto to her chest. Changing back, Naruto made the peace sign with one hand, the thumbs up with his other hand, loudly proclaiming his dream of becoming Hokage. As if the Dobi could be Hokage. Sasuke said, turning his attention to the window as he refused to look at Naruto, as if denying his existence. This infuriated Naruto as he jumped right into the next jutsu. Throwing the water balloon up over his head, he used Kawarimi to switch places with Sasuke as the Uchiha was doused in orange, our enable feature being his onyx eyes on the now solid orange blob. After asking Sasuke to resume his seat, the arrogant Uchiha snorting, switching clothes, all the girls, sans Hinata, blushed at a shirtless Sasuke. The Uchiha walked up to Naruto, telling him to get out of his seat. When Naruto refused, Sasuke went to punch him, only for the blonde to pull another trick as he once again used the Kawarimi to switch places with another unsuspecting classmate. This time it was Sakura, who was knocked unconscious. Nice shot, Teme. Naruto yelled from the front of the room, where he had resumed his place as he was mentally sweating. After managing to get the angry Uchiha under control, Iruka turned to Naruto, awaiting him to performing the clone jutsu, Mizuki. Watching Naruto contempt as he was crossing his fingers, wishing that Naruto would screw up, Mizuki got his wish as smoke enveloped Naruto, only for two horrible clones to appear as sickly Narutos with smoke rising from their heads before they puffed out of existence. Naruto bowed his head in shame, turning to look at Hinata, who chose that moment to look at Naruto. Both sides blushed before the intense stare, which lasted maybe 2 to 3 seconds tops, became too much, and Hinata looked away. Naruto took this as a sign that Hinata was disappointed in him as he ran out of the room, tears stinging at the corners of his eyes. Mizuki grinning deviously as he offered to go after Naruto while the rest of the class completed the test. Meanwhile, Naruto was outside, swinging in the single swing on the tree outside, trying to act like he wasn't torn up inside. Inside of his head, he could hear the Kyuubi complaining, while simultaneously assuring him that he couldn't help that he could perform something as pathetic as an illusionary clone. Naruto General tried to ignore the demon fox inside of him, but lately he had been getting better about helping him. Hearing footsteps, he looked up into Mizuki Tami's face, which currently had a mask of care on it. Crouching down beside him, Mizuki looked at with sympathy, although Naruto had learned how to read people, a gift he'd picked up while trying to survive on his own, and using this skill, Naruto could tell that Mizuki wished he would disappear from the face of the earth. Hey Naruto, don't let it get you down. Iruka can be a little strict sometimes, but you need to understand that he just wants the best for you. His parents were killed in the Kyuubi attack, and he hasn't had any family since then. I think he may see a little bit of himself in you, both of you being orphans, and he wants you to show everyone that you can be exactly what you proclaim to be to everyone every day. Mizuki said, his kind voice surprising Naruto as he thought that maybe Mizuki wasn't all that bad. So, how about I give you one more chance? It's a hard test using your applied stealth skills, but I think you can do it. If you decide to do it, I'll put in a good word with Iruka, and try and have him overturn his decision about you failing. All you have to do is, Mizuki said, bending close to Naruto as he whispered into the younger blonde's ear. Naruto inner warnings going off, but his desperation to become a shinobi overrode them. Later that night, a shadowy figure leapt across the rooftops of Konoha. A large scroll strapped to his back as he jumped over the wall surrounding Konoha. How he managed to escape the mass multitude of Anbu trying to catch him still amazed the Hokage, who was watching the whole thing through his magic crystal ball. Landing in a large clearing, Naruto looked around, making sure that no one was within the vicinity as he dropped his guard, sitting down and unrolling the scroll to the first jutsu learned, which happened to be the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Luckily, he had spent the past years cramming a multitude of book reading into a single night and knew how to scan passages for the key phrases. Okay, so I make this hand seal, and let's see if it works. Naruto mumbled as he jumped to his feet, making a unique cross seal as a perfect copy of himself appeared next to him. Looking at it, he poked its face, the clone doing the same to Naruto before both leapt with joy at learning a physical clone jutsu, high-fiving each other in the process. Okay. Let's move on. I still should have some time before anyone finds me, but just in case, clone, me. Go keep watch and dispel if you see anyone. Naruto said, sitting back down as he unrolled the scroll to the next entry while his clone nodded, leaping into the tree line as it began keeping watch, Naruto making several more clones which separated into a wide circle surrounding the clearing while he scanned the next entry. Within 5 minutes, one of the clones dispelled as ordered, warning Naruto as he closed up the scroll, standing up as he appeared to lean on the scroll like a cane, as he began breathing heavily, faking exhaustion as Iruka landed in the clearing. Naruto. Do you know what you've done? Iruka yelled, as he advanced on Naruto, who gave his signature grin and peace sign as several shadow clones landed in the clearing, backing Naruto up with their own peace signs and grins. What? Iruka said, stopping, confused. Just this morning Naruto couldn't make 2 half-decent clones, and now he had 11 surrounding him, and from the looks of things, they were even solid clones to boot. Spying the scroll beside Naruto, he connected the dots. You managed to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu? But that's a B-rank Kenjutsu. It should be impossible for an academy, no even a genin, and most chunin wouldn't be able to make more than one shadow clone at best. Iruka said, clearly confused. Yeah, but I have really massive reserves. That must be why I can't use the clone jutsu, Haruka-sensei. Anyways, I managed to get the scroll out without being caught, which means I pass, right? Naruto said, and Iruka felt his heart drop. Naruto had no clue that what he had done was punishable by death, and he could end up being banished from the village for this act that many would view as treasonous. Who told you that, Naruto? It isn't true. Whatever they told you wasn't true. It was just a trap to. Iruka started, only to be interrupted by a second voice, belonging to a white-haired Chunin who was perched on a tree branch, a Fuma Shuriken in one hand, another attached to his back. Good job, Naruto. I knew you could do it, especially with your natural skill in stealth. It's almost uncanny, the way you managed to always evade the Anbu, like a fox escaping the baying hounds. Then again, that's to be expected from the... Mizuki was cut off by Iruka, who threw several small shuriken at Mizuki, only for the white-haired Chunin to deflect the metal weapons with his Fuma Shuriken. No, don't tell him, Mizuki. It's an S-rank secret, punishable by death. Iruka warned as he pulled out a kunai, preparing to fight to defend his student. At the same time, Naruto realized that his initial sense of Mizuki had turned out to be correct, as well as that he was already aware of the secret the two teachers, well, teacher and ex-teacher, were bantering over. Hey Naruto, do you remember 12 years ago, when the Kyuubi attacked and killed lots of the people of our village? The Yondaime fought it, but he couldn't kill it, so instead he sealed it into a little newborn. That's right, you're the Kyuubi, and now I'm going to kill both of you and take that scroll and deliver it to my contact in the land of rice. Mizuki said, and watched Naruto for any signs of mental breakdown. Naruto smirked, deciding to switch to his more fitting battle mask. What, you thought I wasn't aware of the fireball inside of me? Please, I've known about him for years. You think I couldn't make the connection when half the population refers to me as the demon brat? Really, I may be dense, but I do notice things. If you really wanted to shock me, how about you tell how you have the energy to attack us after screwing your mother all last night? Oh wait, you don't have a mother because she gave you up for adoption. Naruto taunted, and followed U-turning around and smacking his rear, Mizuki's face growing redder by the second. Why, you little... Mizuki spit out between his gritted teeth as he hurled the Fuma Shuriken at Naruto, who managed to roll to the side as the Fuma Shuriken almost took off his head. Rising to his feet, he saw Iruka and Mizuki locked in combat, the two Chunin evenly matched as they exchanged blows which were either blocked or dodged. Run, Naruto, I'm holding him off. Get that scroll back to the village, hurry. I don't know how long I can hold him off before he comes after you. Iruka called out, and as he turned to glance at Naruto, who caught sight of the blonde's grin which was usually accompanied by a prank. What scroll? I never had a scroll, Naruto said, tapping on the scroll beside him, which was enveloped in smoke as instead of the forbidden scroll, a Naruto clone stood in its place. Just then, Naruto's grin grew. Do you perhaps mean the scroll that my clone just dropped off at the Hokage Tower? Or should I say, I just dropped off, Naruto said, only to vanish in a puff of smoke at the exact moment a squadron of Anbu descended upon the clearing, one holding a katana to Mizuki's neck as he dropped his weapon. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi was patting Naruto on the back for a job well done. That was one thing about Naruto, you never really knew how he was going to do it, but you knew he would. Thanks for teaching me the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Gigi, and that other jutsu too, Naruto said, looking at his adopted grandfather with admiration and love. Always glad to help. Now then, I suppose you want me to let Yo back into the shinobi program? The Hokage asked, sitting down behind his desk, donning his Hokage face as Naruto dropped the wide grin, although his eyes were still lit up. Well, here's what I was thinking, Naruto said, leaning forwards, writing on a sheet of paper as he slid it towards the Hokage, who laughed heartily, puffing on his pipe. I think that can be arranged, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said, chuckling at Naruto's idea. A burning desire to win? Silly Naruto, I'm willing to kill my father for Sasuke-kun. What's a few hundred more, Ino? Naruto yawned as he sat up in his bed, the memories of last week replaying themselves in his head. Kyuubi had taken to complaining about all the noise inside his head, until he learned that the noise was Naruto, attempting to channel his chakra while keeping the negative influence out of it. The demonic fox didn't know whether to be impressed or annoyed that the young blonde was it harder to escape the seal. Naruto still had to work hard to draw on Kyuubi's chakra without the fox influencing his thoughts, but found out that as long as he meditated while doing it, it helped to suppress the fox's influence, possibly due to the calming effects of meditation. Through his training, Naruto found out that it was easier to summon the fire at will while meditating. He had already had some fun meditating with his eyes open as the tiny flames danced around him. But back to the present, today was team assignments, and although Naruto was already aware of his two teammates, he still wanted to see how everyone was doing since graduating. After getting dressed in his signature orange outfit, Naruto held out his hand, a medium-sized fireball appearing through wool alone as Naruto closed his hand into a fist, the fireball dissipating into embers. Naruto gave a small smile as he locked his door behind him, although it wouldn't stop anyone determined to get inside, before taking to the roofs as he ran to the academy. Within minutes, he reached his destination, and, deciding for a flashy entrance, he leapt through the door, landing beside Hinata, who fainted due to the sudden appearance of Naruto. This caused Naruto to look at Hinata confused as she was unconscious. He blushed as he thought of how cute she looked when sleeping, feeling strangely stalkerish. Hearing an incoming stampede, Naruto looked to the door as two girls tried to fit through it at the same time, both screaming for their Sasuke-kun, who seemed to be annoyed by their affections. These two girls happened to be Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, the two biggest fangirls ever to exist. They finally got through the door, both leaping for the last seat beside Sasuke, only for Kiba to sit down just before both girls crashed into him as the three tumbled to the bottom level in a heap. The whole class grew quiet as they took in the sight before them among the tangled limbs and splayed bodies. Sakura and Kiba were kissing, with an unconscious Ino laying across the pinkette's back, crushing her down into Kiba, who seemed utterly terrified by the situation, and had good reason as Sakura seemed to gain super strength, throwing Ino across the room as she slid down a wall, and clobbered Kiba, who sprouted blood from a bulging bump on his head as he too went flying into a wall as Sakura stomped back up the stairs to straighten her dress and sit calmly next to Sasuke, who looked at her with apathy. At this moment, Iruka appeared in the doorway, taking note of the two bodies of his students laying unconscious against the wall. The fact that there seemed to be a ring of empty seats around Sakura, Iruka sighed as he set his papers down on his podium, looking at the graduating class with little expectation that they would end up being powerful shinobi or kunoichi, although he couldn't say that aloud due to school policies, so instead he just slammed his head against the podium several times, working up the will to get this day over with. Okay, let's get this over with. I'll read out the team assignments, as well as the team's Junin sensei and number, Iruka said, not having to resort to his big head jutsu to get the class's attention. Hey, Iruka sensei. Where's Mizuki-sensei? One girl, Amy, asked. Innocently as Iruka had a light bulb go off in his head, remembering that Naruto was actually getting to graduate this time. Maybe he would have a chance to go somewhere in life, provided he got a team willing to look past his dobi-ness and treat him as an equal. And why is he in here? I thought this was only for people that passed the graduation exam. Amy again, this time glaring at Naruto, who seemed entirely ignorant of the glares, even when they increased by a majority of the class when they noticed his presence. Mizuki was captured a week ago, attempting to steal the Forbidden Scroll. Due to that, he was investigated by Ino's father in the I&T department, and was found to have tampered with some of the tests, Naruto's in particular. Naruto was informed of this, and given a different test of Hokage-sama, which he passed. Although, due to Mizuki's tampering throughout Naruto's entire school years, we were forced to throw out all his grades as ineligible. Iruka said, using the story given to him by Hokage. It was this unfortunate event that caused Naruto to still be listed as the class dobi, due to him lacking any grades other than his graduation exam. Mizuki also tampered with some other students' grades, leading to them getting a higher grade than they should have earned, which has led to some issues with the team placements, so just bear with me, and if you have any complaints, get over it. You're now shinobi. You don't have the option to complain, Iruka said, mentally jumping for joy. He had waited for this day just to tell off this class, due to its large quantity of fangirls. Now then, Team 1, Iruka started, listing off names as people got upset about not being with their friends, or bad team chemistry. Which was an actual thing to consider, after all, Naruto team had to be based of chemistry. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Iruka said, all the remaining fangirls sitting up straighter as they waited for their name to be called. The ravenet in question simply, Hanid, and went back to brooding and daydreaming about killing his brother in various manners. In some cases, he flat out beat Itachi, in others he came from behind to beat Itachi, but the recurring theme was Itachi's death at Sasuke's hands. Naruto Uzumaki. D was surprised when Naruto didn't loudly protest the pairing, although several girls deflated at the prospect of being on a team with Naruto, even when it was the same team as Sasuke. Hinata actually retreated within herself, fearing the worst for Naruto's team. She was well aware that the classic team dynamic in this case would be, Rookie of the Year, Sasuke, top Kunoichi, Sakura, and, Class Dobi, Naruto. She also knew that that team would hate Naruto. So she prepared to pat Naruto on the back when Iruka called out the last member. And finally, we have top Kunoichi, Hinata Hyuga. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki. Iruka called out, and silence ruled the classroom for a second as Naruto pulled out a pair of earplugs, handing a second pair to Hinata as she pushed them into her ears, and realized what they were for. What? No. There must be a mistake. I'm supposed to be on Sasuke-kun's team. I'm top Kunoichi after all. Sakura screeched, and Naruto smiled as her howler monkey impression didn't faze him due to the earplugs which had been a gift from his Gigi to help with his meditation, making it easier to shut out the world. As I said earlier, some students were given better grades than they earned. You had better book grades, but Hinata had better vocational skill grades, which I graded. Mizuki tended to give you a curve when grading your papers. Something about being paid off. Iruka said, and before Sakura could scream at him, Sasuke hit her in the head, causing her to falter in her rant as she looked at Sasuke incredulously. Shut up. We're shinobi now, so act like one and deal with your problems without yelling. I would never have feelings for someone who complains about every little thing. Sasuke said, not taking his eyes off the bird outside the window as it circled overhead. Ino suddenly felt relieved that she had kept her mouth shut as mentally, she put herself higher on the list of Sasuke's potential girlfriend. Meanwhile, inside Hinata's head, a chibi Hinata was dancing around, a very effeminate Naruto down on one knee giving her a rose. But outside, Hinata just blushed at the prospect of spending all that time with Naruto on a team together, while she vowed to get stronger as not to drag Naruto down, not caring at all for Sasuke. Her father had warned her to stay away from the Uchiha, the Hyuga Uchiha rivalry surfacing between Sasuke and whichever of Hieshi's daughters became clan heir. Now then, Team 8 will be Shino Aburame, Kida Inuzuka, and Iruka trailed off as he looked at the next name with masked sympathy for Kiba and Shino to a lesser degree. Sakura Haruno. Poor Kiba, at that moment, chose to glance at Sakura, whose hair was flailing around like a wild animal as her eyes were replaced with fire, and Kiba felt as if the Shinigami was preparing to take his soul to the afterlife. Akamaru picked up on his master and partner's fear, but was unable to pinpoint the source of his fear. It seemed it was centered on the pin-haired girl who smelled nice, but that couldn't be right. She was nice to Akamaru. She always petted him and spritzed perfume on him, making him smell nice for all the female dogs at Akamaru's compound, kennel. Okay, well, in an effort to save Kiba's life, let's move on. Team 8's sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. Now then, Team 9 is still in rotation, so Team 10 will be Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Shoji Akamichi, and your sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. Iruka said, and three glanced at each other, not surprised. They had all been informed of their clan's legendary teamwork, and that as the clan heirs of each one's clan, they were expected to cooperate well with each other. Now then, as I mentioned, due to Mizuki's tampering, the remaining 5 students will be grouped together as Team 11 with your sensei being Enko Madarashi. Iruka declared, smirking at the group of entirely fangirls' luck at catching the short straw of Team Sensei. Now then, wait here and your sensei will come and pick you up. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have to go and meet my new class. Congratulations to each and every one of you for getting this far, but be warned, from here on in, it gets serious and you will face many tests, and many of you will probably die in the process. Good luck, Iruka said, skipping out of the room with a wicked grin on his face as he practically sprinted down the hallway away from that accursed classroom. 5 hours later, Naruto sighed as he once again finished another book that he was saving for a lonely day. This book in particular was about how to create your own taijutsu style, not that it really helped him all that much. If the book was to be believed, Creating one's own unique taijutsu style was more difficult and complex than develop an original jutsu, which was a Junin task. Basically, the book advised that if an original taijutsu style was simply for fun, to instead closely observe and modify a different, well-established taijutsu style into an original taijutsu style. Naruto tossed the book over his shoulder, the book landing on top of the pile of books Naruto had completed on topics ranging from taijutsu, to fuinjutsu, to the history of Uzushiogakure, the Uzumaki's homeland which Naruto hoped to visit one day. Looking outside at the sun, Naruto saw that it was heading for the horizon, but wouldn't make the vanishing act for at least another 5 hours. Instead, Naruto began practicing his chakra control, focusing on his chakra as he tried to walk up the wall of the classroom, only to slip and fall, hitting his head on a desk. Hinata ran over to check Naruto, whose eyes had been replaced with swirls as he mumbled about ramen. Hinata had to suppress her giggle behind her hand until Naruto sat up suddenly, and suddenly their foreheads were pressed together as they stared deeply into each other's eyes for 1, 2, 3, thunk. Both genin hit the ground as the blushes overtook them and they fainted. Sasuke simply rolled his eyes at the pair, uncaring as he was. Even he could see that the two cared deeply for each other. From the way they stared at each other, the same way his mother, Makoto, used to stare at his father, Fugaku. Kakashi chose this exact moment to enter the room, only to be buried under the avalanche of books, courtesy of Naruto's boredom. A small dust cloud was kicked up as only an arm remained of the elite Junin, whose eyes were replaced with swirls. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that all the unconscious members of Team 7 awakened, looking around as they remembered the circumstances surrounding their fainting spells. Kakashi's sweat dropping as he dug his way out of the pile of books, Naruto and Hinata glancing at each other as they joined their sensei and teammates. "My first impression is that I hate you," Kakashi said, breathing heavily as he struggled to claw his way out of the pile still, the 3 genin blinking owlishly at him before he ordered them to meet him on the roof, and shushin Ned away. It took them several seconds to jump into action, waking to the roof where they found Kakashi reading an orange book, which Naruto swore he had seen somewhere, and remembered the words of his Nei-chan Ayame. "If I ever find out you read that trash, I'll tell Hinata about it, and trust me when I say she'll be upset with you," Ayame had warned, and Naruto felt a cold chill hit him as he shook at the prospect of an upset Hinata, not to mention an angry Ayame. "Well, since we're going to be stuck together, I might as well learn about your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams," Kakashi said boredly, yawning behind his face mask, much like their Nara classmate. "You first, Blondie," Kakashi ordered and sat down on the railing in a crouch as Naruto realized both his teammates' eyes were on him. "Oh, well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are ramen, books, and my Gigi, and Nei-chan Ayame and her father Tuchi, and finally, my friend Hinata. My dislikes are arrogant people, people who judge people before getting to know them, the 3 minutes it takes to cook ramen, and a certain Ravenet," Naruto said, sending a glare at Sasuke, which W by the group. "My hobbies are training and meditation. My dream is to be a powerful shinobi and become the Hokage," Naruto said, clenching his fist tightly as he looked at the Hokage monument with determination. "Okay, you next, Hyuga," Kakashi said, looking at Hinata, who eepied, pushing her index fingers together. Well, my N name is Hinata Hyuga. My L likes are C cinnamon buns, training, A and my friend NN Naruto-kun," Hinata said demurely, adding the honorific to Naruto's name under her breath as she looked at Naruto, who nodded, motioning for her to continue. "My dislikes A are the Hyuga elders, B bullies, fish, and PP perverts. My hobbies are TR training in the J-juken, cooking, and D dancing. My dream is to become clan head of the Hyugas, and to become a strong kunoichi," Hinata said, mentally proud of herself for getting through her dreams without stuttering. She also noticed that Naruto smiled, which brought a blush to her face. "And finally, you emo," Kakashi said, gesturing to Sasuke, who glared at Kakashi for the name. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and I don't have many likes, just as I dislike many things. My hobbies are training, and evading fangirls. My dream, no, my ambition is to kill a certain man, and restore honor to the Uchiha clan," Sasuke said, and Kakashi nodded, already well aware of Sasuke's obsession with killing his brother. Well, my name is Kakashi Hitaki, and I don't feel like sharing my likes or dislikes with you. My hobbies are none of your concern, and I really don't have a dream other than to serve the leaf," Kakashi said, standing up as he looked at the sun overhead. "Well, I think that's enough for today. Meet me tomorrow at Training Ground 7 for your genin test. Don't eat, or you'll throw up," Kakashi said, and before any of them could question the man with silver hair, he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Deciding to disperse, the three looked at each other before turning and heading back to their respective homes. "3 strikes, you're out, Itachi. Do you know it's like to stare down the blade of the Shinigami, and the only thing you can think to say is, 'I don't care, Sasuke'?" Naruto yawned openly as he wandered through the village, heading to Training Ground 7 for his competency test. Not that he knew that. All he knew was that he'd awoke this morning to his grumbling tummy, so he did the natural thing and ate breakfast. Then got dressed, and headed for Training Ground 7, sleep trying its hardest to reclaim him. Yawning again, he stumbled into the opening designated Training Ground 7. Looking around, he didn't spot his 2 teammates, so he got down in a loose meditation form, breathing slowly as he felt the world slide away and the familiar heat of little flames appearing around him as he was struck with the thought that to the casual observer, he probably resembled a sacrifice to the Shinigami. He was brought out of his meditation when he left an approaching chakra signal. "There's Hinata," he thought before he realized what he was thinking. Opening his eyes, he was shocked to see Hinata standing there, glancing at Naruto out of the corner of her eyes. "How did I do that? I couldn't have known it was her without looking, yet I somehow recognized her purely based on her chakra." Naruto was cast into inner turmoil as Sasuke walked up behind Hinata, looking around as his signature scowl grew more annoyed. "Great. First I'm stuck with the class Dobi, even if he may have some skills, and Miss Reclusive, then our sensei can't even show up on time. Next thing you know, we'll end up fighting an eyebrow-less freak and a dyke," Sasuke complained as Hinata and Naruto just looked at him, blinking owlishly as the Uchiha continued ranting for the next 10 minutes. 2 hours later, Kakashi appeared in a Shushin, waving kindly at his genin team, only for 3 kunai to almost take out his head. Naruto was understandable, he had to be kept occupied or he'd come up with a way to prank the person holding him up. Sasuke too was understandable, he was ready to fight and be taught powerful jutsu to beat his brother. However, what surprised Kakashi the most was that Hinata looked annoyed by his tardiness. "Et tu, Hinata?" Kakashi said from behind a tree, peeking around only for another kunai to fly at his head. "Dignified shinobi respect punctuality. If we can show up on time, then so can you," Hinata shouted, pointing at Kakashi, only to notice Naruto's wide-eyed look as a blush encompassed her face and she fainted. "Wow, I didn't think she could say a whole sentence without stuttering. Guess you really upset her, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said as he looked at Hinata, pulling out a small bottle of smelling salts as he held them under her nose. She sat up slowly, looking around as she realized she just fainted in front of her crush. However, before she could hide her embarrassed blush, Naruto grasped her wrist, forcing his own blush down as he helped her to her feet. "Well, now that we've got all that sorted out, we can get to the purpose of this test," Kakashi said, pulling a pair of silver bells out from his pouch as they tinkled lightly in the breeze as they bumped into each other. "Your job is to take one of these 2 bells from me. Anyone left without a bell when this alarm goes off will be sent back to the academy. Come at me with the intent to kill," Kakashi said. Looking at the 3 shocked genin, however, Naruto broke them out as he added his own words of encouragement. "Fine. Then we better not lose, right?" Naruto added, his face breaking out in a confident smirk, mirrored by Sasuke and a more light-hearted and kind one on Hinata's face as Kakashi's eyes smiled at the trio. "Okay then. Ready. Go," Kakashi called out, and the 3 genin hopefuls vanished into the surrounding foliage. Kakashi nodded, approving of their stealth skills. "Well, at least you know how to hide," he taunted, pulling out his little orange book, and a nearby tree rustled. "Found you," Kakashi said, throwing a shuriken into the tree as a flock of birds took flight. Kakashi looked confused at the tree limbs. He had been sure he'd felt a chakra signature coming from the tree. However, his one eye widened as he jumped back, several shurikens slicing through the air right where he was standing moments earlier. Before he could try and find where the metal weapons had come from, Naruto appeared, his usual confident look plastered on his face as he set himself into a brawler taijutsu style. Kakashi chuckled perversely as he turned the page on his book, annoying Naruto, who leapt at the Junin. He started with a straight punch, which Kakashi caught effortlessly, only for Naruto to use that hand to pick himself up, kicking at Kakashi's face, the Junin leaning slightly to the side as Naruto's foot flew by. Kakashi let go of his fist, raising his free hand as he pushed Naruto's overextended leg, causing the blonde to tumble to the ground in a heap. However, Naruto caught himself, pushing off from the ground as he backflipped away, closing his eyes as he tried to track Kakashi, like he did Hinata. He felt the Junin suddenly appear behind him, gathering chakra into the seal he was holding. "You really shouldn't let an enemy get behind you, Naruto," Kakashi said, intending to teach Naruto a lesson as he used his most brutal technique. Secret Konoha Taijutsu, 1000 Years of Pain. Kakashi called out, and shoved his fingers into Naruto's butt, intending to send him flying with chakra, only for Naruto vanish in a puff of smoke to be replaced by a log, covered in explosive seals, which caught alight. "Kuso!" Kakashi swore, leaping away from the blast which Naruto's two teammates saw from their hiding spots. Kakashi landed near Sasuke's, looking around for something before Sasuke saw him bend over to pick up his orange book. Sasuke took the chance to throw a few shuriken which embedded themselves in Kakashi's side, pinning him to the tree. However, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, similar to Naruto as a log took his place, only this time with explosive seals on it, the shuriken sticking out. "Crap, it was a trapishin, I better move," Sasuke hissed, only to turn and leap away and land in a clearing with Kakashi, who was still giggling perversely at his book. "Ah, so it's your turn, huh, Sasuke?" the silver-haired man said, glancing over the top of his book at the infuriated Uchiha. He was a proud Uchiha, he refused to be ignored like a piece of trash. He'd show Kakashi just what he could do, and that'd show him. Sasuke charged the Junin, who smirked, throwing up a hand to block Sasuke's knee which he pivoted off of to punch at Kakashi, which was also blocked, only to finish the spin by swiping at the bells hanging at Kakashi's side. Kakashi's one eye widened as he shoved the genin back, Sasuke digging his feet in as he slid back several feet. You almost got a bell there. Very impressive for a lone genin," Kakashi admitted as he went back to his book, unconcerned about Sasuke. "Well, I'm not like most genin." Sasuke smirked as he ran through a quick series of hand seals, inhaling as Kakashi smirked, running through his own set of hand seals. "Fire style. Great fireball jutsu." Sasuke exhaled, a massive fireball coming out of his mouth as it rushed at Kakashi, who simply stood there. Once the flames had passed, Sasuke looked around for Kakashi's charred body, only he couldn't catch sight of him. "Where is he?" "Left, right, behind me." The Uchiha turned to look, finding nothing. "Above?" Once again he couldn't find his sensei. "That only leaves below." Sasuke thought too late as a hand shot out of the ground, pulling him into the ground until only his head remained. Confident that Sasuke would be occupied for a while with that, Kakashi went in search of his last genin student. Hinata breathed slowly, trying to calm her nerves as she saw both Naruto and Sasuke get systematically beat by Kakashi. She realized that of the three members of her team, she was probably the weakest. Her father had told her as much. Still, if it meant helping her crush, she'd try her hardest to succeed in his eyes. "Boo!" Kakashi said, from behind her as she eepied, leaping from the tree as she turned to look for him. Suddenly, she saw the bushes rustling, and pulled a kunai from her pouch as she prepared to have her turn with Kakashi. "Hinata, run!" Naruto said as he crawled out of the bushes, kunai and shuriken littered across his back, blood flowing profusely from the many wounds. Hinata dropped her kunai, rushing to Naruto's side as she tried to help him, only for Naruto's breaths to start coming in ragged bursts. "Hinata, why are you so weak? I cough might have survived had you been stronger." And with that said, Naruto said, Hinata feeling tears threatening to pour from her eyes as she looked at the dead body of her crush, whose last words were cursing her. "Weakness. What? No, please wake up, Naruto-kun. I'm not weak." Hinata spluttered as she clutched Naruto to her chest, his blood staining our jacket, but she didn't care. Laying Naruto down calmly, she hit the tree next to her, using one of the most basic moves of her clan's taijutsu style, the Juken. 8 trigrams. Forceful palm, she yelled, striking the tree, which happened to be the tree Kakashi was hiding in, casting the genjutsu. Only for the tree to suddenly lean sideways, a black handprint scarred into the trunk. He decided to make his exit as an emotionally driven Hinata began systematically destroying the forest to find Kakashi for putting her through that torture. Hinata chased the Junin into a clearing, fighting him furiously with what she knew of the Juken, Kakashi barely managing to outmaneuver her female rage-fueled strikes, although he did take a couple hits, disabling his left arm. Finally, Hinata let up on her taijutsu, only to barrage Kakashi with kunai as he weaved around the flying metal. Suddenly, he felt the prick of a kunai at the back of his neck. "What was that about letting your enemy get behind you, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto said, smirking, only for Kakashi to mirror his smirk, disappearing into a puff of smoke as a log replaced him. However, Naruto and Hinata didn't have to look long for their wayward sensei as he came back, somehow having regained the use of his left arm as he kept reading his perverted book, although one could tell he was secretly pleased with this group of genin. It was almost a shame they were about to be sent back to the academy. Kakashi started with Hinata, only for Naruto to interfere whenever it looked like Hinata was about to lose, the occasional kunai or shuriken reminding the Junin that he was fighting 2 people, not 1 now. Finally, Hinata overextended with a palm strike, and Kakashi ducked underneath it, sweeping her legs out from under her as he charged Naruto, only for the blonde to put up a more valiant fight now that he was confident that Kakashi could handle his fire powers. Naruto rolled forwards, aiming to grab the bells, under for Kakashi to grab him, falling for Naruto's trap as a tiny flame appeared from nowhere, nearly taking off Kakashi's head as he leapt back, a seemingly endless army of fist-sized fireballs speeding at him as he was forced to using a water-style jutsu to protect himself as steam began flooding over the field. Hinata opted to stay put, knowing that her Byakugan would be useless in this steamy field, although would keep a careful watch in case Kakashi tried to escape. Naruto smirked, creating 4 more shadow clones as they plunged into the steam, using their newly discovered and developing sensory skills to find Kakashi's position, attacking the Junin while they held some semblance of an advantage. Kakashi, meanwhile, was trying to find his way out of the steam while fending off the attacks from multiple directions. Great, he knows the shadow clone jutsu, too. What was that fire technique? I've never heard of it before. Kakashi thought as he hit yet another clone in the back of the neck, dispelling them. Suddenly, the steam was blown away as a massive fireball landed into the clearing, the heat causing the steam to evaporate, leaving Naruto vulnerable as he was trying to sneak up on Kakashi, only for the Junin to catch him, and throwing him away as Naruto smirked. However, before Kakashi could follow up, Sasuke re-engaged the Junin, although his movements were clearly slower than before, evidence that a genin shouldn't use not just 1, but 2 C-ranked fire jutsu in the same fight. The silver-haired man easily dispatched Sasuke, sweeping his feet out from under him, catching his leg and throwing him across the clearing where he bounced across the ground, crashing into Hinata as the pair was sent into a tree before crumpling to the ground in a heap of limbs. Kakashi laughed jovially as he advanced on the pair, one sporting several cuts and probably a concussion as well as a bruised ego, the other groaning audibly from taking the brunt of the impact with the tree. Kakashi advanced on the duo, idly flipping a kunai in his hands as he looked at the downed genin, and just when he was having such high hopes for them, he decided to scare them a bit, throwing the kunai at them. He aimed for the tree behind them, but the returning feeling to his arm caused his aim to slip slightly as it hit Sasuke in the chest. Or at least it would have had Naruto not appeared in front of the kunai, the cold metal digging into his shoulder as blood spurted from the wound. He cringed, clenching his teeth as he grabbed the handle, pulling the kunai out, throwing it harmlessly to the side. "I swear on this wound. So long as I breathe, my teammates shall not die," Naruto swore, grabbing at the torn cloth of his jacket, blood seeping out between his fingers as he felt the tissue begin restitching itself together. He was surprised when Hinata climbed to her feet, standing in front of him, with her arms spread out. "I feel the same, Naruto Keikun." Hinata got out as her body ached. You could tell by the way she favored her right side, and before she could fall down, Naruto caught her, holding her up. As if I'd let the Dobi outdo me. I'm not going anywhere until I beat Id. Joining his team as they supported each other, their confidence and enthusiasm seeping into the clearing. Well, nice as that is, you still have to get the 2 bells from. Kakashi was interrupted by a soft tinkling as Naruto handed the 2 bells to Hinata and Sasuke, both of whom seemed shocked to have actually passed the test, even if it was rather roundabout. But Naruto-kun, I don't want you to be sent back to the A Academy. Hinata insisted, shoving the bell back into his hands. Naruto tilted his head to the side. You mean you don't know? Naruto asked confusedly, Hinata blushing as Naruto stared into her eyes. KK no WHWH what? She stuttered, a kind smile growing on Naruto's face. They can't send me back to the academy. Iruka's got a new class already, and none of the other teachers would take me. So Gigi just went ahead and cleared me for duty. I'm a registered genin of Konohagakure. See? Naruto said, pulling out his ninja license. Wait, you mean you didn't have to do this test? You would have been a genin either way, so why would you help us? Sasuke asked. Now he was confused. Stupid blondes. I thought we made this clear. I'm not going to take the easy road. While my teammates, my comrades, my friends, suffer. Naruto said, and Kakashi felt a grin crawl up his face to his eye as he chuckled. Well, I guess that's that. You pass, he said, eyes smiling as the trio now known as Team 7 cheered, before falling to the ground in a dog pile as their tired bodies gave out. You're so much like him. And her, it's almost unbelievable. Just how far will you go, Naruto Uzumaki, when you find a place to call home? In someone's heart. A certain pervert thought as he cut off the flow of chakra to his crystal ball, turning back to the bane of his kind, paperwork. A spark in the dark. The cycle of hatred will always be here, never ending, always repeating. The only way for it to stop is for humans to change their very nature, and no amount of pain will do that. Naruto. Gigi, I demand that you give us a more interesting mission, something engaging, something challenging, Naruto said, hitting the Hokage's desk as he puffed away on his pipe until Naruto snatched it from his mouth, throwing it out the open window. The third Hokage leapt from his seat to the window, making a grab from the falling pipe. When he missed, a solitary tear rolled down his cheek, dripping to the ground below. Puffy-chan. Sarutobi said sadly as he tried to hide the tears as he retook his seat. Glaring at Naruto, the blonde's 2 teammates were gazing at him in awe and shock that he could get away with disrespecting the Hokage of the village so easily. Kakashi probably would have ordered Naruto to apologize, had he not had his head buried in the Icha-Icha book in front of his face. He wasn't even aware that Naruto had practically assaulted the Hokage. Fine, you want a more interesting mission. I order you to recapture Tora. The Hokage said smugly, pointing a finger at Naruto who deadpanned back. Hinata and Sasuke hung their heads down at having to recapture the elusive ninja cat Tora who had apparently escaped once again. Mentally, Sasuke was cursing Naruto for his disrespect. Meanwhile, Hinata was imagining herself and Naruto alone in the forest, Naruto covered in cuts while Hinata smeared her special healing cream on his body to help it heal. Slowly, Naruto removed his shirt to allow her access and then Hinata's face went boiling red and she fainted. Luckily Naruto noticed just in time to keep her from hitting the desk as he laid her on the couch to the side of the office. How about no, Naruto retorted as he glared Sarutobi down. Mentally, Sasuke was cursing the blonde even louder, while cursing himself to a much lesser degree for allowing the blonde to keep digging the hole deeper. You would dare say no to your Hokage? The third demanded as he raised himself to his full height before something crashed through his open window, landing squarely on his desk as it turned the organized surface into a warlike battlefield. Naruto reached forwards, grabbing the object, pulling something free from it as he handed the third's pipe back to him, then handing over Tora. I swapped that smelly stuff in your pipe for some catnip. Once you lit it up, I knew it was only a matter of time before Tora smelled it and came running. Mission pay please, Naruto said, holding his hand out as Sarutobi looked incredulously at the blonde behind Naruto. Sasuke was in a similar state, and Kakashi just gave a perverted giggle as he was still ignoring the situation. Now then, I believe I was trying to convince you that we're ready for a C-rank mission, Naruto said, his carefree face losing the jovialness as he expressed through his body and eyes that he had the utmost confidence that his team could do this. Behind him, Sasuke nodded mutely, still in shock over Naruto's confidence and trickery. Mentally, Sasuke was still cursing the blonde for outsmarting even the Hokage. "Fine, Kakashi. Do you believe your team is ready for a C-rank mission?" the Hokage asked, steepling his fingers in front of his face to hide his grim expression and masked smile at Naruto's grit. If the boy ever made Hokage, he'd need that to stand up to the civilian council. Kami knows Sarutobi never did. Yes, just perfect," Kakashi mumbled out, giggling away as Sarutobi sighed, and Naruto frowned while Sasuke grinned at the prospect of going on a C-rank mission. Bandit attacks were not unusual on C ranks, and Sasuke wanted to not only prove himself superior to the blonde, but also to test himself to see how far he'd came since that night. Fine. Send in the client, Masumi," the Hokage said loudly as the secretary hid and the door to the office opened to reveal an older man who had a small backpack on his back and a hat to cover his head in the sun. Naruto took one whiff of the man and cringed, covering his nose as the man smelled like a walking bar. This image was helped by the bottle in the man's hand that undoubtedly held sake. "Huh? This is all my money is worth?" A giggling cyclops, an emo, a light-hearted girl, and a flaky blonde. "I think I'd do better with that team of dogs I saw walking around the streets," the man complained, until Naruto glared at him and mumbled something under his breath, and snapped his fingers as the man yelped and dropped the bottle of sake. Only Naruto, knowing what was about to happen, allowed him to catch the bottle as he held it back up to the man. "Something the matter, drunkard?" Naruto asked innocently while thinking of an idea for an attack. The drunk hesitantly took the bottle back, thanking the blonde for saving his sake. "Team 7, this is Tazuna, a bridge builder from Nami no Kuni. He's requested a team to guard him while he finishes a bridge," the Hokage said, handing the scroll to Naruto as Kakashi looked preoccupied. Honestly, Naruto considered setting fire to the book to garner his attention, but he doubted that would help the situation. So instead, Naruto just accidentally dropped some of the still-smoking catnip on the book as Tora leapt from the desk onto Kakashi, who yelped as the cat began viciously mauling his book. "Now then, sensei, if you're done reading your smut, can we get on with the mission?" Naruto asked, and Kakashi sighed, giving up on saving his book as all that remained were shreds of paper that better resembled confetti than the book it used to be. Grimly nodding his hand, Naruto turned back to the Hokage. "Bye, Gigi. See you in a few weeks. I promise we'll do our best," Naruto assured the Hokage, and beside him, Sasuke nodded, as well as did Hinata as she awoke from her dream state. "Okay team, meet at the gate in 1 hour," Kakashi said, vanishing in a shushin. Turning to his two teammates, Naruto stuck his hand out, the other two copying him as they tossed their hands into the air before turning to leave and get ready for their mission. As they left, no one noticed that Sarutobi pulled out a scroll, sealed with the symbol of an Anbu communique. "Dear Hokage, target has been sighted alone with Mizu. After a short engagement, the target escaped and is currently headed towards Nami. We are in pursuit, but chances are low that we'll catch the target. Advise Hokage to stop any Genin or Chunin teams from entering the area." Sarutobi sighed as he read the message. It had been sent a month previously from a small team of Anbu patrolling the borders of Hai no Kuni. He sent up a silent prayer to the former Hokages to watch over the team that just left his office. The target mentioned in the message was an A-rank nuke nin for a reason, but hopefully, she had already moved on. Since he hadn't received a second message though, so chances were that she had eliminated the Anbu team in pursuit, and he had no way of knowing her whereabouts. "Oh Minato, what would you do in my position? I can't baby Naruto forever, but that doesn't mean I want to send him to something he's not ready for yet. You were always the rational one, Kushina. Would have probably beat us both and then followed Naruto," the third said as he steepled his fingers before moving on to the next message as he had to hurry to finish all the dreaded paperwork. 24 hours later, why did I do that?" Naruto cried as he punched the tree in front of him. It would have hurt except his hand would heal up quickly, and the tree seemed to be losing whatever battle the two were having. "Naruto-kun, Naruto heard his crush mumble as she looked through the small grove of trees for him. Sighing, he reined in his anger as he unclenched his fists, but one could still see that he was conflicted by the way his eyes darted around, trying to avoid Hinata's gaze. "I'm over here, Hinata-chan," Naruto said, and due to his shifting eyes, he didn't see how Hinata blushed at the friendly address. But she forced her blush down as she placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, drawing his gaze to her as she saw the singular tear that trailed down his face. It seemed like such a foreign image, Naruto her hero and crush upset and depressed. Before she thought, she placed her other hand on his other shoulder as she pulled him closer, wrapping her hands around him as she hugged him. Naruto blushing intensely at the physical contact as he slowly brought his hands up as well, embracing the equally blushing brunette. "What's the matter?" Hinata mumbled lowly, but due to her close proximity, Naruto still heard as her breath tickled his ear and he gave an involuntary shiver before they separated, looking into each other's eyes. Unnoticed to either one, their faces slowly got closer before a bird cried out, startling both into separating with blushes bright enough to light up the pitch blackness of night. "It's my fault. If I hadn't said what I did, Sasuke," Naruto trailed off before starting again, trying to get a better grasp of his emotions. "I made a promise that I wouldn't let my teammates get hurt on my watch, and rather than protect you, I'm the one responsible for hurting Sasuke. I hate this feeling of knowing that I hurt someone precious to me. I never want to feel this again, never want to see my precious people hurt because of me," Naruto said, the image of Sasuke's prone body, his arm bent at a strange angle, one that it certainly shouldn't be able to bend at. "Naruto-kun," Hinata trailed off, adding the honorific under her breath as Naruto didn't hear due to his inner turmoil. "Tell me, go through it with me again, and show me what you did wrong," Hinata insisted, a rare side of her showing as she became determined to make Naruto believe that he was innocent, that what happened to Sasuke wasn't his fault. "Hinata, I can't," Naruto said, only for Hinata to grab him, forcing him to look her dead in the eye. What he saw surprised him. Rather than look at him accusingly, she looked at him in the way that one would view a child accused of breaking something. She was fully convinced of his innocence, and even if he did do it, she forgave him. "No, you will do it, because if you are to blame, then this is your punishment, and if you didn't then you have nothing to fear. I don't blame you. Kakashi-sensei doesn't blame you. Sasuke probably blames you, but he can go screw himself and his overinflated ego," Hinata said, and then blushed heavily as she realized what she'd said about her injured teammate. Naruto really was breaking down her walls. "Okay, as you know, it started when we walked past that puddle. Death. It was equally the most liberating and restricting sensation a soul can experience. The feeling as the last breath leaves your body, your soul trying so desperately to inhale and take another breath, to last another second, but it isn't as death comes to all without question or opposition. One can try as hard as they wish to escape death or to beat it, but the truth of the matter is that each victory is empty because death only comes when you can't fight any longer. This was the fate of each and every person that death claims, the end of the incredible journey called life. The point, you ask, the point was that death had come and claimed them, Zabuza and her. Naruto sat up, breathing heavily, sweat pouring from his body as the voice echoed in his head, fading slowly into blackness. The voice had come for the past week, ever since the fight between Zabuza and Haku. Team and had arrived back in Konoha late yesterday afternoon, and had reported to the Hokage, who scolded them for continuing on a mission outside of their capabilities. This was followed by congratulations for completing a mission outside their capabilities. But that didn't ease Naruto's conscience any, not even the kind words by Hinata had stopped the dull ache in his heart for his dead friend. You could call him stupid for caring, you could call him weak for showing compassion for the enemy, and you could call him useless for failing to save his friend, because every accusation was true. Whether he was stupid, weak, or useless for it was beside the point. Because in Naruto's heart and soul, he knew that being caring and compassionate and weak were bad for the shinobi lifestyle, but as a human being, something the civilians tried hard to make him out to be anything but, he welcomed them with open arms. Turning to look at his alarm clock, he saw that it was almost 5 in the morning, and groaned as he rolled out of bed, deciding to go for a walk as the sun rose. Stretching his body, his tense muscles relaxed, and his joints popped as they were worked. Giving his neck one final roll, he pulled on his clothes which a shadow clone had washed during the night, and left his tiny apartment. It was somewhat cool outside, so Naruto zipped up his orange jacket, using it as stealth training as he crept through the village, trying to avoid being seen as he reached the outer wall, sitting down on it as he watched the sunrise in the distance, the ball the same shade of orange as his jacket, turning the whole village ginger as it rose into the sky. Sighing as the light swept over him, Naruto decided to try something out as he closed his eyes, relaxing his body while applying chakra to keep himself stuck to the wall as he mentally opened his eyes, several chakra signatures visible beneath him at the gate, probably the 2 gate guards and a returning, or leaving, shinobi. He could have pushed out the range of his sensory sight, but the more he pushed it, the blurry it got, and the more of a headache he would end up with. He opened his eyes again, reaching into his pocket as he pulled out a book. It had been an on-the-spot purchase from a bookstore after Gigi had mentioned something about a Chunin exam coming soon. Naruto didn't expect that they would take part due to Sasuke's health, but you never knew with the Uchiha, so Naruto had bought a book on Kumo. If he did take part in the exam, Kumo would probably be the biggest competitor against Konoha, and Naruto had a bit of a grudge to deal with. Kumo had taken part in the attack on his clan, as had Kiri and Iwa, but Iwa was notorious for not taking part in Konoha's exams after the last shinobi war when the 4th Hokage destroyed their army single-handed, much of an army now, due to the civil war, so they probably couldn't afford to send very strong shinobi to take part. Suna, they might be able to be strong competition, and rumors were that the daimyo had cut funding to their village, so this was the perfect chance to prove their worth, but Naruto didn't have an axe to grind with them like he did Kumo or Iwa. The book itself didn't really have much info on Kumo, probably due to their renowned security. The only villages with tighter security were Taki and Aim, but both were minor villages. One chapter was in the book that interested Naruto greatly: the Storm release. After his inability to fight effectively in Wave due to the mist, Naruto had become wary of water-based Kenkai Genkai and strong Suiden users. Haku's ice release was okay because Naruto could somewhat counter it with his fire, but against someone who could use electrified water in the form of laser. No. Naruto was lost in his thoughts when a familiar chakra entered his sensors, his head whipping around to find the owner below himself, his book snapping shut as he pushed it back into his pocket. His sensors all changed from the broad range he usually employed to a more refined field, which was able to stretch from the wall to the Hokage Tower, at the cost that he could only sense a singular chakra signal, but it helped when locating a foreign shinobi in the village. The only real place he could use it was inside the village, because the technique required him to block out all the familiar chakra he sensed around him. He closed his eyes, letting go as he fell backwards, his body free falling towards the ground below, his hair whipping around him as the wind cut coldly into his skin as he fell, until he stuck his hand out, the limb lit up with chakra as he attached it to the wall, his fingers dragging furrows into the stone as he slowed his descent until he dropped down silently. Looking around, he took to the roofs, leaping from one to another as he headed for the familiar chakra, his senses alerting him to the proximity as he went back to his broader spectrum once he had pinned down the location. Coming to a stop on a nearby rooftop, he bent down, catching his breath as he watched the meeting happening below him. "Move, Pinky. That brat needs to watch where he's going." A male crowed as he made a move to go around Sakura. He was wearing a full-body black jumpsuit with 2 pointed ears like cat ears. He had several purple lines on his face which Naruto took as war paint. A large bundle was beside him, but Naruto could detect several chakra strings between him and the bundle. Maybe I should have read that chapter on Suna after all. Naruto thought as considered pulling the book out to check, but his curiosity at Sakura's skill overriding the idea. Previously, he wouldn't have been concerned, considering Sakura's skills, or lack of therefore, but she seemed to have jumped in skill since graduation, her reserves not anything remarkable, but they were easily as large as one of the clan heirs like Kiba or Shino. It made Naruto excited for the Chunin exams to see how his classmates had taken to being real shinobi and kunoichi. Back to the confrontation on the dirt street, Sakura moved to block the male, who scowled as he tensed up and started to brush past her, only for Sakura to grab his arm and push him back slightly. The boy caught off guard only for a second, which was all it took for Sakura to make several hand seals and cast a genjutsu over the boy. "It seems that she's taking after her sensei," Naruto noted as the girl accompanying him walked up and punched him over the head, dispelling the genjutsu. She had sandy blonde hair pulled into 4 ponytails. She wore a pale blouse which was loose and hung long enough to pass for a dress. Her headband was around her waist and she had a large metal weapon on her back which made Naruto wonder how strong she was to tote it around all the time. But neither one of them had the chakra signature that Naruto had sensed, and a quick pulse through his range revealed that a third shinobi, the one he was looking for, was hidden in the trees above. "Baka, don't just antagonize a kunoichi when we're not here to fight," the blonde said as the male rubbed his head, looking something akin to embarrassed as the girl admonished him. "Yes, Tamari, I won't do it again," the boy said. Although it sounded sarcastic, the girl didn't seem to notice. "Kankuro, Tamari, shut up before I kill you," a third voice said as a young redhead jumped down from the trees, landing silently beside his fellow Sunanin as his gaze swept over the street with an apathetic glare, his arms crossed. "What are 3 Sunanin doing in Konoha? Even if we are allied, you can't just waltz in here whenever you please," Sakura demanded, and Naruto sighed. It seemed old habits died hard. "They are here for the Chunin exams, Sakura-san. Think, would the gatekeepers allow 2 genin without a sensei, and a wild raccoon into the village?" Naruto stated as he dropped down, the 2 Suna ninja and Sakura turning on him in surprise. Well, Sakura was surprised. Kankuro and Tamari were just shocked that this boy knew about Gaara's burden. Well, what if they kill them, or they snuck into the village unnoticed? Honestly, Naruto Baka, you tell me to think, but you don't consider all the facts, Sakura said, looking at Naruto with a superior attitude. Okay, so maybe she hadn't changed much in personality, but at least she wasn't useless in a fight. Sure. 2 shinobi that I sensed from the wall, snuck past 2 trained Chunin, and the Hokage is just letting them wander aimlessly around the village. And if I'm not mistaken, not even 3 nameless shinobi, but the Kasuke's children. Yep, totally snuck in, Naruto said, and Sakura at least had the decency to blush, although she didn't admit that she was wrong. But Naruto didn't push it. The 2 older siblings were practically shell-shocked at this point. Not only had they been caught off guard by a genin who had located in the massive village, but he also knew of Gaara's burden, and their true identities. But Gaara, well, the redhead seemed almost gleeful as desired to fight Naruto now. He would make a wonderful offering to Mother. That said, I have to go. Kakashi-sensei should out of the Junin meeting on the Chunin exams, and with my luck, Team 7 is probably signed up, despite Sasuke's hospitalization. Naruto complained, which made Sakura shut up as she raced off towards the hospital. Well, that was quick. Anyways, see you guys later, Naruto said apathetically as he walked off, Konohamaru trailing behind him. Little did Naruto know that he would look back on this meeting as the first time he couldn't sense Kyuubi's hatred directed at him, and when he realized that, he smiled a soft smile. The key to the heart. You better turn up the heat, or I'm going to leave you smoldering, Naruto. Naruto sighed as he drew idly on the back of his test. All around him, he could feel the tension in the air as everyone tried to work out the complex questions on the paper, but Naruto didn't care really. He was lost in his thoughts of something that had occurred to him from observing his teammates fight with Rock Lee. It was with no small sense of satisfaction that Naruto was right when he'd guessed that Team 7 was entered into the Chunin exams, the test in front of him being the first part. They had woken up early to meet at Training Ground 7 to make an agreement to do their best in the exams. Hinata was just glad she hadn't stuttered or fainted when Naruto had grabbed her hand. They had arrived at the academy with plenty of time to spare, only to find a large contingent of hopeful Chunin in front of a door on the 2nd floor. 2 genin were blocking the door, warning everybody off, but Naruto could sense that they were using a henge to conceal their appearance. They were on the high end of Chunin judging from their chakra reserves. Hey, could you move? People do have places to go, Naruto complained as the group turned to face Team 7, anger on their faces as Seg fingers at the 2 henged Chunin. They won't let us in for the Chunin exam. If we aren't inside soon, we'll be disqualified from competing, one genin cried. Others echoing his cry as they tried once again to push their way past the ones blocking the door, only to get shoved back. Not out problem, now move aside or we'll move you ourselves, Sasuke growled out, sending an especially nasty sneer towards those that looked ready to pummel his face in. He didn't have time to waste disposing of these weaklings, and besides, He wanted to conserve his energy for the actual tests. Yeah, you're such idiots if you think a simple genjutsu like that will fool us. A calm voice said from behind Sasuke. Only glanced behind him, only to see Sakura standing there, tapping her foot impatiently. Although she didn't appear much different outwards, Sasuke could pick up on the subtle differences such as how she didn't flinch or blush intensely at his gaze. Instead, she met his eyes evenly, although she did give a small smile. If he was impressed, he didn't show it. Baka, don't say that, now we'll have more competition to get past until I can beat Tami's face in. Naruto groaned as the genin surrounding the door looked up and awed before heading up to the next floor. Shut up, Naruto, I doubt you even knew it was a genjutsu, Kiba said, Akamaru yipping in agreement, even though he thought his master was an idiot for challenging the boy that smelled like a fox. Yes, that's why I was trying to get past them to the next floor. Naruto growled out, and before anyone knew it, Kiba and Naruto had their heads pressed against each other, lightning shooting between them. Bah, you probably couldn't even read the sign right, that's why you thought you were on the wrong floor, Kiba retorted, smiling wolfishly. Huh, that's rich, if I recall correctly, it wasn't me that misspelled my own name on the graduation test. Now how about you scamper off, and go hump something, mutt? Naruto threatened. Hinata growing slowly more and more worried that a fight was about to break out in the hallway. But suddenly, two fists planted themselves in Naruto's and Kiba's heads, the owner of said fist taking care not to hit Akamaru, who blinked owlishly at his downed master as he began barking rapidly to wake Kiba up, who groaned and said something about, stupid, Kura. Hinata ran over to her crush, checking on him as Naruto sat up, the pair repeating their twin fainting spells as a giggle echoed down the hallway as Naruto stirred at a chakra signature that felt almost poisoned. He saw Hinata passed out, and patted her shoulder, the blue net stirring as she sat up and saw something that made her look fearfully down the hall as she hid behind Naruto. Ah, Sakura-chan, such monstrous strength. Be my girlfriend. A voice said as a boy got down on one knee, handing a rose to Sakura, who blushed at the gesture, the pink head glancing at Sasuke out of the corner of her eye as he looked bored. She sighed, turning back to answer the boy, only to freeze up at his giant eyebrows. Eek, you have two caterpillars on your face, Sakura cried out, grabbing her stoic teammate as she shoved the aburame in front of her. She hated bugs, and she thought dogs smelled horrible, although Akamaru didn't smell wretched horrible, maybe because he was always letting her bathe him with shampoo. Lee, stop scaring the poor girl. I told you those eyebrows freak normal people out. A girl said as she appeared beside the boy, her hair pulled into two buns that made her resemble a panda. Yes, Tenten, I understand what I must do, Lee said as he pulled out a kunai. He let it up for a moment before pointing it at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you to a fight for Sakura-chan's heart, Lee called, and Sasuke smirked for a second, something inside of him calling to fight Lee. Lee, we don't have time for this. You can have your little fight later, right now. We have to get to the third floor. A bored voice said, and Naruto felt Hinata stiffen behind him as a second male appeared, La and Tenten's final teammate, no doubt. However, I'm curious about this year's Rookie of the Year, so have your little spar, but make it snappy. Sasuke smirked. So they had sparred for about 5 minutes until the fight was broken up by Lee, Tenten, and Neji's sensei, Maeda Guy, who looked identical to Lee. I've heard of hero worship, but to take it that far. Naruto thought as he shook himself out of his daydreams. He did rather well considering his condition, Naruto thought, his mind drifting back to the event that almost killed his teammate, and how he blamed himself. Are you okay, scaredy cat? Naruto asked sarcastically as he barreled into the side of one of Zabuza's water clones. It scattered into droplets of water, although no one could see it in the dense fog. Seemingly sensing the will, the fog began to lift. Sasuke felt a deep rage inside of him alight as he charged past Naruto, leaping in front of him brandishing a kunai. He grabbed Naruto's collar with his free hand as he tried to lift the blonde off the ground. He probably would have succeeded had Naruto been a normal malnourished child, but Naruto had a few people who cared for him, and so he was well nourished. He had to be if he wanted to be a shinobi. That's it, Dobi. I'm sick and tired off your attitude. You are a nobody compared to me, an Uchiha, you understand. Spittle flew from Sasuke's mouth and splattered against Naruto's cheek, whose hand rose and slowly wiped it off before punching Sasuke in the face. Sasuke stumbled backwards, dropping his kunai as he fell on his butt. "Huh. Look, the almighty Uchiha knocked down by a simple punch. I'm sure your clan would be so proud," Naruto retorted apathetically, before his eyes widened and he leapt to the side. "Move it, Uchiha," Naruto barked out as the Uchiha sneered at him. "Like I'm going to listen to you, orphan Dobi," Sasuke answered, only for a second water clone to come out of the bushes and make a beeline for Sasuke, whose eyes also widened as he stood to dodge, only to slip on his dropped kunai and fell forwards. The clone hefted his massive blade with ease as he brought it down on Sasuke, who cried out, only to become doused in water as Naruto appeared, breathing heavily with a kunai outstretched, his ambush barely making it in time. As if in agreement of this fact, a paper-thin cut appeared on Sasuke's neck from where the blade had touched him. His eyes were still the size of dinner plates as he fell unconscious, the shock too much for the genin Uchiha. Flashback end when he had awakened a day later from a feverish nightmare. His eyes were the signature red of the Sharingan. According to Sasuke, the fear of his death had allowed him to awaken the dojutsu. Kakashi had had Sasuke see the psych ward when they had arrived, just to make sure he was battle fit. Apparently he had gotten a clean bill of health, considering where they were. All the same, it had hit Naruto just as hard, how he almost caused his teammate to be killed because his stupid honorable Nindo. Curse it in its entirety. Hinata had told him about Neji, the last member of Team 9, who was also her cousin, although she referred to him as Neji-ni-san, even though she always seemed to be afraid whenever he came around. It had seemed like she wanted to say more, but it wasn't her place, she'd said. That brought them to this moment, with Naruto bored out of his skull, and so he decided to meditate, and try to familiarize himself with some of the competition. He was supposed to be answering questions on a test by cheating, but he didn't really have any way to cheat without getting caught, so instead he was covertly lighting people's tests on fire, which had been pretty funny when everyone started acting like the room was haunted. Hinata had apparently thought so at least. He felt the noise drop away as he fell into the blackness of his mind, until he felt himself impacted something wet and slimy. Rubbing his head, he stood up to find himself in his mindscape, which was still a sewer, which irked Nadant like the sewers, and from what he could tell, it was supposed to represent his mental stability, which was utter BS, because he was well educated and structured, so why in Kami's name was his mindscape a freaking sewer? He, silly human. Naruto heard the Kyuubi's voice echoing through the empty stone walls. For some reason, it filled Naruto with rage how the Kyuubi was laughing at him. The fox was locked in a cage inside a weak human, as Kyuubi liked to put it, and still he had the tenacity to laugh at Naruto. Someone was going to pay. "Shut up, stupid fox," Naruto yelled at the monstrous demon fox, which ignored him in favor of chuckling at him. "Hey, I said shut up." Naruto tried again, still ignored. "Shut up, you ungodly furball," Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, his only response being a twitch of the fox's ear as Naruto sighed and sat down, focusing his mind on the task of silencing the fox's laughter. "It's not so fun when it happens to you, is it?" the Kyuubi asked, disturbing Naruto from his meditation. "What are you talking about? I don't going around laughing at you and disturbing your rest," Naruto growled out through gritted teeth. "No, but for the last 2 weeks all I've heard is, sniff, sniff, my friend is dead." "Wah?" Kyuubi snarled out, glaring at Naruto who, despite himself, took a step back at the hatred being shot at him. "Well, what do you want me to do? I had to kill one of my friends. I'm not like you, Demon Fox, who can just kill and get over it instantly. I'm a human, I grieve," Naruto shouted back, only for the fox to huff the burst of air, sending Naruto's jacket fluttering. "Hardly. You knew her for maybe 3 days, I'd hardly call that a close friend. Now if it was that Hyuga girl, or maybe your other teammate, the Uchiha, you could be justified. And I can get over it because it's the same as killing bugs to you ninja. I don't have any friend, so I will never have the problem of grieving for someone close to me. Now get over your stupid, pointless self-pity." Kyuubi roared as the bars on the cage rattled but held up to the rage of the 9-tailed Biju. "Shut up, stupid fox, you don't have any friends because no one would want to be friends with you. And I did almost get Sasuke killed, so there. I have a reason to grieve. Naruto said childishly, and the Kyuubi couldn't help sweat dropping at that. But he didn't die. You saved him. What idiotic creature cries when they save someone? Honestly, I couldn't live with myself if I cried over every little thing. Kyuubi said offhand. He turned to leave, only to have to send one final dig at Naruto as his body vanished into the shadows, his voice echoing throughout the chamber. You cry because one person you knew for 3 days died. Sasuke had his entire family killed by his older brother, yet you don't see him going around sobbing about it. No, he's made a vow to grow strong enough to avenge his clan. Perhaps you would do well to do. Likewise. Kyuubi went silent at that, and for all his intelligence. Naruto couldn't think of a comeback to that. He went silent as well, contemplating the fox's words. He's right. Sasuke will forsake everything to get stronger, his history shows that. I won't be the same, but no more crying over death. I am a shinobi. Death is our bedmate and ever-present watchman. To grieve over such a thing is weakness, and I will never be weak in their eyes again. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will protect my precious people, no matter the cost to myself. Naruto roared as he ran from the chamber, never noticing the light chuckle the Kyuubi gave as he left, and the room faded away. Why are you so alike, old man, Kit? What is it that makes you special, Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze? Kyuubi mumbled as his tails shrouded him. Naruto came to as Hinata was shaking him, trying to awaken him. Leave it to the Dobi to fall asleep during our Chunin exams. Oh well, at least we didn't fail. Sasuke said, glaring at Naruto, who returned the glare in equal force, catching Sasuke off guard. Naruto-kun, come on, we have to hurry to training ground 44. If we're late, we'll be disqualified. Hinata said worriedly, and Naruto groaned, stretching himself out and releasing the coiled tension in his body. No, I'm done being the one watching others back. Now, Team 7 will lead the way through hell. Naruto said, clenching his fist as he held it out. Sasuke sighing before bumping fists. Hinata looking between the two rivals before her fist joined them, and the three sped off, chasing down the eligible genin teams. Okay wimps. Behind me, you'll see a chain link fence, which is the only thing separating training ground 44 from the general populace. For the next 5 days, you'll have to survive inside of here, while heading for the tower located in the center of the forest, approximately 5 kilometers from the outside, an easily task for any half-decent shinobi, so maybe a few of you will make it. Anko shouted. The assembled genin standing silently as she read off the instructions for the second part of the exams. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 slipped silently into the crowd. So, you'll also need to collect 2 keys to get into the tower. You'll need 1 heaven scroll. She paused to raise her arm, showing a scroll to the crowd, the outside marked with the kanji for heaven. And 1 earth scroll, a repeat with her other hand, from each other. She finished, smirking at the discontent coming from the genin. It was to be expected that not all of the team would be prepared for combat in what was supposed to be a peaceful exam. Naruto shut his eyes, his sensory bubble spreading over all the genin, his mind working overtime to commit as many to memory, the blonde taking his time to organize the special cases ahead of the others. Among this group were Gaara, Neji, Kabuto, and a certain grass nin. While he analyzed the chakra signatures, Naruto's thought went to his meeting Kabuto. Flashback, FWW, we made it in time. Naruto said, his statement mirrored by his teammates, although Sasuke didn't look particularly worried, his own arrogance shining through as he thought they would hold up the exams for the last Uchiha. Oh, how wrong he was. Sasuke-kun. A loud needy voice shouted as Ino shot out of the crowd, far faster than anyone had ever seen her move as she tackled Sasuke to the floor, rubbing her cheek on his chest while he shot murderous glares at the platinum blonde. Oh, I've missed you so much, and I was worried about you, sweetie. Her voice was dripping with enough sugar to kill a diabetic. As much as I loathe admitting it, Sasuke doesn't need someone worrying about him. He can handle himself, pig. Naruto snorted as he suddenly pulled a Sasuke, putting his hands into his pocket and half closing his eyes as he glared at a wall. Shut up, Naruto Baka. Someone has to worry about Sasuke, especially when he has a teammate like you. Ino shouted back, her grip on Sasuke growing slowly tighter as the Uchiha felt his oxygen supply beginning to dwindle away. What is that supposed to mean? I could protect him better than you ever could. Why, a strong breeze would probably break you in half, hone. Naruto hissed out, and Ino was taken aback by the insult. Wah whatever. Baka, no guy would find a fat girl attractive. I'm only watching my weight so Sasuke will love me. Ino growled back, and opened her mouth to say something insulting when Naruto chuckled darkly. I don't think it's working, considering you squished him. Maybe you should try something different, or Sasuke will never find you attractive. Naruto said and turned to leave, hearing Ino fretting over her precious Sasuke-kun. Well, at least I didn't almost get him killed on his mission, Ino shouted at Naruto, who froze mid-step, the whole room somehow quieting down as the blonde boy lifted his head. That's right, I heard around the clan grounds how my father had to perform a psyche evaluation because you almost got him killed, Ino continued, and Naruto glanced over his shoulders at her. First of all, medical records are considered private and span be considered treason, and depending on how important the patient is, possibly execution. Considering the council practically licks the Uchiha's feet clean, I don't favor lenient sentencing. I'm obligated by law to inform an unbiased Junin about this. Thank you for your help, Ino-chan. Naruto said, walking away calmly as Ino went sheet white. She rose to chase Naruto down, and tell him to forget it, and threaten him if necessary, but he'd vanished into the crowd. Hinata strangely also vanishing into the crowds. Stupid hone pig. I hope she breaks a nail and maybe loses a few teeth too, for all the trouble she causes me. I almost pity Sasuke if he upsets her, although he could probably tell her to bend over for every man in the village, and she'd be glad to. Naruto raged, although his face had grown free of all emotion. I agree. She does need to be put in her place. A voice said from behind Naruto, and he turned slowly to see who it was to find a white-haired man who looked around 17. He had round glasses, and although he was smiling genially, Naruto didn't trust him. The fact that his reserves were around high Junin level. If this man was a genin, Naruto was the Hokage. True, but I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting someone who shares my views on some of my classmates. I'm Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto introduced himself, extending his hand while the other one stayed in his pocket. Yeah, I know. I'm Kabuto Yushi, a 7-time failure at the Chunin exams. Kabuto said, taking Naruto's hand, but before Naruto could question what he went, a loud voice shouted out. Okay, you maggots. Flashback end. No one introduces themselves as a repeat failure unless they're trying to throw off suspicion from them and or their skills. Even I only took 3 times to get through the graduation, and that's only because the teachers hated me. Naruto thought as the teams were divided up, each signing a waiver and taking a heaven or earth scroll from the assistants manning the small booths. Okay, we got a heaven scroll, so we need an earth scroll. And I can't sense Neji or Gaara, so they're at least in a different area than us. However, I can sense that creepy grass nin nearby, so we'll have to be on guard. And Kabuto appears to be talking with the grass nin. Just great, now we'll have to watch out for him too, although I already didn't trust him. Naruto said, and silence reigned for a few seconds until a loud explosion signaled the start of the second part of the Chunin exams. 5 days remain. After 10 minutes of running, the trio stopped as Naruto turned to look at his 2 compatriots, even if one refused to acknowledge Naruto. Okay, I can sense a team in that direction who we could probably take, but, Hinata, I would like you to use the Byakugan to verify how many there are, and see if you can tell what scroll they have. Hinata nodded, making the activation seals for her own dojutsu. Sasuke, I can also sense a second team heading this way. Think you can handle them, oh high and mighty Uchiha? Naruto requested, and Sasuke raised an eyebrow before shaking it off, and pulling some kunai out in preparation for battle. The first one burst through the bushes, his hands full of shuriken as he planned to get the drop on the unsuspecting team. However, what he instead caught was a kunai in the shoulder, another following quickly that clipped his arm, leaving a shallow cut as he hissed, dropping his shuriken. Sasuke was caught off guard as the second one appeared behind him, his leg already in motion as he tried to kick Sasuke's exposed side. Sasuke's eyes widened as he went flying, however, the genin wasn't expecting Sasuke to burst into smoke, a broken log appearing in his place. He had just enough time to utter, "Kawarimi," before Sasuke reappeared, a kick sending the genin into the tree trunk, knocking him unconscious as he joined his teammate on the ground. The third and final member of the attacking team was far more cautious than her teammates as she threw several shuriken at Sasuke, who managed to weave through them using his Sharingan before returning fire with 3 kunai, which the genin avoided. She then shot at Sasuke, who got his kunai up in time to block her slash, the two weapons grinding against each other. While she was so close, Sasuke finally caught sight of their headbands, which had a snowflake on the metal, and Sasuke's sweat dropped. Yukigakura is competing too? That seems foolish, considering we live in the land of fire, and you use snow to attack. Sasuke pointed out before jumping back, the girl pressing her advantage, too focused to respond to Sasuke's half-taunt. But it was not to be, as Sasuke sidestepped her attack, dropping down as he swept her legs out from under her, sending her tumbling to the ground below. She impacted the dirt below, sending a cloud of dust into the air as she lay there, knocked out cold by the fall. Sasuke smirked, his arrogance shining through in the end, as he rummaged through their clothes and bags. Once he found what he was looking for, he returned to the side of his teammates, who were staring into the darkness, as if seeing something unseen, which was possible considering the two. "So, I take it you were able to handle them, Sasuke?" Naruto asked sarcastically. He was well aware that Sasuke could handle the trio, hence why he sent only Sasuke to handle them. They were far too weak to give an Uchiha any trouble, although it was stupid of Yuki to send shinobi to compete. "I looked through their stuff, and found another scroll." Sasuke held the scroll up. Having already checked it, Naruto felt no such need, considering how Sasuke wasn't bragging about it. "Good work, I figured you could handle them. The real question is, do you think you can handle a shinobi with some actual training?" Naruto asked, once again sarcastically, as he knew Sasuke's answer already. The Uchiha would always think he could handle anything, despite how he nearly died to Zabuza's water clone. "Of course, none of these weaklings can hope to compete with me." Sasuke growled back, feeling like Naruto was insulting his skills. "Good, then let's get started, shall we?" Naruto said rhetorically. Leaping into the trees as Sasuke followed, Hinata nodding to herself as she brought up the rear, although all three were soon side by side as they leapt through the trees, heading for their targets. The genin apparently weren't expecting competition so soon, as they were caught with their pants down, literally as one was behind a tree peeing when Naruto dropped down, a kunai pressed to the Rain Nin's neck before he sighed, slamming the genin's head into a tree, sending him into sweet, blissful unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Sasuke was dodging a rain of needles from the lead Rain Nin, the annoying genin refusing to stop tossing the lethal umbrellas into the air. Though he was avoiding a majority of the sharp needles, it still brought back bad memories of the Uchiha's fight with Haku, who managed to make the boy resemble a hedgehog before finishing him off. Apparently this Rain Nin was trying for a repeat performance. Finally, he slipped through the rain, nailing the genin in the gut with a kick that sent him skidding back, his arms crossed to block the standard kick. He smirked, making a quick set of hand seals before not one, not two, but 3 umbrellas filled with needles went spinning into the air, their cargo quickly slicing downwards towards the Uchiha. Sasuke growled in anger as he used a quick kawarimi to escape the rain of death, the log looking more like a pincushion than wood. The Uchiha clenched his fists, weaving through the field of needles as he went through his own hand seals, exhaling a large fireball right at the Rain Nin, which exploded on impact, sending the Rain Nin flying backyards into a tree. "I finally got the rhythm of your dance down," Sasuke said, crossing his arms as he looked at the beaten Rain Nin with a smug grin on his face. Finally, with the sole female member of Team 7, and Naruto's crush. Hinata was engaged in a somewhat heated taijutsu battleman who was grinning almost manically as he charged. Hinata down, his kunai moving to block the Juken strikes. Neither side could take the advantage as Hinata was skilled enough to fend off his frequent attacks. However, the Rain Nin was no pushover either as he kept escaping from Hinata's range with barely centimeters to spare. After one such exchange, the Rain Nin broke the repetitive attacks by jumping back, throwing his kunai at the brunette Hyuga, who crossed her arms to protect her body, the kunai whizzing past her before she could realize that it was a distraction as the Rain Nin advancing on her, pressing his attack with a straight kick that sent Hinata tumbling backwards. as she breathed heavily, wiping her mouth as a bit of blood could be seen running out the side of her mouth. However, as she rose, the Rain Nin attacked once again with one of the kunai he grabbed from where he'd tossed them. She couldn't dodge in time, but still tried to jump back only to press her back up against a tree as her eyes widened, the kunai coming right at her. She closed her eyes in anticipation, only for the kunai to slice through the front of her jacket, allowing the two sides to hang limply to the side, her fishnet shirt visible underneath the cream-colored jacket. As she opened her mouth to cry out, a thick hand brutally gripped her throat, slamming her into the tree, her vision swimming from the sharp impact. "Oh, would you look at the body on this one? I think you'll sell for a good price on the market, after you've been broken in properly, of course. That pretty little mouth will look so sexy wrapped around my meat, or screaming my name night after night," the Rain Nin said, his slimy tongue slipping out to lick at Hinata's cheek, licking away the tears that began to fall. "Oh, don't cry, baby, it'll feel great, I promise. Just you wait, baby, until I get rid of those annoying pests of your teammates," the Rain Nin whispered to Hinata, who tried to yell only for it to come out a garbled croak. "Oh, you feisty minx, if you didn't want to wait, then you should have just said so," he said, his spare hand reaching down, his slimy tongue hanging out of the corner of his mouth. Just as his fingers dipped beneath her pants, Hinata reacted in absolute fear, her foot shooting out to connect with the rapist's jewels, sending him crumbling to the ground as she was dropped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Oh ho ho, I got a sadistic lil slut today. Your kind is always the most fun to break," he groaned out, only for Hinata to rise slowly, her bangs overshadowing her eyes as she clenched her fists tightly, the knuckles turning a chalky pallor. "How about you? Shut up," Hinata screeched, her fists shooting out to connect with his face, blood coming from his now broken nose, but still Hinata didn't let with her assault, her fists hitting wherever she could reach before she got a little space between them, the man rubbing his now bruised body. "You little whore, as soon as I take care of you, I'm going to hunt down your teammates, chop off their pretty little heads, and hang them over my doorframe. And then, I'm going to..." He got no further as Hinata activated her Byakugan seamlessly and slammed her Jukan palm into the man's chest, sending the destructive chakra right into his heart as it exploded from the impact. The man's eyes widened as he wobbled slightly before crumpling to the ground, blood oozing from his clenched teeth. Hinata breathed heavily as she glared at her rapist before her actions caught up with her, and she looked at her hands, imagining them coated in blood. It seemed to eat away at her hands, like some intoxicating acid. She shook her hands, crying out as she crawled away from the dead form of the Rain Nin, who even in death seemed to mock and terrify the young Hyuga. This was the scene Naruto came upon. Hinata curled into a ball, pressing her body in the tree behind her, trying vain to get further away from her first kill. He ran to her side, dropping the Earth's scroll they had been rewarded with, his arms encircling her in an instant as he pulled her against him, rocking her and whispering words into her ears which went mostly unheard except for the occasional, "I'm here now," and "I'm sorry." Even Sasuke seemed to understand the situation. His usual arrogance dropped as he leaned against a tree, crossing his arms. The trio stayed this way for maybe an hour, before Sasuke made the first move, leaving for a few minutes before returning with the two remaining Rain Nin, who took a second to run to their teammates' side. After a short argument between the two Rain Nin and Sasuke, the two Rain Nin picked up the body, stalking away, but not before vowing that they would have revenge for their teammate. 3 days remain. It was 2 days later, and Hinata still hadn't uttered a word to her two companions. Naruto was starting to get worried for the girl, his crush notwithstanding. Sasuke, on the other hand, was wholly unconcerned for his female teammate, regardless of the fact that she'd cared for him while he was traumatized in Wave. The trio had slipped off to sleep that night, Hinata turning fitfully as she did every night, until Naruto came to rescue, his presence at her side fighting the nightmares away, as had become the custom. Naruto would awaken to find Hinata whimpering and turning fitfully and pull his sleeping bag next to her, pulling her over to rest her head on his shoulder as the pair drifted back to sleep peacefully, but not tonight, as someone had other plans. As Naruto rose to take a pee break, his chakra sensors went off, blaring like a klaxon horn as he felt an evil chakra fast approaching the small camp the team had made for the night. His sleepiness kept him busy for a few precious seconds as he tried to identify the signature before his eyes widened, his mind's eyes drawing up the creepy grass nin days ago. Kuso, Naruto mumbled under his breath, quickly running back to the camp to wake his teammates. We can't hope to fight this guy, I'll just have to hope we can escape or reach the tower in time. Naruto hissed through clenched teeth as he barged loudly into the camp. Sasuke, Hinata, wake up, Naruto yelled out, throwing caution to the wind since the chakra signature seemed to already know where they were. The two other members of Team 7 grumbled as they sat up. Sasuke glaring at Naruto, and Hinata immediately clambering to her feet at Naruto's fearful look. What is it, Dobi? Did a shadow scare you? Sasuke asked, and Naruto sided against a sharp retort as he began gathering things up, packing them as Hinata followed his example. If you must know, Sasuke, I sensed a powerful chakra signature heading straight for us. We need to go now, Naruto ordered. Sasuke sighing as he sat up slowly, gathering his things up, his slow work mocking Naruto's warning. Once they had things packed, the trio deciding against packing up their tents, and the fire had dwindled down to little more than embers. At this point, they leapt into the tree, heading for the center of the forest and safety. Despite the fact that the team was all skilled shinobi, two heirs and Naruto, who practically trained in his sleep, Naruto could sense the signature growing quickly closer, not even pausing for more than 10 seconds at their camp before resuming the chase. The blonde sighed, stopping suddenly as Sasuke and Hinata stopped several branches away, the pair turning to their teammate as he shooed them onwards. Hinata glanced between the two males, who were having a staring contest, before tensing her legs and leaping back to Naruto, grabbing his wrist as she pulled on him, but the blonde resisted, and refused to be moved. Come on, Dobi, stop being so dramatic. Sasuke grumbled as he crossed his arms. No, whoever it belongs to, the signature is quickly gaining on us. I'll stay here and stall them for as long as I can, while you and Hinata get to the tower, and bring reinforcements. Naruto ordered, and Hinata looked at Naruto almost in awe. Despite his carefree appearance at times, she could tell that Naruto him, and he so easily slid into the leadership role that she was taken aback momentarily. I hardly think that a genin, or even 3, warrant a Junin's help. If we can't outrun them, then we'll fight them off. I'm an Uchiha after all, and I'm not going to lose to any genin, regardless of how strong they are. Sasuke said, his hand drifting to the pouch on his hip. No, I've never felt a chakra signature this large before, except around the Hokage. Not Kakashi, or Zabuza, filled me with this much unease. I don't think even if we were Chunin, or Junin we could stop this guy, but maybe if you can get some Anbu or the Hokage. Naruto left the statement hanging. Yet you're going to stop this guy. You just said even if all 3 of us were Junin, we couldn't win, but you think a single genin is going to make a difference? Sasuke said. The look Naruto shot at him made him shut up immediately, a rare fact. I never said I was going to stop him, just slow him down. He won't know which of us has the scroll, so if we split up, and each takes a scroll, then he won't know which one to chase. For that reason, you take the 2 scrolls and run. Run like you've never run before. Run like the hounds of hell were upon you because they may be if you don't escape. This is my goodbye. Naruto said, smiling gently, and for a moment, Sasuke saw his brother in that smile, and he had to look away. Naruto, Hinata whispered next to him, and her first words since the accident didn't seem to shake Naruto's strength of will. I'm sorry, Hinata. Naruto said, before a soft thump followed as Hinata fell forwards, a clone of Naruto catching the girl. I won't let you get hurt again for a demon. Take Hinata with you, Sasuke, and go. My clone doesn't have any chakra more than needed to maintain his existence, so he can't fight, but he'll carry Hinata so you won't be slowed down. Sasuke didn't say anything as he leapt away, the shadow clone nodding to Naruto as it followed. Hinata's limp body clutched to his body bridle style. That was the last Naruto saw of the pair as he turned back to face the oncoming threat, his hands slowly joining together as he formed a single seal, his eyes shutting as he calmed his roiling chakra. He couldn't afford to fight reckless in this fight, and fighting a higher-level opponent without fear was most certainly reckless. He sent out a mental tendril to his inmate, the tendril floating idly in front of the demon fox. I had hoped that I wouldn't need to use this technique ever, although I knew it would be needed eventually, but all the same. Naruto whispered under his breath, the animals and sounds of the night fading away as he opened his eyes to find himself in front of his mental cage. "Hello, Fox. I suppose you're aware of what's going to happen here, and what I've come to say," the blonde said, his face free from all emotion, his soul seeming almost at ease with his choice. "Yes, and I must say, I'm surprised you caved in so quickly. But I also have to ask, do you think you can handle it? You haven't had much success with weathering the hatred," Kyuubi asked tauntingly, and was sorely disappointed when Naruto chuckled darkly. "Insanity. I will welcome it to protect my precious people. For you see, Kyuubi, what good is my sanity if all I'm seen as is a demon?" Naruto said, and the fox mirrored his dark chuckle as a single tail snaked out from the cage, slowly wrapping around Naruto. Meanwhile, outside, a meditating Naruto could be seen perched on a branch. "Kekekeke. Look what I found tonight. A little fox in the forest. You need to be more careful, little fox, or something may make a meal out of you," a voice said, and before Naruto could react, a massive snake shot out of the shadows, its jaws wide open as the blonde was swallowed wholly. The snake stuck its forked tongue out, tasting the air as it gave a reverberating hiss to the forest as the animals around it went silent in fear. Its master smiled from its head as it leapt off, heading for his target that was escaping. As soon as he left the clearing, the snake gave a low rumble as it began to writhe around, and if it had had the ability it probably would have cried out in pain. No, agony. Within seconds, the massive snake was reduced to a charred husk as Naruto slowly walked out from the snake, his eyes shut as a fiery red chakra cloak was surrounding him that was slowly changing colors to a more vibrant blue. That probably would have been the end of me if it was the untrained dobi that everyone assumes I am. However, I'm not that untrained dobi. No, I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, and I have a bit of a fiery temper," Naruto said as he fully exited the hole burned into the snake as three tails were visible behind him, swishing around chaotically, a white ball of fire on the tips of each one, about the size of Naruto's head. As the chakra cloak fully changed colors, Naruto gave a smile that revealed his long fangs, which had become serrated somehow in the process as he muttered two words that would later become a battle cry that inspired hope in his allies, and absolute fear in his enemies. "Nitrous mode." He said it so calmly and simply that you think it was a weak move, but in reality, it was that Naruto's fire had reached his core, burning away all emotion inside of him. Fear, apprehension, mercy, pity, desire, bloodlust. Even rage was burned away to reveal Naruto at his true self, a nihilistic shinobi. Naruto turned slowly in the direction that his target had went, and took a slow step forwards before vanishing without any sign that anyone had ever been there except for the scorched earth he left behind after each footfall. 2 days, 23 hours remain. Orochimaru smiled in a very snake-like way as he spotted his target, one Sasuke Uchiha, as he leapt through the trees, trying desperately to escape the pursuing Sannin. The Uchiha probably couldn't even sense that he was about to be attacked as the snake seemed to grow out of a tree directly in front of him, his tongue licking at the air. Naruto's clone stopped beside him before leaping to the side to avoid the fight, something Orochimaru was glad to do for the moment. After all, he had his target in sight. Despite his best efforts, including melting the grass nin's face off, Sasuke couldn't leave a lasting impression of the Sannin. Finally, the snake seemed to grow bored with the fight, his neck suddenly elongating as his fangs sunk easily into Sasuke's neck, the Sannin pushing some of his chakra into the wound as a small black mark was left behind on the last Uchiha's neck. Sasuke groaned, quickly grabbing his neck as he crumpled down, unable to stop the Sannin as he turned to Naruto's clone and Hinata, who was twitching in his arms. Well, it seems I'm fortunate today. I can get not only an Uchiha, but a Hyuga too. I can think of all the fun we're going to have together," Orochimaru said as his neck elongated once again to leave his mark on Hinata, only for a claw to suddenly burst from the tree, heading straight for Orochimaru's head if he continued on his projected path. So, it was with great disappointment that he pulled his head back to his body as a glowing blue boy got between him and his other target. "Kiki, I thought you would stay down, little fox, but it seems you have some tricks up your sleeve too." "Oh well, it is of little consequence. I will beat you quickly and finish up here," Orochimaru hissed out, and Naruto could sense the tiny nagging in the back of his skull to beat the smug grin of his face, but the raging wildfire inside quickly extinguished the emotion. The snake made his move quickly, moving past Naruto, only for Orochimaru's eyes to widen as Naruto seemed to walk after him, yet the blonde was outpacing him. As he looked around, Orochimaru caught sight of a single leaf falling, ever so slowly. It was at this moment that Orochimaru realized how foolish it was to leave the boy behind. The Sannin's eyes were trained for high-speed combat, but much like how Sasuke's eyes could follow Rock Lee's attacks, his body just couldn't react in times of power. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru within seconds, his clawed hand slowly swiping across Orochimaru's face as the snake Sannin managed to stop himself just in time to avoid having the claws cleave his face into ribbons. Yet, the snake could feel his skin beginning to blister simply due to the proximity to the overwhelming heat Naruto was putting out. That didn't mean he was ready when Naruto's other hand came straight at him, the claw grabbing his face as he was slammed into the tree, before being pulled out and choke slammed into the ground below, Naruto's arm extending into a pure chakra limb. Throughout the whole 3 seconds, Naruto's face stayed the same emotionless mask it was in the first place. Naruto pressed his attack, his fist coming together to form a point as leapt down, thrusting straight into Orochimaru's chest cavity, only for the Sannin to change into mud, and Naruto's attack to continue on, his arm sinking into the earth up to his shoulder due his own speed. The blonde left his arm embedded in the earth as he looked around for his target before his sensors went off, and he grabbed onto something beneath the earth, pulling up a massive root just below the surface. However, his own fiery disposition caused the wood, despite being covered in moist dirt, to burst into flames, the fire licking hungrily at the tree attached to the root. The same tree Orochimaru had tried to hide inside as the snake came out, Naruto rocketing at him as he barely managed to contort his body impossibly to dodge, his sword appearing in his hand in preparation to slice into Naruto, only for the foxfire Naruto's tail to shoot out and sink into another tree and pull Naruto to the tree like a grappling hook. Normally Naruto would have grinned at the frustrated look Orochimaru had, but this Naruto was all business. However, his dominant personality seemed to bleed through a little as he taunted the snake. In your current state, you can't beat me. However, in order to at least match me, your chakra levels will alert the village to your presence, and bring the Hokage straight to you. Although, if you really think about it, my own chakra levels are doing the same thing, if not making them mobilize quicker since mine is the Kyuubi's chakra as opposed to your chakra. Regardless, if you don't turn up the heat, then I'm going to leave you smoldering, Naruto said, his claws working into the tree he was attached to as he grabbed 2 chunks of woods, pulling them out and crushing them into splinters. Then, he leapt through the air, slinging the splinters at Orochimaru, who easily dodged the raining wood, although as one came a little too close and left a shallow cut, he felt like a hot iron had been pressed to him. All the proof he needed was that wherever the splinters made contact with the ground, small flame flickered into existence and the wood was vaporized. Kiki, so the little fox thinks just because he's king of the jungle, that he can beat the snake. Fine, the little fox can have this fight. The snake will go back to his hole and bide his time, and when the little fox doesn't expect it, the snake will strike and strangle the little fox to death, Orochimaru said, anger seeping into his voice at Naruto's expressionless face. It reminded the snake Sannin too much of Itachi. With his piece said, Orochimaru vanished into a tree, his chakra disappearing along with him. Naruto blinked twice, looking at where the snake had left before his body pitched forwards, the fire vanishing without a wisp of smoke, and leaving Naruto's body covered in third-degree burns as he fell to the branch below. 24 hours remain. Hinata Hyuga frowned as she pressed a wet cloth to Naruto's head, a great fever seizing his body. Beside him, Sasuke lay. An equally powerful fever was burning throughout his body, his cells rebelling against the cursed seal on his neck. Hinata cursed under her breath, a true testament to how bad things were to her right now, at her own weakness. Maybe if she was stronger, she could have helped protect her teammates, and maybe Naruto wouldn't have had to knock her out. But that was neither here nor there, as Hinata left to gather water from a nearby stream, her 2 male teammates concealed inside a hollowed-out tree trunk. It had been around 2 days by her estimates since she had woken up to find Naruto and Sasuke unconscious with burning fevers. When she had seen Naruto there, covered head to toe in those horrible burns, she almost fainted again. But she knew that Naruto was depending on her, and so kept her wits about her, hiding the two boys as she took on the role of caring for them. Naruto-kun, am I weak? Why else would you knock me out, unless you thought I would just get in the way? Hinata mumbled to herself as she filled the collapsible bucket with water from the river, carrying it back, struggling slightly with the heavy bucket. She could hear voices as she got closer, but shrugged them off as a passing team. However, when she rounded a tree root, and saw the three Auto-nin arguing in front of the tree where her team was hiding, she dropped her bucket, the water splashing on her feet as she ran towards the tree. Managing to sneak around the edge of the clearing, Hinata slunk into the trunk, checking on her two patients. Sasuke was the same as before, while Naruto was moaning in his sleep, his hands clenching and unclenching in his sleep. Whatever dream he was having, it was quickly turning into a nightmare. Deciding that she would have to hold off the three Auto-nin by herself, Hinata grabbed her supply pouch, knowing that it was stocked with kunai and shuriken. She doubted her ability to win, or even make a difference against three opponents of unknown skill. But Hinata had a job to do, and that job was defend her special Naruto-kun. "Oh look, it's the pathetic loser," one declared. Point at Hinata, who winced slightly at the insult. She noted that the one pointing had a hole in the palm of his hand. "I think we should have a little fun with her before we finish off the Uchiha," he continued, but his only response was a fast-flying shuriken courtesy of Hinata's exceptional aim. In the momentary pause, she activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes bulging as she activated her clan's dojutsu. "Grr, you little freak. What's up with those ugly eyes?" the only female among them said, and Hinata turned away, hiding her eyes. Bad memories of her being bullied in primary school because of her pale eyes arose. "Oh, is the little freak baby going to cry?" the girl said, her hands drifting down to her own pouch, several senbon appearing in between her fingers as she held them aloft. Shut up you," Hinata shouted back, trying to come up with a good insult to hurl at the girl. However, insulting wasn't on the girl's nature, and so she couldn't think of anything particularly creative. "Shut you up you sound SL slut," Hinata yelled, and despite the simplicity of it, the name seemed to enrage her enemy, who hurled the senbon, which Hinata managed to block with her juken palms. Not going to let the girl launch a second wave of senbon, Hinata charged the girl, engaging her in a taijutsu battle, a foolish notion when fighting a Hyuga. But, the girl managed to avoid Hinata's strikes for several seconds before using her senbon, which she launched point blank at Hinata. The brunette's eyes widened as she bent backwards at the waist quickly, dodging the senbon attack, but allowing the girl to get behind her as she grabbed at Hinata's hair. However, Hinata kept her hair cut short in hope to differentiate herself from all the other girls, so that Naruto noticed her, and what hair she had wasn't long enough to get a good grip on as Hinata moved away, getting into the 8 trigrams stance while her opponent growled in anger. "Stop fooling around, Kin, and finish her off. We have more important things to deal with than playing with a little girl," the third one said, who had his face covered by several bandages. He seemed to be the leader of their team, and Kin growled out a curse at him. "Shut it, Dosu, I'm TRF. How about you get over here and help me, you useless mummy," Kin snarled back, and Dosu looked at her boredly, before swinging his arm out at Hinata. The brunette almost didn't move, but her Byakugan allowed her to see the chakra-infused sound waves heading for her as she dove to the side, the attack passing by harmlessly. However, as she spun to face her attacker, Kin managed to get near her, punching Hinata in the face, sending her to the ground. Kin approached the Hyuga, placing several senbon against her neck to keep her in place. "Haha, can't run away now, freak," Kin hissed at her, although before anyone knew what was happening, the as of yet unnamed boy lifted his arms, sending chakra-infused airwaves to the female pair. An explosion of dirt was sent into the air, concealing both girls while the boy smirked. "Zaku, you idiot, I had her, and you let her get away. When we're done killing these weaklings, I'm going to shove these senbon straight up your," Kin shouted, only for a sharp cry of 8 trigrams, 32 palms, to silence her as she was struck by the attack, sending her hurtling out of the cloud of dust and dirt into a crumpled heap on the ground. "I may be weak, and useless, and a freak, and stutter all the time, but I'm not going to let you hurt Naruto-kun. Because you see, he's someone precious to me," Hinata shouted, the cloud dissipating as she glared at the Auto-nin with a determined look in her eyes, made all the more intimidating due to her Byakugan. "Huh, would you listen to her?" Zaku taunted, raising his arms in anticipation for a second attack. I think I'm getting more pathetic. With all that mindless drivel she's saying, he finished as he fired off a second shot, which Hinata rolled to the side to avoid, only for Dosu to catch her off guard despite her Byakugan, his arm already in motion. Hinata threw up her arms to defend, knowing that it would do little to stop the sound-based attack as it struck her, sending disarray throughout her body as she felt her lunch rising. However, the trio wasn't done as Kin picked herself up, throwing several senbon into Hinata's legs, bringing her to her knees. Then, Zaku came forward, his kick catching her under her chin as she fell backwards, laying on her back as Zaku stood over her, his palms facing each other as he fired an attack from both sides, the air compressing. I've wanted to test this attack out for some time. Guess it's my lucky day, freak. He cried as Hinata could see the chakra building in the space between his palms. He tensed up his arms to throw the attack at the defenseless girl, only for a blue-sandaled foot to strike him cleanly in the face, sending him hurtling back from the unexpected attack. Hinata looked up slowly to see Naruto breathing heavily, his jacket completely shed although his skin was back to a normal shade. I believe she said, to go away. Naruto hissed, and despite his damaged appearance, he still managed to put enough ki into the order to cause the Auto Nin to take a step back. As if we'd listened to a failure like you, Zaku shouted, trying to rally his teammates, who didn't seem to go for the idea. Maybe a demonstration would be needed. Fine, you wimps, I'll beat them myself then, he said as he raised his arms to attack, firing off a double decapitating airwave at Hinata and Naruto. A black flash suddenly appeared in front of them, backhanding the attack away like an errant fly. Naruto would have been relieved except A. It was Sasuke, and B. The left side of his face and body seemed to be covered in black markings that looked suspiciously like flames. Figures you two losers couldn't beat 3 weaklings without my help, Sasuke said arrogantly, and Naruto growled at the Uchiha, only for him to ignore the blonde and charge Zaku, hitting him with a snap kick and catching his arms before the boy could fly away. Still the opposing forces put a strain on Zaku's arms. Oi! Let me go so I can kill you, you dumb Uchiha prick, Zaku shouted, ever the peacemaker. Sasuke didn't look ready to do anything Zaku told him to do anyways as the raven-haired boy flipped over Zaku, planting his foot squarely on the back of Zaku's head, shoving it into the dirt as he used the leverage to pull harder on Zaku's arms. Hey, wait a min, pop! Zaku's arms fell limply to the ground as Sasuke released them, his job done as he made to attack Kin next, only for Naruto to get between them. I said wait, you deaf teme. Naruto snarled at Sasuke, grabbing the Uchiha when he tried to get past him to keep attacking. I may not like you pieces of crap, but unless you want worse than your friend got, I suggest you get lost. Naruto shouted behind him as Kin and Dosu seemed to be shaken out of their shock as Naruto somehow managed to grab Zaku's leg and throw him at his teammates. Grr, I'll make you pay, Uchiha, Zaku threatened, but was ignored as Dosu pulled out their scroll, dropping it as payment as they beat a hasty retreat. Move, Uzumaki, or I'll beat you down too, Sasuke said although his stance seemed to egg Naruto on as the blonde tensed up his body to react in time. Fine, be that way. Sasuke charged the blonde, throwing a jab that was blocked by Naruto who weaved to the side, his knee rising to knock Sasuke's air out, only to be blocked in turn by Sasuke's knee. The blonde used the knee though as leverage to leap back from Sasuke, shooting several tiny flames at the ground in front of Sasuke. To stop him chasing as Naruto dropped into a defensive stance, prepared as Sasuke came at him, using a snap kick to get Naruto to catch his foot as the Uchiha rotated his ankle, using his free foot to send a second kick directly at Naruto's face. The blonde couldn't get his arms up in time to block and was sent tumbling back from the powerful blow. As the blonde rose, Sasuke kept with him, sending multiple blows into Naruto's blind spots. It was only Naruto's instincts that kept him from getting pummeled by Sasuke, who smirked as he pushed Naruto to the ground. Where is all your strength now, Naruto? Sasuke yelled, his arms outstretched as if challenging anyone to come at him. Naruto stood slowly, wiping a rivulet of blood that came from his busted lip. You seem to have grown stronger thanks to that Hiki Orochipido gave you, but you seem to forget Teme, Naruto said. a familiar smirk on his face as Sasuke was caught off guard by a shadow clone grabbing him, throwing the Uchiha with a classic judo throw across the clearing. Sasuke righted himself in midair, his hands flying through hand seals as he used the signature Uchiha Jutsu. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke thought yelled as he blew out a fireball larger than any before, the excess chakra provided by the seal giving extra fuel to the jutsu. However, Naruto had been using fire for years, and wouldn't be caught off guard by such a simple fire jutsu. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Naruto copied Sasuke, his own fireball rivaling Sasuke's as the twin fireballs collided, causing a massive explosion to take place. But neither opponent let it slow them down as they came at each other again, this time with kunai that sent sparks into the air as they tried to overpower the other. While this happened, Hinata was looking between her two fighting teammates. She felt her eyes heating up, and not from the fiery attacks being exchanged. "Stop," she said, her voice lost in the clashing metal. "Stop." A little louder, but still drowned out by the taunts being thrown like shuriken. "Stop. Stop. Stop it, please," Hinata shouted, her raised voice catching both males by surprise as they stopped in front of one another. "Hinata-chan?" Naruto said under his breath, confused by her distraught appearance. Beside him, Sasuke had frozen, clutching his head tightly as he tried to will the seal back under his command. Naruto seemed to take the opening with a short prayer as he hit Sasuke across the jaw, sending the boy to the ground in blissful unconsciousness. "Welp, now that that's taken care of," Naruto said cheerful, hauling Sasuke up and tossing him over his shoulder like Ai seemed to gulp fearfully until she saw Naruto's smiling face, her fear draining away. "So, I miss anything good?" Naruto asked, his signature grin on his face, as if he wasn't carrying the unconscious body of his teammate over his shoulder. Hinata tried to resist, but couldn't help it. Hinata Hyuga giggled. 16 hours remain. "So, then I dropped in to save the day, and Sasuke went all revengey," Naruto said, Hinata nodding at the condensed explanation. "Yeah, although you could probably tell more about what happened while I was out cold when you two got hurt so badly," Hinata questioned, and Naruto started to answer, only to notice something. "Sakura, as much as your skills amaze me, I'm not in the mood right now," Naruto growled as the landscape around them seemed to shimmer before changing to a smirking Pinkette, her two teammates flanking her. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to hand over your heaven scroll, Naruto," Sakura ordered, although she wasn't expecting Naruto to shrug his shoulders, something that brought her attention to the passed-out Sasuke. "What happened to Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked, and Naruto noticed that Kiba seemed to wince behind the girl, although she didn't notice. "Oh, you know, Sasuke couldn't handle all the girl throwing themselves at him. It was very traumatizing, you see. That said, I'm not in the mood to fight right now, and Hinata doesn't have it in her to hurt her classmates simply because, so here," Naruto said, using his free arm to grab the spare heaven scroll, and toss it to Sakura who caught it. "Just like that, you're handing over your heaven scroll. You do realize you need this to pass, right Dobi?" Kiba said, and Akamaru yipped from his jacket. Naruto seemed to smirk, using his free hand to unzip his orange jacket, numerous earth and heaven scrolls falling to the ground. "Me and Sasuke had to take break for a few days, and Hinata-chan here managed to gather quite the collection from people who tried to mess with us. Speaking of which, you seen Shikamaru, or anyone else that you like to have some help?" Naruto said. Sakura, and Kiba's eyes still played sized from the pile of scrolls. Shino's eyebrow was raised a quarter of an inch, which was as flabbergasted as the stone-faced Aburame ever seemed to get. No one that Sakura stuttered before glancing between the blushing Hyuga and the pile. "So Hinata huh? Guess she can be pretty protective of you, Naruto," Sakura pointed out, and Naruto smiled looking at Hinata to refute the comment, but the girl was turning red enough to pass for a lobster. Does Hinata have a fever? Oh Kami, I hope I didn't infect her," Naruto thought frantically, and when he came out of his mental ramblings, Sakura's team had already vanished, heading for the tower just ahead. 12 hours remain, so Hinata, you want the honor since you got us through this part of the exams. I doubt we could have done it without you," Naruto said, The girl glancing nervously at the floor before giving a small nod, reaching into her ripped jacket and pulling out 2 scrolls, one heaven and one earth. Tossing them out, a plume of smoke came from where the scrolls crossed. Well guys, I got worried there for a bit, but I'm proud to say, congratulations, you've passed the second part of the Chunin exams. See, the fire lit alight. Silly Neji, you may be a genius, but Hinata-chan is a prodigy among geniuses. The only reason you won because Hinata is too compassionate for you Hyugas. However, I am not Hinata. Naruto. Now then, if we are all here, I'll go ahead and begin the third part of the Chunin exams by telling you the reason behind them. The third Hokage said as he leaned on the metal fence separating the ground floor from the platform above. The reason behind the Chunin exams? But I thought they were just for a genin to rise in rank. Kankuro said, confusion etched on his face as he looked at the Hokage perched above, the Junin senseis of the surviving teams standing beside him. Sarutobi chuckled lightly. Yes, that is one reason to the less informed, but to those that have witnessed the alternative, the Chunin exams serve a different purpose. He continued as several genin stopped to think on his words. Seeing this, the third paused to see if any one of the assembled genin could get it right. Several could think of the true reason behind the exams, but only one actually spoke up. During war times, genin and chunin are promoted by their acts on the battlefield, or in some cases, off the battlefield. The Chunin exams serve as a safer way for genin to show off their capabilities, as well as the strength of their village, without the danger of murder en masse. The Junin exams serve much the same purpose, while being vastly different. Naruto said as if reading from a textbook, a habit he had when answering a question. Sarutobi smiled. Yes, that is nearly word for word what I was going to say, albeit without the Junin exams part, considering they have nothing to do with today. But other than that, you are correct. Naruto. The third said, and Naruto smiled minutely, his shinobi mask presiding for the moment. Still, one always showed appreciation when complimented by one's cage. Now then, Sarutobi's words were cut short by a man stepping forwards. May I explain the next part, Lord Hokage? The man asked, a sword strapped to his back which bobbed as he bowed to his leader. Sarutobi simply nodded in assent as the man turned back to the assembled genin. Okay then, unfortunately, due to the large number of genin that have managed to get through the second part, preliminaries must be held to weed out the weaker half of you. The man said, only to be met with incredulous looks and shout of anger. Hey, we worked hard to get through that forest, and now you just come in and tell us that we may still get eliminated. What's the big deal, man? Kiba shouted, and Sakura sighed beside him, before smashing her fist into his head to silence the Inuzuka's ranting. The third part of the Chunin exams are held in public, and are attended by nobles and daimyos, as well as the cage of all those in the finals. Due to the limited time each has, a few shinobi and kunoichi as possible are allowed to participate in the finals. About half of you will have to go to make the finals more manageable. The man said, before gesturing to the giant board on the wall behind him. The board will cycle through the remaining contestants and select 2 who will fight down here for the honor of being in the finals. Now then, before we begin, are there any of you who are unable to continue? When no one answered, he added to the question. Dropping out now will not disqualify your teammates. From this point onwards, you are all on your own to compete. This time one hand shot up as everyone turned to see who was dropping out. The raised hand belonged to Kabuto Yuhi, who smiled embarrassedly. Sorry guys, but the last part took a lot out of me. I wouldn't be able to fight properly anyways, was the only explanation he gave as he was led away by 2 nondescript shinobi. Okay then, if there are no others, we will move on, the man said, turning back to the board as it began to cycle through names quickly before stopping on 2, both people smirking. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akado. Now, will the 2 selected please stay down here while everyone else heads to the walkway above to watch? The Junin said as every followed his orders, heading to the walkway above where they split into individual groups with the Sand siblings separated and heading to a different area to watch while the Leaf Nin divided into their teams while remaining near one another. Now then, before we begin, I'll go over the rules, the Junin said, glancing at the 2 combatants to make sure they were listening. You may use any and all weapons, jutsus, etc. at your disposal. However, if I deign the match over, both of you are to stop fighting. Immediately. If you continue to try and fight, I will step in, as will the other Junin, and you will be disqualified. If at any point you want as your hand and say, I forfeit. Am I understood? He asked, his only response being two identical nods. Okay. My name is Gecko Hayate, and I will be the referee for the matches, Hayate said, glancing between the two as he leapt back, shouting, Hajime. Sasuke and Yoroi smirked at each other as they both opened up by tossing a kunai at each other, the weapon colliding in midair with a resounding clang. This seemed to signal the two to charge at each other, attacking with punches and kicks which both blocked easily. Anyone could see they weren't putting any real force behind the attack, simply prodding at their opponent's defenses. Finally, Yoroi struck out with a quick jab which Sasuke blocked, knocking the boy arm aside as he responded with a straight kick that Yoroi was forced to block with only one arm as he was sent skidding back. The boy scowled, starting on a quick set of hand seals which Sasuke tried to copy as he activated his Sharingan, only for the curse seal to react to the use of chakra in the dojutsu, causing Sasuke to freeze up as hot pain lanced through his body. Yoroi took advantage of his momentary opening as he tackled Sasuke to the ground, planting his glowing blue hand on the last Uchiha's head. Sasuke shaking the extremity to get loose, but Yoroi had a firm grasp on him as he grimaced in pain. Finally, Sasuke managed to grab a kunai from his pouch on his hip as he sliced at Yoroi, fending him off as the boy leapt back to avoid the metal knife. As Sasuke slowly climbed to his feet, Yoroi grinned as Sasuke held his head. Yo you! Sasuke trailed off as his signature scowl came into being on his face. This only seemed to make Yoroi happier at his plan being revealed. You noticed, huh? That's right. I have the special power to absorb another being chakra through touch, so you better think of something or I'm going to drain you dry. Yoroi said smugly, only for Sasuke to hurl his kunai at the boy's face, who weaved to the side, not realizing as he looked back at Sasuke's position that it was a trap. Where did he? His thoughts were cut short as Sasuke appeared under his guard, kicking straight up as Yoroi was lifted into the air. Sasuke flipped over, landing on all four as he launched himself upwards after his target. That move, Lee said as he recognized the move from the one he used on Sasuke in their short spar before the first part of the exams. He copied it from an offhand glance he caught one time. Just how skilled is this boy's Sharingan? Lee's sensei mumbled under his breath beside his mini-me, although Kakashi still heard him. What can you expect from an Uchiha with the Sharingan? It is their dojutsu after all. Kakashi explained, although it still sounded more like a question than an answer. He reflexively reached up to touch his own Sharingan eye hidden behind his headband. Thanks for letting me copy this jutsu, Rock Lee. It will serve me well in killing my brother, Sasuke said as he appeared underneath the floating Yoroi. I copied that move from someone who fought me, but from now on, this is all me. Sasuke said confidently as he kicked outwards, Yoroi blocking the kick smugly. However, what he didn't expect was for Sasuke to kick off of him, and use the momentum to slam a kick into his opposite side as he was sent back towards the ground. Lions! Sasuke started as he flipped end over end after Yoroi, catching up to him just before he hit the ground. Barrage! He finished as he slammed a second kick into Yoroi's chest, sending blood fountaining from his mouth as Sasuke flipped off, landing safely on his feet with a smirk. Only to falter as a hand shot to his neck, covering his curse seal which began to glow red. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate sounded almost depressed that the Uchiha had managed to pull off a win. Sasuke started to collapse a second later as Kakashi appeared to catch him, before shushing away to begin sealing the curse seal. Joy. The Teme managed to get through to the finals. I wonder how long it'll be before we hear the end of that, Naruto grumbled in. Hinata giggled lightly beside him at his pouting face, but, apparently, Ino didn't share her sentiments of cuteness as she growled, clenching a fist as she started to hit Naruto over the head. Shut up, orphan. No one cares about your opinion anyways. You're only jealous because you know you can't even hope to make it to the finals with Sasuke-kun. Her beginning daydream was cut short as Naruto began gagging beside her. Hinata's giggling growing louder as she brought a hand up to block it out. Hey, does anyone else smell something rancid, almost like oh, hello pig? Naruto said. His greeting so genuine that Hinata's laughter began to overwhelm her efforts to stifle it. Nearby, Kiba was guffawing at Ino's thunderstruck look. Or maybe it was because he knew someone was about to get pounded into the concrete. Shut up, Naruto Dobi, it's not like you have many redeeming qualities either, Sakura said, crossing her arms in a way that dared someone to argue with her. Thanks for. What do you mean either? I have plenty of good qualities, Ino shouted at Sakura. Being easy isn't a good quality. Naruto mumbled loud enough that the immediate company heard him as Ino made to bash him over the head. Which probably would have worked had the blonde not moved to dodge Sakura's own fist. Instead, Sakura punched Ino across the face, and Ino punched a solid metal pole. The platinum blonde screeched, waving her hand around as she glared daggers at Naruto, who didn't seem to notice. You two want to team up on me, fine, how about you work your issues out by fighting each other? Naruto said as he pointed to the board which had finished selecting the next pair of fighters. Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno. Both girls glanced nervously at each other before heading for the ground floor, Naruto smirking evilly as he watched the retreating pair. Good job, Shino. Kiba shouted as he tried to high-five his teammate, only for the bug user to ignore him. Huh, what happened? Naruto was confused. Why was Kiba congratulating Shino when he hadn't done anything? Shino finished up his fight in no time. That Zabu guy didn't even stand a chance against my buddy Shino, although I and Akamaru could have beaten him with moments, Kiba declared, although no one was listening after the first sentence. Oh, you already fought? Aw, man, I wanted to watch so I could plan in case I have to fight you later. What am I talking about? You're an Aburame, you use bugs, what else would I need to know? Naruto said, and despite how insulting the statement sounded, Shino didn't seem to take offense. Instead, he turned to watch his female teammates fight with her friend. Hajime. Hayate said as Sakura and Ino stared each other down before both pulled out two shuriken and threw them, the metal weapons colliding in midair with a resounding clang. With that, the two friends leapt at each other, kunai clutched in their hands as they clashed against each other, both trying to get the upper hand by pushing her opponent back. Finally, after several minutes of smashing into each other, they both leapt back and flung the used kunai at each other, the weapon once again colliding as they glared at each other. Come on, Sakura, I can tell you aren't taking this seriously. What Sasuke sees in you, I'll never know. After all, how could anyone like someone with such a huge four? Ino leapt back to avoid Sakura's rage-driven axe kick. This still didn't prepare her as instead of hitting the stone floor, Sakura landed evenly, using her momentum to launch herself at Ino as she reared back to punch her friend across the cheek once again, this time on purpose. However, just before the fist collided, Sakura's eyes widened, and instead of a fist, her open palm slapped Ino across the cheek. The blonde looked shocked as she stumbled back, staring platter-eyed at Sakura, who was mirroring her eyes. Did you just slap me? Ino asked as Sakura looked like a child caught in the cookie jar as she tried to find something else to look at rather than Ino won't want to fight me. Huh? Ino mumbled and everyone went silent in anticipation for Sakura's answer. The pinkette slowly nodded, and Ino sighed as she relaxed, extending her hand to Sakura. The pinkette looked fearfully at the hand, before slowly taking it. Fine, we won't fight anymore, Ino said, and Sakura smiled, only for Ino to demonstrate amazing upper body strength as she flipped Sakura her shoulder in a judo throw as Sakura painfully hit the floor, the breath knocked out of her lungs. Ino jumped on top of Sakura, straddling the girl as she began to claw at Sakura. Just take it, forehead, and we won't have to fight ever again, Ino shouted, grabbing Sakura's hair as she began to slam the pinkette's head into the stone floor. Sakura! Kiba shouted, his knuckles turning white as they gripped the fence separating the bystanders from the fighters. A rare occasion, Naruto shared Kiba's sentiments as he watched the psychotic blonde brutalize her former best friend. I'm going to make you so hideously ugly that no guy would ever want anything to do with you, you pink-haired fucka. I mean, what kind of name is Sakura even? It sounds like a cheap whore's name, Ino shouted as she rolled Sakura over before pulling a kunai out as she went for the finishing blow. Stop, the match. Hayate started forwards, only for a hand to shoot up, throwing Ino backwards, the kunai clattering to the side harmlessly. Oh no, I'm sorry Asuma. I'm afraid Ino is about to find herself on the wrong side of Sakura, Kurenai said as the nearby Leaf Nin turned to look at her confusedly. The girl has remarkable chakra control, making her a skilled genjutsu user. I suspect that is why she was placed on my team in the first place. However, when I took my team on a D rank that turned rotten when Sakura was cornered by several men looking for a good time. I tried to make it to her in time, but I was too late, instead of finding her covered in, Kurenai trailed off, leaving the statement unfinished. She was covered in the men's blood, from where they had apparently went crazy and slit their own throats to try and escape whatever they saw in that alley. While this isn't abnormal when a weak-willed subject is subjected to genjutsu, what was most terrifying was, well, watch. Kurenai said as the group turned back to look as Sakura seemed to clamber to her feet like a demented zombie, a slasher grin splitting her face in half. However, just as Kurenai had thought, as Sakura lifted her face, thick rivers of tears were forming a waterfall down her face. However, what was terrifying was that the tears were ink black. But why, Ino? Why do you hate me? Sakura's voice sounded like a child that had been crying for hours on end. Sakura seemed to move erratically, like her joints were rusty before she seemed to bum rush Ino, grabbing the blonde by the neck as she pinned her to the ground, staring directly into Ino's eyes as the black ink tears began to drip towards her eyes. Ino tried to close her eyes, but Sakura screeched, grasping around for a kunai to cut open Ino's eyes. Why won't you look at me, Ino? Don't I look beautiful? Sasuke thinks I'm beautiful. Do you think so, Ino? Sakura said, and Ino began to cry as the black tears leaked into her eyes, and whatever effect they had on Ino. The girl began to shake, wailing cries echoing around the chamber. Before anyone knew what was happening, Sakura had flipped Ino over, kicking her legs out from under her, leaving the platinum blonde to bow on her knees. Bow down for the most beautiful princess in all the land of fire. Sakura yelled manically, finally grabbing that kunai she was looking for. Sakura interlaced her vice grip in Ino's platinum locks as she yanked the girl back like a horse, while still planting her foot squarely in Ino's back to keep her down. You have such stringy hair, Ino. It reminds me of ramen noodles, all slimy and smelly. My mother always says that cutting your hair will make it grow out fuller. Would you like me to make you beautiful, Ino? Sakura said, placing the edge of the kunai against Ino's ponytail, making Ino squirm. No, stop this, Sakura. I forfeit, stop it, make her stop, Ino yelled, and Hayate moved to end the fight once Ino forfeited, but Sakura seemed to grimace as she yanked the kunai back, slicing off the majority of Ino's hair before shoving it into Ino's mouth. Eat it. Eat your hideous hair, you squealing piglet. Sakura screeched, before Kurenai interceded, pulling Sakura away from Ino while the medics attended to the sobbing Yamanaka. Sakura seemed to come to as she looked around in confusion, before seeing the trail of inky tears on the floor, along with the broken Ino. This caused Sakura to break into another round of hysterics, clear tears falling in a thick river from her eyes this time. From nowhere, Sakura felt herself be pulled against a male's chest, and she grabbed at his clothes, smelling the telltale smell of dog, revealing her comforter to be Kiba, who crooned in Sakura's ears as she sobbed. I didn't mean to. Please don't hate me, Ino. Kiba, am I a monster? Do you think I'm beautiful? Sakura seemed to mumble in a continuous loop as Kiba smiled softly, contrary to his roguish nature as he held the sobbing girl close. Yes, I think you're beautiful, Sakura, more so than Ino could ever hope to be. Kiba responded kindly as Sakura grinned, looking up into Kiba's eyes. Thanks, Kiba. I think you're beautiful too, Sakura said before passing out, her sobbing finally trailing off in peaceful unconsciousness. Well, I think it goes without saying the winner of the match was Sakura Haruno. If her sensei would like, the medics can attend to your students' well-being. Hayate offered, his eyes shifting over Sakura's from like they would an abused animal. No, what she needs right now is to be near people who won't judge her, Kurenai responded, bending down to lift Sakura, only for Kiba to scoop the girl up, carrying her up the stairs as their shared sensei lead the way. Once they had returned, Kiba set Sakura softly against the wall, placing Akamaru carefully in her lap as the small puppy began to nuzzle against Sakura. Kurenai, Asuma started, only to be cut off by Kurenai's palm, her silent anger coming off of her in waves. Don't defend her, Asuma. I don't blame you, I know you wouldn't do this. You aren't that cruel-hearted. That said, I doubt if I'll ever forgive Ino for forcing my student to endure that pain, Kurenai said, and Asuma sighed, only to lift a cigarette to smoke, which immediately lit up without the use of a lighter as Asuma looked at it in confusion before shrugging it off. No one seemed to really have anything to say, so they simply watched the names cycle through before finally stopping. Rock Lee vs Gaara no Suna. The match seemed to be over within minutes, despite how it had everyone on the edge of their seats at who would emerge victorious. Finally Gaara came out on top, and cruelly tried to crush Lee within. His sand, though due to his injuries, he only managed to crush his arm and leg on one side. All the same, the medics said Lee's career as a shinobi was over, unless a miracle worker fixed Lee's broken body. Once all was said and done, no one noticed that Naruto's hands had actually sunk into the metal in anger, the metal yielding to his clenching fists as it slowly rose in temperature. His anger had slowly been rising, turning from a few small bubbles to almost reach a rolling boil. As he dragged his eyes from Lee's body being carried away, they caught sight of the next two combatants, and his hand pulled the metal off. The surrounding metal turned from the charcoal black to cherry red from his touch alone. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Glowing crimson in the night. You ask me what's so funny? I'll tell you, silly Neji. You claim to have eyes that can even see the future, but you don't even know that I can copy your eyes, by blinding myself, Naruto. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Naruto growled. A fact not missed by the nearby Leaf Nin, who glanced at the cherry-red former piece's OIS hands, the molten metal dripping to the ground. Though their most prominent question was, how is he not affected by the heat? I can almost feel my skin blistering. Hey, Hinata. Naruto mumbled as the girl turned to leave, a fearful look on her face at the prospect of facing her cousin in combat. Yeah, Naruto. Hinata answered, taking the chance to prolong the inevitable. Kick his butt. Naruto grinned in an almost foxish way, as if considering something ironically humorous. Oh okay. Hinata nodded, trying her best to smile at her crush. But if it gets to be too much for your safety, I want you to forfeit, got it? I don't care if you lose, I would rather have you alive. Promise me you'll come out of that arena alive, please. Naruto said, and despite Hinata immediately retort to the contrary, she felt it die away at the second part of Naruto's request. He cared more for her than her ability to fight? Yeah, Naruto, I promise. Hinata mumbled, her face growing red for a second before it dispelled along with her inner turmoil, as she walked down the steps. Her face never betrayed her inner thoughts. Even if you care more for me, I'll still stand beside you and fight, even if I have to pierce my heart to stand beside you, Naruto-kun. Why do you try and resist so much, Lady Hinata? Fate has already declared me the winner of this match. No matter how you try to fight it, you will lose here today. Neji said, his smug manner getting to Hinata. Can I really beat Neji ni-san? I'm not even the worthy heir, and he's a prodigy. How can I stand against him? Hinata thought, her inner turmoil fighting to take over. But for now, she'd fight. Shut up, Neji ni-san. If fate has truly declared you the winner already, then surely you have nothing to fear in facing me. Hinata spouted out before she lost her nerve, immediately after slipping into the taijutsu stance of their shared clan, the Juken. Whatever Neji had expected from the brunette across from him to say, her confident response wasn't it as he looked at her with a mixture of contempt and surprise, although the latter emotion was virtually unperceivable. Growling, Neji copied her stance, the spectators falling silently as they awaited the match, but before it could begin, Neji sent one more dig at Hinata. Just give up, Lady Hinata. These eyes have seen the truth of the world, and the future that awaits you, Lady Hinata, and all that awaits you is pain and loss. I can see that you don't want to fight me, and so your strikes will not get through to me. Neji said smugly, but this time, instead of Hinata, Naruto shouted a response. I believe the lady said to shut up, Neji. So shut up, Naruto shouted, and a quiet smattering of chuckles could be heard from his fellow watchers. Well then if you're both ready. Hayate glanced to each fighter, who nodded. Hajime, leaping back as both made a single seal to activate their clan's dojutsu. The two Hyugas then began to circle one another, sizing the other up while seeing which would make the first move. Finally, the tension became too much as Neji leapt at Hinata, his palm outstretched to strike his cousin, who bent backwards just as quickly, effectively evading any damage from his attack. She retaliated immediately, with 3 quick jabs with her fingers which he swatted aside, using the motion to leave her right side open as he sent another open palm attack right at her lung. However, before the attack could connect, Hinata used her free left hand to deflect the attack, spinning her body around subsequently with the motion. Then, before he could take advantage of her exposed back, she used her hands to handspring away to safety, her body twisting in midair to land with her front facing Neji once again. Try as you might, Lady Hinata, you can't fight it. I will get you, it's only a matter of time until you run out of cute tricks. Neji taunted, and Hinata frowned slightly, his words ringing true in her mind. But that didn't mean she was going to give up just yet. After all, little tricks were Naruto's specialty and he always found a way to turn the fight around. Her silence seemed to assure Neji that he was getting to her, so when he opened his mouth to send another taunt at her, he was caught off guard when she charged him recklessly, her hands floating listlessly behind her as she ran. His eyes widened, trying to see which tenketsu or chakra point she would aim for this time. Only, she left her arms loose as she almost got inside his guard. Well, he couldn't not take advantage of her perceived opening as he smirked, sending a jab right at her heart, only for Hinata to drop to her knees, sliding right under him. Neji jumped to avoid getting tangled up with her, only to realize his mistake too late as Hinata smirked, a rare sight, as she looked him straight in the eyes, sending a rapid set of jabs straight into torso, blocking up all the tenketsu from his use. Her momentum carried past him as she rose to her feet easily, gazing at Neji as he landed, gasping heavily from getting attacked so quickly. Yet, he could see with his eyes that she had purposefully avoided damaging any point near his internal organs. That was her mistake, and Neji knew just how to teach her the difference between them. His plan in mind, he glared at Hinata, who seemed to shrink from his glare. He got back into the Juken stance, Hinata mirroring him seconds later, a small nod causing both combatants to run at each other, fully intending to end the fight as the fiercest bout between them began. Then, as if in an instant, it stopped. Neji jumped back, putting a little distance between the two Hyugas, Hinata breathing heavily this time from the intense bout. Yet, she could still recognize the stance Neji got into when he landed, his knees bent slightly, his arms forming a curving downward slope. Just the same way she knew she needed to stop him. She merely chalked up Neji's smirk due to his about to use one of the higher Juken techniques, regardless of the fact that he shouldn't know them since he was a branch family member. She was soon corrected as she struck at him only for the branch family member to turn slightly, changing her target to his heart. She stopped instantly, and realized her mistake. I knew you didn't have it in you to actually injure me, Lady Hinata. After that sneak attack, you still avoided hitting my organs, even though if you had, you could have ended the fight easily. Neji said, and everything seemed to move in slow motion after that. Fate has delivered me a victory today in your weakness, Hinata. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. 1 palm. Neji shouted as he struck a single point on her front, Hinata not able to anything to stop him. 2 palms. 4 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Neji roared as Hinata was sent flying backwards in a limp heap, the rough stone floor scraping some of her exposed skin, as well as tearing her jacket in several places. You're done, Hinata, just give up on being a shinobi, Neji said, turning to leave. He stopped when he heard several rough coughs behind him. You say things so easily, Neji-ni-san, but with my eyes I can see the truth too. The truth is that your heart is crying out, trying to fight your fate which you can't escape. I promise, I will help you fight that fate, and I'll never go back on my word. That is my nindo, my way of the ninja. Hinata said slowly, standing hesitantly, her hands resuming the Juken first stance as she tried to prove, not only to herself, but to Neji, that one could change their fate. However, she stumbled forwards, barely managing to stop herself from falling as she coughed up some blood which stained the floor crimson. The brunette looked up at Naruto, and he seemed to smile at her, and she closed her eyes. I forfeit. Pathetic. You have no idea what you're talking about. Neji scoffed, charging at the female Hyuga, aiming to strike her heart, only for a blonde to obstruct the attack as Naruto glared into his eyes boring into Neji's soul. Sir, I believe you were ordered not to interfere. Return to the viewing platform, or I will be forced to eject you from any further matches, and your chance in the finals will be forfeit. The proctor said, only for Naruto to turn on him as Hinata breathed heavily behind him, her vision flickering. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. You can order me to shut up, forfeit me, eject me, and I don't care if you decide to make me a genin permanently, but don't you dare tell me not to help my most precious person, do you understand, or else I will make you understand why I earned my moniker, Naruto yelled, getting right in the proctor's face, his face a solid red in anger. He was so gone with anger, he didn't realize he'd just confessed to Hinata, had she not fainted before he started his rant. Everyone in the platform was caught off guard by this Naruto, who'd never made an appearance in the academy years. Just then, Hinata collapsed forwards, only for Naruto be under her as she fell onto his back, Naruto hooking his arms under her legs, lifting her effortlessly as he handed her off to the medics. Once she was gone, Naruto turned his rage on Neji, and the words uttered further surprised his friends, not to mention the Junin watching. And you? What you just did, aiming to kill not only a family member, but a fellow Konoha shinobi, it makes me so sick, it makes me regret ever choosing to become a shinobi of Konoha. But just you wait, I will make you pay for every insult, every put-down, every burden you put on Hinata-chan, I will make you experience as I shove them down your throat, Naruto howled, and before he thought, he was in front of Neji, forcing the boy to look directly into his eyes. You think you can see fate, huh? Well, see this. Your fate is to be crushed at my hands. You see it, don't you? T-E-M-E. Naruto hissed, and from the observer's point of view, the temperature seemed to be dropping rapidly, or rising would be appropriate as flames began sprouting up around Naruto. Tell me, Teme, do you know what it feels like to have your blood boil inside of the veins, until it gets so hot that you're cooked from the inside out? Just you wait, I can make that happen, so just you wait until I get you, and then we'll see who's laughing. Naruto yelled as his whole body lit up like a human torch. This chakra is flooding the place. Even from this distance I can feel it rising non-stop. Yet, I can't sense any of the Kyuubi's chakra in it. This is purely Naruto's rage taking form. Sarutobi thought from his place far overhead. Just as he got ready to step in, he saw the girl on Naruto's back begin to squirm. Just like that, the temperature went away as if it had never existed. Naruto simply glared at Neji one last time and shushed back to his place on the viewing platform, setting Hinata gently down, removing a blanket from his bag and using it to prop her head up as he leaned her against the wall. Neji seemed to want to say something, but his fear overwhelmed it as he stayed silent, heading back to his place. Tenten seemed to look at him with pity, as if knowing what fate awaited him too. Well, then, shall we continue? Hayate asked rhetorically, looking at the board overhead as it began to filter through names once again. Meanwhile, on the walkway, Naruto's fellow classmates were looking at the cheerful blonde with fear evident in their eyes. The chief thought in their heads was, can this really be the same Naruto who got held back twice? Although, some of the Junin present were wondering about how I earned my moniker portion of Naruto's speech. Hey Naruto. Did you really mean it when you said that you regret being a Konoha shinobi? Kiba asked hesitantly from beside his Junin sensei, just in case Naruto decided to jump him too. Sigh no. I simply meant if Konoha shinobi were all like that, I couldn't blame some of the traitors we've had for leaving. Hypocrites are one of my pet peeves, along with perverts. You aren't either one, right Kiba? Naruto said, his tone sickly sweet. Kiba shook his head furiously, causing Naruto to chuckle as he gripped the edge of the fence, climbing on top of it. Good, I'd hate to have to kill you, unlike some people. Naruto said, leaping to the ground below, leaving a confused Kiba behind. What did he mean by that, and where's that idiot going? Kiba wondered aloud as Kurenai chuckled beside him, pointing to the board, after which Kiba paled a color that matched Akamaru's fur. Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. What, I don't want to fight that guy, Kiba said, although he slowly made his way down to face Naruto, who was smiling in a kind way, as if he hadn't almost turned the tower into a kiln. Still, Kiba was wary to face the blonde in combat. Don't worry Kiba. If things get too hot for you, I'm sure Kurenai will step in. Besides, just think of Sakura waking up to see you fighting so hard. Naruto teased, and Kiba spluttered before retorting. And what about you and Hinata? If I beat you, then how do you plan to avenge her? Kiba said, expecting Naruto to mirror his response. Instead, the blonde smirked. Was that supposed to make me give up, Because you don't seem to be doing so hot in the teasing department, Naruto said, and his smirk seemed to light something in Kiba as he growled, Akamaru responding as he dropped to the ground beside Kiba, baring his tiny fangs at Naruto, who grinned. Hajime. Hayate leapt back, not wanting to get caught between Naruto and his target as the boy stood still, watching for Kiba's first move, which came within moments of the match beginning. The Inuzuka opened up with a roundhouse punch which Naruto ducked under, sweeping his legs under Kiba, who simply jumped back, avoiding the attack as Naruto used the momentum to spin to his feet, a bring it on gesture with his hands appearing. This ticked off Kiba, who charged headfirst at Naruto, who smirked as he copied Kiba, leaping back, only to be caught off guard as Akamaru appeared from behind Kiba, landing on his back as he leapt at Naruto, latching on to the arm Naruto used to protect his face and neck area. Naruto let loose a string of curses as he tried to shake Akamaru loose, still managing to avoid any major hits courtesy of Kiba, who didn't let up while Naruto pried Akamaru loose from his bleeding arm. Finally, the puppy let go, Naruto flinging him across the arena as he bounced off the ground several times, finally coming to a stop several meters away. Akamaru! Kiba shouted, running to his partner's side as he checked him over quickly using techniques his clan were taught to check their partners for injuries. The puppy got back to his feet, growling at Naruto, who hissed loudly as a small flame appeared over the wound, the flames cauterizing the bleeding almost immediately. You think we need to go to the next level, buddy? Kiba asked quietly so that Naruto would hear him as Akamaru yipped softly, Kiba smiling at his partner's enthusiasm. Okay, here buddy, Kiba said, giving a food pill to Akamaru, who swallowed the pill whole, his fur turning brick red, ruffling out like needles. Okay, Naruto, I hope you're ready for a fight, because I and Akamaru are the best team ever, Kiba shouted, getting down on all fours. Akamaru jumping onto his back as Kiba made a hand seal. Ninja art. Man-beast clone. A puff of smoke concealed the pair before dissipating seconds later, revealing two identical Kibas, whose fingers now had claws, his feet the same, and his canines elongated, giving him a more bestial appearance. Gatsuga. One of the Kibas shouted, and the pair seemed to begin spinning like a drill, coming straight at Naruto, who couldn't get out of the way in time as the drilling pair hit him, sending him into the air as they attacked him without mercy, the blonde getting battered by the frequent attacks. I think your student is about to lose, Kakashi, Kurenai said as the silver-haired man reappeared finally, looking around confused. What did I miss? He asked, not spotting Hinata anywhere. He knew where Sasuke was, and he could clearly see Naruto being hit time after time in the battle below, but he didn't see Hinata. She almost bit down there, Asuma interjected, Guy looking downcast nearby. Looking behind him, and seeing the girl resting calmly, he sighed. Judging from Guy's guilty look, she fought Neji, huh? His response was a nod by all three Junin. Another sigh. Well, thank you for stepping in time. I doubt Naruto would have forgiven me for leaving Hinata undefended, and something tells me that an angry Naruto isn't a pretty sight, Kakashi said, only to be caught off guard by the sharp bark of laughter courtesy of Asuma, who was sharply elbowed by Kurenai a second later. Did I say something funny? Kakashi asked. In a sense, yes. None of us stopped Neji. We never had the chance to. 1 second he's about to finish off Hinata, the next, Naruto stopped him. I never even saw he move from his place up here. You really missed it, Kakashi. Naruto then made a speech worthy of a Hokage. Kurenai said admiringly. Of course, he nearly cooked us all extra crispy. Asuma added, only to get another elbow. Huh? Kakashi asked again. It usually took a lot to get him confused, but whenever things involved Naruto, the norm seemed to go on vacation. That boy seems to have an affinity unparalleled for fire. Without a single hand seal or mention, flames began appearing around him in response to his anger. Just how powerful that affinity could be, I guarantee it goes beyond simply calling flames at will. Kurenai said, before thinking of something else, only for Asuma to beat her to it. Oh yeah, he mentioned something about his moniker. You wouldn't happen to know what he's talking about, would you? Asuma asked. Kakashi just looked at him in confusion. I have no idea, although if you really want to know, I would suggest we wait until the end of the match. Kakashi suggested, and the three Junin nodded in agreement. Naruto was focusing on the fire building inside of him, as he recalled a technique he'd learned in Wave. Kuso. I can't get the fire to come with all this mist around. Naruto complained as he leaned back against a tree, his hand outstretched as he tried to will the flames to appear. When the attempt ended in failure, he growled, closing his eyes as he let his chakra sight extend outwards. I can sense you, no need to hide, Naruto said seconds later as a teenage girl exited the cover of the trees, a basket held in one hand. No, I'm sorry, I was searching the forest for some herbs to heal my friend and found you resting. I simply didn't want to disturb you, although, it would seem you weren't asleep. The girl said, extending her free hand, which Naruto noticed was covered by an arm-length glove. Are these plants poisonous? Naruto asked, and when the girl looked confused, he gestured to her glove. Oh, no, I simply don't like the mist's touch. It makes me feel sweaty and cold. The girl said, smiling kindly and in a way that made Naruto do the same. Yeah, I understand. Usually I can start a fire to warm me up, but all this mist keeps making it go out. You got any ideas? Naruto asked, forming the question as if he were making a normal fire. He could feel that despite the girl's traditional outwards appearance, she was a skilled shinobi due to her large chakra pool. While it was nowhere near his own, it was nearly a third of Kakashi's. I would say that if your fire is dying out too quickly, you'd need more tinder to make it stronger at first so it can survive long enough to become bigger. The girl said, and Naruto thought over how to translate this to his problem in his head. Thanks, I'll have to try that. My name is Naruto, do you live around here? I'd like to send a gift to the person who helped me with such a vital problem. Naruto said, extending his hand, and the girl smiled kindly. Yes, I live about a mile away. My name is Haku, pleased to make your acquaintance, Haku said, taking his hand. Flashback, and Naruto focused the fire through his chakra pathways towards his hands as the tunneling attack approached him. However, this time he was prepared. Snapdragon display. He called out, snapping his fingers. A small explosion about the size of beach ball appeared, hitting the tunneling pair, sending them a different direction. This seemed to tick them off as they split up, presumably to come at him from two different directions this time. However, he had no such plans as his hands began to snap at high speed, explosion popping up all over the place like a fireworks display, consistently blocking the two attacks in succession as they tried to break through his defensive flames. They never did get through, and Naruto landed evenly on his feet, pausing momentarily to get his bearings as the twin fangs flew at him, trying to pin him between them. However, just before they struck, a plume of purple smoke erupted from the spot, obscuring all three fighters. The crowd stood in silent expectation as they awaited the results of the attack. Finally, the cloud blew away, leaving three identical Kibas standing there. All three seemed to look at the other two with contempt in their eyes. You think this will fool me, Naruto? My nose is as strong as a dog's right now, and I can easily smell which one is. He turned and nailed one in the face, sending it rolling backwards into a wall. The hit Kiba vanished in a plume of smoke, revealing an injured Akamaru. Kiba's eyes widened as he rounded on the other one. I don't know how you did that, but you'll pay. Not waiting a second for the fake Kiba to defend himself, Kiba punched him across the cheek, sending him spiraling through the air before landing harshly back on the ground, knocked out cold. He then erupted in a second plume of smoke to reveal an out-cold Akamaru. Haha, while you're right I can't fool your nose, I can still fool your eyes, Kiba. Looks like it's just you and me now. The first Akamaru said, jumping to his feet as he vanished in an identical plume of smoke as the first time around, this time revealing an almost uninjured Naruto. You prick, I'm going to beat you for hurting Akamaru, Kiba shouted, charging at Naruto, who smirked as he dodged Kiba's anger-fueled swings. Strangely, I don't feel scared of your threats, mutt. Naruto taunted as Kiba growled, flinging himself at Naruto, who sidestepped the attack as Kiba slid behind him, whirling on the exposed blonde. I've got you now, Kiba shouted, leaping at Naruto like a wolf pouncing on its prey, which was fitting considering their respective animal spirits. And just like his animal, Naruto was a trickster by nature as he dropped a small ball second before Kiba could reach him, a large cloud of yellow smoke erupting as the two remaining fighters vanished from sight. Ha, didn't I just say, Naruto, that you sue? Okami. What's this wretched smell? Kiba howled as Naruto leapt out of the cloud, holding his own nose tightly until he landed. I figured in that state, you're more wolf-like, such as your senses by on hyperdrive. I first got the plan when you used that smoke cloud earlier to attack me. So, I managed to swipe one, altering it with some sulfur I had on hand. Sulfur has several properties, such as the rotten egg smell. Naruto smirked, holding a single hand out as the assembled shinobi watched in anticipation at his next move, and the volatility of it when exposed to fire. Allow me to finish you with one of most powerful attacks. A single snap of the finger set of a massive explosion that sent Kiba skyward, his body still reeling from the smell and sound to defend itself. Below him, Naruto created a single shadow clone. The fact escaped most of the Junin who watched Naruto run at the wall, attaching his feet with chakra as he sprinted up the wall. Finally reaching his desired height, he kicked off, flipping backwards to slam a heel into Kiba's gut, sending him back to the ground. However, his momentum was cut off abruptly as Naruto latched on in a very similar manner to a certain taijutsu move. Sorry for stealing your moves, Lee. Naruto mumbled out as the pair began to spin rapidly in the same manner as Kiba's earlier attack. As the dropping pair neared the ground, the clone below vanished. Naruto simultaneously substituted with a log covered in exploding tags. Second before both made contact with the ground, and the clone of Naruto was covered by a mushroom cloud of flame. Flare bomb. Naruto said, his foot planted firmly in Kiba's back, the Inuzuka knocked out cold. Hayate appeared seconds later, sweating at the intense heat due to the proximity to Naruto's final attack. The winner is Naruto. Uzumaki. That said, Naruto vanished from his place on top of Kiba, reappearing next to his female teammate who was beginning to come around. Hey, Hinata-chan. You alright? Naruto asked caringly, as he began to dote on the hurt Hyuga, who couldn't speak due to her lobster-red face as her crush tried to make her more comfortable. Finally, Kakashi managed to get him to watch the next few matches just so he'd have some idea for the finals. Naruto obeyed, although the next matches were short and boring, while not revealing much of each one's abilities. Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi. Shikamaru managed to defeat her within minutes with a clever trick with his shadow possession jutsu. Tenten vs Tamari no Tsubaka. Tenten fought hard, but in the end it ended up just being a bad matchup due to Tamari's superior wind powers. Dosu vs Choji Akamichi. Choji had plenty of motivation in the form of barbecue, but ended up having his best jutsu turned against him due to Dosu's sound-based powers. Once again, a bad matchup. Masumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro no Tsubaka. Kankuro managed to capture Masumi in a trap when Masumi thought he had captured Kankuro's body, but it was actually Kankuro's puppet Black Ant. Kankuro offered to spare the man, only for Masumi to refuse his offer, so Kankuro broke his neck. Furisa Suin vs Narissa Suin. Naruto actually wanted to see this match, consider both twins were put on the same team, and he knew next to nothing really about their abilities. However, they seemed to have come to an agreement ahead of time, so Furisa forfeited before the match could begin. After this, Hayate stepped forwards. Due to the odd number of contestants, the final contender will face one of you who have already fought. Should you lose, you will be eliminated from the finals, regardless of your previous match's result. Hayate paused to let his words sink in. Do any of you wish to volunteer to fight again? Hayate asked, and several seconds worth of silence went by before he nodded, turning to the board. Okay then, we'll just do this the traditional way. Final matchup, spin the names, Hayate said, and the whole crowd of genin watched with rapt attention to the names that cycled on the bottom line. As it finally stopped, the crowd paled at the pairing. Amy Gakunjo vs Fear the Will-O-Wisps. It's amazing just how powerful a motivator true love is. It's almost as powerful as true hatred, Ino. Amy Gakunjo vs Hinata Hyuga. Everyone was stunned by the matchup, their memories recalling the fangirl who had made every other female's life hell in the academy, Hinata's especially. On one hand, a majority of them hoped she was utterly thrashed, but on the other hand, she could be pretty vicious with her words, and Hinata wasn't known for her killer instincts. Almost as one, they turned to see the brunette's reaction, only to not see her anywhere nearby. Thankfully, one had seen where she went. I think she's outside, I'll go get her. Be back a few minutes, Naruto said. Hayate nodding in the assent as Amy took her place on the stone floor. Her arms were crossed and her eyes spoke of a defiant spirit. Her clothes had changed from the short skirts and plunging necklines of the academy, replaced by a near black top that left her navel visible, along with a fishnet undershirt. Covering her legs was a pair of bike shorts, leaving very little to the imagination. In many ways, her current attire was even smuttier since an adolescent with minor curves to her body. Meanwhile, Naruto exited the walkway through a small door to find Hinata standing outside, her fingers pressing against each other in a nervous manner, a signature look for Hinata. "Hey, you all right?" he asked, placing his hand softly on her shoulder, the girl jumping as she hadn't heard him get near her. Yeah, I'm fine. She started, only for Naruto to lean over the rail with her, his eyes searching the horizons as the burnt vermilion globe began to touch the earth in the distance. "I know, I was there. If you don't want to fight her, just don't. I'm well aware that you only did this so Sasuke and me could try and raise our ranks." "Well, my rank," Naruto said, Hinata's shocked look greeting his sideways glance. No, I wanted T to fight," Hinata assured the blonde, whose only response was a soft chuckle. "Lying doesn't suit you, Hinata. You abhor conflict. We were in the same class for 4 years, plus the same team since then, and you think I don't know that about you by now. In fact, if I could be permitted to be totally honest, I'd say you didn't actually want to be a kunoichi in the first place, but as the clan heiress, you're judged by higher standards," Naruto said, and silence was his answer to the supposition. "No, Hinata started, only for Naruto's kind, caring blue eyes to stop her as she noticed him looking at her face. She felt her cheeks beginning to flush without warning. "But if I'm going to be honest, I suppose I should add this. That's why I love you," Naruto said, his amendment making Hinata's eyes widen as her face reached a new shade of red, not yet discovered. Love," Hinata sputtered as she fought to remain conscious, and yet she felt like she was floating on air. "I've cared for you for years, always watching in class as my first real friend, other than Gigi, of course. However, it wasn't until recently that I realized that my feelings were love and not a schoolboy crush," Naruto continued, as Hinata felt her heart thundering her chest. If this was a dream that Neji had sent her into when he finished her off, or real life, she didn't care. "Of course, I understand if you don't feel the same. I didn't expect you to after all," and Naruto said, rambling on as Hinata smiled. "Naruto, shut up," Hinata said, surprising the blonde as she pressed her lips to his, the sunset turning it into a moment worthy of a fairy tale as they pulled away, gasping at how their hearts were racing. Naruto spluttered, not really knowing what to say now. "Let's go back inside. There's something I need to do, and I'm not going to back down now. I'm going to fight her, Naruto, and I'm going to win, because I will stand beside you every step you take," Hinata said, a confident that out of place on her soft face, and more on Naruto's hardened expression. All the same, he followed her back inside in silence, only stopping just before they entered to slip something into her pocket, whispering in her ear. "Are both combatants ready?" Hayate asked. Both females nodding in the affirmative before Hayate leapt back, previous fights teaching him what to expect. "Hajime." Both girls just seemed to glare at each other, the spectators silent as they await the clash to begin. It was a foregone conclusion that tensions were high at this point, and both girls were coiled springs, waiting to be released as a person, identity unknown, coughed and both girls shot at the other, clashing with kunai as they tried to gain the upper hand. Every few seconds, one would hop back, only to re-engage before either could catch their breath. Any second, one could slip up and first blood would be claimed. In a twisted sense, the spectators were like dogs in a pit, or sharks in the water. They waited for blood to be spilt before they cheered and called. "Hello there, slut," Amy called, Hinata able to do nothing other than grit her teeth as she pushed against Amy, sending her skidding back as Hinata leapt away, trying to put some distance between them. As she landed, her hands had already formed the seal as her veins around her eyes bulged, signifying her clan's dojutsu. However, Amy wasn't going to let her in close now that she had her Elda whip from her pouch, letting the brown leather unroll on the ground, the grip resting comfortably in her hand as she gave it an experimental swing, the whip snapping in the air. However, it wasn't the familiarity with the weapon that served unnerve her opponent, it was the tip of the whip, replaced by a crystalline tip with sharp shards jutting out, just waiting to rip into her, just like Amy's tongue. Like I'm going to let you near me with those hideous eyes. You'd probably give me some disgusting blind disease. She called, and even Neji above tensed as he awaited Hinata's response. While he may rip into her with cruel words and put-downs, insulting a Hyuga's eyes was tantamount to treason to the clan. The same could be said of not claiming retribution. Shut up, you dumb cow. Just because I'm an outcast to my family, doesn't mean you can say such things and not expect vengeance, Hinata said, throwing a flurry of kunai at the brunette, who merely smirked, her whip flashing through the air to deflect the kunai, the tempered metal no even chipping the crystal tip. Huh, that's rich. You calling me a cow, I call pot and kettle on that, and maybe if your clan was worth anything, people wouldn't curse you. Amy cackled, her whip flashing out unexpectedly, Hinata barely managing to leap back as it slashed through the air, returning to Amy's side seconds later. We are worth their praise. We are the noblest clan in Konoha. And I am the clan heiress besides. Hinata said, mumbling the last part before charging at Amy, weaving around her attempts to catch her with the whip. However, her numerous attacks were just as easily blocked by the lacquered leather of the whip as Amy actually managed to wrap the weapon around her wrist as she pulled tightly, the razor-sharp crystal slicing through Hinata's flesh before she could get free. Yes, all praise the Hyugas, the most inbred clan in all of Konoha, and all praise their princess, Amy said with such venom that Hinata paused momentarily. Big mistake. Amy sent the whip straight forwards rather than from the side, the crystal ripping into Hinata's jacket, and her stomach which began to bleed. However, before the brunette could escape, Amy had swung once again, the whip encircling the Hyuga's neck as the slack was pulled, the tip digging painfully into Hinata's neck. Bow down to me, and maybe I'll let you go with some shred of worth left, Amy said, sending Hinata to the floor when she resisted, the girl colliding sharply with the stone as she felt her teeth rattle from the impact to her chin. Do it, bow down to me, princess, and say my name, Amy commanded, and despite the growing pain, Hinata still managed to egg out another retort. At least my own father didn't use me for his pleasure, and sell me on the streets, Hinata shouted, her mouth burning from the insult. It was enough that Amy looked at her in confusion for a few seconds, her expression mirroring that of a majority of the spectators. However, had anyone looked, a certain blonde would be back to his old tricks, the metal pipes around him glowing cherry red once again. Huh, I didn't think you had it in you, princess, but it seems the dog has some bite left, Amy said calmly before slamming Hinata into the floor once again, pulling the whip tight enough that Hinata gasped out from air. Good thing I know how to handle a rabid bitch, Amy said, releasing Hinata as she let the girl gag on the air filling her lungs. Gasp just because gasp you let one screw you, gasp doesn't mean you know how to handle a dog. Hinata gasped out, Amy growling as her whip swirled by the air, popping every few seconds. One of these times, you'll stay down, once you learn what's God for you. Although you Hyugas have a thing for pain, how could not with the massive stick in your ass? Amy screeched, her whip slashing at Hinata, who couldn't stand under the repeated attacks, her blood flowing freely now as the crystal ripped out some flesh with every hit until her body was littered with gashes. Now, I want to hear you beg for mercy, Amy called, bending down to wrap her whip around Hinata's neck once more, planting her knee in the girl's back as she pulled upwards, Hinata's neck protesting the force. All you have to do is beg me for release, and I'll give it to you, princess. Although, the whip-wielding civilian didn't let her have enough air to respond with, probably having learned her lesson by this point. Fine, you glutton for punishment, I'm bored of playing with this broken doll anymore, Amy said, slamming Hinata's face into the concrete one last time, giving it a swift stomp for good measure. Amy stood, walking away from the fallen, defeated, broken Hyuga doll. Her jacket was in tatters from the multiple whip attacks, her once beautiful midnight hair was tinged red from the blood pooling on the floor. She didn't even bother to pick her whip back up as she headed towards Hayate to receive her reward. Hayate looked down in remorse, fearing for the Hyuga's safety due to the numbers of wounds the civilian had gifted upon her. Wanting to end this quickly so she could get medical attention, he cleared his throat. Ehem. The winner is, he started only to stop at a raspy cry behind Amy, both people looking at the owner in surprise. No, Hinata said, pushing herself to her feet, a water of blood trailing from the corner of her mouth. Why won't you just stay down? Amy screeched, and Hinata grinned, her hands undoing the whip around her neck. I made a promise to win, and I don't go back on my promises. Besides, I can't let you beat me, not when my precious person is watching me, Hinata said, pulling a scroll out of her pocket, unrolling as she unsealed the contents, the accompanying smoke concealing the girl. When it dispelled, her appearance was changed, her look more confident than Neji could say he had ever seen it. Gone was her own tattered jacket, but it was replaced by the signature zipped-up jacket of Naruto. The spectators glanced at the blonde for the first time since he had returned to see his smug look, and his distinct lack of jacket. The way he looked at Hinata seemed to answer the unasked question, although it brought up a new one. Just how long have you two been? Kurenai trailed off, Naruto's grin relieving all the tension she seemed to have moments before. When I went outside to get her, I told her my feelings. I was more than shocked that she shared my devotion. But just watch, things are about to get good, Naruto said, his former gritting teeth now upturned in a face-splitting grin as his arms hung loosely at his side. Below, Hinata gripped the handle of the whip that only minutes prior had ripped into her body, courtesy of the fiendish girl opposite her now. Grinning softly, she wound the whip around her waist, using it as a belt to draw Naruto's overly large jacket in. Finishing, she leapt away as Amy struck at her, her hands flying out to knock away the metal projectiles that accompanied Amy's futile attack. Landing silently, she danced around Amy's next few attacks, her hands striking Amy's body fluidly while not taking a hit. She finished the one-sided clash by getting behind the brunette, hooking her foot around Amy's as she shoved her forwards, the civilian's face meeting the floor as Hinata jumped back, her hands behind her back in an innocent manner. I don't get it, Amy said, clambering to her feet, her hand ghosting over her face to make sure nothing was broken. Just moments ago, you couldn't even get near me, and now you're beating me like it's nothing. What did you do? Amy demanded, beating her fists on her thighs in rage. It's not fun being pitied, is it? But if you must know, it wasn't anything I did, Hinata admitted, making Amy's face go crimson in rage. You pity me? How dare you, you little tramp? And obviously it has to be something you did. I'd never help you, Amy yelled, throwing out more kunai which Hinata leaned to the side to avoid, the metal sliding across the ground loudly, although Hinata didn't say help came with this gift. Hinata said, fingering the material of her new jacket. What, that ratty thing? I've seen better material on sewer rats, and as for its owner, Amy started, only for Hinata to appear in front of her, her palm shoving into Amy as the smaller girl was sent hurtling backwards like it was nothing. You sleazy peasant. You've insulted my family, me, and given civilians all over a bad reputation, but I will not sit here and let you insult my Naruto, Hinata snarled, and although nobody but Amy could see it, her Byakugan eyes shifted, like a ripple across a pool. Her once pearlescent eyes turned opalescent, giving her the appearance of a true blind person. As Amy stumbled to her feet, a small line of blood coming from her mouth, she glared at Hinata. I don't know why you're defending that demon. It isn't like you really love him. How could anybody love that thing? The village doesn't, the council doesn't, and not even his own parents loved him enough to stay with him, abandoning him in some ditch, a worthy place for demon spawn like him. Amy screeched before noticing that Hinata's attention wasn't on her, instead she was looking at Naruto. The blonde nodded, a saddened expression on his face which was mirrored by Hinata as she turned back to the civilian. Slowly, she brought her hands together as if praying, her head dipped reverently. Do you know what she is doing, Neji? Guy asked his student, assuming that the prodigal Hyuga would recognize the technique Hinata was using. No, it isn't like anything I've ever seen, Guy-sensei, but something tells me, it is one of the techniques usable only by the main branch. This also means I'll have a new technique to learn before finals. Neji added under his breath, although Guy still heard him, frowning at the hatred inside the boy's voice. What are you doing? You reject, praying ain't going to help you any. Amy yelled, charging at the Hyuga recklessly. Forgive me, mother, for this deed I do. I only hope father approves of my reparation claimed from this treasonous witch, Hinata whispered, a single tear trailing down her face as time seemed to slow down. 8 trigrams. Grand trigram palm. Hinata called out, her open palm slamming into Amy's exposed chest region, the civilian freezing as Hinata seemed to rotate on her heel, slamming a second open palm into her stomach, a force equal to a cannonball hitting her emanating from the impact. This continued as Hinata struck 5 more points before using both hands to slam into the girl's temple. Final trigram. Hinata yelled, the civilian's eyes rolling into the back of her head, her body bending backwards, colliding painfully with the ground as Hinata swiftly shoved her hands into her pockets, hiding them from view. Winner Hinata Hyuga. Hayate called out as Hinata nodded, bowing to the referee, before running back to Naruto's side on the walkway overhead, tears streaming behind her. Naruto held her tightly, the girl's sobs echoing as she burrowed into Naruto's chest. Revelation to expectation. Many people believe that my power is over the mastery of flame, but that is a lie. Naruto. Hiruzen sighed as he leaned back in his chair, his narrowed gaze sweeping across the occupants of the council room. On each of his sides, he knew, he would find the 2 elders and his former teammates, Hamaru and Kaharu. Directly to his left, Danzo sat like a hawk, watching the proceedings with prejudice, waiting for his moment to take control. The remainder of the seats were filled by the numerous clan heads of Konoha, with the exception of 2 seats towards the middle of the table, which housed Mibuki Haruno, Sakura Haruno's mother, and Toshiro Gakunjo, father of Amy Gakunjo. For the 3rd and final time, I will not force the Hyuga clan to pay reparations for their clan heiress putting your daughter into a coma. It was a sanctioned fight monitored by several Junin, as well as myself. If we thought she was being unfairly brutal, we would have stepped in. Sarutobi replied yet again, the salt and pepper-haired civilian frowning at the repeated refusals to avenge his daughter. Now then, unless some new evidence arises, such as the cause exactly of Amy-chan's coma, then consider this matter dropped. The Hokage's voice was terse, cutting off any and all resistance rising in Toshiro's throat. Despite not being able to give a sharp retort, the civilian still made his displeasure known as he shoved his chair back, storming from the room, and slamming the door behind him. The majority of the remaining occupants didn't even flinch as they turned their attention to their leader. If I may be permitted, why have we been called here, that insufferable man especially? Several of us have to get back to training our children for the finals. Hiyashi questioned as the other shinobi looked at the 3rd expectantly. I needed to speak to several of you about the preliminaries, but I also wanted to say to all of you that I have high hopes for the coming generation. Given a few years, I can see some, if not all, of your children leading the village into an era. The will of fire burns strongly in a few, stronger than is customary for their age. Sarutobi informed the gathered parents, Danzo glancing at his rival through a single, half-open eye. That said, I need to see several of you in my office. If Hiyashi, Inoichi, and Mibuki would follow me to my office. Hiruzen said, rising from his seat, his aged body protesting the motion. He gave a low chuckle as the 3 requested rose as well, making their way into his office as he followed them, an anbu dropping from the rafters to block the door. Now then, he began, sinking into the cushy chair behind his desk. I guess I'll begin with Haruno-san. He finished, the woman nodding as she stepped forwards. I suppose I don't have to say that whatever is said inside this room must remain here. You may speak of it to anyone, not even each other. This applies to all of you. Sarutobi added, gesturing to both Hiyashi and Inoichi. Yes, Lord Hokage. All answered in unison. Now, Mibuki, during your daughter's match, she was subjected to more mental strain than physical, although she was thoroughly beaten. However, why I requested to speak to you is that she seemed broken during the match, and shortly after this, she began to express inky tears, and became much more maniacal than should be healthy. I would like to know if you have any idea what she may have done. The Hokage asked, leaning back in his chair as he adjusted his hat to cover his eyes. However, any hope he had of getting answers was cut off as Mibuki looked at him with distress in her eyes. No, I had no idea she was capable of such a thing. As you know, both I and my husband are civilians, not trained in the shinobi arts beyond knowing what chakra was, or what our daughter mentioned to us during her schooling. Mibuki said, and although she was obviously upset, her voice didn't waver or crack. That's what I was afraid of. I'd like to request that she be placed under observation and that she go to an appointment with a Yamanaka to have her mental welfare assured. Sarutobi replied softly, then waving the civilian council member out. Inoichi, step forwards. he ordered, the blond man responding silently, his hands behind his back. If you'd like to request that I perform the check on Haruno-sans, I'll do it. Considering Sakura and Ino's relationship, it may help ease her to have some familiar faces. Inoichi said, his only answer being the hardening of his Hokage's face. If by that you're asking to have your daughter at the checkup, I'm afraid that would only make things worse. Judging from your statement, I'm going to assume you are unaware of your daughter's fight in the preliminaries, Hiruzen said, Inoichi tilting his head in confusion. What do you mean? If you're referring to my daughter's hair, I'm already aware, and while I find it more befitting until she learns to fight properly, it's hardly reason to forbid her from being with her friend during such as troubled time. His face growing harder as suspicions flew across his head. I dearly hope you don't fully believe the words coming out of your mouth, or else I'm going to have to order that the entire Yamanaka clan report for mental welfare checks. The aged man spoke, and despite the tenseness of the conversation, the platinum blonde gave a low chuckle. No, I was afraid of having this conversation one day, Lord Hokage, Inoichi said, sinking into a chair as he began his explanation. Sarutobi watching stony-faced. From a young age, Ino was always different, very possessive of her toys and such. We finally decided to have her checked when she was 7. My late wife, she took Ino's favorite stuffed toy to wash it. Perfectly normal, right? Well, apparently not to Ino. She felt that my wife had stolen the toy, and called her Ino called her a list of things. Kami above, I didn't know a little girl could say such things with such venom. My wife, she withstood the berating by Ino, considering it was her own child, but things became worse when Ino began starving herself, refusing to eat anything until her toy was returned. Inoichi paused, taking a deep breath to calm him before continuing. Naturally, my wife gave in, caring only for her daughter's well-being. It was the next day that I got a day off, and delved deep into Ino's id, that is, her inner dimension. There I discovered the problem, like a worm eating away at an apple from the inside. My sweet daughter, my dear Ino, possessed a spirit of avarice unparalleled by any other mind I have ever had the chance to enter. I found in my little girl's memories, recollections of tormenting other children, girls she had called her friends purely out of jealousy. So, I did something that I regret dearly, Inoichi said, pausing once again to rub his eyes, preventing any tears from leaving as he finished his story. I used a forbidden jutsu known in our clan to plant a seed of hope in her fragile mind, in desperate hopes that it would, in time, grow to consume the festering darkness in my daughter. I know now that this was the wrong thing to do, but I had no other choice. Inoichi finished, looking at the floor in disgust at himself. You should have mentioned something to someone, anyone. That little obsessive behavior has turned into cult-like behavior centered on Sasuke Uchiha. She nearly killed her proclaimed best friend over a petty spat of who Sasuke liked more. Kami knows what she would do to others, and if it comes to it, the blame will rest squarely on your shoulders, Inoichi. Sarutobi admonished the penitent father, who rose suddenly, the chair clattering to the ground behind him. Shut up, you would have done the same if it was your child, he yelled, a hand clamping onto his shoulder as he stopped, a thunderstruck expression taking the place of his furious one. I am sorry, Lord Hokage, I spoke out of turn. I shall rectify the mistake made, Inoichi reported, turning and leaving, not daring to look at his Hokage's face again. Maybe I was too harsh on him. Inoichi has been loyal for as long as I can remember, and I suppose his accusation does have its merits. Hiruzen thought aloud before shaking his head out of the thoughts as he addressed the final member called to his office. Hiyashi, I wished to speak with you about both your nephew and your daughter. During the preliminaries, Neji and Hinata were forced to fight each other, with Neji prevailing. However, during the fight I noticed that Neji-chan seems to have quite a grudge against the main branch. He seems to hold them in contempt for that incident. Sarutobi spoke, reclining in his chair as he awaited Hiyashi's calm response, assuaging his fears. It never came. And well he should. The main branch is, after all, to blame for my brother's death, myself in particular. It only makes sense that he would use my child in place of myself. However, I seriously doubt that he would go so far as to use lethal force against Hinata, Hiyashi said evenly, his head shifting to the side as an image of his late brother passed through his mind. Suddenly, the Hokage leapt from his chair, a frown on his face as he stopped inches away from Hiyashi, a kunai held to the Hyuga's neck. The clan head started as he noticed the close proximity of the sharp edge to his neck. Hokage-sama, he started, only for the fire shadow to pull his hand back, hiding both the kunai and his hands within the voluminous sleeves of his robe. That was how close Neji came to finishing off young Hinata. In fact, I doubt we would have been able to stop him in time had Naruto-chan not stepped in. That said, I don't think you should keep the truth of the matter hidden from him. I'm not going to order you to tell him anything, as it is technically a clan matter, but I'd recommend you tell him soon. The wizened man said, taking his seat back as he reached under his desk, pulling out a saucer and a small sake bottle. I will take it under consideration, Lord Hokage. However, I felt that telling him during the training session would be counterproductive, the same as telling him during the finals. But, if I feel that he can hear the truth and it won't worsen his skill, I will tell him. Hiyashi said, and turned to go, only for the door to open as a young chunin barged into the meeting. She immediately found her life in danger as the presiding Enbu placed the tip of his katana at the sweating chunin's neck. However, she didn't seem to be afraid for her life as she extended a file to the Hokage. This just in, Lord Hokage. Mara Shisho confirmed the results herself, the young female said both excitedly and fearfully, if that's possible. However, as the manila folder of notes left her hand, she looked at the Hokage expectantly. Oh yes. Beaver. Let Orihime-chan go, she was under my orders, I suppose. The aged Hokage said, his hand stroking his beard as the occupants of the room's sweat dropped. The Anbu, however, still relented, letting the girl go as she fled the room, her lab coat fluttering behind her. I was meaning to also speak with you about this, Hiyashi-san. Hiruzen said as he opened the folder, fingering through several documents. As I'm sure you noticed earlier, Gakunjo-san was rather furious due to his daughter's condition. I lied when I said there wasn't any evidence as to her diagnosis. Medics on scene examined her, and said she had little to no wounds on her body, which makes sense considering she fought a Hyuga, your daughter. However, they also reported that they were unable to use medical jutsu to see what was wrong with her, something which did confuse me, so I had a specialist examine her. The Hokage said as he pulled the correct papers free from the mess, single-handedly tossing the folder on his desk as he skimmed the paper for information. Mara-chan is clinically blind, with no hope of ever receiving a cure, which posed a major problem considering she dreamed of being a great shinobi. However, my student, Tsunade, you remember her, helped her through the difficult time. At the time, we assumed that if anyone could fix Mara, it would be Tsunade. We were wrong. But the two bonded, and Mara found that despite a disability that prevented her from ever fighting, she could still help defend our blessed village. The man said, turning the page as Hiyashi listened raptly. Hiruzen was infamous for rambling when he was preoccupied. Since she obviously couldn't learn taijutsu, or ninjutsu, she devoted her life to medical jutsu, becoming a prodigy in the field, acknowledged by Tsunade herself. While Tsunade was famous for being able to fix any problems with the body, like a master puppeteer fixing his puppets, Mara was unparalleled in diagnosing patients. Hiruzen finished, his eyes slowly rising from the sheet of paper as he handed the page to Hiyashi, leaning back in his cushy chair, his arthritic fingers steepling in front of his face. Now Hiyashi, I'm going to ask this one time, and don't take my rambling as the early onset of some mental disorder. Do you know of any technique in the Hyuga repertoire that can do what IGE? Because one of two things await us depending on your answer. If so, I would like to applaud your clan's skill as the perfect assassins. If not, then I would like you to find out just how. Hinata-chan came to create such a technique, and if possible, replicate it, given the potential damage it can do, the third said. Turning his chair around to look out the window over his village, admiring the beautiful landscape surrounding them, he didn't need to see Hiyashi's answer. The dead silence, sounding of fluttering papers, and the sharp slam of a door were all the answers he needed. Team 7, one of you has the ability to make fires with his mind, but I have a feeling it goes far beyond that. Your second member is the last of his clan, although the same applies to the first, as well as a dark hatred growing inside of him, like the seed of darkness that once blossomed in Master's rival. And now I discover that your final member has the potential to utterly obliterate those, I fear for Konoha's future should even one of you snap, Most High Judge. Welcome to my battleground, where I opened my eyes and perfected my sight, Hinata and Naruto. 8 trigrams. 32 palms. Hinata breathed out, attacking Hanabi. However, her younger sister easily weaved around the attack, striking at her older sister's exposed side. Hinata saw the attack coming, but couldn't avoid it in time as she took the hits, falling to her knee. "You lost, sister, again," Hanabi said, breathing heavily due to the repeated and intense spars between the two sisters. She reached out her hand to help her sister up, reopening her chakra points as they each took their respective side, getting into the Juken stance. "Wait." A stern voice called out, the sisters freezing as their father entered the sparring grounds. Seeing that he seemed to have a message, they relaxed their bodies. Hiyashi watched them carefully, walking purposefully towards Hinata, who bowed at the waist. "Hanabi, you are dismissed. Your sister and I have something to discuss," Hiyashi ordered, only for his youngest daughter to look at him questioningly. "Yes?" he asked, seeing as Hanabi wouldn't outright say anything without permission, her ability to recognize authority showing through. If it were any other time, he would be proud, but he had business to attend to. "I would like to hear what you have to discuss with Hinata Ne-chan, and besides, we are in the middle of sparring and it would be counterproductive for me to leave, only to be called back minutes later," Hanabi pointed out, and Hiyashi sighed, a sign that should have alerted both of his daughters considering his usual masked emotions. "Fine, but please be silent and only observe. It will be good practice for you to see how to interact with the clan when you become clan head," Hiyashi said, and his daughter nodded, walking over to sit under a shade tree. "Now Hinata, I would like to know where you learned the technique you used on the civilian girl in the preliminaries. It resembles our Juken, but it doesn't match any of the techniques taught." Hiyashi's tone was stern, leaving no room for Hinata to escape. "What do you mean, Tu-san? Of course it is one of the Juken techniques, it has to be. I found it in the clan library." Hinata defended herself, but her shifting eyes gave her away as Hiyashi grabbed her shoulders, holding her in place, forcing her eyes to meet his. Hanabi watched silently. "You're lying. I can see it in your eyes. Now where did you get that technique? Who taught it to you?" Hinata tried to wriggle out of his grasp, but her father's grip was like iron. "I told you, father, it was in the clan library, and I taught myself it from the scroll." This time her eyes met his evenly, and he was surprised by the intense gaze, his mind flashing momentarily to his late wife. "You were telling the truth that time, or at least you believe you are. However, the difference between your first answer and the second is that you found it in its location. I can only conclude from this that you were led to it by someone else. Now tell me, Hinata, who led you to the scroll, because they had to have an intimate knowledge of our clan layout. You know the rules for intruders and spies." Despite how Hiyashi imagined his tone in his head, it still came out almost pleading. "I cannot tell, father, you would think me foolish," Hinata cried, and Hiyashi had to fight the urge to wipe away her tears. Right now, he was clan head Hiyashi, not her father. "Better foolish than a traitor. You know that those that hide spies will share their punishment. I would not wish that upon my own daughter, but you will force my hand," the clan head said calmly, his eyes seeing how Hinata's fearfully darted around. "Ka-chan," Hinata mumbled, seeing no alternative. Finally, she seemed to gain a respite as her father's grip loosened slightly, most likely in disbelief. "What was that, Hinata?" he asked comfortingly. "Ka-chan told me, I saw her in a dream, and she told me where to look. She even told me about the blood seal preventing anyone but me or Hanabi Imoto-chan from finding it. She said she loved me, and then she was gone." Hinata cried, tears running down her face in rivulets. And just like that, she broke free from her father, trying to escape, only for him to catch her wrist. "Hinata," her father said sharply, the eldest daughter pausing in her crying, muffled sniffles still coming out. "If you are so adamant on being difficult, fine. I'm sure you will be forgiven if you hand over this scroll," he assured his daughter, pulling her for a hug. However, she shoved him away. "No, I can't do that. Ka-chan sealed it away for a reason. I will not let those useless elders just stomp all over that." Hinata's tone had changed somewhere between the confession and now. Hiyashi could see it in her eyes, the look of utter defiance. He recognized it as well as the day his wife had looked at her father that way, when the man had tried to stand in the way of their marriage. "Hinata-chan, please, just listen to father. He's trying to help you, why can't you see that?" Hanabi burst in, and Hinata's defiant look vanished in an instant. An idea came into Hiyoshi's mind, a twisted one, but the needs of the clan before the needs of a father. Fine, Hinata. I will not push you, but at least teach Hanabi. You said she could have opened the seal just as easily as you, so surely it should be okay to teach her, he said, slowly advancing on Hinata, but the girl saw right through his plan, a furious glare set in her eyes. No, I would teach her, but you only want her to know so you can get her tell the elders, and teach the rest of the clan. Hinata cried, falling fluidly into the familiar stance of her clan. Hiyoshi was taken aback by the sudden hostility, before a fire sprouted in his own eyes. You would fight your own father in the name of this foolish crusade? Fine, then let's make an agreement, since you want to fight so badly. Hanabi, have one last spar with your sister. If Hanabi wins, you will teach her that technique, but if you win, you can go free, and I'll not bring it up again. Hiyoshi said, Hanabi taking his place, although reluctantly. However, Hinata seemed nonplussed. If that is what it will take to deter you, father, then my path is already set, Hinata said, and had Hiyoshi been in his right mind, he would have questioned the level expression and somber tone. But instead he stepped back, looking at how Hanabi was shaking slightly, while Hinata was frozen in place. It reminded him of a rabbit being hunted. Hajime. Hanabi, don't hold back. He bit out sharply, and despite her frightened posture, she nodded in the affirmative, falling into the Juken stance while Hinata rose, her hands hanging limply at her sides. Hanabi charged at her sister, thrusting an open palm at her chest, going for a quick finish. However, Hinata moved like lightning, her hand knocking Hanabi's across her chest, causing the younger Hyuga to spin around, her back to Hinata. I'm sorry, Imoto. Before anyone knew what was happening, Hinata hooked her foot around Hanabi's ankle, pulling her feet, the heiress being shoved forwards by a sharp open palm strike courtesy of Hinata, sending her younger sister to the ground. As she turned over to face her sister, all she saw was Hinata's single finger touching her forehead. It filled Hanabi with fear, to be so utterly outmatched when she was normally the victor of their spars. Hinata rose to her feet, looking at Hiyoshi as if daring him to challenge her choice. I didn't use any chakra in that strike, but I believe the purpose still stands, she said calmly, walking away as Hiyoshi rushed to his daughter's side, helping her up. You would go this far, reversing your very nature, to keep your clan from having this power? Hiyoshi called after Hinata, who froze, turning around to look at her father. This power, no, it's a curse. No one should have the authority to be both judge and executioner. Ka-chan entrusted me with this curse because she knew that I wouldn't misuse it. Hinata cried out, staring Hiyoshi down like an impudent child. Yes, because using it on a civilian for revenge is the correct reason. What's the difference between you using for revenge, and the clan using to prove our dominance? Hiyoshi said, and Hanabi looked between the two, not knowing what was about to happen. Because I never asked for this curse, but I shall bear it all the same. Would you wish your dear daughter to be blessed instead of me, the failure of our clan? I would not, for the power to shatter the 8 gates like mirrors is not a curse I would wish upon anyone. Hinata said, and started to stride away, Naruto's orange jacket appearing in a puff of smoke as she girded herself in the jacket, as if it could cover her misery. Fine. Since you refused to help the clan shall return the favor. Find someone else to help you prepare for the finals. You want to train yourself. Well, this is your chance. Neji will face you with the full power of the clan behind him, and let's see how powerful you are then, daughter. Hiyoshi howled, but Hinata made no outward acknowledgement of his curse. However, steps later, she paused, turning to look at her sister and father, a look worthy of a professional assassin on her face. If that is what must be done. Every power has a price, and I said I shall bear it. I am glad it shall be so light a curse to bear, and with that, she turned and sped away, faster than Hiyoshi had ever seen her move before. Meanwhile, a shadowed figure was watching from the trees above, making no sign that it was ever there, save for a solitary tear that fell, shattering into pieces as it touched the ground. Stupid Kakashi-sensei, although he did leave me this cool looking jutsu, he also left that closet pervert to train me. I mean, all he wants to teach me is how to walk on water or how to improve my chakra control, which is phenomenal, considering me condition. But is that good enough for him? Nope. I hope he rots in some dank cell in the I&T unit. Naruto grumbled as he walked down the street, his body filthy in several places, with his hair dripping sweat. But he could honestly say he had the jutsu Kakashi had left him, alongside several others that he'd gotten from the library, albeit under an ingenious henge. Turning into the duckbit of Konoha always left a bitter taste in Naruto's mouth, but even worse trouble for Sasuke. He'd also managed to almost finish off the jutsu he was designing privately, the mechanics only needing a little tweaking to get right, but he still had 3.5 weeks to work out the kinks. Right now, he wants to have a nice hot soak in the hot springs, and let all his tension wash away. Entering the spring with a tired sigh of relief, he sunk down in the water, only his note up still visible above the water. Naruto noted with some interest that without his headband, his bangs hung down low enough to dip into the water. Okay, now that I'm relaxing, I can mentally list off and prioritize what I need to train in for the finals. First, work on my Fuinjutsu. Second, improve chakra sensing abilities. Third, finish up my taijutsu style. Fourth, get a summon animal. Finally, finish that jutsu and round off my general skills. Naruto thought, not noticing that as he became lost in his thoughts, he drifted to the side of springs, a low giggling bring him out of his meditating. Huh, he said rather dumbly, looking around, but due to the thick steam, he couldn't spot the source. So, he closed his eyes, resorting to his other sight. Right next to him, a figure was hunched over, looking through the wall, giggling perversely at something. Naruto's eyes shot open as he sensed a second chakra signature that was familiar on the other side, Hinata-chan. He thought frantically, before a furious rage filled him at the concealed pervert's peeping. Smirking, he thought of a new jutsu on the spot to try out, sneaking up behind the peeping Tom, which wasn't that difficult given the cover and his target's preoccupation. Assuming the position, he mumbled under his breath, 1,000 years of blistering pain. Thrusting into the man's rear, adding a small cone of fire just for good measure, the man freezing for a second before shooting into the air, fire shooting out from behind him, giving him the appearance of a firework shooting off. Naruto's dark chuckling was interrupted by the giggling beside him. His eyes widened in surprise, he had his sensors open, and should have been able to sense anyone around him, unless. Using a minor application wind chakra to his hand, he waved away the steam to reveal a giggling man with a notebook out, writing something down. The man was wearing a red coat, and had long white hair in a ponytail. On his feet were Geta sandals. Jiraiya of the Sannin, Naruto hissed, before hearing what the Sannin was saying. Oh, there are some real beauties out today. The backside on that blonde, and the jugs on that delicious brunette. Oh, and the curves on that Hyuga, he said, only to be rudely interrupted by Naruto punching him across the cheek, knocking him back into the water. Arrow Sannin. Stop peeping. Naruto yelled, only for Jiraiya to rise from the water atop a large toad, which croaked in tune to the crickets chirping. I said Santo. Naruto's yell was cut short as his mouth was covered by the same Sannin he was trying to cuss out. Shut it Gaki, and I'll let you peek too, he whispered, and Naruto tried to break free. However, the pervert wasn't a Sannin for nothing, and Naruto couldn't break his iron grip any easier than he could of Orochi Pedo's. MMHHMMPH, he said, the sage's hand muffling his rant. Oh, the Hyuga girl's your girlfriend, well why didn't you say so? I'll make sure to include you in the book too. Jiraiya said, and now the tables turned as Naruto broke free, trying the righteous indignation to pry the notebook from Jiraiya's hands to burn it. Normally, he would have done that without taking it away, but in the highly humid environment, he'd need physical contact to burn it without using his more explosive methods. That was how Naruto was sent through the flimsy bamboo wall, crashing into the water on the opposite side, the women around him screaming, Eki. However, Naruto had the naturally quick reflexes to henge into a fox. Which meant he died a much more pleasurable death as the females grabbed him up, suffocating the blonde as he died a pervert's wet dream. Somehow in the chaos of cuddling and kawaii, Jiraiya slipped away without a scratch, a rarity for the perverted Sannin. Once Naruto had been able to escape, he only made it 3 houses before Jiraiya cornered the blonde, who had changed back to normal. However, his headband was currently in his pocket, his wet hair hanging down. As such, when the toad sage stopped him, he mumbled, he looks just like Minato. Under his breath. What do you want, Arrow Sennin? having heard the rumors of him being the self-proclaimed sage of toads. Considering the toad in the bath, such validity was to be expected, although Naruto still thought of him as more of a toad instead of a toad sage. Here's the deal, Gaki. We had a good thing going in to offer a temporary partnership. I have a fast approaching deadline, and need some help gathering inspiration. I'll train you, and in return, you use that fox form to attract all sorts of hotties. Okay. Jiraiya suggested, Naruto glaring at the pervert. However, inside of him, unawares to the blonde, the Kyuubi was watching for his answer. I don't need training, even from a Sannin. I've made it this far on my own, and I'll make it all the way to the Hokage chair by myself. Find someone else to indulge your perverted wishes. Naruto said angrily, tensing his legs as he leapt onto the roof, leaping away from the Sannin. You know, Gaki. It's not every day that a Sannin offers to help train you. I don't feel that you properly understand the gravity of the situation. Jiraiya said, appearing next to Naruto, the blonde sighing as he made a sharp stop. Then how about you explain it to me then, Sannin Dono? He said, Jiraiya mirroring his solemn expression as he stopped across from the genin who looked identical to his father. I'm well aware of the fox inside of you, for starters. He started, pausing as he awaited Naruto's outcry, but it never came. And because of this, the village, the civilian council in particular hates your guts. I'd also bet on the fact that Danzo Shimura wants you to be placed under his command so he could turn you into an emotionless tool for Konoha. He continued, and Naruto's eyebrow rose skeptically. While the majority of what you said is true, there are some on the council that like me. Also, from what I've heard, betting isn't exactly good where the Sannin are included. That said, what is your point? He said in an annoyed tone. First, wrong Sannin. Second, my point is, while it goes against what I feel, the Hokage isn't always the strongest person in the village. Sometimes, the shinobi that comes out alive is the one that brings backup. If you want to be Hokage, then let me be your backup, I have a good track record, after all. He smirked knowingly, and Naruto turned to look at the Hokage monument with longing in his eyes. You're saying that even if I could beat everyone else in the village blindfolded, the guy that has the support of the village will still get the hat? Naruto said, his tone matching his look. Turning back to Jiraiya, the Sannin was pleased to the acceptance in his eyes. Fine. I believe we can make this arrangement work. The fourth certainly trusted you, and who can argue with those results? But understand this, Jiraiya of the Sannin, Naruto said, advancing on the toad sage, who stood his ground, sensing no hostility from the blonde in front of him. Then, in a flash of red, Jiraiya was sent through the roof by an explosion that singed his coat. As he looked around for the source of the surprise attack, all he saw was the genin above him, his legs dangling over the side of the hole, a notebook in his hands, sitting as blasé to the point of concern. Slowly, purposefully, he flipped through the notebook before coming to a certain page as he ripped it out, slicing it neatly into squares and folding them meticulously. Then, he threw them all into the air, one dyed black to the white of the others. Naruto conjured small fireballs, sniping at the black paper plane, only to manipulate the wind to move a blank one into the way. However, eventually, he turned all of them into ash before catching the black one carefully, only to crush it, reducing it to ash as well, casting the ashes into the wind. Sometimes, all backup means is more casualties to the superior fighter, and eventually, the shinobi or kunoichi will have to decide whether to cut the dead weight, or take one on the chin. With that said, he threw the notebook at Jiraiya, who caught it, but when he looked back to the blonde, he was gone, nothing left behind to say whether he had ever been there. The razor's edge. You are nothing more than beasts before the eyes of the Uchiha. Sasuke. HYA. 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 The repeated cries of Hinata Hyuga resonated with her determination as she struck the tree in front of her, multiple handprints worn into the bark and underlying wood where the bark had begun to fall in places. Wiping the sweat from her eyes, she executed a flawless three-point combo on the tree, a sizable piece of wood falling off as the blue net spun on her heel, hooking her finger in a kunai as she flung it into the shadows of the woods. Her eyes narrowed as a low chuckle returned her aggression. You keep up with accuracy like that, and I won't be the only expert markswoman in the village, at least among the genin. Tenten said friendly, spinning the flung kunai around her ring finger before tossing it back at Hinata, who didn't flinch as she leaned to the side, barely avoiding the return fire. "Sorry, Tenten-san. I'm working out some issues. I didn't intend to actually hurt you. If I'm being honest, I was kinda hoping it was someone else." Hinata apologized, reaching down to unzip Naruto's borrowed jacket. "Every time I see you with that jacket on, you act like such a..." Tenten trailed off, looking aside as Hinata looked at the weapon's mistress with confusion. Laying the jacket aside as she tried to cool down, her eyes softened, the hard lines of her face returning to their softer counterparts. "What's that, Tenten-san?" she asked, her fingers poking each other. Although she didn't realize it, it seemed old habits died hard. "I was going to say you act like a real live kunoichi, but I realized that sounds insulting to your usual demeanor. I guess I'm just used to Neji-sama to think of you as any relation," Tenten apologized, blushing as she looked aside. "Oh, that's okay. Speaking of Neji, why are you here and not helping him train for the finals?" Hinata asked, eyeing up an apple overhead. "Well, I remember how Neji treated you during the preliminaries, and since Lee can't exactly find you to do this, Gai-sensei is busy actually training Neji, and Neji would probably die before he apologizes. I wanted you to know that Gai-sensei is sorry, as are the rest of Team 9 for his actions," Tenten said, bowing only to hear a dry chuckle overhead. Looking up, she saw Hinata sitting on a tree branch, biting crisply into a shiny red apple. "You talk about me being not acting like a true kunoichi, but here you are, worrying about my feelings. Now who's not acting like a kunoichi?" Hinata said, and seeing Tenten's angry face, tossed her a second apple. "Well, excuse me for being concerned. Next time I'll just leave you deal with it yourself," Tenten retorted sharply. "I didn't say I don't appreciate the concern, Tenten-san, just that you shouldn't always be concerned with how people perceive you. After all, females can't compete with males in a contest of strength, so sometimes." Hinata trailed off as she dropped down, her whip wrapping around a tree branch to support her. "As girls have to get them to drop their guards," Hinata said, falling to the ground as she acted like she'd hurt herself. She even had tears coming out of the sides of her pearlescent eyes. Tenten was immediately at her side. "What's wrong, Hinata?" Only to suddenly find herself constrained by Hinata's whip, which had slipped around her neck, cutting off her air. "Case in point," Hinata said, standing gracefully, looking at Tenten teasingly before releasing her. Tenten was surprised by her flip personality until she saw the familiar sunset jacket was back on her. The panda genin sighed, before noticing the weapon that had moments earlier constricted her oxygen. "Wow, cool whip. Can I see it?" Tenten said excitedly, not waiting for a response as she grabbed the whip from Hinata, running her hands over it, pulling on it, giving it a few test cracks. High-quality material, most likely domesticated deer, rather than wild, strong tensile strength, crystal tip for fighting rather than control, doesn't conduct chakra though. I'd say around 300,000 yen, bottom price, but if it could conduct chakra, easily 450. Tenten rattled off, her eyes glazing over as she gave it few twirls before sending it tip first through a tree, the crystal easily shearing through what. "I hate seeing such a beautiful piece not at maximum potential. My father runs a high-end weapon shop. I bet he could fix this up for you, maybe teach you a few jutsu to go with it, and we'll call it even. Think of it as my way of investing in the better Hyuga," Tenten said haughtily, and Hinata giggled. Elsewhere in Konoha, a blonde genin was dancing around numerous attacks, courtesy of his perverted teacher. However, no matter how the sage's attacks seemed to pin Naruto in, he would barely contort his body out of the way while still managing to keep the target in sight. It sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine as he compared Naruto's dexterity to his former teammates. It had been Jiraiya's idea when he'd learned that Naruto was facing a Hyuga prodigy. The exercise seemed simple, something Naruto would have thought up on his own. Simply balance a bowl of fresh ramen on his head while dodging all of Jiraiya's kunai and shuriken. For the sake of the exercise, holding the ramen in his hands was off limits, but that hadn't stopped him from juggling the heavenly treat while not losing a single drop. About halfway through it though, Naruto had changed the rules. Making the valid point that eventually Neji would run out of stamina, he'd set his own victory condition. By adding a pair of chopsticks to the mix, he had to finish the ramen before Jiraiya managed to make him drop it. At least Jiraiya had prevented him from eating in ramen so far, Not that he'd made the blonde drop the bowl. Even when he tried to get the blonde to lose his cool by made lewd comments, all he got from the blonde was baleful looks and the occasional fireball. Although, the most skilled return came when Naruto had spun the bowl into the air like a pizza, using the pair of chopsticks to catch several kunai and fling them back with better accuracy than Jiraiya was having so far. Eventually, they called it a tie, as Jiraiya simply couldn't force Naruto to relinquish his heavenly treat, and Naruto actually refused to eat the ramen once it got cold. Although, the fact that the game was over didn't stop Naruto from showing off as he balanced the two chopsticks end on end, with the bowl twirling on the top, held up purely by his chakra. The Toad Sennin was actually impressed by the boy's control, while it wasn't as good as say, Tsunade, or just about any medic nin, for the boy with chakra reserves to rival the Hokage. It was impressive. So, how goes your progress with the summoning jutsu? And the other jutsu I taught you? Jiraiya questioned as Naruto looked at his half-partner, half-sensei incredulously. I'm Naruto fricking Uzumaki, and you think I'm having trouble getting some toads to help me? I'm not you, Arogama, Naruto said, smiling a second later as the accusation held no malice. I'm able to summon up to Gamashi at will, if you exclude the fact that I can summon Gamabunta simply by pouring in as much chakra as possible. As for the Toad Oil Flame Jutsu, progress has been made, although very little. I can summon the higher level toads that can use the oil, but I'm not familiar with them enough yet to use it. Other than Bunta, I haven't used it with any others yet. As for that other jutsu, lands have fallen with more ease. So what are going to teach me today? Naruto questioned, smirking at Jiraiya, who opened his mouth to answer only for an Anbu to appear suddenly, not surprising either of the two toad summoners, although Naruto looked annoyed by the interruption of his training. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Hokage has requested your immediate assistance, the bear-masked Anbu droned. Sigh well, I guess today's lesson will be a bit short. Naruto. I'll see you later, Jiraiya said, leaping away as the Anbu followed him closely. Silly Jiraiya, thinking he could teach me anything of value. Although, the summoning jutsu will come in handy should I require assistance on the field, Naruto said, walking away from the training grounds, only to hear a familiar grunting sound. It's 3 days until the finals now, and she's still going at it, Naruto thought, smiling as he headed over to find his female teammate and girlfriend training diligently. Her appearance had changed very little since he had seen her last at the prelims. Not that he was avoiding her, on the contrary, he had tried to find her several times but kept missing her. Hey Hina-chan, Naruto said, whispered into her ear as she spun around, slamming a chakra-infused palm into him as he doubled over in pain. Seeing who it was, Hinata immediately fell to her knee in front of him, checking on him as she opened his chakra points again. I'm so sorry Naruto-kun. I didn't notice you, and you surprised me. Are you alright? She worried as Naruto smiled at her, stroking her cheek as she blushed crimson. I'm fine Hina-chan, just a little surprised. All the same, you look so cute when you're concerned, Naruto mumbled, lightly running his knuckles over her cheek as her blush spread, and she fainted into Naruto's arms, who shared her blush, although he stayed conscious. Yep, I still got it. Once Hinata had awoken from her fainting spell, she noticed Naruto leaned against a tree, using a kunai to peel and section an apple. Putting a piece into his mouth, he cut off another piece, offering it to her, which she took, clambering to her feet as she looked at Naruto in confusion. You're wondering why I'm here, right? Naruto asked, continuing on as she nodded. I want you to spar with me, taijutsu only. I know it may seem like a strange request, but I need to put the finishing touches on a taijutsu style, and I need your help. Just come at me, no holds barred, do whatever you can to beat me, just use only taijutsu, okay? Naruto asked, standing there as he awaited her answer. Okay, I'll do it, for you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said confidently, and Naruto smiled, throwing the apple aside, along with the kunai as it pierced the apple completely, skewering it against a tree trunk which was covered in small palm prints, along with one pitch black palm mark in the center as Hinata took her stance, activating her glowing dojutsu. With a soundless word, the couple charged at each other, each smirking in their own way. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was sitting on his sensei's windowsill, listening to the aged Hokage tell him why he was called. So, you want me to track down Tsunade? Jiraiya summed up the last 15 minutes of rambling in 8 words. When Hiruzen nodded, the Toad Sennin's sweat dropped. Fine. I was looking forwards to seeing Naruto's Chunin finals, but I guess this takes precedence. Another nod. Welp, guess I better hurry up then if I want to see just how much the Gaki is holding out on me. A final nod, and Jiraiya was gone. Naruto breathed heavily. The past 2 days had been intense, non-stop sparring between him and Hinata, who was mirroring his erratic breathing. As he grabbed at the tree to pull himself up, his fingers went over the familiar scars, carved into the tree. Hinata 102. Naruto 1. It's done, my taijutsu style, I did it. Welcome to my battleground, where I opened my eyes, and perfected my sight. Naruto smiled deviously. I originally stopped the chapter here, but decided to add in one final scene that was going to be at the start of the next chapter. I decided that this would be a more fitting place. It is familiar, and I'm sorry if you don't like the song, but this is a warning, so read if you want to, it won't affect the plot in any way. Naruto sighed as he leaned back on his mottled roof. Looking down over the village, he recalled how his birthday was coming up soon, and remembered how each and every one of his birthdays had gone to date. As he closed his eyes, and leaned back against the cool clay, a tune began running through his head as he began to sing. The village of Konoha was in a mass hysteria due to today's events, the Chunin finals. In some people's opinions, Naruto. It truly showed just how deplorable the village was that they would flock to the arena, abandoning their shops and duties to watch some kids beating the stuffing out of each other. If would be when he struck. This was why a third of the available shinobi were tasked with patrolling the village and wall. Normally, it would have only been a fifth, but after Naruto had interrupted the attack on his partial sensei, Hayate Gecko, the third had stepped up security. Hayate was still in the hospital, but he would survive, after having reported that the Sand and Sound were planning something during the finals. As Naruto looked at the practical parade of people advancing towards the stadium, his mind drifted back to the day the finalists were paired off. His match against Neji was first, and he was looking forward to beating that superior look off the egotistical Hyuga's face. But first, he had one last thing to do before the butt-kicking could commence. Lined across the floor of the stadium were 8 genin, 3 from sand, the other 5 from leaf. Each and every contestant was standing still awaiting the finals to begin. Hearing footsteps, several turned to view the newest contestant to enter. Eyebrows rose as they took in Hinata's appearance, as well as the self-assured look on her face as she strode over to Genma, the referee for the finals, introducing herself as she was pointed to her place in the lineup. Now, there were only 3 empty spots left, and the 9 genin awaited their arrival, the minutes ticking down until show time. As 9 o'clock rolled around, no new contestants had shown up, leading to a certain Hyuga to sweat slightly, wondering where Naruto was. He was a punctual person by nature, and it just didn't make sense for him to be late to such a big event, especially when he'd been bragging all week about how he was going to beat Neji. It is time to begin. If all the finalists except Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki would make their way to our specially prepared viewing box, Genma said, herding the assembled genin up the stairs as they awaited the match to commence. Using chakra to project his voice outwards, Genma began the introductions. The first match, Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki, will commence in 5 minutes. If either contestant is not present at the time, they will be forcibly forfeit from the tournament. Hinata began nervously pressing her index fingers together. While she had psyched herself up for this day, it had ultimately been Naruto's promise that he would be right there beside her that had won her over. 5 minutes passed in a flash, with only a few stragglers finding seats in the arena. When Naruto did not appear, Genma shrugged his shoulders, channeling chakra to his vocal cords to project his voice outwards once more. Naruto Uzumaki is not here, and as such, I am forced to acknowledge the winner as Oi! A loud voice yelled as Genma was startled out of his speech as he looked around for the source of the voice, only to find it on the roof, a shadowed figure pointing accusingly at him. The hero always arrives at the last second, the figure shouted, leaping from the roof 3 stories up, landing without a sound as a broad smile was visible. Across the figure's back, a second body was seen. Sorry, had to pick up a friend for festivities. Naruto apologized, tensing up his legs as he leapt up easily, using chakra to run straight up the wall, stopping beside Tenten, who was surprised to see him. Although she quickly cleared the side beside her of all the snacks she had, allowing her third teammate to sit down. Watch closely, Lee, and see how a genius of hard work thrives. Naruto smiled kindly, and started to jump back down, only to give a thumbs up, a glint shining in his teeth. He then leapt back down to face Neji. I don't know why you even bothered to show up, Uzumaki. You are destined to lose to me today. My eyes have seen it. Neji said, crossing his arms over his chest, but instead of growling at the infuriating Hyuga, Naruto smirked. You seem awful confident in those eyes. I almost pity you for just how blind you are. Naruto said it as if he were stating the weather forecast for the day. Neji froze up, glaring at Naruto, who didn't seem to notice. He was more concerned with looking around for Hinata, but he couldn't spot her anywhere. Oh well, he'd find her after he beat this prick at his own game. Well, it seems we have a match yet. If both contestants are ready, if you're not, too bad. Hajime, Genma shouted, leaping back, using his chakra to cling to the wall as he climbed up to a small overhang where he sat perched like a hawk. I'll forgive you, Uzumaki, if you forfeit now. I take no pleasure in destroying such a feeble fighter. Go back. Train some more, come back next year and maybe you'll have a chance against me then. But for now, a failure like you can have no hope against me, a prodigy. Neji said, only for Naruto to stare wistfully at him. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Naruto said evenly, and his body seemed to quiver slightly as suddenly two clones appeared by his side as the trio charged Neji, who weaved around their weak attacks, striking at their exposed parts. However, for every one he destroyed, another two took its place. What did that comment mean? Neji asked. Actually escape the superior number of clones by using one to push himself away, throwing kunai at the advancing horde. As more replaced the ones taken down, he was forced to start using the Juken to quickly and efficiently take down the clones, none taking their place this time. I mean, you're always able to see the flaws in everyone else, but you can't see just how utterly broken you are, all the cracks in your facade. It's like looking at a bird with its wings broken, only able to complain and annoy, but unable to escape its cage. Tell me when I've hit a nerve, bird boy. Naruto taunted, and faster than he had expected, Neji appeared in front of him, his open palm coming straight at his heart. Luckily, Naruto managed to barely twist out of the way, the attack hitting his left shoulder as he flipped backwards, landing on his feet as he slid to a stop, a grin on his face. I think that answered my question. Now, how about you actually try to beat me, bird boy? Naruto taunted once again, and once again. Neji retaliated, only this time, Naruto was ready as he barrel rolled under Neji's attack, getting behind the Hyuga as he attacked his exposed back. However, Neji managed to send a kunai at him, forcing Naruto to retreat long enough for Neji to face him once again. You can't hide from these eyes, Uzumaki, Neji yelled, his clan's dojutsu activated as he tracked Naruto perfectly, deflecting the numerous kunai thrown at him. When this failed, Naruto paused momentarily as several clones poofed into existence around him, confusing Neji as he couldn't tell the difference between the clones and the real Naruto. Once again, Neji was forced to contend with a horde of Naruto clones as they soon surrounded him, jumping at him from every direction. However, Neji simply smirked, extending his palms as he began to spin, a blue shield surrounding him as the clones crashed into it, dispelling on contact. 8 trigrams. Kaden. Neji called out the name of his technique as Naruto watched him carefully, looking for the opening he needed. Spotting it, he raced at Neji, who stopped spinning due to dizziness, only for Naruto appear in his face a split second later, not giving the supposed Hyuga prodigy any time to react as Naruto clubbed him in the face, sending the arrogant Hyuga rolling backwards. Naruto glanced down at his bloody knuckles, and a quick flash of flame shot across them, cauterizing them instantly. I thought you said I couldn't hide. Apparently, I don't need to hide if I can just walk up to you and punch you in the face. Naruto said matter-of-factly. Neji pushed himself to his feet, glaring at Naruto, who crouched down, racing at the Hyuga once again. Neji had an idea seconds before Naruto reached him as he focused a large amount of chakra into his palm as he thrust it forwards, right where Naruto's chest should be, only for the blonde to rotate his body in midair, getting under his guard as he leaned back on his hands, supporting his body as his leg shot straight up to chin. However, Neji had seen it coming, recognizing the maneuver from his spars with Lee, and so went with the momentum, leaning back as Naruto heel barely missed his chin by centimeters. However, his eyes went wide as instead of bringing his heel down in an axe kick. Like the move finished, a jet of flame shot out of Naruto's foot. It was close enough to his face that Neji had to hold his breath to avoid sucking in any flames. He was forced to roll backwards as Naruto went into a spinning headstand, a wave of fire coming from his foot as it flew over the Hyuga's head. In perfect unison, both fighters used a back handspring to put some distance between their opponent. How did you do that? You, a failure shouldn't be able to push me this far," Neji exclaimed, and Naruto smirked, as he glanced up into the crowd. Coincidentally, exactly where Hiyashi Hyuga was sitting with Hanabi. As he did this, Neji struck at Naruto, who seemed to contort his body impossibly around the strike, only to send 3 precise two-fingered attacks at Neji, who was forced to take them as he leaped back. "Silly Neji, you may be a genius, but Hinata-chan is a prodigy among geniuses. The only reason you won was because Hinata is too compassionate for you Hyugas. However, I am not Hinata," Naruto cried, not taking his eyes off Hiyashi as he chuckled darkly. Neji didn't know how to take that answer, and so prepared for an actual fight by taking the Juken stance. "Oh, you want to make this a taijutsu fight? Well, by all means, allow me to show you just how far the gap is in your taijutsu and Hinata-chan's. She beat me 102 times before I got this down," Naruto said, taking a familiar taijutsu stance. Not believing what he was seeing, Neji charged the blonde Jinchuriki, striking at him in complicated Juken patterns, but Naruto evenly dodged and returned fire. "How did you learn that style?" Neji yelled, overextending himself as Naruto ducked, only to rapidly strike points down his arm. When Neji felt a blazing pain down his arm, he howled in pain, only for Naruto to bend backwards, planting both hands on the ground as he sent a mule kick into Neji's chest, throwing the older genin several yards away, although everyone could easily see the damage down to him. In the exact place where Naruto had kicked him, twin black scorch marks were visible where his jacket and undershirt had been burnt off. That wasn't the only damage, as someone cried out, pointing at Neji's visible arm, the one he hadn't caught himself with. Down the entire length, from wrist to mid-bicep, a red blister was visible at each point Naruto had struck. "I told you, Neji, from Hinata. We sparred for 2 days straight until I was able to copy her Juken perfectly. However, that is only half of my style. As you most likely recognized, only my upper body mirrors the Juken, while my lower body," Naruto demonstrated what he meant by jumping and swinging his leg out in a circle around him, a trail of fire following. "Leaf firestorm," Naruto called out, landing perfectly as Neji forced himself up, nursing his arms as he pulled out a container of salve to treat burns. "Lee's, Gai's sensei's," Neji hissed out, coating his arm in the salve as the blisters began to vanish. Naruto apparently confident enough to let Neji keep repairing the damage done to his body. "Goken, that's right. I started to call it the Flame Fist, but I felt that just didn't fully cover it. So, I titled it, Dance of the Flickering Flames, or Flame Dance for short. So, are you ready to continue?" "Oi, what are you doing?" Naruto asked incredulously as Neji retook his Juken stance, this time with a determined look on his face. "You want to keep going? Do you like being served up, extra crispy, or do you just get your jollies from playing with matches in general?" Naruto asked as he took his stance as well, although Neji didn't answer as he charged at Naruto, who sighed, dancing around Neji's numerous attacks, albeit precise. Just the same, Naruto couldn't manage to strike back at Neji, who seemed to notice this. He smirked, coming in from the side as Naruto ducked under the reckless swing, only to realize his mistake seconds too late as Neji went into his new favorite jutsu. Kaden. The swirling blue dome surrounded him, tearing into Naruto as he was thrown back, skidding across the ground. He groaned as he pushed himself upwards. What hit me? That felt like one of Gamasai's drunken punches," Naruto hissed as he got up, only to be set upon by Neji, who seemed to take advantage of his momentary opening, pummeling the blonde with as many attacks as he could manage. However, Naruto still managed to get away, groaning as his body protested the movement. Looking around for a way to turn this to his advantage, Naruto spotted his target, racing at him. Going for broke, he raced through hand seals, pouring chakra into the jutsu, having just enough energy left to mutter, "Grand Fireball Jutsu," as he exhaled, a massive fireball blocking Neji from finishing him off, only for the crafty Hyuga to slid across the ground, spinning on his knees as the familiar blue dome surrounded him, shielding him from the fire as he crashed into Naruto, battering the blonde's body as he got trapped between the wall and Neji's Kaden before finally falling to the ground. "Ha ha ha, I told you, Uzumaki, you were destined to lose to me today. No amount of hard work can change your destiny, remember that." Neji breathed heavily, trying to stand up straight as he gave Naruto's body a sharp kick just to make sure he was down for the count. "Very well done, Neji, I have to say, I'm impressed you managed to best him." Neji turned slowly, as quickly as his body allowed to face the person who was clapping for him. As he turned to face them, however, his eyes shot open wide as he fell to his knees. Tick tick boom. This is possibly my most powerful jutsu. The chakra cost alone could take down a majority of the shinobi in the village, and then there's the temperature. All the same, there's a fire pent up in my bones, and I just gotta let it go. Hellfire. Cannon. Naruto. How did you? I just beat you. Neji yelled, the twinges of fear seeping into his voice. Standing before him was an unscathed Naruto, who looked almost smug at Neji's thunderstruck look. "I told you I sparred with Hinata for 2 days, and you didn't think I picked up on how your beloved eyes work. For instance, I'm aware of the small blind spot behind you, which I've hidden in the entire time you've been fighting. I'll admit, it was difficult to stay hidden since you were constantly moving, but I made sure you were distracted enough as to give me time to move." Naruto admitted, smirking at how Neji looked almost ready to pee his pants. As if signaling the changed genin, Naruto's attire had changed from how his clone had appeared, symbolizing his former strength to his current. His tracksuit jacket had elongated in most direction, better resembling a trench coat now, although the former eyesore orange had been toned down to more of a reddish orange that, since a light breeze was blowing, gave the impression of flames licking around Naruto. It was left open, letting Neji see his ninja mesh undershirt, offset by the black chain that hung around his neck, along with a small pendant which he could make out with his eyes. His pants were a jet black, but looser than standard shinobi attire. They flowed seamlessly into his combat boots. But the most startling change was in Naruto's face. His eyes now held the confident gaze of a leader, with 2 or 3 bangs hanging eye level, the rest of his untamed mess held at bay by his headband. Prominent on his cheeks were 6 black lines, thin like fine calligraphy. He wondered at their purpose, other than to intimidate his opponents. Pushing himself to his feet, he also noted one last thing about Naruto. He had grown several inches over the month break. It figures you would resort to some trick in order to survive." Neji smirked, thinking Naruto would lose his cool, although had he done the same thing as Naruto, and read the report Blick records, he'd know that Naruto didn't lose his cool easily. "Tricks? You mean you don't use tricks when fighting, and you call yourself not only a shinobi, but the Rookie of the Year? No offense to Panda and Lee, but your year must have been pretty crap," Naruto said, tilting his head like a confused animal. Neji growled, charging at the insufferable blonde. "Oh, and now he attacks straight on like a green genin." Naruto smiled joyously, turning Neji's vision red as he leapt at the blonde, his strikes coming like snakebites. But Naruto weaved smoothly around them, before spinning on his heel, the backside of his coat brushing across Neji's face as he was momentarily blinded. Neji was shocked awake by this as he realized his Byakugan had shut off, probably due to his distinct lack of chakra. Now he'd been lured into a trap as Naruto planted one hand on the ground to brace himself as he kicked outwards, catching Neji under the chin as he was sent skyward. He couldn't defend himself as a kunai came right at his face, his life flashing before his eyes as the kunai sliced across his face. He expected it to hurt more, and so shut his eyes in preparation, only to feel nothing except the hard ground crash into him, knocking his breath out, and causing him to cough up blood. It took several critical moments for Neji to get his bearings as he stood up, albeit woozily, and glare at Naruto. He felt his cheek, not feeling any blood as he looked at Naruto with a superior gaze. "If you can't hit a defenseless target, then maybe you shouldn't be a shinobi either," he hissed out, and Naruto smiled knowingly. But I'm the dead last, and who said I was aiming for you?" Naruto said, spinning his finger, something glinting as the light caught it. Naruto tossed it to the ground in front of him, allowing Neji and the spectators to see it. It was a headband. Immediately covering his forehead, Neji's fears were confirmed as he couldn't feel his headband, and Naruto was so clearly still. Wearing his. The Hyuga sent a smoldering glare at Naruto, who didn't seem to notice. I don't know why you even wore it anyways. You certainly aren't a good Konoha shinobi, attacking teammates and family, getting tricked so easily. It makes me wonder if maybe my teachings, or lack of, were better than yours. Naruto smirked, bowing at Neji, as if daring him to make a move for the dropped headband. He needed to use his secret weapon, but first he needed his headband back. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out a soldier pill, as well as a blood pill to repair the damage done to his body. It was no secret that he underestimated his opponents, but this time it had come to bite him in the backside. Focusing on the task at hand, he promised to take this failure down. Maybe if said family hadn't squandered every chance she was given, I wouldn't have beaten her so easily. Neji spat out, giving the pills time to kick in. He could already feel his reserves building back. He almost smiled at Naruto's frown. Squandered every chance. Hinata-chan wasn't even given a single chance. Your elders disregarded her from the first time they saw her. Naruto growled out, his knuckles whitening as he fought back the urge to leap on the Hyuga prodigy. Is that what she told you? Those lies are nothing more than the whining of a spoiled brat who can't get over her lack of ability. Maybe if she'd spent less time whining about her problems, and more on actual training, she may not have had to be replaced. You hear me, Hinata? You are, always have been, and always will be a failure. Whose only saving grave is that you can be Mari. Neji, looking back on that moment, probably shouldn't have looked away from Naruto, but he hadn't expected the blonde to literally fire across the field and full body check Neji. You disgusting piece of filth. After all those wrinkled stains on society have done to you, you're going stand here and defend them. Naruto yelled, his hands blurring as he went through hand seals, inhaling as he breathed out, a stream of fire carving into the ground, as Neji had the saving grace of bouncing across the ground for several yards more, putting out the flames, although the field was now sliced cleanly in half by the crevice. Don't talk about my father, you dead last. Neji shouted from his side of the field. The new landscaping, courtesy of Naruto, had left both on one side of the crevice, which worked wonderfully for Naruto being able to hurl jutsu all day, but he had come into this match with a purpose, to show Neji up in taijutsu. So Naruto picked the discarded headband, and flung it across the field, where it sunk into the wall beside Neji's head. Growling, the Hyuga boy pulled it out, tying it around his head as he charged at Naruto, leaping at him as he came with a straight punch, something Naruto wasn't expecting considering it went against his taijutsu style. Even so, Naruto had the quickest reflexes in his year. In several years if one were to judge. Leaning back, Naruto saw Neji land harmlessly behind him, only to be caught off guard this time as Neji rolled to absorb the impact, and stood, his hands in the ram seal. Open, gate of opening. He called out before rushing at Naruto, sliding under him as he struck. With a straight palm thrust upwards into his exposed back, sending the blonde into the air as Neji flipped over, springing into, and catching the blonde in midair in a familiar move. Meanwhile, in the stands Lee looked to his sensei in question, but Guy was stone-faced. Several seats down, Tenten was watching the match calculatingly. First Lee and now Neji. Was this what he and Guy's sensei did over the break? But she'd get no answers from the stone-faced Junin. So, you finally broke down and explored outside your comfort zone. That's good. If I wasn't about to be slammed into the ground, I'd congratulate you. Naruto still had that insufferable voice, and Neji smirked, leveraging himself as he flipped on top of Naruto, charging up his palm as it glowed slightly, and slammed the Jukin palm into Naruto, gut, knocking the blonde's air out as he was sent hurtling into the ground. Frontal palm lotus, he heard Neji say as he groaned. However, Naruto wasn't completely helpless as a sudden gale shrouded him. Naruto felt the wind claw at him, but just as quickly, the wounds healed before he crashed into the ground below. His momentum slowed enough that his vision swam momentarily, before he swung outwards, throwing Neji away, who looked confused. How did you do that? It's a perfectly clear day, with very little wind, and yet the wind came just at the right moment to aid Naruto who was now clambering to his feet, shaking his head clear. Many people believe my power is the absolute control of fire, but that is a lie. Naruto confessed, smirking. What, we've all seen you control those flames with no hand seals. Explain how you could do that without an absolute control over fire. Neji demanded, but Naruto was back to his self-assured persona as he smiled knowingly at Neji, who growled. Fine, you don't want to tell me, I'll just beat it out of you. Neji hissed, activating his eyes which glared eerily at Naruto. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Neji cried out, his body flooding with chakra. He sped across the ground at Naruto, who smirked, grabbing his wrist as he struck, flipping the Hyuga in a judo throw, tossing him away, and hitting him in the chest with an open palm for good measure. However, Neji righted himself in midair, sliding on the ground, bringing his glowing palm up to feel where his skin had blistered lightly from the contact. I believe that's a point for me, Naruto said smugly, retaking his stance as Neji charged the blonde, his hands a blur as he jabbed at Naruto. The Uzumaki trying his best to dodge, but his eyes couldn't keep up with the hand movements as Neji ducked beneath a straight palm strike, grinning viciously. Before Naruto could react, he sent a rapid flurry of jabs into Naruto's torso, pain shooting through the boy's body as his chakra points were forcibly closed. Adding insult to injury to spit up some blood, Neji kneed him in the chin, sending him reeling back, before the Hyuga began to spin, his empowered cadence sending Naruto flying. You're done, failure. Just as I proclaimed, you can't beat me, no matter how much you try to change yourself, you will always be a failure, and failures don't beat geniuses. Neji said, turning away from the groaning blonde as the proctor leapt down to declare the match. Tisk. I thought he had the match in the bag. One of a pair of Chunin spectating spoke, his partner chuckling lowly. But what more can you expect from the prodigy of the Hyugas? He wouldn't be beaten so easily, and the blonde did have a tendency to spare him when it comes to crunch time. Arrogance has been the downfall of many a great shinobi, and it looks like it has a new victim, the other one responded. The winner, Genma shouted, only to hear wry laughter. As one, the stadium looked as Naruto pushed himself to his feet, wobbling slightly. Do you always talk this much? If your elaborate, fail-proof plan was to nag me into submission, to break my spirits with idle chatter, then I have news for you, Naruto said, his face breaking into a wide grin. Suddenly, he clapped his hands once, the sound reverberating throughout the stadium as he took a step forwards, embers sprouting to life around him. You better turn up the heat, or I'm going to leave you smoldering, he snarled, the happiness gone as he switched gears to his serious face. How do you keep coming back to oppose me? You're like a weed. Just give up already. You have no chakra now, and you can't beat me in straight taijutsu, Neji said, taking a step towards Naruto, only to step back in shock. How about me take this fight to a new level? Naruto smiled slightly. Do you not hear me? I can blatantly see you have no chakra points left in your torso, and you look ready to collapse on the spot. The future I have seen will happen, and you should just give up now, Neji said, slowly advancing on Naruto, who chuckled. What's so funny, as I doubt you're laughing at your own pitifulness? You ask me what's so funny? I'll tell you, silly Neji. You claim to have eyes that can see the future, but I can copy you by blinding myself, Naruto declared, his finger coming up to flick his headband down, covering his electric blue eyes. Why you? For your impudence, I'll make you pay. Neji spat out acridly, sending an open palm strike at Naruto, who didn't seem to notice, until his body moved as Neji neared him, ducking out of the way as he head-butted the Hyuga boy in the gut, knocking his breath out. Neji stumbled backwards, trying to get air back into his lungs. How did you? He mumbled, only to grit his teeth as he began sending a barrage of jabs at Naruto, who weaved around the attacks fluidly, retaliating every few seconds, small blisters rising on Neji's skin as Naruto struck him. Grr, I don't know how you're doing this, but dodge this. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. He cried out, beginning the attack, only for Naruto to easily dodge them, knocking his attacks aside as if he were simply batting flies away. How can you do this? Neji breathed heavily, the chakra that lingered around him dissipating as Naruto retook his original stance. Lifting his headband, Neji saw that Naruto's eyes were the same as before, nothing having changed about the blonde. A true shinobi never discloses his secrets, Naruto answered, staring evenly at Neji, who growled. He tried to strike Naruto, only to be sent flying back by a swift and sudden kick courtesy of Naruto. Neji dully noted that no burn patterns marked him this time. Now then, say my name. Tell them who beat you, who's the failure now? Naruto ordered, and Neji growled, spitting out the name with hatred, failure. Naruto grabbed the Hyuga by his neck, lifting him into the air. I said, say, my name. Naruto ordered, hissing as Neji spat at him. You are the dead last failure. Neji growled out, struggling with each word as his air began to run out. One last time, say, my name, Naruto snarled out, his hand heating up, Neji feeling the building heat on his neck. Uzumaki, Naruto. He said, Naruto dropping him as he gasped for breath. I am Naruto, Uzumaki. The will-o'-the-wisp and I will no longer be this village's toy, he yelled to the heavens, Sarutobi's eyes widening at his proclamation. This would cause problems. You shouldn't leave your back wide open, failure. Neji snarled out, rising as he harnessed all his remaining chakra into one last strike at Naruto's back, aiming for the blonde's heart. However, in a red flash, Naruto spun around, sending his attack wide as Naruto growled out, a glowing ball appearing in his opposite hand as he spun on his heel, time slowing down for the pair. I didn't want to use this, but you need to be knocked down a few pegs. You know what happens when you compress gas down this tightly, and light it on fire. Combustion 101, now then, tick, tick, boom. Blistering bomb. As the tightly compacted ball of gas touched Neji's chest, it exploded outwards, sending Neji soaring as fire exploded outwards. Neji collided with the outer wall, his body slumping to the ground only to have the sun overhead blocked out by something. He barely managed to get his eyes open enough to see Naruto standing over him, holding something. You know, I learned something interesting from Hinata these last few days. Turns out, if you were to get the blood of a main family member on that seal, you would lose your precious eyes, and slowly be driven insane by the nerve-ending pain. I got this vial of blood from Hinata intending to use it on you after the match. Naruto revealed, and Neji wondered why the proctor hadn't called the match yet, saving him. But, Hinata begged me not to do it, she asked me not to hurt her. Neji-ni-san, even after all you've done, all the pain, the suffering, the insults, she begged for me to not to do this. How does that make you feel, knowing that your life was spared by the so-called failure? Naruto asked, walking away as he dropped the vial of blood on the ground, the glass breaking instantly as the blood stained the ground, seeping into the dirt as Neji was left thunderstruck as the realization hit him. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Genma called out, seeing that Neji wasn't getting up. Silence reigned for a few moments, until the crowd erupted into rumbling cheers. Elo Poppet. What good is a life without love, existence without purpose, strength unable to protect, and the sun without the moon? Naruto. The crowd erupted into roars of consent, the vibration alone setting Naruto's nerves on edge. Strangely, or unsurprisingly, he was filled with anger over the show of approval by the huddled masses. These were the people that tortured his very existence when he was defenseless, and now that acted like nothing had ever happened. In his mind, it showed just how far gone hope was for the civilians. Looking around, he found the surprised look of Lee in the section reserved for Junin senseis and teammates. Smiling, he sent a thumbs up at the bull-haired taijutsu specialist, who seemed to shake off his shock and return the gesture. Nodding, Naruto turned and looked for his target, spotting her off to the side, clinging tightly to the iron railing of the small box reserved for competitors. Tensing his legs, he leapt to her side, grasping the edge as he popped up right in front of her, spooking the skittish Hyuga. Eep, she said, stepping back as Naruto smirked, entering the box, dusting himself off. That accomplished, he took in Hinata's new outfit, blushing as she looked away shyly. Gone was her jacket, now replaced by a darker blazer-style jacket that went to slightly past her elbows, leaving her forearms exposed. Under her blazer jacket, she wore a pale lavender shirt that showed her growing bosom, which hung down to her hips where her pouch hung. She was also wearing a dark blue skirt which ended at her knees, her smooth legs hidden by her pair of boots which came up to mid-calf. Sparing the Hyuga any further stares by the malt, she didn't like it when Naruto looked at her that way. Her outfit was completed by a small white ribbon tied in the back of her hair, marking where her ponytail started. she had found out that Naruto liked her with long hair, and had endeavored to let it grow out. "Hey, Hina-chan, you look beautiful." He mumbled the last part, Hinata blushing furiously as she heard his compliment. "Thanks," she mumbled back, both turning away slightly as they tried to hide their individual blushes. "Hey, Hina, after this you..." Naruto's question was cut short as Genma announced the next match starting. Next match, Gaara no Suna vs Tamari no Suna, if both combatants will join me on the field. Genma said, only for the blonde Suna Nin to glance nervously at her youngest sibling. "I forfeit, I can't fight my little brother," Tamari announced, and the crowd groaned as the prospect of another great fight was cut short. But you could still feel the tension building in the stadium as Genma nodded, going straight into the next pairing. "Okay. Then will the next fighters come down please? Sakura Haruno and Dosu." Sakura nodded to Naruto, leaping down to the ground several feet below. However, it ended up not being necessary as Dosu still hadn't shown up and was forced to forfeit, although Naruto suspected something was up by how Gaara had grinned maliciously at the mention of the sound Nin. All around them, the crowds began getting restless, wanting to see some more fighting. The first match had gotten their blood pumping, and no, they were left with no follow-up. Not cool. "Okay. Then, unless we have some objections, we'll continue to the next match. Kankuro no Suna against Sasuke Uchiha," Genma said, and Naruto chuckled darkly as Sasuke still hadn't shown up. It'd serve him right if Kakashi's perpetually tardiness caused him to be eliminated. But no such luck, as the last Uchiha appeared at the last second, glaring at Kakashi, who was scratching the back of his head auspiciously, while still managing to look guilty. Genma quickly explained the rules to Sasuke, who answered with his usual gruff HNN. With that out of the way, Genma leapt back, signaling the start of the fourth match in the first round of the finals. Sasuke opened by flinging several shuriken at Kankuro, who simply twitched his fingers, Crow, his puppet, opening its mouth and firing off a small hail of senbon that deflected the metal stars. Sasuke was forced to dodge to the side as to avoid being hit by the senbon that got through his attack. They struck a small bush behind him that began to wither seconds later. "Poison, just like Kakashi thought," Sasuke mumbled as he was kept moving by the repeated hail of senbon. He was slowly pinned in, senbon littering the ground and wall around him, limiting him from running. However, he'd activated his Sharingan once the match had begun, and had the swirling red eyes trained on the Suna puppeteer. He saw his other hand twitch, and watched closely from any changes with the strange puppet. However, he had tunnel vision with his eyes trained on Crow, and it almost cost him as a second puppet erupted from the ground, its chest cavity like a gaping maw as he started to fall in. His training paid off as he quickly substituted with a log, escaping the trap as Kankuro frowned. Now the Uchiha would be on the watch out for both his puppets. He'd brought a third, but it was a purely defensive puppet, and he didn't have the training to manage the three puppets simultaneously, not to mention he didn't like showing all his cards. "I almost had you there, Uchiha," he exclaimed, trying to bait the genin into attacking him. "Do you hear yourself? I am an Uchiha, as if I would fall for such a trivial trick. You should forfeit now, and save yourself the embarrassment of embarrassing your village." Sasuke growled out, his eyes half-lidded as Kankuro felt his ire rising. Swinging his arms in an X motion, Crow's mouth opened once more, firing off a large hail of senbon, to which Sasuke, HN'd. "Do you not have anything better than firing senbon? How pathetic, how you got this far, I don't know." Sasuke spoke superiorly, his hands flying through quick seals before he breathed out a large fireball which incinerated the senbon, continuing on to blast through Crow as Kankuro was forced to dive to the side. As he rolled over to take in the field, Sasuke appeared over him, a kunai held to his throat. Sighing, Kankuro held up his hands in forfeiture. "I give up." Rather than crack a smile in victory, Sasuke kept staring him down, even when the proctor called the match. "Winner, Sasuke Uchiha." Rather than say anything, Sasuke simply stood, nodded at Kakashi, and walked over to the competitor's box. Keeping with the stoic image he had going on, Sasuke didn't say anything to his two teammates, the couple mirroring him as they watched the match. Meanwhile, Gaara was watching Sasuke with glee evident in his eyes as the voice in his head called for his blood. "Now then, will the next two competitors come down to the field? Shikamaru Nara and Shino Aburame. Genma called out as the crowd fell silent. The two boys' teammates fell silent, knowing that this would be a battle of strategy rather than actual skill. Hajime. Genma said, leaping back, careful to avoid the senbon still littering the field. Just as predicted, both boys stood still, observing their opponent, although Shino's surveying gaze was covered by his sunglasses, and Shikamaru simply yawned. If I could have my druthers, I'd simply forfeit now. This whole thing is too troublesome for me. However, my mother threatened me with housework if I didn't at least try. So, I'll try not to exert myself too much. Shikamaru confessed, yawning a second time. Shino's eyebrows raised slightly, the only thing showing that he'd heard the Nara's words. As if in response, he extended his arms, small bugs. Flying free as Shikamaru watched them advance, his eyes flitting around observantly. Leaping back, the bugs stopped short as if hitting a shield. Nodding as if suspecting this, Shikamaru looked around for something to turn the fight in his favor. Your bugs can only go so far away from their host, just like our shadow possession jutsu. The Nara observed, Shino making no indication that he was heard. Slowly, the bugs retreated back too. Shino, vanishing within the folds of his jacket sleeves. Crouching Shikamaru made a seal, mumbling beneath his breath, shadow possession jutsu, as his shadow extended towards Shino, who dodged back, outside of the shadow's range. Shikamaru made no indication that this was unexpected. However, he felt a small tingling sensation as his eyes tried to find the source. He finally located it near Shino, deducing that some of his bugs had been snared in the jutsu. Quickly, he pulled it back to himself, knowing that he had to be careful about overexerting himself. And I can't use my jutsu, can't restrain all those bugs for prolonged amounts of time, he said, sitting on the balls of his feet as his hands changed to a new seal. The Nara closing his eyes as he tried to think of a plan. However, before he could form a plan, he was forced to leap back to avoid being hit by Shino's who's charged the boy, sensing that he was distracted. Remembering the preliminaries, Shikamaru quickly used his jutsu to check for any resistance. Finding none, he looked at the Aburame, who calmly watched his opponent, waiting outside the distance his shadow could reach. Finding safety in the shadows of the walls, Shika stepped back, his shoe catching on something. Risking an attack, he glanced down to see one of the senbon discarded by the previous match. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. Quickly grabbing senbon from the ground, he was careful to avoid the poisoned ends as he began throwing them at Shino, who leapt back as they sunk into the ground. Shikamaru was able to throw several more before Shino's bugs began to stop the senbon, dropping them harmlessly to the side. Slowly but surely, more senbon began to join the others in the ground. Smirking, Shikamaru sunk to his feet, gathering chakra for one final senbon into his hand. He threw it, quickly forming the seals for his family's signature jutsu. Shino glanced furtively at the senbon coming at him. However, knowing that his bugs would block it, he caught sight of the advancing shadow. He leapt back, only for the shadow to reach the first senbon thrown, and start anew as it added more shadows to its network, pinging between the senbon stuck in the ground. Before Shino knew it, he was surrounded on all sides by shadows, only his bugs keeping the shadows at bay as Shikamaru couldn't hold many more creatures in place. Even now, Shino could see the signs of exertion on the boy's face as he struggled to hold back the slowly growing horde of bugs. While they may look tiny and weak, Shino knew that bugs were capable of moving objects several times their own body weight, besides the facts that thousands were fighting against Shikamaru. It was only a matter of time, and Shino could wait him out. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arms, looking to see that his limbs had gone limp, with a senbon sticking out. He must have looked shocked, because Shikamaru chuckled, sweat rolling down his face. I knew I couldn't fight that many bugs, and I knew you would use that to your advantage. But while you have all those bugs out, you have to compartmentalize while controlling your bugs. I threw that last senbon moments before using my shadow possession jutsu, which you probably noticed. But rather than block the senbon like you thought, I took control of them for a second, just long enough for the senbon to slip through their guard. Shikamaru revealed, breathing heavily as he tried to maintain his jutsu as Shino fell to one knee. Then it is merely a waiting game. Which will give in first, my body or your jutsu? Shino said, reaching for his waist as he pulled out a kunai, aiming for Shikamaru as he threw it, hoping to make the Nara move and end his jutsu. However, the kunai went wide, missing Shikamaru, and Shino's vision swam and he saw double as he grabbed his head, forcing his vision to realign, his ears ringing as he heard someone call out, "I forfeit, I don't have the chakra to continue," followed shortly by, "Winner, Shino Aburame." Even so, he couldn't bring himself to look up as he felt the last of his strength ebbing away as he fell forwards, only managing to catch himself as someone caught him. Blinking his eyes, he saw it was Shikamaru, who got an arm under him, helping him back to the competitor's box. He noted that the faint ringing in his ears was probably the roaring of the crowd above. Then, his vision went black as he fainted. "Hey, you, Konkuro. Give me the antidote for your poison." Shikamaru, his voice stern, at least for the usually relaxed boy. "Why should I?" the puppet-using boy said, his arms crossed across his chest. "There's no need, anyways, and I'm not going to just give over the antidote to my poison that easily," he continued, and Naruto turned to glare at the Suna Nin. "What's that supposed to mean, doll boy?" Naruto growled out, Hinata surprised at his sharp tone. "I mean you'll live. Father wouldn't let me use my more potent poisons for the finals. And antidotes are a closely guarded secret among puppeteers," he said, returning Naruto's glare evenly. "Fine, you don't want to help, that's your prerogative. But don't look to us for help when you need it," Naruto said, walking over to check on Shino. The Aburame groaned. "Hey Hinata-heim, give her hell, and don't worry, he'll be fine," Naruto said, leaning over to touch Hinata's hand as she came over to look at Shino. Nodding, she walked to the side, walking down the stairs to the ground. Last match of the first round, Narissa Suin versus Hinata Hyuga. "Hajime!" Genma called out, leaping back as both girls watched for any tricks as they both, with a flick of their wrists, caught their respective weapons in their hands. In Hinata's was her whip, the tip now a barbed mess of crystal as she let it hang limply at her side. In Narissa's was a medium-length scythe, the blade gleaming in the light. "Hey, Blue," Narissa called out, Hinata looking annoyed at the name, "about Amy. Don't worry, I don't hold it against you. Honestly, if you hadn't done it, I probably would've. She was constantly degrading me and my sister. I can handle someone belittling me, but when you start on my sister, well," she trailed off, and Hinata breathed easily, nodding as she gave a small smile. "Yeah, I have a little sister, and even though we're constantly at odds with each other, I'd probably murder someone if they hurt her. So, how about it, shall we fight so we don't disappoint our sisters?" Hinata asked, clenching and unclenching her fist around the grip of her whip. "Sounds good to me, Blue." And with that, Narissa leapt at Hinata, swinging her scythe like a reaper. "A candle to light you to bed. What we have, it's so much more intimate than your silly relationship, Ino." Hinata jumped over the first swing, bent backwards under the second and spun around the third, a downward swing as she went with the momentum, swinging her whip out to catch Narissa in the back, only for the twin to block with the blade of her scythe, quickly spinning the weapon around to hit Hinata with the pole as Hinata was knocked back, holding her gut where it had hit her. "I believe that's first blood," Narissa said evenly. She heard a small "ha" from Hinata and was caught off guard when the whip came from behind her, sideswiping her cheek as she winced, a small trickle of blood coming from the hit. "No, that's first blood, you just hit me with a stick," Hinata taunted, pulling her whip taut as Narissa swung in from the side, the trained leather holding back the gleaming blade as Hinata wrapped her whip around the hilt, holding her in place as she hit her several times in the chest with her taijutsu. Narissa growled, almost stumbling back except her weapon was still had tightly in Hinata's grip. Using the handle of the scythe as an anchor, Narissa jumped up, snap-kicking Hinata in the chest, releasing the scythe as Hinata rolled back, the blade of the scythe sinking into the dirt next to her head. Rolling to the side, Narissa came down, grabbing the handle as she rotated in midair, nearly carving half of Hinata's arm off had the Hyuga not rolled out of the way. Flowing like water, Hinata came to her feet as Narissa looked at her with apathy. Both girls paused for a few moments, then clashing against each other again. Hinata swung her whip down, Narissa blocking by holding her scythe above her head as the barbed tip wrapped around the handle. Hinata grinning slightly as she pulled on the weapon, but rather than Narissa come towards her, Hinata flew at her, her juken palms sinking into the twins' soft stomach flesh, knocking her breath out as she felt like her insides were about to burst. As she stumbled back, Hinata struck again, her whip going limp as it released Narissa's scythe, only for the Hyuga to whip it around and sending it tip first into Narissa's stomach, the barbs tearing out pieces of flesh as blood began to leak from her wound. Mujutsu. Tethered drill, she said, the twin glaring at her as she swung out her scythe, wincing as the motion irritated her wounds. Leaping at Hinata, the brunette swung wildly at her, Hinata leaning around the attacks. Admittedly, had it not been for the training of making minor adjustments to dodge Juken strikes, Hinata would have been overwhelmed by the quick, concise slashes. Leaping back, Hinata tried to put some distance between them in preparation for her next attack. However, the twin wasn't content to let that happen as she swung the scythe into the ground, using it like a pole vault to launch herself at her opponent, her kick sending Hinata flying back, hitting a crater that had been left by an earlier match. Wiping her mouth clean of blood, Hinata glared at the twin who was looking smugly at her. Leaping down to her level, Narissa swung her scythe, Hinata narrowly dodging as it sliced through the air. Back flipping, Hinata struck out with her whip, Narissa deflecting the attack with her free hand grabbing the whip just behind the tip, yanking Hinata back to her as she jabbed her with the end of her scythe, knocking her breath out. "You fought a good fight, but this is it, Blue," she said, and Hinata growled, pushing herself to her feet as she looked down at the ground. "I haven't got to test this move yet, so let me know what you think," she said, and before Narissa could question her, started to spin. Back in the competitor's box, Sakura was watching the match closely beside Naruto, who was smiling softly at his crush. "That's like Neji's Kaden. But I thought Hinata couldn't do it," Sakura observed, and Naruto laughed under his breath. "No, that's Hinata in her element, nothing like Neji," Naruto said, and Sakura looked at him curiously. "Mujutsu. 8 trigrams. Tethered storm wheel," Hinata called out, her whip swishing through the air as Narissa tried to fend off the multiple attacks, only to have her weapon knocking away, clattering to the ground. Suddenly, she was pulled sharply as the whip gripped her wrist. Hinata flinging her across the arena, her scythe following seconds later as it sunk into the wall beside her. Narissa's eyes wide as she looked at the damage being wreaked by Hinata's attack. It looked like a tornado had touched down around her, carving chunks of the earth out in a perfect circle around her. Even so, her whip was still cutting the air in a perfect dome as she spun on the balls of her field. Finally, she slowed down, blinking her eyes several times as she fended off the dizziness. "Wow, you certainly don't go down easily. I suppose I'll have to actually try now, or I'm going to lose," Narissa stated, a flick of the wrist later she was wielding a second, identical scythe. Even so, she pressed the blank ends together, twisting them as they joined together, leaving her with a dual-ended scythe which she spun between her hands. Coming at Hinata, she swung at her midsection, Hinata substituting with a log which was cleanly bisected. Narissa looking at her imperiously, called out, "You wanna dance, because I don't think you can keep up with me." "Blade dance," she shouted, as she leapt at Hinata, her scythe spinning like a silver disc as she used it like a saw blade to carve into Hinata, who was activate trying to avoid her numerous attacks, although several got through, but only leaping small cuts that while not leaking blood, still stung with every movement. Unbidden, her eyes lit up, the whole world turning into shades of gray, before different colors assaulted her vision, varying shades of red, yellow, and green, as well as the scythe in front of her had turned a sickening shade of green save several small spots that glowed orange. She was confused by the change to her eyes, but was forced to think about it later as she paid for her momentary distraction with the scythe slicing deeply into her arm, leaving a red gash as she blinked and her vision returned to normal. Narissa paused as she gulped down air, the exertion of keeping up her best jutsu taking its toll on her, plus, her arms felt like jelly, but she forced the weakness to the back of her mind. Kami forbid if she lost now, after coming this far. She and her sister had wanted to be kunoichi because they wanted to honor the memory of their parents who, despite being only civilians, had sacrificed themselves to save people who had been trapped in a burning building during the Kyuubi attack. They had been 5 months old at the time, and couldn't remember it, but they had heard the way other people had spoken about them. What they hadn't expected was that most of the shinobi were arrogant to the point that it sickened the twins. The Uchihas, the Hyugas, Almost any clan were arrogant towards the civilian-born. But now she would show them that a civilian-born could be revered just as a clan-born. Looking up to her sister, she could see her smile from here, as if she were standing next to her, cheering her on. Looking back to Hinata. She lifted her scythe, her arms filled with renewed strength as she charged the Hyuga. But Hinata was ready this time, her whip snaking out to grab Narissa's ankle, yanking her off her feet as she was hurled away. However, she let her body go limp, her arm swinging out as she threw her scythe. Hinata caught off guard by the move as it collided with her head, stars dancing across her vision. Meanwhile, Narissa went limp, her body landed on her feet as she skidded back, before spring forwards at Hinata, who was shaking the stars out of her eyes. The twin reached her dropped scythe at the same as Hinata's vision returned to normal, barely managing to get her whip up to catch the descending blade of the scythe, although Narissa just used it to anchor herself as she flipped over Hinata, slamming a kick down on her shoulder to send her to one knee. Taking advantage of her perceived weakness, Narissa pounced on the brunette, using the staff part to choke Hinata out as she struggled to breath. "Where's your prestige now, Hyuga?" the girl spat out, Hinata's eyes darkening slightly as she twisted her body, her foot coming up to hit the brunette in the back of her head whipping forwards. As her vision swam, Narissa's grip weakened on the dual-ended scythes. Hinata leveraged herself up, head-butting the stunned brunette, who fell backwards, both sides of her head resonating from the hits. Hinata jumped to her feet, her whip at the ready should Narissa stand she did as she managed to use the scythe like a prop to hold herself up as her eyes tried to concentrate. She felt the red-hot pain of Hinata's whip striking her arms and legs, welts rising to indicate where she was hit as she almost fell, her pain overpowering her senses. "And no, I refuse to fall to a clan-born," she hissed out, despite how her head hung as she tried to force her body to respond. Hinata started to hit her again, but hesitated at her pained expression, Narissa managing to regain control of her body as she growled at the compassionate Hyuga, slashing at her as she bent backwards, the gleaming blade slicing through nothing as Hinata swung her whip out, the end wrapping around Narissa's ankle as she pulled, sending the civilian-born tumbling to the ground in a heap. Her scythe fell soundlessly to the ground, and the girl tried to rise once more, visions of her parents' disappointed faces empowering her as she spat out, "As if I would lose to a weak clan-born. You don't know true strength like I do, losing not just a parent, but both together before I ever knew them. How can you stand there and act so superior to me?" Narissa pushed herself up, glaring at Hinata, who looked away as her wrist snapped, the barbed tip of her whip colliding with her ear as she fell to the ground, crying out in pain as she felt the track marks across her cheek where the tip had sliced into her flesh. Even so, she refused to consent to this arrogant kunoichi. There is no dishonor in losing, nor in fighting an impossible battle for the right reasons, only in failing to protect that which we call precious, Hinata said, coiling her whip up as she hung it on a clip beside her pouch. Slowly, Narissa rose, her body protesting as she almost fell, only to catch herself on her scythe which she'd somehow managed to lift despite her exhaustion. The whole crowd had grown very quiet as they awaited to see what the civilian-born would do as she dropped her scythe, the metal hitting the earth soundlessly as she called out just loud enough, "I concede," and started to fall to her knees, silently asking the spirits of her parents for forgiveness. Glancing to the side, she saw Farissa's teary gaze as she looked away. However, then something happened that Narissa didn't expect as Hinata caught the limp girl, holding her hand up high as if she had won, even though Narissa knew that wasn't true. Looking confusedly at the Hyuga, she saw her opalescent eyes looking at her softly, caringly. "Stand tall, the child of a hero does not bow to her enemy, no matter the circumstances," Hinata said confidingly. Supporting the brunette, Hinata hellor that lead to the infirmaries. Behind her, she could hear the Genma announcing, "That concludes the first round of the Chunin finals. We will have a 10 minutes break to give you time to take care of any business, and so our fighters can recuperate." "Good, that gives me time to do this and get back to watch Naruto-kun's fight," Hinata thought as she watched as the medic Nin helped Narissa into a bed, noticing Neji nearby, her father speaking quietly to him as he held a scroll, a line of tears going down his cheek. Looking back, Farissa had joined her sister in the infirmary, doting on her wounded sister. Hinata stepped forwards, opening her mouth to say something when Farissa shouted at her to get out. Her next Words, however, were silenced by Narissa's hand on her arm. Wait, let's see what she has come to say, and then you can get back to treating me like a porcelain doll. Narissa exclaimed. Farissa blushing faintly as both twins looked at the blue net expectantly. We have something to discuss, Hinata said, pulling the curtains, which had a privacy seal on it, closed. Hiruzen looked down at the arena calculatingly, inwardly proud of the next generation of shinobi and kunoichi if these fights were any kind of indicator. Leaning back, he felt his chakra draining slowly and steadily, but didn't panic. It was to be expected. The fourth hadn't only been a genius with seal for battle, he had modified the arena with a massive repair seal that would restore it back to its original condition once activated, which the third had done at the end of the round. More than that, the perimeter of the arena ground was separated by a version of the summoning seal, so that fighters inside the walls could hurl jutsu and whatever they wished without harming the spectators. Of course, both seal took an enormous amount of chakra to maintain, which was why over 50. Junin had been linked in as well as the third, the two seals drawing chakra from all, as well as any jutsu that hit the outer wall. But the next match was what worried the wizened Hokage, well aware of what Gaara was, and he disapproved of the Kazekage sending his son in fully knowing the chances of the Jinchuriki losing control during the matches. And he was facing Naruto, whose Biju would surely react to the Shukaku inside Gaara. It promised to be an earth-breaking battle for sure. Fight song. My precious people prove my existence by respecting me, acknowledging me, and loving me, Naruto. As Hinata walked silently back into the competitor's box, she took her place beside Naruto, her hand twitching as it lightly rubbed against Naruto's. Without looking, he held her hand, although if one looked, they would notice the dusting of red on his face. She sighed in contentment, her mind recalling the conversation she just had with the twins. So, how'd they take it? Naruto whispered, Hinata answering by squeezing his hand. I'm sorry, he replied softly. The first match of the second round is about to begin. Will the next two combatants, Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara no Suna, please come down to the field? Genma announced, the crowd chattering excitedly at the next matchup. Gaara simply appeared with his arms crossed in a flurry of sand. Looking the picture of nonchalance, if one ignored the bloodthirsty grin on his face. Genma glanced at the sand-wielding genin with some trepidation, wanting to start the match so he could evacuate the immediate area. Naruto released Hinata's hand as he headed for the stairs, only for her to catch his hand as both blushed red. The fact that the remaining combatants, minus Shino who was still out cold, were watching the pair. Be safe, Naruto-kun. Aye, Hinata started, only for her infamous stuttering to take over as Naruto smiled softly at his girlfriend. Me too, Hina-chan. Don't worry, I've got a plan, and it'll take more than Sandy to beat me. Besides, it took this long for me to get you. You ain't getting rid of me that easily, Naruto said, his usually sunshine grin present. Before he gave himself time to consider his actions, he bent down and kissed Hinata's forehead. The young couple went atomic red at the moment, thankfully broken up by Sakura interjecting herself beside Naruto and pushing him towards the stairs. Gone on Goldie. Bashfulness doesn't suit you, she called after him, barely nudging Hinata as the pinkette looked longingly at Sasuke, who frowned and shrugged off her looks. Sakura sighed. Why did I choose the one that likes to play hard to get? She asked rhetorically and dejectedly. Meanwhile, down on the field, Naruto walked up to Gaara and Genma, who sighed in relief as he backed up, preparing to leap away. Okay now, I want a good clean fight, no cheap shots below the belt, and the face is off limits, Genma said, and despite the animosity, or rather due to it, both Jinchurikis turned to look at Genma like he was crazy. Disregard that. Hajime, Genma yelled, leaping away to the safety of his little alcove, watching over the fight, breathing relieved at having escaped without any personal maiming. The kunai that embedded itself into the wall next to him erased any thoughts of such things. Now that the match had begun, the crowd had expected either shinobi to immediately leap into action. They were sadly disappointed as Naruto reached down to his waist, flipping open a box as he removed a cylinder of paper that he stuck into his mouth. I didn't know that Naruto smoked, Kiba said, far above the arena floor next to his sensei Kurenai. It minorly upset him that he was the only one on his team who hadn't made it to the finals, but seeing that his opponent was Naruto, the feeling was resting on the back burner. I didn't either. Kurenai responded, glancing to the side at Asuma. Who was, you guessed it, smoking a cigarette? The Sarutobi noticed, and exhaled a small cloud of smoke. Yes, a genin is smoking, so it must be my fault for looking so cool while doing it. He responded despairingly. Come on, the kid isn't even on my squad. If it was Shikamaru, or even Choji, then you might be able to blame me, he said. Personally, I blame Kakashi for it. Asuma said, turning the disapproving female glare on his fellow Junin. Said Junin didn't even look up from his book. Don't blame me. If he got a filthy habit from me, he would have a book out right now. Kakashi responded levelly. He does. Kiba said, the entire box of Junin senseis and fellow teammates looking at the silver-haired Junin, who began sweating. Feeling the pressure building, he turned to his last resort as he began to mentally cry at his coming actions. Come on Naruto. Let your flames of passion burn brightly, he yelled at the top of his lungs as the box went silent as all eyes went to Guy and Lee, who were wide-eyed. Without warning, the pair clutched each other tightly, blinding all present as Kakashi managed to blindly Shushin away to safety. Taking a deep breath, Naruto flew through hand seals as he sent a giant ball of flame at Gaara, who unflinchingly swatted the attack away with his sand, retaliating as he sent a small tendril at Naruto to try and catch the blonde, who dodged to the side with the help of a shadow clone that took the attack in his place. Well, I believe that counts as our opening moves. How about you actually try, Ichi? Naruto hissed smugly, as Gaara showed no outward signs that the taunt had been heard. Then suddenly, the sand shot out over his head as it began to come down like a scorpion's tail, trying vainly to hit Naruto, who weaved around the attacks, although they did keep him back and unable to pause lest he become trapped and crushed. Back-flipping away, the blonde landed atop a large stone that was jutting out of the ground. He had just long enough to take a deep breath and exhale before diving to the side as one of the sand strikes hit the stone, almost instantly reducing it to rubble. Gaara silently glared at Naruto who, with a single seal, produced upwards of 30 clones that all charged at the red-haired Suna-nin from different angles. However, it appeared the Jinchuriki hadn't slacked off during the Mohei recalled the sand. Within seconds and ran through a quick set of hand seals just as the shadow clones began to dogpile on him, finishing with a loud growl as sand burst out from the center of the pile, instantly dispelling almost all the clones, and the ones that miraculously survived the outburst were quickly captured and subsequently crushed as a giant dome of sand surrounded Gaara, hovering almost a foot above it. Was small sand construct that Naruto realized was an eye before more sand began to take shape around it, a small tendril rising from the dome to connect as more sand began to heap on. Overhead, in the cage's box, the cage disguised Orochimaru jumped to his feet, his hand twitching as he started to signal the start of the invasion, only for his former sensei to place a genial hand on his arm. Do not worry, Cage, things are under control, he said calmly, without as much as a hint of fear that a Jinchuriki was releasing his Biju in the middle of their village. Orochimaru told him this. Oh, you know how our fourth Hokage was regarded for his seals, and if you don't, just ask any Iwanin. He also retrofitted our arena before he passed on. The boy's Biju can't escape the seal until it runs out of chakra or I use the seal to release it. Hiruzen said evenly as he crossed his arms, content to watch the match. Orochimaru cursed under his breath, sitting back down to bide his time until he could start the invasion. Really, with this in your village, one has to wonder how the Kyuubi caused such trouble for you. Forgive me, I did not mean to offend. The cage retorted, closely watching the fight building up down below. It's fine, after all, we are allies, and I'm not one to be so easily insulted. But you would be right, you personally know the power of the Biju. This seal couldn't hold one using more than 4 taels worth of power, however, if my memory serves, you only sent the Ichibi. Sarutobi responded, watching Naruto dodge a particularly nasty sand spike. But you also mentioned that the seal could run out of chakra. Wouldn't this seal have to have a source somewhere? Orochimaru asked, trying to find some way to redeem his plan. You're looking at it. Any chakra-based attacks that hit the sides are drawn into the seal's reserves fueling. While it could theoretically run out of chakra, thereby releasing the Biju, that theory is totally dependent on the Biju sitting still long enough for it to happen. Are you telling me that Suna has a totally domesticated Biju? The Hokage asked rhetorically. Orochimaru resisted the urge to stick his tongue out and hiss. Instead, he growled at being outwitted by a dead Hokage, especially the one that took his rightfully position. Back on the field, Naruto watched as the sand finished heaping upon the now a fully constructed Gaara as it hopped off and ran at Naruto full tilt as the blonde rolled to the side, pulling out a kunai, digging it into Gaara's calf, applying as much pressure as he could to get through the sand armor that Gaara had worn during the preliminaries. However, his kunai went straight through the leg, a sandy wound. Where the wound should be, as Naruto tumbled over from the power behind his own strike as the sand Gaara looked at him angrily as it immediately tried to stomp on his head, only for Naruto barrel roll to the side, avoiding the crushing blow as sand Gaara gave chase. As Naruto managed to flip himself to his feet, dodging nicely as sand Gaara swung out at him, his hand flying at Naruto with a small spray of sand behind it as Naruto ducked under it, sending his leg through the connection as the hand dissolved in a small pile of sand. Glancing at the sand clone, it looked unperturbed as it looked at its hand before it reformed. While it tested it with a test grip, Naruto got to see behind the clone as a thin line of sand was connected to the back of its neck to the dome of sand in the center of the field. Before Naruto could see anything else, the sand clone charged at him again. Rolling to the side, Naruto threw several kunai at the sand clone, hoping to distract it as it appeared to be unable to move while repairing any damage it had taken. However, the kunai merely stuck in the clone's body, sinking in before the sand clone raised his arm and fired them back as crumpled hunk of iron. Naruto frowned as he jumped over the attack, only for the sand clone to appear out of nowhere and grab his ankle, reacting. Quickly, Naruto firmly kicked the sand clone in its face, causing it to disperse and freeze up while it rebuilt itself, still tightly holding Naruto's ankle, which he hadn't counted on as he fell upside down, smacking his head on the ground. As the clone finished rebuilding, rather than try and crush him, it slung him to the side and into the stone wall as he bit back in cry of pain as his head rang. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the clone toss its arm out as sand coated the ground, and the clone raced across it like a skater on ice, using the momentum to kick Naruto as it went up, only to be pinned to the wall by a sandy hand around his neck. As the sand clone began to squeeze, Naruto managed to pull off one of his patented escape measures, a smokeless Kawarimi with a shadow clone that he'd managed to produce when the sand clone was rebuild its face, just in time as the clone dispelled Gaara's clone looking confusedly at the smoke. Pushing himself to his feet, Naruto put his plan into action as he threw two kunai at the sand clone which, just as the first three collided and sunk into the clone, although the clone stayed stationary while they did so. However, once they had sunk in, Naruto had a single-hand seal, and shouted a pithy, "Crush this." The sand clone looked down, only to see two explosive tags sticking out of its chest. Rather than make any attempt to eject the volatile objects, it responded with a soft, "Mother," before exploding in a shower of sand as Naruto didn't waste a second, turning tail and charging at the dome of sand that held the real Gaara, who appeared to be chanting inside his cover. "First I have to cut off that clone's connection to him," Naruto thought as he used his flame dance to chop the line of sand floating in the air, dividing it in two. That done, Naruto moved to step 2. Running through quick seals, Naruto inhaled before breathing out, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, as the massive fireball hit the dome of sand, obscuring it from Naruto's vision as he didn't slow down, knowing that he wouldn't have a very large hole. Naruto realized his mistake seconds too late as he leapt at the smoldering remains of his attack, only to find the dome untouched by the fire, leaving him with no time to react as a large strand of sand grew from the dome, smacking him away like a fly as he bounced on the ground, barely managing to crawl backwards as it struck down at him once again like a scorpion's tail. Finally, he managed to get enough time to roll backwards to his feet, trying to leap away only for Gaara's clone to have made a reappearance as it grabbed him in a chokehold, keeping his hands away from each other. Looking to the side, what little he could, he saw that while he had suspected this to be the original clone, it was actually a newly created one. "You can't control the clone and your dome at the same time, huh?" Naruto observed, causing the clone to half-heartedly glare at the blonde as he began to expand, taking in more of Naruto with each passing second until he was fully enveloped in the sand clone. Which looked hilariously bloated now, or at least it would have been hilarious had the spectators not known that a living human being was inside there. You talk too much, Naruto Uzumaki, the clone said, as it made a singular hand seal. Sand coffin. And then the sand clone instantly shrank back to its original size, accompanied by a sickening crunching sound that no one dwelt on too quickly. As silence fell over the arena, the silence was shattered like glass by the heartbroken scream of Hinata, Naruto-kun. How Sakura managed to hold back the wailing girl was a miracle. Looked sadly at the girl as he jumped to the ground to call the match. By manner of execution, the winner is... His words were cut off as the clone suddenly grabbed its mouth, tightly clenching its hand over its mouth before a loud burp was heard, making the moment even sicker until it happened again and flames leapt from the clone's mouth, before it doubled over holding its stomach before it exploded, hitting the ground and wall with a loud crunch of smashing glass. Not that this helped anyone's nerves, except Hinata, who managed to finally break free of Sakura and run to the railing, as Naruto was covered head to toe in an angry red aura. Genma wisely leapt away, this time heading from the cage's box, high above. You tried to kill me, that I can forgive. You got me in my new clothes all dirty, it's harder, but I can forgive that. What I can't forgive. Is you making Hinata-chan cry? Naruto roared, charging at the dome as all the sand seemed to condense into a thick spike that hurtled at Naruto only for the boy soar through hand seals as he blew out, fire style. Fire dragon flame bullet. As the stream of sand was met by an equally powerful stream of yellow-blue flames that turned it into glass as Naruto leapt on top of the sand, using it to take him straight to Gaara, whose chanting was louder than ever. As Naruto neared the dome of dense sand, he turned his flames on it, turning the section directly in front of him to glass as he crashed through, vanishing from everyone's sight for a moment until a body was sent rocketing out of the dome like a volcanic eruption, a second body following seconds later as a stream of fire came from below him as Naruto reached the floating Gaara, who was stunned by the impact of Naruto's foot to his chin. You want my blood? Well, you got it, scorching hot. Naruto yelled as he wrapped his arms around Gaara, flipping them over. Once they were pointing down, Naruto began to spin, the fire erupting from his feet as they hurtled to the ground. Meanwhile, Kiba was wincing as he recalled his personal experience with the move. Beside him, he heard Lee gasped excitedly. Guy-sensei, that's... Lee started only for Kiba to cut him off. Yeah, I guess you didn't get to see him use it in the preliminaries. No one told you about it? Kiba asked, Lee looking at the junior genin, and nodding in the negative. Huh, well, needless to say. Naruto apologized for stealing your move, but if you ask me, his version is scarier than yours, no offense. Kiba said worriedly as Lee looked at him questioningly as Kiba nodded towards the pair as they plummeted towards the ground. As the pair neared the ground, Naruto barely managed to finish off the move by substituting with a shadow clone as Gaara and company were buried into the ground. The sand that he'd tried to cushion the blow with turned into glass from the intense heat of the move. The look was completed by Naruto's cloak billowing as the explosion went off behind him, the shadow clone having covered itself in explosive tags. Flare bomb. Naruto had the smuggest look possible on his face, despite the probable concussion he had from the rapid change in air pressure due to falling so quickly and standing within 10 feet of a massive explosion. Closing his eyes as he sighed in relief, leaning against the large piece of glass that was once Gaara's sand dome. It was possibly the only thing that saved his life as he sensed the attack as he put as much power into his legs before leaping away as not one but two large bulky, sand arms with blue veins crashed to the ground as Gaara lifted himself out of the crater, glass shards sticking out of his body, before screaming bloody murder, my blood. You'll pay for this, Uzumaki. And when he looked up, his eyes met Naruto's, and the blonde Jinchuriki stared into the eyes of Shukaku. Omake number 1. Naruto lifted the small cylinder of paper to his lips, only for sand to suddenly snatch it for his lips, crushing it as Gaara, possibly, glared at him. Those things will kill you, you know, his monotone voice said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Omake number 2. Naruto bent down to kiss Hinata's forehead as the couple went atomic red before the blonde turned to leave. Only for Hinata to grab his hand tightly, pulling him back. Screw this, she said confidently as he leapt up, wrapping her legs around his waist as she pulled him into a deep kiss, capturing his tongue as she sucked on it. This continued for several minutes as they made out, before falling to the box floor, Naruto's lips trailing down Hinata's collarbone. If you don't come down right now, Uzumaki, I'll have to disqualify you. Do you forfeit? Genma questioned, the stadium looking at the box in interest. Moments of silence passed before a loud, throaty moan was the only answer that came. Darude. You will not hurt Naruto Uzumaki because he is my friend and my brother, Gaara. To say that Gaara looked strange wouldn't have seemed out of place looking at him right now. The sandy form of the Shukaku had covered him like a coat, extending down his arms and hand, wrapping around across his back before going up to cover his hair, eyes, and nose. Not that he looked any less terrifying. Naruto growled as he forced himself to his feet, reaching into his kunai pouch to throw several at the Sunanin's exposed abdomen, only for him to cross his bulky arms with surprising speed, the metal barely penetrating at all. Then, with a resounding roar, Gaara charged the blonde, who barely managed to roll to the side, rolling through more hand seals as he sent a moderate-sized fireball at his back while he searched for Naruto. However, the sand covered. Jinchuriki's tail seemed to have a mind of its own as it sliced through the attack with ease as Gaara spun around, sending his tail at the stone Naruto was hiding behind. Naruto would have liked to think he could have dodged the attack, but Gaara's tail simply zipped across the open air at him far faster than he could adequately dodge, tired as he was getting by his two intense battles. And so, although he managed to avoid the majority of it, Gaara's tail still sent him flying back, tumbling across the ground as the scattered glass sliced into his body, although, as he forced himself up, wiping his mouth off with the back of his hand, the cuts vanished in quick spurts of red. And it was good that he'd managed to get to his feet as he was thrown in a rudimentary judo throw by his hastily created clone, which was instantly crushed seconds later by a hammer strike by Gaara. Having the time to right himself in midair, Naruto landed in a crouch, sliding back, numerous shadow clones poofing into existence beside him. However, Gaara seemed to go ballistic at Naruto getting more help that he couldn't bleed. Roaring in rage, sand began to cover his abdomen, leaving only his legs exposed beneath the mini Shukaku. Continuing to roar, which now came at more as a screeching wail, Gaara exposed his newly sanded over chest, which now bulged as multiple mouths appeared all over his body. Wind release. Great sandy breakthrough. Gaara yelled, the numerous mouths each sending a gale force wind at the crowd of Narutos, who all reacted in different ways. Those closest to the real Naruto immediately formed a basket for him before throwing him up and over the attack as he watched the others turn and face the attack, only to get reduced to shreds at the powerful attack. As the blonde Jinchuriki landed safely, he breathed heavily. He could fight for hours on end, even one as intense as this, but he'd need a moment to catch his breath that Gaara just wasn't giving him with his relentless pursuit of Naruto's blood and life. Even now that Gaara had spotted him, he began to run at the blonde, the strange tail poised to strike him. Throwing his rotund body at Naruto, the blonde did something stupid as he fell backwards, reinforcing his legs with chakra as he kicked upwards, planting both in Gaara's bloated stomach, sending twin jets of flames from them as Gaara was sent soaring back from the attack, only for his tail to prove itself as more than mere decoratio Naruto away before it dug into the ground, immediately securing Gaara as he landed in a roll. Standing, he crossed his arms, before multiple shurikens shot out of his arms in droves. Sand Shuriken. Gaara exclaimed, calmly by his current standards, jumping to his feet after having his head rang by the spiky tail. Naruto didn't have time to call up enough chakra for one of his better jutsu like the Grand Fireball Jutsu that was widespread enough to cover all the incoming projectiles or his flame bullet which he'd probably need to penetrate Gaara's bulky, juggernaut style armor. Instead, he resorted to his first fire jutsu, and having a clone that appeared with a thought augmented. Going through the 3 necessary seals, he breathed out, tiny sparks of fire littering the air. Fire style. Ember Storm. He said, as his clone finished the combination jutsu, each sparks growing to rival a softball in size. Behind him, Naruto's clone exhaled, a wave of wind enhancing the once tiny embers. Wind style. Great breakthrough. With the added power, the attack broke through Gaara's, peppering his body with the balls of fire, but he shrugged them off with little thought as he glared at Naruto, who couldn't resist smirking in return. Naruto breathed in deeply, preparing to unleash a much more powerful attack, with his clone behind him doing the same, but Gaara wasn't about to let them get the upper hand that easily. Growling loudly, he began to stomp, swinging his arms wildly, his tail whipping through the air much like Hinata's had earlier. Without a conscious thought, sand began to leak out of the ground, the stones nearby to him being slowly reduced to sand as Gaara wailed at the top of his lungs, sandstorm jutsu. What followed as pure chaos as sand began to sweep around the arena in a manner that was expected given the name. However, that didn't prepare Naruto as the sand literally carved up the ground, boulders, tress, everything began to be shredded by the tiny particles. Naruto felt true awe by the force of nature, and he started to wonder how a village could exist in a desert where sandstorms could happen several times a week. So, he did the only thing he could think to do. He sucked deeply on the paper cylinder which he'd replaced, and closed his eyes so as to be blinded by flying grit. However, he was caught off guard as something snaked around his neck, strangling him as he was yanked from his hiding place behind the somehow still intact glass dome. He noticed that as soon as Gaara's eyes locked onto him, the storm began to die down. How did I not sense him coming? He's like a walking can of garbage in terms of chakra, all that Yuki. Naruto thought, only to get his answer moments later as he mentally face-palmed. He tried something similar in Wave to find where Zabuza and Haku had been hiding, but had been unable to detect them in the chakra mist. Kakashi had told him later than part of the silent killing technique involved matching your chakra output to the chakra mist you hid in. Apparently Gaara's sand worked the same way. Watching his eyes, Gaara began to tighten his tail's hold on the blonde's neck, cutting off his oxygen as Naruto gagged, trying desperately to get some air. Seeing the primal thrill on Gaara's face, Naruto resorted to one last trick, something he'd learned from Kyuubi in one of their talks. Forcing his dwindling oxygen supply to his brain, he focused intensely on Gaara's tail, feeling a similar primal joy as Gaara's face twitched, before grimacing as a slow line of smoke began to rise from the middle of his tail. Finally, he put the final nail in the coffin, managing to barely get his little finger through the loop of a kunai. He grabbed it, sinking it into the red spot on Gaara's tail. The sand-covered Jinchuriki screeched as he threw Naruto with more than enough force to snap his neck, except that Naruto was made of sturdier stuff. However, Gaara seemed to realize this as seconds later, his wounded tail wanted revenge as it hit Naruto straight on in the chest, the tip spinning as he hit the arena wall, spewing up blood as he felt the tail pierce through his jacket and skin. Pulling back, Naruto fell to the ground, still coughing up blood. Uzumaki, I'm going to kill you, Gaara shouted, before he seemed to relax, his saffron orbs vanishing behind his sandy lids. So you keep saying, but so far all you've done is screamed and threw a tantrum. Naruto taunted, rising slowly as Gaara's arms extended forwards, the palms facing each other as Naruto felt the air shift as he made the judgment call to turn tail and run for his life. But he found himself unable to run as he tightly gripped his chest from the wound. Glancing at Gaara's still form revealed a ball of condensed sand about the size of a basketball between his palms as he threw it at Naruto, who tried to dive to the side, but the attack still caught his shoulder as he screamed, knowing that it was dislocated. And Gaara didn't seem ready to stop the attacks coming as another ball began to form already. Sand bomb. Gaara seemed to whisper over the sound of sand exploding everywhere. Through some quick thinking, and a pure miracle, Naruto managed to create a shadow clone just in time to substitute with more appearing as he was forced to repeatedly dodge the explosive sand-based attack. Finally, Gaara stopped attacking, to take a deep breath, Naruto doing the same, although they were for different reasons. Why won't you just die, Uzumaki? Gaara screeched, Naruto starting to retort until Gaara's sinuous tail sprouted from the ground, hit Naruto straight into the air as his air was knocked out of him, his limp body hitting the ground with a muffled thump. The whole arena went silent, even Gaara, who paused to watch Naruto as he tried to force himself up, coughing all the while, managing to get to his knees before coughing blood into his hands which he cupped to catch it. Grr, die, air bullet. Gaara yelled, puffing up his chest as he struck it, a concussive air bullet heading straight for the downed blonde. Hee, sorry man. Naruto apologized as he finished the last seal, barely hitting the sand with his hand as a summoning circle appeared. A dark purple toad with spikes all over its body around 3 times Naruto's size appeared in a plume of smoke, looking irritated as it turned to tell Naruto off, only to be hit in the face by Gaara's air bullet. Uzumaki-san, we will talk about this later. I've told you before not to summon me during the day, it's too sunny. The toad croaked balefully, turning to send a glare at Gaara. Yeah, I know Gamamashi. But you're the only horned toad I can summon, and you don't have to actually fight the Tanuki prick, just keep him busy. Then, you can get back to napping. Naruto groused, standing slowly as he leapt back, Gamamashi rolling his eyes as he got into what appeared to be a sumo stance, staring at Gaara's sand-covered form with half-lidded eyes. It's called rumination, you blonde annoyance, he said offhandedly, watching Gaara carefully, who charged the toad, who in turn sighed before flipping the Tanuki with ease before sitting on his back. Naruto, meanwhile, was sitting in a meditative state, communing with his furry passenger. Hey Fuzzy. Think you could spare some chakra to help me fix myself up perhaps? Naruto questioned rhetorically as the oversized fox simply glared at him. Think you could loosen the seal a bit more? Kyuubi asked sarcastically in return, Naruto giving him a deadpan look. I only made that deal with you because you're too weak to beat my pathetic little brother on your own. If you can't even beat his keeper, then you have no chance in hell of beating the Uchiha. Kyuubi snarled. Naruto growling in return as he stalked towards the collared fox. What does that mean? And don't even act like you didn't jump at the chance for a little freedom from that cage. Naruto growled out between his clenched teeth. I'm simply saying that the Uchiha could probably finish the stupid Tanuki off in one move. You can't blame me that you were incapable of Endier too soft. The Kyuubi jumped to his feet, roaring at Naruto, who did something very foolish. He jumped up, punching the Kyuubi's nose as hard as he could, stunning the giant fox. Silence, fox. I can make your stay in here very unpleasant. Now give me just enough to fix my shoulder and then I'll leave you alone until Sandy comes out to play. Okay? Naruto said, and the Kyuubi contemplated eating the little blonde whole, but discarded the thought. He'd probably give him indigestion. Fine, but if you come back, you better be missing at least 2 limbs and maybe some organs too, the fox said, sitting back down as he wrapped one of his luxurious tails around Naruto, channeling the most minuscule amount of Yuki into the blonde to fix his shoulder. Thanks, Fluffy, Naruto said begrudgingly as he left the mindscape. Now that he was gone, Kyuubi touched his nose gingerly with one of his paws, pouting as he laid his head back down to watch the fight. Opening his eyes, Naruto rolled his shoulders, each one in turn to make sure they were working properly. Finding that they were, he smirked as he stood, 3 clones appearing around him as he began to charge at the embattled Gaara. I need you to pin his tail down, Mashi, then you can go, okay? Naruto ordered, the horned toad nodding reluctantly, not because he was scared, but because he was already bored and the stupid Tanuki had managed to dump a load of sand down his throat. A clone ran up the toad's back, leaping into the air, Gamamashi biting his tongue as he dispelled for a split second, confusing Gaara, who looked around for his opponent. He found him a second later. When the airborne clone called out, I haven't got to try this move before, hope it works okay. Summing Jutsu. Food cart Jutsu. And Gamamashi reappeared in the air, slamming down on Gaara's tail, crushing it as the Tanuki roared in pain, trying to turn around and crush this toad in sand, only to find himself pinned in place since he couldn't move his tail. Before he could find a way to do such a thing, a second Naruto clone ran up and leapt off of Gamamashi's back, the toad announcing his displeasure this time as the clone smirked. Flipping into the air, the third and final Naruto clone doing the same on the other side, using the real Naruto as springboard as the clone buzz sawed in the air, clapping their hands together as they reached the peaks of their arcs simultaneously. Wind style. Flying swallow jutsu. The twin clones shouted, descending as they swung downwards, hitting Gaara in both the front and back as he looked untouched for a second until bright blue blood sprouted from his body. His sand cloak split in 2 as it fell to the side, Gaara looking scared for the first time as both clones dispelled, just in time for the real Naruto to burst through the cover of the smoke, a swirling ball in his hands. Slamming it into Gaara's chest he shouted, blistering bomb, and for the first time, Gaara didn't have his sand to protect him as an explosion hit him fully in the chest, sending him soaring back, bouncing across the ground before he fell into a limp heap on the sandy floor. Bending down on one knee, next to Gamamashi, Naruto breathed heavily looking at his shaking hand that had just unleashed an explosion at his fellow Jinchuriki. Even so, he reached over and patted Mashi's side, good job, Mashi. You can get back to your ruminations, Naruto said, and the purple toad nodded, vanishing in a plume of smoke. Genma watched the downed redhead, waiting for him to get up, but when he didn't he dropped to the ground, sending a grateful smile to Naruto, who kept his cool and nodded. Well, it looks the winner by knockout is Na. Genma's shout was broken up by a loud groan by the face-down Jinchuriki, who began to scream. No, 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 I won't lose here. I won't let my existence be removed, not now or ever. Mother, Gaara screamed. And Naruto's eyes went wide as he jumped back. Genma noticed his actions, leaping away back to his secluded alcove above the arena floor, only to find it only high enough that he was staring straight into the eyes of the Shukaku who appeared in a massive tsunami of sand, wailing in glee. Oh yeah. I finally got out of that decrepit place. It feels good to be out again, baby. Shukaku wailed, the crowd's nerves set on edge as he began to look around, his manic eyes sweeping over them before giving up as he felt a small tickle down below. Looking down in confusion, he found a small, blonde-haired boy spitting fire at him like an overzealous dragon. Hey you, how about you pick on someone your own size? Naruto shouted, using chakra to enhance his voice as the oversized tanuki looked confused by the order. Ha 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 ha. Like who? None of you could take me on, certainly not a little pipsqueak like you. The Shukaku shouted down, his wailing voice grating on Naruto's ears. You ready to assert your dominance, Fox? Naruto questioned, receiving a mentally nod of assent, as well as exhilaration if he was correct. Okay, here we go. Naruto mumbled to himself as he channeled chakra to his feet, fire sprouting from the bottoms as he shot into the sky like a rocket. Oh yeah. I'll take you down in one hit. Naruto bragged arrogantly, and everyone rolled their eyes at the impossible claim. It was only the Junin and Hokage who realized shortly after that everyone went silent to watch the crazy blonde try and follow through on his claim, rather than freak out and try to evacuate as they almost had. Even Orochimaru, who had his hands halfway raised to start the invasion, froze at the wild claim. If the boy managed to succeed, then the snake San'd have to make a visit to congratulate the blonde on his seemingly impossible task. If he failed, well, it would just be one less obstacle during the invasion. After all, this was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he'd give them trouble unless he was taken out early on. Back with Naruto, he kept going higher and higher before leveling out about 50 feet above Shukaku's head, calming his excited breathing. He needed control right now if he was going to pull off this move. He ran through the seals in a methodical manner, even though his hands seemed to blur. Breathing in, he felt the Kyuubi begin to fill his reserves with his Yuki, although Naruto could easily detect the difference between his own chakra and the fox's Yuki considering how potent it felt. As it happened, his mind went back to earlier that day. Flashback. Naruto stood calmly in front of the Kyuubi, who growled at him from behind the steel bars of his cage. What are you doing here, brat? Kyuubi questioned, Naruto smirking as he walked closer, extending his hand. I've come to ask for your help during the upcoming fight. I'm going to fight the Shukaku, and I'll need your chakra to beat him, especially with what I have planned. So will you help me? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer, which is why he came ahead of time, to give himself to time work out a deal. Hell no, you stupid brat. You think I'm going to just help you? Kyuubi roared, and Naruto sighed at the rush of wind that hit him. I figured as much, so I'm willing to work out a deal, he said, crossing his arms over his chest as Kyuubi stood to snarl at him, only to pause at the blonde's words. A deal? What kind of deal? Kyuubi asked, genuinely curious. He'd been prepared when his jailer had entered for a fight involving yelling, posturing, and general demands. Instead, the blonde seemed to take a more logical approach. How about I loosen the seal some for you, let you out of that cage? It looks rather cramped in there, and besides, I'm going to be fighting a Biju, and I plan on showing the village that I'm not to be taken lightly. You play with matches and you'll get burned sort of lesson, you know? Naruto said, already reaching forwards to adjust the seal. So, I just give you some of my Yuki and you'll weaken the seal? That seems to be heavily skewed to me, and I know by now that you're not that dumb, so what else is there in it for you? Kyuubi said, his voice calm, but due to his size it's still almost if he hadn't secured himself to the floor with chakra. You tell me what'll happen if I loosen this seal too much, and we'll call it even. Sound good? Naruto said, pulling out a paintbrush as he began painting over the seal paper. Yeah, it won't really matter how loose you make the seal, since I can't get out unless you fully remove the seal. However, the looser you make it, the easier you can call up my Yuki, but the harder it'll be for you to control yourself while under the influence. Kyuubi answered. The bars vanishing as a collar appeared around his neck as he sat down, Naruto mindscape surrounding him now that his cage was dissolved. Kyuubi found himself under a large rotunda inside a massive library. Overhead a stained glass depicted the Kyuubi enthralled in battle with the fourth Hokage. Lifting himself up, he found the floor underneath him tiled in the pattern of the Uzumaki swirl with one difference, the outer circle having the many kanji for the Shiki Fuin keeping him contained. Naruto looked around appreciatively before turning and walking away. Flashback end, the first step done, he worked on his side, cupping his hands like he was going to shout, he began to push as much wind chakra in between the palms as possible, like compressing it into the tiny space as he began to feel it push against him, slicing into the palms of his hands. Ready? Naruto asked mentally, Kyuubi snorting in assent as Naruto almost smiled before remembering he was pressed for time. Holding this much chakra back was actually hurting him. This is possibly my most powerful jutsu. The chakra cost alone could take down a majority of the shinobi in the village, and then there's the temperature. All the same, there's a fire pent up in my bones, and I just gotta let it go. Hellfire cannon. Naruto roared, breathing out what would have been a massive fiery stream big enough to rival the Shukaku. But Naruto hadn't stopped there, no, he'd compressed as much wind-based chakra as he could into the palms of his hands, and once the first flame hit the wind, it exploded in size, the stream now covering the sand-based Biju in a tsunami of white fire as well as the entire arena as nothing was left untouched by the fire. The attack only lasted 10 seconds. As it dissipated, a massive Shukaku-sized and shaped glass sculpture was left. Fine. Naruto groaned, reaching into the coat as he pulled a soldier pill to keep himself from succumbing to the black spots on the edge of his vision as he began to fall, flipping over as he landed on the ground below, having enough chakra spare from the pill to activate his fire shoes and slow himself down. Once down on the ground, Naruto was stunned into disbelief as he saw Gaara looking up at the glass structure, actual tears in his eyes. Mother. Mother, speak to me. Mother, what's wrong? Speak to me, please. Gaara sounded like he was begging and Naruto felt the hatred leave his body as a loud crackling was heard. Naruto looked up to see the glass cracking, and seeing Gaara standing under it completely oblivious to the potential danger, Naruto did something that he'd never considered doing in this situation, except for Hinata-chan, but that was neither here nor there. He pushed himself to his feet, bum-rushing Gaara as he tackled the Suna Jinchuriki out from under the glass structure just as it shattered into a blizzard of glass that descended on the pair, Naruto actually covering Gaara with his body as the glass rained down. How can you be so strong? No one has ever been strong enough to defeat Mother, and you beat her in one move. You ended her existence. I don't want my existence to end, but I can't prove my existence without Mother. Gaara cried, and Naruto tried to smile, but it came out as more of grimace as several shards of glass were sticking out of his back, and there was scarcely an inch of skin not covered in blood from the cuts. My precious people prove my existence by respecting me, acknowledging me, and loving me. Naruto hissed as the shower of glass ended, trying desperately to stand, but failing. My father says I am a demon, so therefore I can't love or be loved. Even my brother and sister look at me with those scared looks, and won't touch me, Gaara said, his eyes glistening before Naruto did something he regretted seconds later. Reaching over, he pulled a long sliver of glass from his arm, hold Gaara's hand as he cut it open, Gaara crying out, looking at the blood. My blood, I'm bleeding, he yelled, and Naruto growled loud enough to get this attention. Yes, you're bleeding, that means you're not a demon, demons don't bleed, only humans bleed red like this, see. He paused in his words to raise his own heavily bleeding hand which he pressed to Gaara, their blood mixing. There now, we've shared blood. We are blood brothers, joined by out mutual burdens. We are not demons, we are the demon's keepers, the protectors of our precious people, right? Naruto questioned, and Gaara looked shocked at the words as he looked between the blood on his hand and Naruto's soft, yet pained smile. Then, for the first time since he could remember, he wrapped his arms around Naruto's neck, hugging him as tears fell from his eyes. Unseen by the blonde, who was stunned, A sentiment shared by both Temari and Kankuro in the stands. A sand clone began to take form behind Naruto, reaching down to pick up a shard of glass, advancing slowly, shakily on the exposed blonde. He'd show him that a Biju didn't go down so easily, that he couldn't just drop in and erase years of pain and hurt. However, the currently Shukaku-possessed clone didn't expect Gaara to flip Naruto over, standing in the way of the sand clone who was trying to kill his first friend. "Move aside, Gaara. Let Mother protect you again. He's lying to you so when you drop your guard he can kill you, and prove his existence. He's too strong for us, we have to kill him now or we'll never be able to." The clone spoke, and Gaara turned to look at the bleeding Naruto, who even now had small flashes of red over his body as he removed glass, the cut healing up. "No. You will not hurt Naruto Ni-san because he is my friend, and my brother," Gaara rasped loudly, sweeping his hand through the sand clone as it vanished. "Proctor, I concede," Gaara said with his usual monotone, walking over, helping Naruto to his feet, and once he was satisfied that the blonde could stand on his own, he sat down, staring at his bloody hand. Feeling a fluttery feeling in his chest, he reached over with his bloody hand, and remembering what he'd learned years ago about pains of the heart, he slowly traced the kanji for love over his heart, the blood drying in the pattern. "Misery loves company. I may be weak, broken, have no friends, no one that loves me, but you will not harm my teammate, Sakura." Naruto trudged back to the box set into the wall for competitors, his teeth tightly pressed together as he felt several cut protest the movement of climbing stairs as he reached the top, falling onto a bench, Hinata joining him moments later as she began to wipe the blood of his face with a cloth. Looking across the box, Naruto's eyes met Sasuke, who glared at him and turned away, Sakura actually not trying to get his attention for once. Maybe because of the coming match, maybe because she was stunned into silence, either way, Naruto's attention was brought back to Hinata, who was looking at him with a stern look that made Naruto smile. You look cute like that," he said, reached to hug her, only to tip forwards, face planting on her lap. "Well, guess that's all the gas in my tank for now," he joked, although it was the truth considering he couldn't lift his head from Hinata's lap, although if he was being honest, there were worse places. Reaching around Naruto's body, using all her willpower as she reached down, she pulled the box off his hip, ignoring his protest as she stuck them into her pocket, which was located directly over her, although her inner voice was hoping Naruto would try and take them back. "You shouldn't smoke, Naruto-kun. This is what happens who'n't want to be with someone who does something so filthy," Hinata admonished, Sakura walking over and sitting on Naruto's other side as she looked at the blonde with a mixture of awe and fear. "Smoke? I don't smoke. Why would think I did, Hinata-chan," Naruto said, turning his head to the side to articulate clearly, his whiskered cheek rubbing against Hinata's smooth leg in the process. Thankfully he couldn't see how her cheeks went red at the feeling, although Sakura saw, but she simply sighed. "Because I saw you stick one in your mouth right when your match started, which was dangerous anyways, leaving yourself exposed. Like that when he was trying to kill you." Hinata's voice sounded like a mixture of motherly admonishment and sadness as she recalled how she'd reacted when she thought Naruto had died. "If you're referring to the things you just took from me, they're not cigarettes," Naruto responded, and only silence was heard for the next few moments before Naruto continued, sensing her disbelief at his rebuttal of her accusation. "Here, hand me one, and I'll show you," Naruto said, managing to lift one of his hands. "No, I'm not supporting you killing yourself, Naruto-kun. If you won't take care of your body then I'll just have to do it for you," Hinata said firmly, and Naruto looked at Hinata in disbelief, Sakura actually smirking as she leaned in towards the young couple. "Hear that, Naruto? Hinata-chan is offering to take care of your body. Even I wouldn't have the courage to take care of Sasuke-kun's body like Hinata would yours," Sakura said, a teasing smirk on her face as she saw both Naruto and Hinata go atomic red, before laughing as neither Hinata nor Naruto could meet each other's eyes. She didn't notice the way Sasuke growled under his breath on the other side of the box. Once he got over his sudden onset of embarrassment, Naruto gestured to Hinata once more. "They're not cigarettes, I promise, I just want to show you. Besides, I don't even have a lighter if they were, and even then, I'm too weak to light one," Naruto said. Hinata nodded hesitantly, pulling the box out just enough to pull one free, placing it in Naruto's hand as he unrolled the paper to reveal black kanji written in a strange pattern. "What is it?" Sakura asked, genuinely curious as Hinata looked at it confusedly, her small burst of Byakugan revealing nothing. "Nothing right now, because the seal is broken, but if I roll it up it fixes itself. As for its purpose, I work with fire a lot as you saw, so I made a seal to filter the air I breathe in. It helps purify the air I breathe in of airborne toxins and small debris, such as ash, dirt, germs, and," he started, only for Sakura to finish as the two other members of the trio looked at her. "Sand. That's why you had it out during your last match, to keep that sand out of your mouth and airways. Smart." Sakura explained as Naruto nodded, re-rolling the paper as he began to suck on it. "Yeah, I started speculating on the idea when we were on that mission to Wave, Hinata-chan. You remember the Demon Brothers? They wore those rebreathers to let them breathe underwater, and those rain nin had something like that," Naruto said, handing it back to Hinata, who replaced Din the box, before handing it back to Naruto, satisfied that it presented no danger to her Naruto-kun. Seconds later she asked the question that was nagging at her. "What are the ones with the red tips?" She almost regretted it when she saw Naruto's fiendish grin, and response, explosive notes. Hinata tried not to think too hard on that. Once the field was cleared of most of the glass, Genma dropped to the ground to announce the next match. "Would Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha come down to the field?" he said, and seconds later the pick-haired female of Team 8 and the arrogant male of Team 7 were facing each other. Looking between the two, Genma gave a small, imperceptible nod. "Second match of the second round, Hajime," Genma shouted, leaping back, heading up the wall within seconds, although he settled on the lower alcove this time. Immediately after being given permission, Sasuke threw several shuriken at Sakura, who dodged the first couple before being forced to block several with a brandished kunai. That irritated Sasuke as he charged the pinkette, hitting her in the chest with a straight kick that threw her back. Sakura turned her landing into a roll as he flipped back to her feet, already weaving seals as Sasuke activated his Sharingan, hoping to copy whatever jutsu she tried to use. He'd tried to do it during Naruto's last match, but had been unable to thanks to the thin layer of chakra around the arena floor, which also made it near impossible to watch the match with his dojutsu active. However, all that happened was a group of illusionary clones came at him, the last Uchiha gritting his teeth in annoyance. Looking around he found what he was looking for as he charged at one of them, hitting her with a snap kick to the chin that sent her tumbling. Once she came to a stop, she tried to pick herself up, wiping blood from her mouth. However, Sasuke felt the momentary rush leave him as he felt cold steel on the back of his neck. Managing to turn his neck enough to glance behind him, he saw Sakura holding a kunai to his neck. "When I made the clones, I also cast a genjutsu to make it look like you'd hit the real me while I snuck up behind you. Now forfeit." "Sasuke-kun," Sakura said, a nervous expression on her face as Sasuke began to laugh. "As if I would be fooled by such a simple illusion, before my eyes. What you were doing was painfully obvious. Now then, show me your true power," Sasuke said, and before Sakura could react, he'd hooked one of his feet around hers, pulling her down, as he grabbed the kunai in her hand, using it to slice open her cheek. However, instead of pressing the advantage, he held back as she held her now bleeding cheek, attempting to send a glare at her crush. "Come on, you pathetic waste, give me a challenge," Sasuke spit spitefully as he threw the kunai at Sakura, who rolled to the side, being kept moving as Sasuke tracked her perfectly, throwing kunai in an almost lazy manner, continually giving her just enough time and space to dodge. Coming out of her roll and not seeing a kunai speeding at her, Sakura sighed in relief, only to find her breath stolen from her by Sasuke's foot as he hit her with a snap kick that sent her tumbling across the ground. "Why do you keep holding back, Sakura? You'll never beat me like that," Sasuke said, growling at the downed pinkette. "Come on, get up, you pathetic waste," he snarled, racing at her as she jumped into the air, flipping over as tried to hit her with an axe kick, only for Sakura to manage to pull off a substitution as a log took her place, shattering on impact with Sasuke's kick. "Looks like you still got a little kick in you after all," Sasuke said, rolling backwards into a back handspring, as several shuriken flew where his head was seconds earlier. Flipping over, he immediately spotted Sakura, who was favoring one side, being forced to throw with her non-dominant hand. Landing on the balls of his feet, He launched off towards Sakura, sweeping her feet out from under her as he stuck both hands on the ground, using chakra to arrest his momentum as he leaned back, kicking straight up into Sakura's stomach as she was sent airborne. Waiting a few seconds, Sasuke launched himself after as she began to fall back towards him, hitting her in the chest with a knee, yelling. Rolling upper, as she was sent barrel rolling into the air, only for Sasuke to fully extend the leg he just hit her with as he caught her on it, managing to flip himself in the air as he back-flipped, sending the pinkette hurtling towards the ground as he finished his flip, aiming downwards with his foot as if to stomp on the downed. Sakura. Managing to fight through the explosive pain, Sakura managed to force down the rising vomit and acted out, going with the first thing to that entered her mind, mainly because she couldn't think of anything to do now. With a single hand seal, she Vasmoke, although Sasuke kept watch of the edges in case she tried to use it to escape. However, he was actually surprised momentarily when the smoke dispelled to find Sasuke replaced with an auburn wolf that managed to contort its body around his stomp. Well, this is fitting, you weak bitch. He spat, only for Wolf Sakura to snarl and bite deeply into his leg, drawing blood from the arrogant Uchiha, who yelled as he kicked out, Sakura dancing around the kick with lupine grace. Sasuke actually thought better of trying to grab the hanged Sakura, those fangs and jaws speaking for themselves even if his eyes could keep track of her, so instead he began to pepper her with shuriken which she tried to dodge, but even if she'd hanged, she was still injured with several broken ribs at least and whined as she stumbled when landing, Sasuke leaping on her perceived weakness, nailing her in her injured side with a kick. Wolf Sakura vanished in a plume of smoke as she hit the hard ground, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth, the pinkette struggling to stand. Slowly, she started to raise her hand, recognizing that she was outmatched here, with no chance. Apparently Sasuke recognized this too, because he was on her before she could react, tightly squeezing her bottom jaw. "Don't you dare forfeit," he ordered, and despite her instincts. Sakura's hand slowly came down as Sasuke nodded as he got right into her face. "Now use those tears of yours, and push me, challenge me, give me your strength. Show me just how powerful you are, you little useless, broken piece of wasted potential," Sasuke ordered, his words cutting deeply into the fangirl, who actually whimpered as she fought down the tears that tried to come. "No, I won't use them," she whispered, and Sasuke's lit with rage as he choke-slammed her into the ground. "You stupid," he lifted her up, only to kick her injured side, ignoring her outcry. Pathetic. He dropped her on the ground, stomping her knee as it twisted the wrong way. Broken, he crouched down, interlacing his hands tightly in her short hair, pulling her head back painfully as he bent down to hiss into her ear. "Waste of potential. No one could ever love someone as weak and broken as you, fangirl. You are nothing more than a broken, useless failure." With that he slammed her face into the ground, over and over before someone grabbed his arm from behind. "Stop, she's done," Genma said, pulling Sasuke up, only for the arrogant Uchiha to pull free as he walked off without so much as a look back. Genma glared after him before standing up, using chakra to project his voice. "The winner of the match is Sasuke Uchiha. The penultimate match will start in 5 minutes between Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame," Genma announced as medics raced onto the field, putting Sakura on a stretcher, running off the field. Up in the section reserved for senseis and teammates, Kiba jumped to his feet, Akamaru leaping onto his shoulder before burrowing into his coat as the Inuzuka heir ran off towards the stairs, Kurenai not far behind him, who stooped and bowed quickly to the others. "Forgive Kiba. He usually doesn't think about others when someone he's close to gets into trouble. Excuse us." And with that, the sensei for Team 8 vanished after her student. As the group turned to look at Kakashi, he put his head down in his hands. He'd thought Sasuke was getting better after their month-long training. He hadn't acted arrogant, hadn't nagged Kakashi for a powerful jutsu, he hadn't even mentioned his brother or Naruto. He was glad he had postponed teaching the Uchiha Saiyan his signature assassination jutsu. He felt a hand on his shoulder and he looked through his hair to see Guy's stony gaze. "Kakashi, why did you?" Guy's question was cut short by Kakashi's angry retort. "Why did I what? Leave that attitude in him? Not reported to the Hokage? Condone this behavior in my student? I don't know, Guy. Maybe because I thought it was being handled." Kakashi shot back. Guy looked surprised at the sudden outburst. Kakashi took a deep, calming breath. "I'm sorry. I just need to be left alone. I don't know what to do about it, but I know if nothing is done, his hatred and anger will consume him like a Diditachi. Before today, I would have asked you how you handled Neji's anger, but I don't think that'll be a problem for much longer. Kakashi observed despairingly, looking down, aware that Guy's hand was still on his shoulder. Well, you seem to do a good job on training the other two, if the previous matches are anything to go by. Speaking of which, shall we watch the next match and see young Hyuga-san's youth shine? Guy said, and Kakashi gave a mirthless laugh as he lifted his head looking at the arena floor below where his last and only female student stood at the ready. Okay, if both contestants are ready, then we'll begin the penultimate matches of the Chunin finals, Genma asked, looking between the two. Hinata nodded, determined to drag the fight out as long as possible to give Naruto time to recover from the borderline chakra exhaustion he'd suffered in his fight with Gaara. Well then, Haji, Genma's loud voice was cut off by the monotonous one of Shino, who was the picture of statuesque. Proctor-san, I forfeit. My bugs are still busy neutralizing the poison I was hit with in my last match, and the adrenaline of a fight would only slow my recovery, Shino said, waiting a moment before turning to leave, heading for the medic bay. Whether for the aforementioned poison or to be with his team, he didn't say. Well, I guess you're going to the finals, Hinata-san. Genma said lowly so only Hinata could hear him as her heart dropped. She'd have to think of something else to help Naruto, especially with the way things were looking. Shino Aburame has forfeited. The winner of the match is Hinata. Hyuga. There will be an hour break before the final fight, which will be a three-way between Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga, Genma said, leaping up the side to the first level of seats as he vanished. Sighing, Hinata turned and jogged back to Naruto, who was lightly snoring. Lifting his head, she slid back under him, laying his head on her lap. He gave a small wriggle, wrapping his arms around her waist as he lightly squeezed her, mumbling, "Hinata-heim, my Hinata-chan." Hinata resisted the urge to blush as ideas went through her head as how to best help Naruto-kun. "The price we pay, every moment I spend with you, I find it harder to live another one without you, Naruto." Shino entered the infirmary with his usual degree of nonchalance and complacency, only to almost be bowled over by a rushing medic Nin who ran from the room. Looking around, he immediately spotted his teammate and sensei, not that it was difficult with Kiba making such a scene. "Come on, man. Tell us something." Kiba yelled at a medic Nin who ignored the shouting in Izuka except to gesture towards a sign that read, "Those found disturbing patients and staff will be removed," and Kiba growled, turning to sit on the bench on the opposite wall. "Why won't they tell us something, Kurenai-sensei? That can't be a good sign," the Inuzuka heir lamented, leaning on his knees as he stared at the floor. Akamaru nuzzled deeper into his coat, whimpering softly as Shino took a seat beside his male teammate, their sensei on the other side. The trio sat in silence for another 10 minutes until the curtain opened to reveal Sakura laying in bed, as still as death. Kiba leapt to his feet, rushing to the side of the bed, reaching towards Sakura only to pause with his hand above hers. "No, she can't be." Kiba trailed off as he took a step back, swiping at his eyes as he saw his vision blurring as the moisture began to gather. "She smells like ammonia, and a lot of morphine." Kiba mumbled under his breath. Akamaru crawling out, leaping onto the bed to nose at Sakura's still hand. She didn't react. "We had to heavily sedate her. She was moving too much, and we could see was in a lot of pain. As for the ammonia, I'll leave that up to our resident psychoanalyst." Headache Nin said, pointing towards an approaching middle-aged man who had the telltale platinum blonde hair of the Yamanaka. Without a word, he strode past Kiba, pausing only to ask, "Is she prepped?" Receiving an affirmative nod, he softly placed both hands on either side of the pinkette's head, his body slumping back into a seat. "It should only take about 30 minutes for him to finish up, so in the meantime, follow me and we'll get you fixed up," the medic Nin said, gesturing for Shino to follow her to an open bed, which was conveniently right next to Sakura's one. With a quick set of hand seals, the medic Nin's hands began to glow green as she ran them over Shino's body, her lips tightening at times. "Okay. Well, first of all, it's difficult for me to diagnose anything because your bugs are interfering, but since I can't find any bleeding, there isn't much I can do other than recommend bed rest," she said, turning to leave as Shino nodded silently. Kurenai sighed in relief that at least only one of her students was severely hurt. With that, the trio fell silent once more, watching the Yamanaka do his job, awaiting the verdict. Meanwhile, in the cage box, Orochimaru was using his considerable self-control not to outright throw a tantrum right there. This put a serious dent in the invasion plan, although Gaara was much more likely to assist the Leaf now. It was of little consequence since the Shukaku was defeated and couldn't be turned on the invasion force. You had to enjoy the small pleasures in life. This year's stock is much more outstanding than usually. The disguised Sannin commented offhand, and Hiruzen chuckled lightheartedly. True, but what can you expect? Sasuke, Hinata, and Shikamaru are all heirs to prominent Konoha clans. All three of your children are finalists, although we only got really see your youngest one's skill. Finally, Naruto-kun graduated with honors from the Shinobi Academy. The third said happily, his arms concealed within his voluminous sleeves. Orochimaru's eyes widened, but from what I've heard, no one has done that since Itachi Uchiha. How is he still a genin if that were true? The snake questioned his sensei, who shot a knowing smirk at his erstwhile student. The same way your son made such a good showing when he's the youngest one. Sarutobi commented offhandedly. Speaking of, if I didn't know better, I'd say you planned on Gaara losing control here in the middle of my village. The wizened third may be on his second term, but he could still intimidate the snake Sannin when it came down to it. Deciding to change the subject, Orochimaru leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, preventing his former sensei from seeing the small green snake that slithered down his leg, and through a crack in the wall, heading for Kabuto, who was still hiding in the crowd too. Levels below. Speaking of losing control, I don't know how the blonde can keep going, even with an hour break to recuperate. He faced not only a prodigy of the Hyuga, but my son and his Biju. And in the next round he'll have to face both the Uchiha heir and the Hyuga heiress. The man said with a confident smirk. Oh, I wouldn't count young Naruto-kun out yet. As I said, he did graduate with honors, and he's not been sitting around on his laurels. I've even overseen some of his training, as has my strongest student, Jiraiya, and I can say, Naruto hasn't even hit his peak yet. It is worrisome how old not just him, but all these young ones make me feel, running around and fighting with so much vigor. Sarutobi said, sighing as he began to ramble, Orochimaru sweat dropping as he recalled how long his sensei could ramble aimlessly. I find it hard to believe what Sarutobi's sensei is saying, but if he's right then maybe I can make this work for me. Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun will fight in the finals, and tire each other out. If Naruto wins, then I can just start the invasion and make my escape with Sasuke's body, and if Sasuke wins, I'll just mark Naruto for safekeeping. The traitorous Sannin thought with masked glee. Naruto groaned as he sat up, rolling his shoulder as it popped. With a wide yawn, he blinked his eyes several times, holding his head as he felt the splitting headache take hold. Reaching into his coat he pulled out his small book, opening to the marked page. I feel like this is a bit dishonorable, but we're shinobi, not samurai. Now I just have to make sure I can manage this. The blonde thought, walking to the side, make a quick set of 7 seals and placing his hand on the stone wall around the arena. Reaching behind him, he held his neck as he rolled his neck, feeling his plan take hold. It's just like the history books said. The fourth designed this arena to function like a sealing scroll, combined with an absorption seal, allowing shinobi to fight to their content inside. But it wasn't set up properly to absorb lingering chakra as easily. It probably would if it was left lingering for long enough, but I need the strength. Naruto thought as he felt the foreign chakra enter the base of his brainstem, mixing into his chakra pathways as it was redirected through his seal, converting Shukaku's lingering Yuki into usable chakra. It's not much, but at least I should be able to match with a Junin or two. Or at least get rid of these pesky twinges. He said with a small bit of irritation as he felt a small heat pass over his body as his numerous cuts healed, his sore muscles relaxing as he smirked, before frowning at the notable drop in his chakra. Looks like that uses more than I thought. Well, it should be enough for what I need, he said, wandering off. Simultaneously, Hinata could be found meditating as she tried to come up with a way to stall Sasuke in the finals long enough for Naruto to come up with his own ridiculous plan. Honestly, she wished Naruto would come up with a more secure plan, but she also cared for him too much to push it. Breathing softly, she felt the presence sit down beside her, smiling demurely as Naruto nudged her. "Hey you," he said happily, and Hinata responded with a quiet, "It's me." Naruto gave off a soft chuckle, leaning forwards on his knees, closing his eyes as he reached over to hold Hinata's hand. The brunette smiled, interlacing her fingers with him. "You ready for this?" he asked, his hair blowing in the breeze. "No, I'm worried that something is going to go wrong down there and you'll get hurt," she answered without a thought as Naruto sighed. "I'm not what will be important when we get on that floor. If it comes down to it, I want you to be safe. No take lethal hits for me," the blonde said, barely opening his eyes as Hinata leaned over, resting her head on his shoulder. "Yes, because you won't do the same. You know we have to go into that fight together or Sasuke will not only beat us, but most likely aim to maim, and I like you without any more scars," Hinata pointed out, the blonde slumping lower as he leaned back, looking up into the sun. "So you've been sneaking peeks at me. Oh dear, the prestigious heiress of the Hyuga was looking at my impure body. Have you no propriety?" Naruto teased, and Hinata blushed while pouting before shoving Naruto, who pushed her back with a smile. He expected her to leave it at that, but suddenly she hit him, knocking both of them over, Hinata on top, straddling Naruto's waist. Both gulped loudly, gazing deeply into the other's eyes. "Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan," they said together. A single strand of the Hyuga's hair fell loose, and Naruto reached up to lightly brush it away, touching her cheek with his calloused knuckles. Bending up as she bent down, their lips were inches apart with no signs of stopping. "When, Hyuga-san," a female voice called out, the young couple leaping apart, faces aflame as Hinata muttered and, "Eep." Both saw the approaching form of Narissa, distinguishable only by the numerous bandages wrapped around her body. "Hello, Narissa-san. Where is your sister?" Hinata questioned, and Narissa smiled sheepishly. "I asked her to get me a cup of water, and while she was gone I made a run for it." With a giggle by Hinata. Beside her, Naruto smiled genially, holding up a welcoming hand. "Anyways, I had to see you before the final match started. I mean I guess didn't, I just wanted to," the elder twin said, the Hyuga heiress looking at her confusedly. "About what you said to my sister and me, thank you, and I'd like it very much if we could see the memorial," Narissa said, nodding as if to confirm her answer with herself. Nodding once, Hinata replied, "Okay, I'll tell the guards to expect you sometime around Friday. Good?" A nod in the affirmative was her answer. The elder opened her mouth to continue the conversation, when a loud cry of, "Oni-chan, I told you to stay in your bed. The medic Nin may have cleared you, but I'm not letting you out of my sight if you're going to act like the younger sister," Farissa shouted, her hands her hips as she glared defiantly at her older sister. "Now come here so we can go back down to the infirmary," Farissa ordered, punctuating the order with a single foot step and pointing at the ground under her feet. "Why don't you come over here and make me?" Narissa said teasingly, standing close to the edge deliberately. Farissa looked conflicted, noticing her sister's position. "That's not fair, Oni-chan. You know I hate heights. I don't bring mice into the house, so don't try and use my fear against me or I'm going to leave cheese in your room again. Now come here, right now," the younger twin ordered again, and Narissa pouted as she begrudgingly stalked to her sister's side, following the girl down the stairs. "Well, that was interesting," Naruto commented, and Hinata nodded, leaning forwards on her knees as she recalled why the twins were making an appointment to stop by her clan compound. "We have something to speak about," Hinata said, pulling the curtains closed behind her. "Then speak. Things don't just pause just because you want them to, princess." Narissa shot before wincing as Farissa helped her lean back on her bed. Once she was comfortable, both girls turned to look at the shy heiress, who was pushing her index fingers together. "I don't really know how to say this, but Hinata mumbled before put her hands together and bowing to the floor. Both the girls gave a sharp intake of air, not expecting this from a clan heiress. "I'm sorry that your parents died." The brunette apologized, only to hear a loud growl by one of them, most likely Farissa since she seemed to be the more spirited one of the pair. "They didn't die. They were killed by that devil fox. And why, they never did anything wrong, they didn't deserve that," Farissa shouted, and Hinata winced although neither girl saw that. "And don't you say a single thing about them, they were innocent civilians, they had no part in your fight with that demon," Farissa continued, pointing an accusing finger at Hinata, who bit her lip, fighting back the tears. The way she said, "you," was like she personally blamed Hinata for the entire attack. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you lost both of your parents like that," Hinata cried, the tears refusing to be held back any longer as she kept her head down, her face burning as the liquid poured. "I'm sorry that I got to know both of my parents, even if my mother is gone now." Hinata apologized again, repeating, "I'm so sorry," over and over. "If you think crying will fix anything, then you can leave now," Farissa yelled, and started again when a hand softly touched her arm. Turning, she saw Narissa's level expression. Her sister could see the hurt in her eyes talking about their parents, but she didn't seem to share the anger Farissa held for the clan heiress. "You don't have to apologize, Hinata. Even though we both appreciate your apology, the blame lays with the fox, not you. You were only a child at the time. You can't be blamed for the pain of losing our parents, despite my sister's words," Narissa said evenly, and finally Hinata looked up. "But it is my fault. Your parents died saving a young woman who was pregnant at the time. That was my mother, she was pregnant with me," Hinata sobbed, furiously swiping at her eyes with her sleeves. The twins started, their eyes hardening as they looked at the blue net with a new light. "My mother used to tell me the story of the kind people that saved her life on that night. How your father and your mother found her trapped in a room, and refused to leave her to die, not because she was pregnant, or because she was a clan wife, but because their little girls didn't deserve cowards for parents." And then, Hinata gulped, looking hesitantly at the girls who were watching her closely, despite the thick line of tears rolling down their faces. "Go on," Narissa said, choking on the words as Hinata gave a small nod. "How your father held up the burning rafters when they tried to collapse, and how your mother used her clothes so my mom could breathe, and then refused to rest before heading back to try and help your father. And how, the building—" Hinata's words were cut off by a comforting hand on her shoulder. Looking up, Hinata's watery eyes met Narissa's pleading eyes. "Please stop, we've heard enough." Behind the injured girl, Hinata could see Farissa refusing to meet her eyes, and that her knuckles were chalky white from being clenched so tight. "Regardless of what happened, I don't know how you can hold yourself accountable," the elder sister said, and Hinata looked at her sadly. "I don't know how you can not hate me," she mumbled, and was shocked when Narissa grabbed her, hauling her to her feet with an angry expression. "Would you rather we did hate you?" she shouted, and Farissa started, rushing to her side as she began to cough. "No, I'd rather your parents had left my mother behind. I'd rather your parents had been selfish people that wouldn't sacrifice themselves to help someone when they had two little girls at home. I'd rather—" She was cut off by the resounding sound of Farissa's hand hitting her cheek, rage evident on her face despite the waterfall of tears. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I've already told you that if all you're going to do is cry and try to fix something that can't be changed, then you can leave now. I don't care what Narissa Ne-chan says, she's hurt and this stress is not helping," Farissa screamed at the teary brunette, who despite her instincts, stayed rooted to the floor. "I'm sorry. You're right, I'll drop it. I just wanted to tell you, my mother had a small memorial built in her personal garden in my clan's compound if you'd like to see it." With that, Hinata turned and left, refusing to let her shaking frame be seen as she made her way back to her safe place, utilizing both her kunoichi and hyuga training to lock these feelings away. Flashback end, yes, it was, but I'm actually looking forwards to getting to see them. I didn't have many friends growing up due to my position. It will be nice to show people around my clan compound simply because I want to and not because I was ordered," Hinata said hopefully. She gave a small squeal when Naruto pushed her over, tickling her side as she began to giggle, begging him to let her go. "Nope, I'm never letting you go, Hina-chan. Just consider this punishment for not wanting to show me around your home," Naruto said, and Hinata blushed before smirking as she steeled her nerves. "It is that your way of asking to visit my room? How forward of you. What shall I do against these beastly urges?" the heiress said deplorably, shaking her head. However, Naruto went a shade of red to rival his paramour's famous blush, causing the brunette to giggle behind her hand. Kiba paced the floor nervously. Shino was preoccupied with his father in the adjacent bed, the privacy curtains pulled for the moment, and Kurenai had left to get a cup of coffee, which Kiba could smell from several hallways away, and so it was Akamaru who first noticed the Yamanaka reanimate as he stood, stretching out his limbs from his rigid sitting position. Thusly, the ninja dog alerted his partner to it. "So?" Kiba asked expectantly, although the man ignored the younger shinobi. "You would F what I would tell you, so how about we wait for your sensei to get back, she shouldn't be long," the man said, letting one arm hang limply at his side while the other twisted a strand of his platinum blonde hair. Kiba started to argue with the blonde when Akamaru nudged him, barking as Kurenai came up behind the short-tempered Inuzuka, a trait that ran in the family. "Hey Kurenai-sensei, it's a good thing you came back because I was about to make this guy tell me what's wrong with Sakura-chan," Kiba said loudly, and a passing medic nin scowled at him. "Sorry," he whispered back, bowing quickly to ask for forgiveness. The medic nin rolled her eyes, walking off. "So, Yamanaka-san, can you tell us what's wrong with my student?" Kurenai asked, and the Yamanaka nodded, crossing his arms. "Yes, but perhaps you'd like to wait for your other student? I believe he will be finished soon." True to his word, the privacy curtain was pulled away seconds later as Shibi simply nodded towards Kurenai, walking in silence. "Well, now that we're all available, can we get on with this, Yamanaka-san?" Kiba said irritably, and the Yamanaka sighed. "My name is Saijin, although I'd prefer you'd not call me by my given or surname. Doctor will suffice if you must speak," Saijin retorted evenly, reminding Kurenai of her bug-loving student. She wondered idly if he was a misplaced baby. He could have simply bleached his hair. "And I am a pure-blooded Yamanaka, not related to the isolationist Aburame, Junin Yuhi," Saijin said deploringly. "Although I will admit I prefer their company over my own clan," he added, Kurenai missing the fleeting smile due to her blush at being caught red-handed. "As interesting as this all is, can we get back to Sakura-chan, ya, Dr. San?" Kiba groused, and after a deadpan glare from the blonde, he began to speak. "Genin Haruno is suffering a psychotic break, most likely as a result of some intense mentally jarring event." Seeing the clueless looks, he sighed once more simply put, some crucial part of her character was broken. Currently, she's become withdrawn, which you can see, and doesn't respond to external stimuli. Actually, she responds, just not in any external way. Her brain still functions, and processes all the information her body would normally receive from the world around her. She just can't respond," he said, and growled at the clueless looks on the trio's faces. Kurenai understood what he was saying better than the two males, but she didn't really understand what he was saying very accurately. "Could you make a comparison to help?" Kurenai asked hesitantly, not wanting to upset the doctor. Even if it was his job, she understood what it was like to be trying to explain something that you considered simple that might as well be the functionality and work that the Fourth's Flying Thunder God Jutsu involved. "I suppose so, Genin Aburame. Would you mind if I use you for this example?" Saijin asked, receiving only the raising of a single eyebrow from the aforementioned Genin. Apparently this was enough as the Yamanaka walked over to his bedside. "The Aburame use bugs in battle, these bugs in turn use the Aburame's bodies as living hives, so to speak. It would be like bugs going into Shino, was it?" Receiving the nod of assent, he continued, "Bugs going into young Shino-san's body but never doing anything. Just sitting there living and dying without ever doing a single thing because Shino-san's body refused to perform its basic purpose. Haruno-san is essentially trapped inside her own mind, unable to get out, yet," he said, walking back to Sakura's bedside. "As I mentioned, the problem is her character. It's damaged right now, and by that I mean, some fundamental part of her was disproved. It would akin to an Inuzuka being raised with his ninkin partner, being together for years, and then the dog either died or turned and attacked his partner. You understand, Inuzuka-san?" He didn't need to look at the young male to know that he nodded in the assent. Now, young Haruno-san is lucky in the fact that, unlike when an Inuzuka loses his or her ninkin partner, she can get a replacement, once again, so to speak. She will in time begin to reawaken to the world around herself. Simply put, she's comatose right now, and for I don't know how long, until she can find something to replace the part of her psychosis that was broken," Saijin said, haying a lot as he tried to work through the diagnosis in terms Team 8 could understand. "And now, it's your turn, Junin Yuhi-san. I recently visited a genin injured in the preliminaries, Iraq Lee. The chances of him ever resuming his shinobi career are astronomical without considering the fact that he will never regain the use of his arm. If he possessed the ability to channel chakra, he may have a potential career in a different branch of the shinobi corps. Saijin started only for Kiba to interrupt. What does this have to do with Sakura or Kurenai-sensei? The impressionable Inuzuka questioned. I'm getting there. Saijin responded, not missing a beat as she launched back into his explanation. Being a shinobi was an essential part of Genin Lee's psychosis, so when I explained that he could no longer be a shinobi, this is something akin to what I expected. However, as I believe you saw, he was here today as if nothing is amiss. In fact, he had one of the fastest recovery times I've ever seen. However, as you saw, the result was an exception to what is expected in these situations. What you might expect if this were to befall Yuhi-san would be her giving up on genjutsu entirely as a waste of time and emulate Rock Lee or his sensei, devoting her entire being to taijutsu and wearing a skin-tight green jumpsuit. What I'm saying is, the Haruno you knew will almost certainly not be the one that frees herself from this nightmare she's entrapped inside. Saijin explained, his hands finding their ways to the pockets of his coat. Tossing his head back as he pulled his coat tighter around him, he started to leave. Wait, Dr. San, what kind of changes can we expect? Shino asked, surprising both his sensei and teammate. It depends entirely on how crucial the part that was broken was to her id. Using my earlier example, depending on how long the relationship between Inuzuka-san and his ninkin was allowed to develop, he may be unable to recreate his clan jutsu, or he may develop cynophobia, or the intense fear of dogs, something that would debilitating for a clan so involved with dogs. Occasionally I've seen those that also suffered physical changes, although most are fixable with therapy, which she would go through anyways, he said. Once again turning to leave only for Kiba to be the one to stop him this time. What kind of physical changes like? Like she could turn a different color or grow, I don't know, gills? He asked worriedly, and Saijin laughed for the first time, shaking his head. No, nothing that extreme, although I've personally ministered to a woman whose hair changed to a most brilliant shade of violet. I shan't tell you her name for confidentiality issues, but that has been the most shocking change. Back on the subject, she may change dominant hands, be unable to hear, or even become mute. But all are fixable with varying degrees of trauma therapy. With that, he walked away, his face returned to its even and expressionless business mask. However, as he reached the door, he turned back. Oh, I just remembered, I had a patient one time that reported an increase in body hair. We never did fix that one either. Last I saw her, she looked much like your puppy. He turned and left, laughing at Kiba's thunderstruck expression. Once he was assured that the doctor was gone, however, Kiba looked at his female teammate with a saddened expression. I promise you, Sakura, I will avenge you and make that Uchiha prick pay. I won't let something like this happen to you ever again, not you, Shino, or Kurenai-sensei. I am an alpha dog, and alphas protect their pack. Kiba mentally shouted as his fist tightening as he fell into the seat between Shino's. Renee started to follow his example when a soft knocking on the open door caught her attention. Turning, she caught sight of the Hokage's son, Asuma, with a small square object covered in a velvet cloth in hand. Yes, can we help you? She asked. She had no time for another drawn-out confession by some guy, even if the guy was her fellow Junin that Enko teased her about. I think I'd know how I felt about a guy, she assured herself mentally. Ah yes, I visited my dad's office and brought this, so all the kids still stuck in this depressing place can watch the final fight. Figured it lightened the place up, help them forget about losing. Asuma explained, pulling cover off the globe, which A rested on a pillow like a giant pearl, and B was in no way square or cuboid. Okay, so long as it's quiet and doesn't disturb anyone, Kurenai said, the Junin pair sitting on the couch, neither one commenting on the electric feeling that ran through them as their hands brushed. With a small amount of chakra, the picture was projected upwards into the air for all to see as people began sitting up in their ward beds, excited at getting to see at least one of the fights and the finale at that. Would the three Genin, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto please come to the field for the final match of this year's Chunin exams? Genma announced loudly, as people began streaming back into the arena, having taken the chance the break provided to get food and drinks, use the facilities, or collect on their bets. Naruto dropped down from above, landing in an easy crouch. Sasuke appeared next in a shushin with a superior smirk on his face, and Hinata came last, taking the stairs normally as she pushed her fingers together nervously, glancing between the Uzumaki and Uchiha who were sending glares at each other. When Naruto saw her looking, he smiled softly and shot her a thumbs up. "If the three of you are ready." Genma paused while the three nodded in unison, getting into their ready stances. "Then may the final match begin," he yelled, leaping back as Sasuke leapt at Naruto, only to be blocked by Hinata as the blonde retreated towards the foliage. "What, you going to make me fight your girlfriend instead of you?" "Naruto? Fine with me. This will be a good warm-up before I beat you back into your place in last place," Sasuke taunted, but Naruto ignored the dig as he began gathering small branches into a pile. However, Sasuke wasn't Rookie of the Year for nothing as he crossed kunai with Hinata's whip, before landing a straight kick in her stomach, sending her sliding back as he jumped back, putting space between the dojutsu airs. Pulling several kunai out, he whipped them at Hinata, who dodged seamlessly before he sent a large fireball at her, forcing her to dive to the side as she lost sight of the Uchiha. Naruto didn't though, as he caught sight of Sasuke racing around the ring of the arena peppering Hinata with kunai and shuriken as the girl was forced to dodge most of the projectiles. Naruto interceded though when Sasuke aimed one at the base of Hinata's brainstem, right in her blind spot, appearing beside her and snapping his fingers as a small explosion knocked the metal tool away. "Ah, it seems chivalry isn't dead, but why would you help her when she could have easily dodged that kunai in less?" Sasuke trailed off before chuckling darkly. "It figures that an inferior dojutsu would be weak. But really, the all-seeing eyes have a blind spot," Sasuke said, although neither of his teammates missed the malice in his words as he followed the Hyuga carefully, although he paused to shoot a baleful glare at his blonde teammate. "Naruto-kun, stick to the plan," Hinata admonished as Naruto frowned. Biting his lip, he shrugged off his coat as he tossed it to Hinata, who looked at him confusedly. "You'll need it more than me if you're going to fight him. It's fire resistant, so it should give you enough time in a pinch," Naruto explained before jumping away as Hinata resumed her fight against the arrogant Uchiha. Naruto didn't need to look to know that she was smiling as she pulled the cloak on over her top, the bottom brushing the ground due to Hinata's short stature. Sliding into her Juken stance, Hinata glared at the Uchiha with her Byakugan activate, enhancing the intimidation as Sasuke scoffed, flitting away as Hinata turned quickly, and deflecting the kunai with her palm. "It'll take more than a blind spot to beat me, Uchiha, especially when you're that predictable," Hinata exclaimed and Sasuke growled, charging the brunette who engaged him in a taijutsu battle. Had the situation been different, Naruto would have scoffed at the arrogant Uchiha for engaging a well-trained Hyuga in taijutsu. But Sasuke had his own eyes which allowed him to track Hinata's hands, and dodge with his superior speed as the Hyuga heiress struggled to land a blow on him, although one blow was all she needed, a fact that Sasuke was aware of, and none too willing to allow her as he knocked her hands away, hammering her chest with a snap kick, which she took with a girlish grunt, rolling back as she landed on her feet, her hand already gripping her favored weapon to keep the raven-haired boy away. Her hands he could track, considering that no matter her skill, she was slower than him and her body was still confined to the limits of the human body. Her whip had no such problems, coming at him from any direction, not to mention that she interspersed it with several shuriken thrown by her spare hand. A part of her Juken training required her to train equally with both hands, leading to most, if not all, Hyugas being ambidextrous, a talent Hinata demonstrated as she saw him follow her hands, and switched accordingly without missing a beat. Eventually, Sasuke had enough as he allowed her to hit with the whip, biting back a cry when it dug into his forearm. Quickly, he wrapped the weapon around his arm, pushing the barbs in deeper though, and yanking hard, which pulled Hinata straight at him as he managed to hit her with several shuriken as she flew at him, before kneeing her in her bleeding chest, and chopping her in the throat, doubling the girl over as he vaulted over her, pulling out a tanto from his arm warmer which was dotted with blood from the barbed whip as he aimed for the base of her neck. Then, suddenly, Naruto replaced the injured Hyuga as he turned on his heel, to face the Uchiha, only to see nothing before he felt a sharp pain erupt in his side as he looked down to find a kunai sticking from his left lung, blood painting the metal in his mesh shirt as he looked shocked into the smirking eyes of his rival. Behind him, he felt his vision shift, like a haze rising as he saw an untouched Hinata looking at him confusedly. "You still suck at genjutsu, Dobi. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist jumping in to save your girlfriend, so I simply hit you with a genjutsu earlier to make you think I was going to kill her. Looks like you'll be the one to bite it though." Sasuke shouted as he twisted the kunai, pulling it out as he fell backwards, catching himself on his hands as he kicked Naruto square in the chin, knocking him up as blood erupted from his mouth. Flipping over, Sasuke flew after the airborne blonde, shadowing him as he kicked at his right side as Naruto dodged, although he regretted it seconds later as Sasuke used it to attack from the other side even harder as he landed the kick right on Naruto's injured side as the Jinchuriki felt his ribs crack from the impact. Why couldn't Sasuke be arrogant enough not to train over the break? It felt like Hinata had tackled him, all focused right on his now fractured ribs as he yelped and was sent rocketing back towards the ground. However, Sasuke wasn't done as he flipped to face the falling blonde, whose vision flickering as he saw Sasuke run through a quick set of hand seals, recognizing them. "Hope you like my new jutsu, it just didn't feel complete before," Sasuke yelled, taking deep breath as he called out, "Lion's roaring barrage." Exhaling as a giant fireball enveloped the blonde aground, Hinata yelling his name as she ran towards him. But she stopped short as she saw a blackened figure stand up, rolling his neck. "TCH. Figures you'd pull something like this, Sasuke, but I gotta say, thanks," Naruto snarked as he simply walked out of the flames, the embers floating around his body as he sighed contently. Yet he was caught off guard as a speeding blue bullet ran him down and he was knocked to the ground. He amended his earlier statement. Hinata's tackles still made his ribs want to give away, but he was forced to instinctively grab the happy Hyuga in a bridal carry as he dodged the speeding fireballs that seemed to track him. "No, effin' way!" Sasuke roared. Speeding through the fastest set of hand seals yet, Naruto noted with something akin to interest. "Fire style. Grand Phoenix Flower Jutsu." A number of fireballs around the size of Naruto's torso raced at the blonde, who jumped up leaping away as they crashed into the ground. A second set peppered the ground around him as he leapt through the flames harmlessly, sliding across the ground as he landed behind a large boulder, dropping his vulnerable girlfriend. "How did you?" "I didn't," Hinata stuttered and Naruto smiled, gesturing towards her eyes and running his hand down his body. Hinata got the clue as she activated her eyes, having to deactivate them when Sasuke started throwing massive fireballs of chakra around. "Your chakra reserves. You didn't tell me you could absorb the chakra out of fire-style attacks?" Hinata accused as Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Well," he started, only to be stopped as Hinata captured his lips with her own, staring determinedly into his cerulean pools. "Don't you ever do that again, Naru-kun, or you don't get any more," the heiress ordered and Naruto nodded, his face alight with a crimson blush as both Genin's attention was drawn to the large boulder cracking before shattering as Sasuke landed between the pair as they leapt apart. Sasuke turned to pursue Naruto, but Hinata immediately reacted by wrapping her whip around his ankle, pulling him off his feet towards her as she aimed at him with a Juken strike, only for him to quickly substitute with a log which was destroyed as Hinata's Byakugan eyes ran over the field, looking for her target. She found him running at Naruto's exposed back as she sprinted at the blonde. However, she didn't expect him to suddenly change direction towards her as he ran through a quick set of seals, as he leapt at her, grasping her wrist as he kicked her in the face, sending her tumbling back as he used the momentum to flip into the air, throwing several kunai at the brunette who managed to avoid any critical hits, although one kunai cut her arm as she applied pressure to the wound. Just a few more seconds, Naruto thought as he pushed more chakra into his flames which turned yellow from their orange-red color, or rather, his clone did as the real Naruto was in a meditative stance as he felt his chakra begin to be called upon. Hinata was running out of tricks to use against the adaptive Uchiha, who came at her again as they resumed their taijutsu fight as she wielded her whip with precision worthy of the Hyuga heiress. But he was ready this time as he pulled out his tanto, holding it in a reverse grip as he zipped under her whip, getting in close, eliminating her reach as he swiped across her exposed stomach, the brunette barely leaping back in time, only for him to bringing his hand up, breathing out a fireball at her as she crossed her arms. However, she suddenly vanished in a plume of smoke as Naruto substituted with her once more, but Sasuke had anticipated this as he cut the chakra to his attack, and dashed through the flames attacking Naruto with his tanto, now in a forward grip, as Naruto blocked with his kunai, barely holding back the Uchiha. Finally, Naruto managed to push him back as Sasuke held his Tanto forward in a challenge as both boys crouched down, racing at each other as they appeared in the center, sparks appearing as they clashed in a fast series of strikes before crossing as neither one could back down without taking a serious wound. Don't you know, Dobi, if two blades of equal strength fight, the one with the longer reach will always win, he said as he deflected the blade down, taking a long cut down his forearm as he cut Naruto across his cheek, stabbing his Tanto into Naruto's shoulder before kicking him away as the raven-haired boy heard the blonde's ribs crack. "Guess it a good thing I'm not using a blade," Naruto said, smirking through the pain as he vanished in a plume of smoke to reveal an injured Hinata, who swung her whip in a wide arc, wrapping it around Sasuke's neck as she pulled it tightly, choking him as he dropped his sword. To think the great Sasuke Uchiha would fall for a simple henge, how shameful, Hinata said as Sasuke only saw red, grabbing the leather part of the whip as he tried to spit fire at her, only for her to smirk wider, despite the wound bleeding heavily down her side. "My whip has a conductive metal thread throughout it, which allows it to take on the qualities of my chakra. That means that I can cut off your chakra simply by wrapping my whip around you," Hinata said, before Sasuke snarled, tightening his grip as he made a ram hand seal, "as if I would lose to a weakling like you, guy." Hinata frowned as she watched his body begin to be covered by his curse seal as he began pulling her closer as he swung his sword at the Hyuga wildly. As his strength increased, she was forced to release him or risk being pulled into range of the Uchiha's wild attacks. However, he didn't let up as he raced at her as the Hyuga saw her life flash before eyes as he swung down faster than she could react, only to hear the telltale clang of metal on metal as she saw Naruto in front of her. "I'm ready now, Hinata-chan," the blonde said as he held Sasuke back as his arm shook as the Uchiha's power was barely being held back as Hinata nodded hesitantly, leaping away as Naruto met his male teammate's glowing red eyes. "Oh no, I'm not letting her get away that easily. I'm going to beat you, Dobi, then hold her down and slit her throat while you watch, powerless to stop me," Sasuke snarled as the curse seal fully covered him as his strength skyrocketed, the dojutsu air grabbing Naruto's wrist as he flipped him over in judo flip only to hammer his chest with a snap kick that sent Naruto skidding across the ground. But Naruto refused to fall down as Sasuke flew through hand seals, breathing deeply as he forced his curse seal to recede. "No, I'm going to beat you with my own power. I don't need this much power to squash a pest," the Uchiha said overconfidently as Naruto breathed heavily, rubbing his fractured ribs as the two glared across the arena. "But maybe I'll let you off with a light beating if you give me that move you used to defeat the kid from Suna," Sasuke offered with a tone that made Naruto want to smack him. "You couldn't do it even if I did deem you worthy enough for me to use," Naruto taunted as Sasuke growled. "Just do it and we'll see," Sasuke said, the pair circling as Naruto smirked as he had his back to the still smoldering foliage. "I don't use fire release when I get serious. What I use is called Scorch release, which a Kenkai Genkai that combines fire and wind releases. But my powers are much more than that. Scorch release uses equal amounts of fire and wind chakra. But if I overloaded with fire chakra," Naruto trailed off as he brought his fingers up, snapping them once as the entire treescape behind him was encased in a massive explosion. "Snapdragon display," he said simply as Sasuke smirked, snapping his own fingers only for nothing to happen. He looked confused as Naruto laughed. "See, you couldn't copy my moves if I wanted you to. It makes me wonder, are any of you Uchihas actually strong, or is that just false bravado from stealing everyone's best moves?" Naruto taunted as Sasuke growled, racing at the blonde as he snapped his fingers rapidly, the arena being covered in explosions off-fly, getting to Naruto uninjured as he smirked violently, slashing down as Naruto managed to stop his Tanto downward cut, the kunai beginning to crack under the pressure being generated. "Ha! You little trick could never hope to beat an Uchiha. Your best can't even scratch me, and you need two hands for that massive fire attack. Face it, you can't beat me so long as I stay near to you," Sasuke said knowingly as the crowd began to murmur, seeing Naruto barely holding back the stronger blade. "Premature attacking is a real problem, Sasuke. You should get that checked out. If you'd bothered to let me finish, I was going to say that I naturally have a better affinity for wind than fire, so you haven't even seen me in my element," Naruto said as he held the kunai up with one hand, reinforcing the limb with chakra, as well as the kunai as it began to crack more. Holding his hand out, the fires behind him responded, the ash floating in the air coming at his command to stick together as a blade began to be formed, an ashen white, considering its makeup, as he held a sword longer than Sasuke's tanto, but not as long as a katana. Ash release. Naruto whispered as he swung at Sasuke, who dodged back superfluously as Naruto swung, smirking as his sword broke apart, forming multiple little blades as they shredded the arrogant Uchiha's shirt before he substituted with a log which was reduced to kindling within seconds as Naruto walked forwards, a small flame burning the splinters as more ash responded to his call as his ash blade reformed. To the left, Naruto-kun. Hinata called out, using her eyes to track Sasuke, who grit his teeth as Naruto smirked, sprinting at Sasuke. Who crossed blades with Naruto? The Uchiha may have his eyes that allowed him to track Naruto's attacks, but they didn't help him actually hit the blonde who had several lessons over the break with Hayate, considered the best swordsman in Konoha, which allowed him to keep pace with Sasuke. Leaping apart, Naruto went for Sasuke's thigh, only to be forced to block his side as Sasuke didn't pull any punches, actually kicking at Naruto who leapt over the kick, swinging down as Sasuke thrust straight at Naruto's sword, knocking it away. Both paused momentarily before charging each other again, Naruto coming in with an overhead swing which Sasuke blocked as Naruto used the momentum as his sword bounced off to spin, coming in with a powerful slash across Sasuke's side which he was forced to block or take the debilitating cut. However, Naruto pinned his blade against his body as he used his opposing leg to hammer the raven-haired Genin's ribs with a strong kick that made him cough up blood. But Sasuke pushed through the pain, grabbing Naruto's raised leg, head-butting the blonde as both boys reeled from the blow. Sasuke recovered first, doubling Naruto over with a strong knee to the chin as he raised his sword to finish the job, only for a barbed whip to sweep over Naruto back, catching Sasuke off guard as his chest was ripped into by the barbs, blood coating them as they were pulled away as Hinata entered the fight. Using her boyfriend's back as a springboard, she struck at Sasuke with a Juken palm which he blocked with the flat of his blade as Hinata backed off, Sasuke watching her closely as Naruto recovered, slashing at his feet as Sasuke stomped the blade down, only to yelp as he jumped up, Hinata's whip encircling his waist as she pulled him in, Naruto aiming for his shoulder as he was replaced by a log which disintegrated upon touching Naruto's blade. Sasuke didn't let up though as he came from behind Hinata, sweeping her feet out from under her as he kicked her into the air. However, rather than shadow her, he blocked Naruto's swing, pulling a kunai out with his other hand as he stabbed the blonde's hand, forcing him to drop his sword as Sasuke smirked, scooping it up only to yelp as he dropped the blade, nursing his blistered hand, allowing Naruto to catch his blade as he spun on the ball of his foot, slicing the Uchiha across his back, right shoulder to left hip as the Genin let out a soundless scream, but it wasn't over as Hinata barrel rolled in midair, pulling her whip after her as it caught Sasuke under the chin, pulling him up slightly as Naruto finished it off with an axe kick to Sasuke's bruised ribs. My blade is made of still burning ashes. What made you think that it was a smart idea to grab it? That's what makes it truly powerful. It will burn anything to touches. Even me, but I'm immune to fire-based heat and burns. Naruto said as he called more ash up to form a ring around his wrist that attached to the blade, making it look like it sprouted straight from his arm. It looks like we have our first castle. Genma's words were cut off by Sasuke barely standing up, as he dripped blood from his mouth. His shirt was gone, burning off to form more ash for Naruto's sword. I can't lose here. I won't lose here. I refuse to lose to the dead last. Sasuke howled as he clenched his fists, the curse seal taking over his entire body as he vanished in a burst of speed, hammering Hinata with a powerful kick that sent her tumbling across the ground. Naruto started, only for Sasuke to look at him as he sprinted across the ground, sliding under Naruto as he erupted upwards, sending Naruto skyward as he raced up the arena wall before leaping off at the blonde, who had enough sense to send fire out of his feet as he hovered in the air, managing to cross blades in Sasuke in midair. However, Sasuke abandoned his sword as he grabbed Naruto's throat, trying to choke him out as Naruto flipped them over, slamming his sword down as Sasuke was sent rocketing into the ground. Just for good measure, Naruto sent his ash blade after him like an arrow as it almost reached Sasuke before it turned back into ash as it flew back to Naruto, who caught it as it reformed into a blade mid-swing as he barrel rolled to block a descending Sasuke's sword. But the boy's strength was much higher now as Naruto was sent flying into the ground beside Hinata, both genin breathing heavily as they leaned on each other as they met the four eyes staring them down evilly. Which one is the real one? They both have identical chakra pathways. Hinata asked concerned as Naruto frowned. Now I know that's not a genjutsu if Hinata-chan can see them. Naruto mumbled before Hinata placed a hand on his shoulder, sending a pulse of chakra through him as the genjutsu shattered in time for Naruto to catch the last hand seal Sasuke made, one he knew intimately. Really, Sasuke with the Shadow Clone's jutsu. The world can barely handle the ego of one Sasuke, how will it deal with this many? Naruto said sarcastically as all the Sasukes growled, surrounding the genin couple who were back to back. I didn't think we'd have to use it yet, but it looks like we have no choice, Naruto said, falling into his flame dance stance, his ash sword dispelling. Behind him, Hinata got into her Juken stance. What are you doing? Sasuke asked from outside the circle as Naruto and Hinata smiled faintly, sending an unperceivable glance at each other. Welcome to our battlefield, where we opened our eyes and perfected our sight, they said in stereo as Naruto knocked his headband down and Hinata activated her Byakugan seamlessly. 8 trigrams. Hinata said as the Sasuke group crouched down. Flame dance. Naruto said as the Sasuke group charged. Dance of the gentle twin flames, they said, once more in stereo as they began to attack. Hinata started with a straight palm to a clone's chest, Naruto mirroring her attack as 2 clones vanished, both genin leaning to the side to dodge a kunai and shuriken respectively. Next both genin spun around, swinging their weapons as a wave of ash took down several clones, and Hinata's whip claiming several more as the couple fell back into their starting stance. Then it really kicked up a gear as Hinata launched into the 64 palms attack as Naruto mirrored her strikes with small bursts of flame taking down the army of Sasukes. However, the remaining clones got wise to their attacks as in their distance as the couple smirked, both feeling the attacks coming. Of the remaining 10 clones, 6 ran through a quick series of hand seals as they sent a massive fireball into the center of the circle, intending to incinerate Hinata, since Naruto couldn't block every direction at once. But no one expected Hinata to bend down as Naruto rolled onto her back before spinning like a top upside down, fire leaking from his feet as a tornado formed over the Hyuga, who didn't react before arcing her back as Naruto went skyward as the Hyuga smiled faintly, although no one could see her inside the firenado. You've helped me again, Ka-chan, Hinata thought as she stuck her hands into the descending firenado, spinning similar to the Kaden with her hands covered in chakra as she pushed outwards with her chakra as the fire began to form a shell around her before. She pulsed her chakra in a perfect ring around her as a white ring of fire pulsed out as she began repeating it rapidly as the Sasuke clones were caught off guard as most of them were destroyed by the surprise attack. Finally, Hinata stopped spinning as she stopped with her palms out as if stopping walls. 8 trigrams. Heavenly ring, she said as Naruto landed on her back, his spinning slowing to a stop. Scorch style. Dragon twister. Naruto exclaimed as he flipped over his girlfriend's back to block a Sasuke clone's sword strike. Within seconds, his sword was back on hand as he blocked, as he parried the clone's blade up as he swung low, bisecting the clone across his gut as he vanished in a puff of smoke. It would appear your little power boost didn't hold up too long, Naruto taunted as Sasuke growled, knowing he was right, making that many shadow clones had drained his seal for the moment. Beside him, his remaining 2 clones dashed at Naruto, who snorted, vanishing for a moment as he crossed blades with the real Sasuke, who hung back. Oh dear, can you handle the riff-raff? Naruto said in a fake noble voice as Hinata smiled, bowing as she cracked her whip as the twin Sasuke clones advanced on her. Swing her whip out. One leapt over it while the other one tried to stop it with his blade only for her whip to wrap around it as she yanked it back towards her as the clone was left weaponless. However, the fight wasn't over as the still-equipped clone charged her, trying to get inside her guard as she jumped back, not letting him in as her whip snaked out to wrap around the clone's neck only for him to vanish in a burst of speed as Hinata looked around for him as the second clone provided cover by throwing shuriken at the distracted Bluenet. But Hinata simply smacked the projectiles away with her whip while still using her eyes to watch for the more dangerous of the two clones. The weaponless clone got angry, reaching into the pack on his back as he pulled out a Fuma Shuriken, taking careful aim as he charged Hinata, who ignored him, jumping over the clone, using his back as a springboard as she leapt higher into the air, with the added bonus of utilizing her Juken training as she hit the base of his brain stem, her chakra shutting off the nervous system as he dispelled second. Later, she started to smirk, only for the second clone to reappear in the moment she wasn't paying attention, aiming to decapitate her as her eyes widened as she was stuck in midair, unable to dodge. The clone descended after her as she desperately tried to think of a quick plan, before using her whip to snag the fallen Fuma Shuriken as she pulled it towards her. A Byakugan would be good right now, huh? She asked rhetorically as she twisted her body, the Fuma Shuriken still slicing across her side before continuing past her and sticking into the clone's chest as it vanished with surprised expression. She landed with a confident smile on her face, which quickly changed to wince as she held her bleeding side, sitting down while watching Naruto finish up with Sasuke. Sasuke was barely keeping pace with Naruto's relentless sword style when he felt his last two clones dispelling, filling him with their excess chakra as he breathed heavily, and pushing away from Naruto, who, while bleeding, looked to be recovering faster than Sasuke. Naruto noticed that Sasuke was starting to slow down, and felt the primal thrill of superiority as he jumped back, holding his sword out as he made a ram seal with his one hand. Turning tail, he began running towards the edge of the arena, Sasuke calling taunts after him as he gave chase, foolishly. Naruto hit the wall, running straight up it as he leapt as high into the air as possible, Sasuke's eyes tracking until he floated in front of the midday sun as he was forced to look away. Solar, Naruto started as he flew down, landing on the ground as he released a burst of fire from his feet as he flew at Sasuke, didn't have time to react as Naruto appeared behind him with a trail of scorched earth as Sasuke fell to his knees in defeat. Eclipse. Holding himself up with a hand on his knees, he shut his eyes before feeling Sasuke rise behind him as he tried to attack Naruto's back, only for the blonde to whirl around and stop his blade with his still intact sword. Naruto was caught on the back foot by the sudden attack as Sasuke looked at him with pure determination as Naruto fell to the ground, his blade pressed against his neck as he gulped once at Sasuke's manic glare. "Don't forget," he strained, Sasuke's curse seal slowly growing again, having recharged finally as Naruto grit his teeth, using all his strength to hold Sasuke back. Suddenly, the Uchiha heir went limp as he crumpled to the ground with a clone of Naruto standing behind him, holding a simple bar of ash. "Who used the shadow clones first?" Naruto said, breathing heavily as he stood to his feet. Genma jumped down hesitantly, watching the downed Uchiha as he took his pulse before standing with his arm raised as he channeled chakra to his vocal cords, projecting his voice upwards into the stands as he loudly declared, "Sasuke Uchiha is unconscious, he has been disqualified. The two finalists are Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd was stunned silent for a moment as the realization that the vaunted Uchiha had been defeated. Naruto and Hinata were given the chance to catch their breath as Medic Nin rushed on the field, loading Sasuke onto a stretcher and vanishing quickly, taking no longer than 5 minutes in all as Genma leapt away, the blonde and brunette facing each other, each holding their wounds gingerly. "Looks like it's just you and me, Hina-chan," Naruto said, laughing through his heavy breathing as Hinata nodded forlornly before slowly raising her hand. "Yeah, I guess so. Proctor." Her next words were cut off as Naruto leapt at her, forcing the Hyuga heiress to dodge as she looked at Naruto in surprise. "If you think I'm just going to let you forfeit, then you don't know me as well as I thought," Naruto taunted as Hinata gasped, tightly gripping her whip as Naruto got in a taijutsu stance. "But I don't want to fight you, Naru-kun," Hinata explained softly as Naruto looked at her kindly, relaxing his stance as he walked towards her. "I don't either, but we've both come too far to simply forfeit," Naruto whispered caringly before he smirked, leaning in close as he mumbled into her ear, his breath tickling her as she sighed. "Besides, if you win, then," his voice got quieter as Hinata listened intently, blushing profusely as he pulled away, jumping back to his starting position. "Okay, Naru-kun, I will do it," Hinata said confidently as she got into her own fighting stance, her boyfriend smiling as he crouched down, both watching the other closely. "Good, Because I'm not going to let you win that easily, Hinaheim. Naruto whispered with a soft blush as he reacted instantly to Hinata's attack, leaping in a flip over the whip, which was a feint as Hinata threw several kunai at the airborne blonde, who substituted with a log which exploded moments later, obscuring Hinata vision as she activated her Byakugan seamlessly, and catching multiple chakra signals racing tathing calmly, she ducked under the first one who tried to hit with a sweeping kick, dispelling him with a single palm to the chest. But she was immediately forced back by the next two, who attacked with a feint before rolling through a quick set of seals and spitting small speeding fireballs at the brunette, who smirked as she spun around, swatting the flames away with his offered cloak. This had the side effect of obscuring the clone's vision as she jumped over them, landing on their backs as she pushed off, simultaneously dispelling the twin clones before landing in a roll as the last Naruto attacked with a snap kick before she swept his feet out from under him. But Naruto was prepared as he landing on his hands, hitting her in the side with a solid windmill kick which she barely avoided the flames that licked at her clothes thanks once again to his cloak which fluttered in the wind as she slid to a stop. Naruto, however, was caught off guard as his hand was yanked out from under as Hinata used her whip like a tether as he flew at her, aiming for his midsection with a chakra-infused palm. Grunting in pain, he adjusted himself mid-flight as her attack hit his thigh before he could substitute with a log which Hinata sent flying with her whip as it exploded. Naruto leaping from the smoke as his paramour slid easily into her Juken stance, catching his sweeping kick with her palm, pushing it away before hammering his leg with several more jabs as he collapsed, his leg limp, but he was determined to keeping going as he threw a kunai at her head as she leaned to the side to dodge, only to realize too late that it was a feint as he grabbed his oversized cloak, pulling her down to the ground as he rolled over, pinning her to the ground with a kunai to her neck. "Good fight, but I know how you fight, remember, you lose," he said sweetly as Hinata blushed, noticing their positions as she got in idea, her blush growing. "Sorry, Naru-kun," she said, the blonde confused until she used her legs to push him down as she captured his lips in a heated kiss as he moved the kunai to avoid hurting himself or her. However, she took advantage of him dropping his guard as she hammered her knee into his fractured ribs, using his hiss of pain to pull a kunai from his pouch as she stabbed it into his pelvic bone, sending Naruto leaping back as he covered his crotch as Hinata climbed to her feet, her whip snapping in the air. You could have castrated me like that," he said forlornly as Hinata felt guilty, forcing the feeling down, instead getting into a ready stance as Naruto's feigned surprise changed to a genuine smile as he crouched down, tossing the bloody kunai at her as she swatted it out of the air with her whip, only for Naruto to smirk as Hinata heard the sound of an explosion tag as she spotted the attached tag burning away as she did the first thing could think of, curling into the fetal position and covering herself with the cloak as she was rocked by the close explosion. She was even forced to disable her Byakugan eyes due to the nature of the explosion only to be caught off guard by a snap kick, courtesy of Naruto, which sent her tumbling away as she looked at the blonde, her ears ringing as she stood, only to notice that her proffered whip was missing, blown away by the explosion. Reactivating her eyes, Naruto crossed his arms, multiple fireballs around the size of baseballs appearing around him as he raised a single eyebrow in challenge as she was set upon by the fireballs. "Scorch style. Crimson Swarm," he said simply as Hinata covered herself with the cloak as they peppered her back, only for Naruto to remove one hand, swirling his hand as the fireballs began to swirl around her as Naruto lazily rolled through seals, breathing out a stream of air that joined with the small fireballs to create a whirlpool of fire around Hinata as the heat began to affect her, her breath coming short as she made a last-ditch attack, bursting from the fire as it licked at her exposed skin. Naruto caught off guard as she landed in front of his defenseless form, striking him quickly and precisely. 8 trigrams. 4 palm binding. She breathed heavily as Naruto flew back, hitting the ground in a heap as he laughed before trying to stand, only to feel nothing in his limbs as they refused to respond. "Haha, it seems you got a vixen with spunk," Kyuubi taunted Naruto as he gritted his teeth, trying to force the Biju's Yuki to heal his sealed nerves. "Now how about you put her in her place, and show her who the alpha is in your relationship?" Kyuubi ordered as Naruto growled lowly. "Shut up, I don't need your help now," Naruto responded mentally as Kyuubi was silent for a few moments. "Oh, how I wish that were true, then I may actually consider killing you now, but no, you're too weak to beat your pretty little vixen." Kyuubi said in a tone that made Naruto's blood begin to boil. Or is it that you don't want to use my power on your vixen because she'll actually notice the difference between that false imitation you flesh bags call chakra and my pure Yuki? You're afraid she'll think you're a big, bad demon and then she'll hate you, just like the rest of this Kami-forsaken village. It's okay. Just let me take the reins for a little bit. I bet she tastes heavenly, her nubile. Kyuubi said as Naruto's blood jumped straight to an overflowing pot of rage. Shut up. You stay away from her, or I swear to whatever deity or Akuma that's listening, I will rip my own heart out and drag you to the lowest pit of hell with me. Naruto snarled as Kyuubi smirked. Using the pure hatred the blonde was feeling to send a pulse through his body, unsealing his limbs and giving him a slight bump in chakra. Kyuubi felt the mental connection shut off as quickly as it opened, and he curled up, his orange fur practically aglow at his glee. As if your paltry threats scare me. Even so, I wasn't expecting such an abundance of untapped hatred and rage. Oh yes, our fight will be glorious, and when I consume your soul, I will be unchallenged on this plane. Kyuubi said to himself as he closed his eyes, relishing in the sensations of the outer world. Forcing himself up, Naruto breathed heavily, Hinata mirroring him as they looked at each other with a look that conveyed their shared thought. This is the last attack. I'll need to put everything into it if I want to win. The crowd had fallen silent, even the medical ward and the cage box as they watched as Naruto put his one hand back, holding his wrist steady as it shook from his exhaustion. Across from him, Hinata activated her eyes one last time, calming her nerves as she felt her chakra cover her palm as it glowed slightly from the gathered chakra. Simultaneously, they sprinted towards the other, their eyes filled with determination. 8 trigrams. Grand Force Palm. Hinata shouted. She would never consider using this technique on anyone except someone she truly hated or her Naruto-kun because he was actually capable enough to avoid its effects. Blistering Bomb. Naruto yelled as it glowed with an ethereal white light. If Hinata was willing to use her most powerful attack, he could at last give her the same courtesy. Time seemed to slow down as the two neared each other, before she thrust her palm forwards, and Naruto met it with his ball of explosive gas as time froze for a moment, and then a massive explosion rent the air, and shattering the silence of the crowds as both genin went rocketing back, bouncing across the ground before smashing into the walls with enough force to leave dent in the stone as they crumpled to the ground. Genma dropped to the ground, glancing between the pair before channeling chakra to his vocal cords as he projected his voice. Since both competitors are unconscious, this match is, he was cut off by a loud outcry. Look, he's moving. Lee shouted at the top of his lungs, only to be countered by an even louder cry of, "So is Oni-chan." This voice was Hanabi Hyuga's, who was glared at by her father as she sat down, blushing at all the eyes on her. But both were correct as Bot Loli stood, managing to stand weakly as they look across the immense arena floor at the other. They smiled. Naruto's vision swam as he looked at his girlfriend, smiling as he could see that she too was still standing. Both seemed to be standing by pure force of will, before Naruto heard Genma say, "And it would appear the winner was all he got as he fell to his knees, his momentum carrying him to the ground as he landed on his face, a small trickle of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth as he looked to the side, his vision flickering. He could see Genma's mouth moving, and feel the vibration as people cheered, but he couldn't tell what was being said as he shut his eyes tiredly. He forced them open once more, and saw a kunai flying towards his face, and then his vision went black. A shadow on the sun. I never thought you would actually be strong enough to defy me. Maybe I was wrong to judge you so harshly after all. Sasuke Naruto groaned as he rolled over, feeling the dull pain in his body as he forced his eyes open to see a welcome sight. He could plainly see he was in a hospital bed. The room took sterile white for his eyes which he could barely open due to how bright the room seemed to the blonde. However, it didn't seem to bother his girlfriend, who was curled up next to him on the bed, lightly squeezing him as she drooled from the corner of her mouth on the pillow. Carefully, he made a clone, replacing himself as she whined softly, squeezing the clone tighter as Naruto stumbled out of the room, using the wall as a support as he found the nurse's station, the medic Nin on duty glaring at him. "What are you doing out of bed? You suffered severe chakra exhaustion, and you're still not better yet, so unless you want me to sedate you, I suggest you go back to bed, now," the medic Nin ordered, and Naruto turned away, snorting under his breath. Returning to the room, he soundlessly replaced himself within Hinata's grip as the clone growled, only for Naruto to forcefully dispel it. Resigning himself to few more hours of bed rest, he concluded it could worse. At least he had a cute girlfriend who was using him as a pillow. Sarutobi groaned as he fell into the seat at the head of the table. He gingerly touched the deep wound on his side, which even now was oozing a disgusting greenish-purple liquid that is probably the poison attacking his insides. He shook off the hand that grabbed his shoulder, steadying him. I may be nearly 72, but I think I can handle sitting in a chair, bear. He groused as he looked at the various expressions on the people sitting around the table. That's all this job seems to be nowadays. I was rusty when Orochimaru attacked me with his sword, but at least he didn't have time to finish the job. The wizened man thought as he leaned his new cane against the table. Okay, now that I've arrived, let's get this party started, he said, chuckling at the strange looks he was given by the various shinobi, only to groan as his wound howled in pain at the movement. His heated glare stopped the Anbu who reached to steady him. As I'm sure you can imagine, this meeting to discuss the Chunin finals and promotion of our shinobi that participated. So, we'll start with those eliminated in the first round. Now, Neji Hyuga. Hiruzen stated, opening the table to discussion as the different clan heads sat quietly, contemplating the boy. I'd have to say no to a promotion. Hiyashi answered first, surprising the assembled clan heads considering it was his nephew they were discussing. I want to say yes, he certainly has the skill and power to handle a higher class of job requests. Chozu exclaimed, only to be immediately shot down by his former blonde teammate. That's true, but power and skill aren't the only things we have to consider. Chunin are supposed to lead small squads on missions, and Neji didn't demonstrate any leadership abilities in his match. Besides, sending him off on a higher tier mission, alone or with a team, could get them all killed if he can't rein in his temper. Inoichi retorted, the others nodding. How about you, Sume? What did you think of the boy? Sarutobi asked, and the Inuzuka matriarch sighed as she leaned back, idly scratching her nin-ken behind his ear. I agree with Chozu, the boy definitely has enough skill to accomplish higher class missions. That said, I also get what Inoichi is saying, and he brings up a valid point. If Hiyashi's boy, heir, nephew doesn't learn to control his temper, he's no better than a rabid wolf. Sume said, her nin-ken barking softly in agreement. Not to sound like a broken record, but I too agree with Inoichi's assessment. I'll be the first to admit that my choices with one of my students have led to a similar issue, and therefore I feel that I can say with personal experience that leaving Neji Hyuga in charge of a team will lead to either him getting them killed because he can't understand that it's a team for a reason, or any shinobi he's with resenting him for his superior attitude. Kakashi said, getting some strange looks from the opposite side of the table. If we could pause these deliberations momentarily, can someone tell me why Hitaki is here giving assessments? Sume asked with a growl that had Kakashi raising his hands, placating the short-tempered matriarch. The elders wanted a proxy appointed for Sasuke-kun since he's too young and injured to attend such a meeting. They felt it would be an insult if the Uchiha clan didn't have a say in these things. Sarutobi said, and Sume growled, her nin-ken mirroring her actions as he stood, his hackles rising slightly. Who cares? Maybe that would knock him down a few pegs if he knew we can actually, surprise, run this village without his interference. Sume shouted, and despite himself, Hiruzen nodded. I agree, that's why Kakashi is only here to discuss things. He won't have a vote, and if you'd prefer, we can bring in the other senseis. The third Hokage offered, and after a short discussion they decided against it in favor of saving time trying to locate the senseis of the teams, or bringing them from either their students' hospital rooms, or their own. Well, back to the topic on hand, who hasn't said anything? Shikaku. What do you think of promoting Neji-kun? The Nara clan head was sitting with her hands steepled in front of his face, looking into space with no outward reaction to the different things being said. Shikaku. Sarutobi tried again, this time punctuated with a soft tap of his cane against the man who was statuesque. I've got this, Hokage-sama, Inoichi said, clearing his throat as he leaned closer to his friend's ear. Shikaku, wake up, Yoshino's here. Shikaku jerked away, looking around wide-eyed as his blonde friend snickered at the Nara's reaction. I'll get you for this, Inoichi, Shikaku said in a dead voice as he looked at Sarutobi with soulless eyes. There isn't anything left to say. Promoting Neji Hyuga is a bad idea that will only end badly for all involved. With that, Shikaku slumped down on the table, feigning sleep, but the other shinobi could tell he could still hear what was being said. Okay. Well, that's everyone, so, Hokage-sama. Shibi tried to interrupt. If no one has anything else to say, Hokage-sama. Shibi tried again. Then Neji Hyuga won't be promoted. Hokage-sama. Shibi said with a terse tone. And we'll move on to the next person. Hokage-sama. Shibi shouted, although no one reacted. Did someone leave a window open? I'm feeling this breeze. Sume said as everyone looked around since the room had no windows. Suddenly, she smacked the back of her hand. Do you have fleas? She asked her partner, who growled lowly. Moving on, the third said, next we have Shikamaru Nara. Sarutobi said as a soft muttering was heard. I'd say promote him. The Naras are known for being excellent strategists, and Shikamaru was capable of turning his opponent's clan jutsu against him. Hiyashi said as the others nodded. Yes, but not only that, he used the field to his advantage as well as the senbon left over from the pre-stated, the Yamanaka clan head picking up on the line of thought. Not to mention that he forfeited when he realized he didn't have the chakra to continue on in the competition, and allowed his opponent time to rest before the next round, giving him a better chance of getting promoted, the blonde man said. He may not be able to overpower a higher-tier shinobi like some of the other competitors, but as a Nara, he'd be capable of making a plan to beat, or at least restrain, them so his team could finish their mission. Chozu acknowledged, getting several nods of assent. Shikaku. What do you think? You know him better than the rest of us, the tired Nara sighed. He'll hate me for saying this, but I think he could handle leading a team on missions with minimal issues. That said, the Nara work better with a team, so the Chunin exams aren't the easiest place for us to show off our skills. Shikaku said without opening his eyes as Hiruzen nodded. So the motion to promote Shikamaru Nara to Chunin is passed. Any opposed? He raised the question, although no one responded. I'm not one for all that strategizing stuff, so I'll just take your word, Sume said. Okay then, next up is Narissa Suin. Opening opinions? He said with a questioning tone. Narissa Suin was interesting. Chozu started, seeing as no one seemed to want to say anything. Her choice of weapon was unusual and she used it with considerable skill for only being out of the academy for 4 months. He continued, so she has my vote, he finished. Agreed. Her skill with not just the one scythe, but using them together against a Hyuga was a smart call. That said, she really didn't show off any other skills besides that. She either needs to improve her skill with those sides or broaden the spectrum of her skills. Hiyashi acknowledged, surprising the others as he admitted to a weakness of his clan even if implied rather than spoken. So my vote is no, he concluded. You both bring up valid points, but I'm not really sure if promoting her is a good idea. You heard the comments she made in reference to her opponent's clan status. If we promote her, we're basically saying that it's okay to hate on the clans. That's just asking for a division in the village. My vote is no for that reason alone. Sume said, her nin-ken whining beside her as he was bitten by several fleas. While that's true, I think it could be beneficial if we promote her after what she said. If we don't, it could appear that we rejected her because she doesn't like clan-born, while if she gets promoted it could lead to more civilian-born entering academy. Need I mention that Minato Namikaze was a civilian-born, which no one seems to get since once he became the 4th Hokage, he was given clan status. Inoichi argued as he sighed. My vote is yes for promotion. He finished as the third looked around the table at the assembled clan heads, Matriarch in Sum's case, and Kakashi. Well, that leaves Shikaku's vote. What do you say about promoting Narissa Suin? Hiruzen asked the dreary Nara. Personally, I'm fine with flipping a coin to decide. The half-lidded man responded, only to get a whack on the head courtesy of the blonde next to him. Fine, on the level of a clan head, I think we shouldn't promote her yet. Hiyashi-san brings up an important point about her skills. If we promote her, she could grow complacent with her current skill set. However, as we mentioned earlier, power and skill isn't everything. I think promoting her may be the smarter play here, Hokage-sama, but I can't make a good assessment based on her single match. Shikaku said as everyone looked at him. Expectantly as he sighed, muttering, "Troublesome," under his breath as he pulled out a shogi piece, flipping it. Catching it he said, "Heads, promote her." This earned him sweat drops from the majority of the group. Across the village, Yoshino Nara was sweeping serenely when she looked up towards the Hokage tower. "Why do I get the feeling he's being troublesome again?" The woman paused before cursing loudly. "Now they've got me saying it too. Troublesome men," she muttered with detest. Naruto groaned as he rolled over, wrapping his arm around nothingness as he blinked awkwardly, glancing at the half of the bed previously occupied by a certain brunette. "Naruto-kun?" a soft voice said as Naruto looked towards the door, finding Hinata there, holding a tray with a small bowl as well as plastic eating utensils. Naruto smiled at the sight of his girlfriend as she neared him, sitting down in the chair next to the bed, balancing the tray in her lap as she opened the plastic cup of blue gelatin. "Hey Hinata-chan, I got worried for a second when I couldn't find you," the blonde said as the Hyuga's cheeks flushed with blood. "I hate being in hospitals, but at least you're here with me to make it enjoyable." The blonde continued only to be silenced when Hinata shoved a spoonful of blue gelatin into his mouth. Swallowing loudly, he pouted at the blushing Hyuga. "It's not nice to shove things into people's mouth. What if I didn't like the taste, and I couldn't even spit it out?" the orange-loving boy complained as Hinata's face went redder. "If that was possible before Naruto finished her off, how would you like it if I stuck something in your mouth?" Hinata's face went atomic red as a small trickle of blood leaked from her nose as she fainted. Hinata-chan, you okay?" he asked worriedly, getting no response besides a familiar giggle from the unconscious brunette. What was worse was that, despite his protesting, he'd enjoyed the gelatin, but he was stuck in the bed where Hinata had fainted over his arms, preventing him from reaching the small cup just out of his reach. "Okay, I think that's the first round down, so let's move on to the second round of contestants. First up we have..." He was interrupted by the doors swinging open wide as several people stormed into the room. "We just got word that you were having a meeting discussing the prospective Chunin," Hamaru said. Kaharu nodded beside him. "Yes, we as your advisors can't allow you in good conscience to have this meeting without us present. Besides, this is an open forum due to Bylaw 72, subparagraph 3, which states that all meetings are open to the public following an invasion of village security. Bylaw 6, paragraph 2 also states that regardless of privacy that all clan heads must be present or have appointed proxies on matters that concern more than 3 different clans in the same matter," Danzo said as he brushed past Sarutobi, who growled under his breath, mimicking the hand's seals to summon his faithful boss Summon Enema. "So while the Uchiha may have an appointed proxy, the Senju, Sarutobi, Kurama, and Aburame clans are all absent. You are the only approved proxy for the Senju clan, which means you can't represent the Sarutobi clan, nor act as the Hokage for this matter," Danzo pointed out as everyone suddenly got contemplatively looks, glancing around the room. "Where is Shibi-san?" was the collective question, although no one spoke it. How they didn't notice said clan head doing the worm on the council table was a question with no plausible answer. "Fine," the third said, pinching the bridge of his nose in an effort to stave off the coming headache. "We'll take a short break while I summon my son to represent the Sarutobi clan," he hissed as he left to the adjacent office. "Hey Hinata-chan, what happened at the end of our match? I started losing consciousness, but the last thing I remember was a kunai heading for my head," the blonde asked his girlfriend, who blushed at his attention being fully on her. "And the other thing? I was declared the winner after you fell on your face, Naru-kun. I really thought you were going to beat me, but somehow I managed to stop myself from passing out after our match, so Genma-san declared me the winner. But right after everyone went silent as I felt a genjutsu be cast over the crowd. That boy that we met before the exams that had the cards, Kabuto, he was really a traitor for Orochimaru who tried to invade through a kunai at you, but a wall of sand covered you before he could get to you, and I saw Gaara on the field using his sand to subdue people." Hinata paused to take a breath as Naruto nodded, looking at her with his deep blue eyes. "After that I passed out from the strain of her fight, but after I woke up I was told that we managed to repel the invading forces with the help of Jiraiya and Suna, who changed sides after Gaara started helping us. But I also heard the Hokage got hurt really badly during the fight against Orochimaru, something about being stabbed through the stomach and badly poisoned." The brunette continued as Naruto gasped, and immediately tried to get up to find his Gigi only for Hinata to hold him down with her body weight, a testament to both to his weakness and her determination to keep him safe. He's in a meeting right now. It's been 3 days and he's been cleared, so he must be okay. Naru-kun, now please lay back down. You're still too weak to be up and about without supervision. Hinata admonished as Naruto sighed, lying back down as Hinata nodded, reaching over as she picked up one of the bowls on the tray to continue feeding him. Scooping it up in a plastic spoon, Naruto saw it was mashed potatoes now as she brought it to her lips, blowing softly to make sure they were cool so he didn't burn himself. He didn't have the heart to remind her that he couldn't be burned, but then again he'd never tried swallowing fire yet. Putting the first spoonful in his mouth, he noticed she'd got some on her nose as he swallowed, leaning up. "You got some on you, Hina-chan," he said as he got closer to her face as a blush developed on her as he softly kissed her nose, sucking the gravy off as she let out a loud eep and fell backwards in surprise, sending mashed potatoes everywhere. A nurse entered the room moments later with a wide-eyed expression as she took in the scene. Both Naruto and Hinata were wide-eyed as they stared at each other, deep red blushes covering their faces as gravy dripped from both their faces and hair. It didn't help that Hinata's only response was, "Naru-kun, you're supposed to warn me before you do that, please." Sarutobi waltzed back into the room, pinching his nose as a familiar face followed, a mellowed expression on Jiraiya's face as he sat in the chair nearest to the head of the table, whereas Sarutobi sat across from him. "My son is currently unavailable since he's in the hospital checking on his students as well as," he trailed off at this point before taking up the train of thought a few moments later. "Anyways, since he cannot attend this meeting, I will be acting as the Sarutobi head, and I happen to run into Jiraiya on my way in, and he will be filling in as a proxy for the Senju. Kaharu can stand in for the Kurama clan, and either Danzo or Hamaru can fill in as my proxy as Hokage, and the other can be Shibi's proxy, although it seems odd that he wouldn't show up," Hiruzen said levelly as he sighed, leaning heavily on the table as the two elders glanced at each other before Danzo took the empty seat at the head of the table while Hamaru went around to sit in Shibi's lap. "Okay then, shall we start with Sakura Haruno?" Danzo said as the floor was opened for discussion. Seeing that no one was speaking, Jiraiya started the assessment. "Honestly, I feel it was just a bad matchup, all things considered. The girl is reported as being a fast-rising star in the genjutsu field. And with that, certain aspects begin to fall short. Personally, though, I couldn't promote her based on her performance on that field," Jiraiya said, not holding back his opinion from the assembled group. "I feel the same. That she didn't immediately forfeit when facing the Uchiha can only be barely forgiven on the basis that she didn't know if he'd unlocked his Sharingan, but the moment he used it she had no chance against him, someone trained in a clan's taijutsu style," Hiyashi said, crossing his arms as he looked at each person judging how they took the assessment. "Maybe, but she had prior knowledge that he'd unlocked his Sharingan as he used it during the preliminaries, not to much effect, but the knowledge was still right there. However, I believe she may have some potential if she buckles down and applies herself." The third spoke as Danzo rolled his eyes. "Forgive me for saying it, Lord Hokage, but we can't promote her based on her potential. What good is that potential if we promote her prematurely and she gets sent out on a mission out of her skill level, and she gets killed? It wouldn't matter if she could have become the first female Hokage, if she gets killed when she had chunin in too deep," Inoichi said, before sighing as he turned to his two teammates. "I don't know. You make a good point that she had no chance against the Uchiha, but surely the fact that she survived as long as she did against someone who, according to your reports, should have swept the floor with her. I think she may surprise you if she gets the promotion," Shozu said as the group stared at him with raised eyebrows. "Since when did you start turning people's words back on them, Shozu?" Inoichi said as his rotund teammate shrugged his shoulders. "Getting back on track, pork rinds for brains has a point. Sakura Haruno is a civilian born faced against Sasuke Uchiha, the Rookie of the Year as well as the Uchiha heir, yet she held her own as well as made a pretty decent plan that would have given most of the others some real trouble. Not only that, she used the Academy Taijutsu style, an admittedly inferior style, but it prevented him from using the basic function of the Sharingan, which is to copy the jutsu their opponent use." Sume started before Kakashi picked up the line of thinking. "Yes, and she used the basic clone jutsu, the substitution jutsu, and the henge, all three the jutsu they needed to learn to graduate, meaning Sasuke got nothing new from their fight, besides the fact that she used the basics to try and cover the gap between their skills. Kakashi continued as Sume nodded, taking over once more. Not to mention that she used her henge to fight rather than hide, using her more agile form as a wolf to dodge, and her fangs to fight. She took what one of her teammates specialized in and applied it to her own style of fighting. It's harder than it looks to fight as a wolf. When in actual combat, I'm impressed by her tenacity, and she has my vote of confidence. Sume finished as Kakashi nodded in the affirmative. Me as well, he exclaimed shortly thereafter. These are all valid points, but to me it all still boils down to one thing. Shikaku started as he leaned back, crossing his arms behind his head. Did she have a functioning plan based on the prior knowledge that she could be facing against the Uchiha? And based on the outcome, I would have to say no. I'm not saying that she didn't have a plan, but obviously it didn't account for the two major points against her, his Sharingan, which neutralized her genjutsu advantage, and his superior taijutsu style. I think she would function much better in a team setup for now until she can find a way around those two disadvantages on her own. Shikaku said with a deadpan voice as everyone stared in shock. While they'd expected a thorough evaluation, Shikaku simply looked at her match and pointed out the glaring weakness that they'd all noticed, and with such obviousness. While this was going on, a small discussion was being held between the elders, as they all came to a decision. I concur, responded Hamaru, as do I, Kaharu echoed. And I believe that brings the score 6-4 in favor of rejecting Sakura Haruno's promotion to Chunin. Now then on to the next person, Shino Aburame, opening assessments, Danzo said with a resolute tone. Once again, I have to say it was a bad matchup. Jiraiya opened once more with the same explanation. In the first round he only won because his opponent forfeited so he could have a chance to recover before his next match. A fact that made no difference as he was forced to forfeit the next match before it could really begin. He probable his clan jutsu, and from what I hear, he has a decent head for tactical training, but I didn't get to see either of those things really. So my vote is no once again, Jiraiya explained. Logically as the other clan heads nodded. A good assessment with several true points, so I'm forced to concur with Jiraiya-san. Kakashi answered, as several other heads nodded along. I imagine he will do great next go around, and may even win depending on the competition, but unfortunately he won't be promoted this time around, Hamaru said in a monotone. Since it seems glib for Aburame-kun, I'll come out and say that his first match was every bit what I expected between two clan heirs, both regarded for their tactical planning, even if it did end with what was essentially a double knockout, Hiruzen said with his grandfatherly tone as he smiled. Well, unless anyone has anything else to add, shall I say it was a unanimous decision not to promote Aburame-kun? Danzo said as no one argued as he jotted the notation down. Okay. Now then that brings us to the finalists, all quite powerful fighters in their own rights. Because of this, I asked Ibiki Morino to interview the three finalists before the final match to assess their tactical planning. The third said as said interrogator entered the room, holding 3 manila folders which he set on the table as he took a seat off to the side, observing the gathered group of clan heads. Hinata softly moaned as she opened her eyes, finding Naruto stroking her hair tenderly as she'd slept by his side. As she smiled at the blonde-haired boy, a faint blush on her cheeks at the intimacy, she noticed his down-turned lips. What's wrong, Naru-kun? She asked as he stopped his stroking, turning to look at her as his eyes lit up at her curious expression. Just wishing that this moment never had to end. I wish I could just lay here and protect you so easily. He whispered as she gasped, a dark blush covering her cheeks as she wrapped her arms around him, squeezing him closer. Unfortunately, I despise hospitals, so we already have that against us, and a nurse stopped by while you were sleeping. You seem to have fully recovered, and I can be released so long as you agree to watch after me for a few days to make sure I don't so something stupid like get in a fight. He continued as Hinata blushed, certain thoughts running through her head as she tried to get up the courage to voice her desires. Naru-kun, I wouldn't mind if you slept, she trailed off, her courage betraying her at the last second as Naruto rolled to the side, softly kissing her forehead as he pushed himself up. Also, an Anbu-san came by around 5 minutes ago. You just missed her, in fact, with a message. The Hokage wants to see you about your performance in the finals, and apparently he has something he needs from me as well, so I'll go with you. The sun-kissed boy, no, Man now. Hinata corrected herself mentally, said as he stood from the bed, stretching his arms into the air. However, his paramour noticed that his hospital gown was split down the back, giving her a perfect view of his uncovered butt as her face went atomic red, and she fainted with a line of drool leaking from the corner of her mouth and blood from her nose. Hinata! Hina-chan! He shouted as he rushed back to her side, lightly shaking her as she refused to awaken, looking around. Naruto shrugged on his coat, leaving his undershirt off as he pulled his boxers and pants on quickly, before looking at the sleeping Hinata as he caught her under her head and her knees as he lifted her effortlessly as he went out the window, carrying the blue net bridal style. Okay, shall we start with the third place winner, Sasuke Uchiha? Discussions free. Danzo said, leaning on his staff as his eye darted around the room, taking in each of the other clan heads. I can't think of an eloquent way to put this, so I'll just come out and say it. This boy is a disaster waiting to happen. Jiraiya stated aptly as he dropped the admittedly thin folder on the table. Huh? What does that mean? The boy made it all the way to the third round and was the favorite to win? Hamaru asked as Jiraiya's eyes fell on the elder. Yeah, because he is the last Uchiha. His file reads like an egotistical, self-maniacal boy. His strategy going into the three-way fight is, and I quote, I'm an Uchiha I can't lose. In fact, I don't doubt that he had the same thoughts before his first two matches. Someone needs to teach this brat that your last name won't get you anywhere as a shinobi without the skill that goes with it except an early grave. If I condoned promoting him I would be enabling a self-imposed avenger that will betray this village and run off after his brother first chance he gets, and he'll attack anyone who gets in his way. Jiraiya yelled as the other clan heads looked at him in shock. Was this the same man who preached peace for the shinobi nations? As much as it hurts me, I must agree, he refuses to cooperate with his teammates and me. Let's not even get started on the fact that he used the curse seal of Orochimaru in the final round willingly. Kakashi said with a glittering eye. It hurt him inside to say these things about his student, of a relation to Obito, but that same thought is what gave him strength. Obito would turn in his grave if he thought that his best friend condoned the blatant betrayal Sasuke was demonstrating just because his name was Uchiha. Well, I think we know how to vote now, all in favor of promoting the Uchiha. Hiruzen said as Danzo growled. May I remind you that you do not hold the seat of the Hokage in this council? The grizzled man said to his rival as the third smiled self-assuredly. No need, I remember, I just thought we could move on to a genin. Who actually has a chance to get promoted? Sarutobi said as Danzo looked around the table, seeing the steely eyes from the clan heads. Not a one would vote to promote the Uchiha today, and were it not for the fact that Danzo wanted to use Sasuke, he would have agreed as he grimaced, banging a gavel on the table. Fine. The move to promote Sasuke Uchiha is denied. Now on to the next applicant for promotion, Hinata Hyuga, which should be a calm discussion after the heated words about Uchiha-san. Danzo said, pulling a second folder from the stack as he browsed over the female Hyuga's file. Okay. This looks much more competent. This is what a clan heir's, or heiress's in this case, file should look like. In the first round, she recognized her opponent was a close combat specialist and used a long to mid-ranged approach to give herself an opening for her Jukin. Jiraiya said, reading over the file as several other clan heads nodded. Although she didn't get an appearance in the second round due to her opponent forfeiting, so her file is smaller than I'd like, but she did use a good approach in her first matchup, Inoichi stated. True, but what I really want to talk about is that fight in the final round. Hyuga-san made a great showing for the various nobles. Watching. She worked well in tandem with Uzumaki-san to overcome Sasuke-kun, especially when he started using the curse seal. I especially liked how she made her whip chakra conductive to pair well with her clan jutsu, Sume said with a smile. Speaking of, what were those jutsu she used in her fight against the Uchiha and then Uzumaki-san? I've never seen a Hyuga use those moves before. Did she make them herself? Regardless, you did a good job training her Hiyashi-san. Shozu said jovially as Hiyashi frowned, not that anyone could tell the difference since he always seemed to be frowning. Except I didn't train her. After the preliminaries she refused my help, saying that she would train herself. I had a branch member follow her, and found that she was sparring with the Uzumaki. What's more, she taught him secrets about the Byakugan, and allowed its Weaknesses to be learned by the Uchiha as well, Hiyashi spat out as he clenched his fist. Yes, but watching them working like that, nearly mirroring each other's movements exactly One's, it reminds me of. Kakashi trailed off as he remembered one of the few times he'd seen his sensei and Kushina side by side in combat. The silver-haired Junin didn't doubt for a moment after seeing Naruto and Hinata's display that they would go to the ends of the elemental nations to protect the other. I think you all missed the points that despite sparring over the break with Naruto-kun and facing Sasuke-san for most of the final match, she still managed to defeat her teammate and win the whole thing. Silence reigned over the council as Sarutobi's words sunk in. Finally, a voice spoke up. All in favor of promoting Hinata Hyuga to Chunin? This was Danzo as almost everyone's hands went up, save Hiyashi's. That settles it, Hinata Hyuga is promoted to Chunin. And now we have the final prospective Chunin, Naruto Uzumaki. The boy should be promoted, if no other fact than it was his fight with Gaara-san that enabled to readily reject the invading Otto. But this isn't wartime, so we can't give him a field promotion like that. Sume observed as a few other clan heads nodded in agreement. Let's look at this objectively. He faced off against Neji Hyuga in his first match, the previous year's Rookie of the Year, and an acknowledged prodigy of the Hyuga clan. And while he won out, I'm not too keen on his tactics. He wasted what was surely a large amount of chakra to keep that shadow clone intact. Not to mention he attempted to fight a Hyuga in a taijutsu battle. Those two things can't be overlooked. Hamaru shouted as he tossed Naruto's file down on the table as a majority of the clan heads nodded in agreement. That's true, but as you pointed out, he won. Kakashi interceded on his student's behalf. Whether or not it was a bad tactic should only be considered heavily if he'd failed in it. I agree that facing a Hyuga in taijutsu was foolish, but he proved himself to have an equal or superior taijutsu style, and by facing Neji in a battle that he thought he could win easily, it allowed Naruto to hit him with several blows that weakened Neji overall. And as for that shadow clone, I would agree that he probably would have wasted a lot of chakra on it. Kakashi said, reading over the file in his hands. What do you mean, would have? Is there something you would like to share with the rest of us, Kakashi-san? Shikaku asked. I think I would be the better one to answer that question, Nara-san. Jiraiya said, lowering the file on his apprentice. I helped train the boy over the break in the art of seals, and he made considerable progress, which was expected given his name. In the final week, he came to me with a theoretical idea to improve his shadow clones, which is lightly covered in this file. He theorized that if he applied a seal to his clones similar to the ones on a storage scroll, he could store chakra at a steady rate over a period of time, allowing it to become a sort of chakra battery which would feed the shadow clone while leaving his own stores relatively untouched since he would allow himself time to recover. Jiraiya explained as some of the clan heads who understood the basics of seals' eyes widened. So with that considered, in his first match, he managed to beat his opponent by laying a trap and allowing his opponent to overestimate his own skills. Shikaku caught on to the line of thought Naruto's two supporters had set up. I think we've spent enough time discussing the boy's merits in the first round. I want to talk about that fight in the second round. It reminded me of two wolves going at it for the rights as alpha. Sume gushed as she looked excitedly into the distance as Chozu chuckled at her enthusiasm. Yes, let's discuss his efforts in the second round against Gaara-san. Kakashi started only to be interrupted by Hiyashi. That impudent brat endangered all of us when he didn't forfeit when the Cage's kid began using his Biju's powers. It was a foolhardy attempt at showboating that easily could have backfired. If we won't promote any of the others for such things, he shouldn't for Uzumaki either. The Hyuga muttered angrily. Once again, Kakashi tried to speak up for his sensei's son, only to be shut down by Hiruzen surprisingly as everyone went silent, knowing the third's preference for the blonde boy. I agree, it was foolhardy and easily could have gotten out of control, and if that were all I would have stepped in personally and stopped the match. But Naruto surprised me when he subdued the one-tailed Shukaku, a feat I'm not even sure I would be capable of doing, at least not in one attack. But I can't allow what he did to go unpunished. If it weren't for the additions to our arena by the fourth, Naruto would have endangered the entire village by not allowing me or Jiraiya to immediately intercede and subdue the Biju. Sarutobi said, a forlorn look on his face as he was forced to acknowledge that it wasn't Naruto's finest hour. On that note, Jiraiya started, finally able to cut in on the beating Naruto's actions were taking. Has anyone here considered that he was aware of the arena's protections, and therefore saw no danger in continuing the fight? The white-haired Sannin asked as Inoichi's face fell into one of contemplation. He was responsible for the finalist psych evaluations, and it would fit Naruto personality. Be that as it may, we can't condone his actions because the battlefield allowed him to be reckless. Any actions taken after the Kazukage's son began losing control of his Biju should be discounted from consideration. I won't consider them as negative actions only because, as Inuzuka-san pointed out, it was because he subdued the Biju that we came out of the invasion with minimal casualties. Danzo said, making a critical decision since he wanted the boy kept as a genin so he could control him easier. Then let's consider the fact that he used fire against Gaara's sand, which gave him an elemental advantage. In order to turn the sand into glass would require extremely high temperatures, and a basic Kaiden jutsu wouldn't give him that. Speaking from experience, anything below B rank wouldn't have that effect, and even then he would have to either have a powerful fire affinity or pour chakra into his jutsu to get such a result. Kakashi pointed out, determined to stand up for Naruto. True, but if you look at it from that viewpoint, the boy would have to have practically drowned that massive attack that took down the one tail with chakra. I'm not saying that like it's a bad thing. Using anything then that would be deadly when dealing with a Biju, even one currently contained in a child. Shikaku stated as some of the others nodded in deep thought. And with that, shall we move on to the final round? Danzo said in an effort to prevent some of the others from thinking too deeply on the blonde Jinchuriki's tactics. What is there to talk about? The kid did everything right. Sume opened, making a few smile at the Inuzuka matriarch's opinions about the blonde. Except as Nara-san just pointed out, the boy had to use a massive amount of chakra in order for his jutsu to affect the one tail. Going into a battle with the two separate inheritors of the great dojutsu clans in the village after that, going up against one would be considered a suicide mission outside of the arena, and against two would not only get himself killed but a team he was commanding. Hamaru quickly shut the wolfish woman down. And yet despite that he managed to outlast Sasuke, and put on a strong defense against Hinata. You make a good point, don't get me wrong, but you overlook the fact that Naruto wouldn't be fighting his opponents in the real world alone. He'd have a team to assist him. Furthermore, he managed to convince one of his enemies to help him beat the other competitor. By your estimations, he shouldn't have been able to function after that level of chakra consumption. Kakashi argued as Kaharu teased at the observation. Do you disagree, Kaharu-san? Jiraiya caught on to the disregard for Kakashi's argument. I can't take Hitaki's assessment seriously considering he's the brat's think highly of him. The elder spoke, not mincing words as she borderline told off the Junin. That's accurate. Kakashi-san is Naruto's sensei, as well as Hinata's and Sasuke's. Of all of us, he's the most biased, and unbiased in this discussion considering he also agreed with our assessment to forego promoting the Uchiha. Inoichi returned fire, quickly followed by the only Sannin present. And like you have room to talk, you won't even consider that Naruto could possibly be strong enough to be anything but a genin. I think he could come in right now and drop my poisonous teammate's dead body on the table, and you'd sooner believe that he died of a heart attack than Naruto beat him. Jiraiya spat out acerbically. Let's not forget that he used fire jutsu that Sasuke was incapable of copying with his Sharingan, as well as displaying an amazing mastery over the ash he used during the fight, which goes against the report I received that his chakra control was abysmal. To be honest, I'm most intrigued by his jutsu. Hiruzen interceded before this turned into a childish spat, keeping the focus on Naruto. Speaking of his jutsu, am I the only that thought his jutsu he used at the end of his first fight, and in the final clash with Hinata-san seemed remarkably similar to the fourth Rasengan? Chozu asked, as a few of the heads paused in consideration before glancing at Jiraiya. I showed him the jutsu during the break, if that's what the stares are about. I mentioned that I wanted to teach it to him one day if he managed to complete everything I'd given him to learn over the break, but I was called away before I could explain it to him. It would seem though, that he was able to form a jutsu using a similar construct, although I think it suits his skills. If I had to assess it, I would put it at a high B rank to high A rank attack jutsu, yet another reason he deserves this promotion. Jiraiya answered, not taking his eyes off the glaring elder. Well, with that I think we should move on to the point of this discussion, Danzo said in the momentary pause. I adamantly refused to promote the insolent brat, Kaharu hissed, although no one was surprised. While not as violently, I agree with my teammate, Hamaru said, a lot calmer than his female teammate. Well, I'm all for promoting him, Sume said with a wolfish grin that showed off her enhanced canines. I deny promotion of the Uzumaki, Hiyashi said with an even expression, although anyone who looked at the Hyuga head could see he was seething with rage. I vote to promote Naruto-kun to Chunin. I think he's earned it, Sarutobi said as Jiraiya nodded next to him. As do I, the white-haired toad wielder agreed. And biased or unbiased, I likewise give my consent for Naruto's promotion, Kakashi said, crossing his arms. I must agree with our advisors, the boy's actions were rash and certainly not the tactics of a Chunin I want leading a team, Danzo said as the rest of the table turned to the final three. I see no reason why he shouldn't be allowed to be promoted to Chunin. I'd trust him to lead a team, Shozu voiced. I'd like to promote him, but, Inoichi said, trailing off as he looked down in contemplation, if we promote him, can we be absolutely certain he will be accepted by the older shinobi populace with his condition? If it was a simple matter of him being worthy, then yes, but I can't in good conscience allow Naruto Uzumaki to lead a team of shinobi that weren't aware of his circumstances, so my vote is no, the platinum blonde said as Hiruzen winced at the accusation. Inoichi had been against the idea of keeping Naruto's circumstances a secret from the younger population, especially considering the older generation were aware of it and could do more damage to Naruto anyways. I guess that leaves me, huh? Shikaku said boredly. I say promote the boy. If what I hear is correct, then he will make a fine addition to the Chunin populace and an even better leader considering how he studies his fellow shinobi's strengths and weaknesses, the Nara said as Danzo nodded, although reluctantly as he stood from the table. Okay then, with that the motion to promote Naruto Uzumaki to Chunin is approved. The old war hawk as he turned to leave, dismissing the gathered council without a word. Rising from the table and heading back to his office in the adjacent room, Hiruzen called an ANBU, a purple-haired one with a long blade attached to her side appearing from the shadows. Neko, could you head to the Konoha Medical Center and tell Naruto and Hinata Hyuga that I wish to see them, and that I have an important matter to discuss with Naruto-kun? The cat-masked Anbu nodded in the affirmative as she vanished into the shadows, intent on completing her mission as quickly as possible before her Hokage's voice stopped her. Oh yes, Neko, while you're there, could you also check on Hayate-san? The purple-haired Anbu gave another short nod, silently thanking the Sarutobi head for giving her the chance to check on her friend. As Naruto landed on a roof en route to the Hokage Tower, which was on the opposite side of the village, he felt his companion stir as she regained consciousness. Stopping momentarily to set her down gently, he smirked at the brunette as she came to, blushing as she remembered the events that caused her to faint. Well, good morning, sleepyhead. Did you have a nice nap? Naruto asked rhetorically as Hinata pouted at her boyfriend's teasing words. Pushing herself up, although Naruto was quickly there to offer his arm as a brace as she worked the blood back into her legs. After you fainted, I couldn't wake you, so I just decided to carry you to the Hokage's tower, Naruto supplied as Hinata nodded, tensing her legs as she leapt away, Naruto giving chase with a petulant, "Oi," as the Hyuga girl smirked in return, sticking out her tongue as Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he bent over, and forcing more speed out of his still injured body. The couple finally arrived on the roof of the Hokage Tower, Hinata beating her boyfriend by a not-so-subtle margin. However, the blonde was not content to leave it at that as he landed behind her, tackling her to the ground lightly, smiling with a superior air. Seeing the close proximity between their faces, he bent down to capture the brunette's lips, only for her finger to poke him in the nose, pushing him back. "Nope, you lost, and only winners get kisses," she said with an air of haughtiness as Naruto vanished, reappearing at the edge of the roof crouched down, pushing his index fingers together with a cloud of darkness hovering over his head. "Who are you and what did you do with my shy, adorable girlfriend?" Naruto asked with a pout. "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Second Place," Hinata said, barely maintaining her expression between the rising giggles and blush at Naruto muttered compliment. "Well, if only winners get kisses, that means you can get kisses, right?" Naruto asked as he stood up, staring right into Hinata's eyes as she gave a smirk that looked out of place on her innocent, usually, face. As she walked up to him with a subtle sway in her hips, She threw her arms around his neck as she stood on her tiptoes to capture his lips, quietly whispering, "I like the way you think. Are you lovebirds going to hang out on the roof a little while longer, or do we need to rent you a room?" A familiar voice asked, accompanied by the telltale scratching of pencil on paper along with a muted and perverted giggle. "Kya," Hinata said, losing her haughty composure as she whirled around, throwing out a jukan palm without a thought as Jiraiya was sent tumbling off the side, but still scribbling away in his perverted notebook as he plummeted towards the ground below. Yes, the kid's a practical goldmine of material, and the Hyuga girl, such soft hands." The perverted giggles didn't stop, even when he collided with the ground, a plume of dust erupting from the impact. Back on the roof, Hiruzen's sweat dropped at his student's less than expected departure as he glanced over the edge at the improv. He made a quick hand seal, vanishing in a swirl of leaves, most likely to his office below, Naruto believed. Hinata, on the other hand, was wailing at her attack on one of the Sannin. Rather than correct her that Jiraiya deserved it, he simply grasped her sleeve, pulling her autonomous body down the stairs to the penultimate floor which held the Hokage's office as well as the council chambers. Standing at mock attention, Naruto nudged Hinata's still-spaced body as she made a low whining noise. Meanwhile, Sarutobi sat down slowly into the Hokage chair, managing to hide the wince as his wounds flared up. "I guess I'll open by saying that the council has decided to promote Hinata Hyuga to the rank of Chunin, should she so accept." Hiruzen started as Naruto smiled widely, shaking Hinata. It would seem for all his maturity during the battle, he was still the same kid beneath it all. "You hear that, Hinaheim? You made Chunin. I told you they would have no choice but to promote you after that amazing battle during the finals," Naruto exclaimed, waving his arms around crazily. The display made Hiruzen smile, half happily as memories of a young Naruto came to his mind, but half in sadness as he recalled an almost identical display by Kushina when Minato was selected as the fourth High. Was all Hinata mumbled as she took the vest extended to her, but Hiruzen caught a forlorn glance in Naruto's direction. "Unfortunately, I don't exactly have a vest for you, Naruto." Sarutobi paused to see how Naruto reacted, but the boy hadn't even seemed to hear him as he began asking, commanded Hinata to try on her new vest. Hinata, it seemed, was paying attention as she let her head fall as the third, and most likely Naruto as her target, heard her say, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I know you really wanted to make it to Chunin." The Hyuga heiress seemed to have lost all her light as she glanced up at Naruto's face, expecting him to be mirroring her forlorn expression, only to be surprised as Naruto was smiling widely. "I meant what I said earlier during the exams. They can keep me as a genin from now until the end of the Fourth Shinobi War, and I'll still take that hat from Gigi," Naruto said with no trace of doubt. "Be that as it may, the council also voted, after a long deliberation, to promote you as well, Naruto-kun. I just don't have a vest for you. What I do have is this. I hope you'll understand once you read it," the third Hokage said as he reached into a hidden drawer on his desk, pulling out a small scroll embossed with red wax, the whirlpool seal recognizable to all the occupants of the room. Naruto took the scroll reverently, looking at it as if he were holding a live bomb. Finally, he ran his finger over the seal, feeling the wax, not noticing as a small cut appeared on his finger, and a drop of blood filling the wax seal as it glowed for a moment before fading away. Naruto paused a moment, looking to his side to his partner, as she nodded, edging him on. He opened the scroll, and without a moment's notice, tears began to pour forth from his eyes as he turned from Hinata, falling into the couch on the wall. A low muttered apology as the only response as Hinata heard a cracked gasp come from the boy as she quickly hurried after him, sitting beside him as she hugged him in an attempt to take whatever was hurting him away. Sparing a look at the unfurled scroll was all it took for Hinata to understand his tears and broken sobs. "To my Sochi-kun from your Ka-san, I guess I should start by saying to please not blame Sarutobi Oji for keeping this from you, my dear Naruto, but if you have even a fraction of my personality in you, you won't listen. I wish you didn't have to find out this way, as I have no idea what excuse was given for you having no parents while all your friends did, but know this, me and your father loved you so very much, Sochi. Having said that, I've now realized that you still won't know who I am. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, the clan head of the Uzumaki clan. Which now means that title passes to you if you're reading this letter. Sealed at the bottom of this letter is all the possessions of the Uzumaki clan, which isn't much, but it's all I brought with me when I was forced to leave Uzushio towards the end of the Second Shinobi War. There, now I've done duty as the clan head and one of the finally remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, so I can talk to you as your Kasan, which I realize I have no right to call myself in your eyes since we all but abandoned you from birth when we died. I hope you can forgive us, and that you'll understand one day, and yet never be able to understand why we did what we did, because that means you both managed to find a beautiful and wonderful wife. She better be for my Sochi-kun, and have the perfect child, and have to sacrifice yourselves to save both your child and the village. Hinata's eyes struggled through the next few lines as they were smudged with tears. By now, I'm sure you're wondering why me, why not someone else, and the answer to that is simply in your blood, a curse I passed on to you unfortunately. You see, Uzumakis are naturally strong chakra wise, and so it has always been an Uzumaki that carried the burden. First Mito Uzumaki. Hopefully you recognize her name, as she was the first Hokage's wife, and my surrogate mother when I came to Konoha. She in turn passed the burden on to me, and I unfortunately to you. I can hear the battle outside, and I'm too weak by now to search the house for more paper, so I'll try to wrap this up quickly. The reason me and your father asked Sarutobi Oji to keep our identities a secret from you was done for two reasons. The first is if that blasted council found out that you were a pure-blooded Uzumaki, they would probably try to enforce the CRA on you. If you never find out what that is, then at least we could leave you that present. The other part was due to what your heritage carries. During the Third Shinobi War, one earned quite a reputation as Konoha's bloody red habanera, on top of the fact that I survived the destruction of Uzushio by Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. My bounty grew immensely in Iwa, not as big as your father's, you understand, but no one's bounty could compare to his anyways. This is why I asked Sarutobi Oji to keep this scroll until you reached Chunin. As I'm sure you can guess, no, he also has a letter from your father as well, but I ask for you to please not look at it until you're much stronger than Chunin, hopefully stronger than a Junin as well, but if you take after me, you'll probably demand the letter right now, Databane. As the descending light hit the scroll, Hinata gasped as she noticed for the first time. The ink wasn't black as was traditional, but crimson as she realized why the handwriting was wavering the longer the letter went on. It was hard to make out the finally section, but both she and Naruto could clearly make out the last four words. I love you Sochi. Beneath that was a simple sealing matrix as mentioned earlier in the letter, but Naruto didn't unseal the contents right now as he swiped at the tears pouring from his eyes as he walked up to the other side of the Hokage's desk. Is that all? He managed to get out. I don't want to keep you any longer than needed, but I do have a mission for you as a newly branded Chunin. I need you to go with Jiraiya to retrieve my final student Tsunade and bring her back to replace me as Hokage. Sarutobi said straightly as Naruto nodded slowly in acceptance, both Hiruzen and Hinata not really sure if he understood the mission. When do we leave? The end. Thanks for watching.